So we're going to surround that star with Bubkiss. That's who we're going to surround because we can't afford it because you're not allowed to sign and keep your own drafted and developed players. I think that's a conceptual mistake.
Right, and it's happened in large part because of what Steph Curry did, taking that contract for $4 and $44. He hurts his ankle, he takes less, and then you're able to get Kevin Durant. And also Kevin Durant took less to facilitate keeping Iguodala and Sean Livingston, as Bobby Marks was just explaining. So part of this breaking of the system is the culture that the Warriors have created, and something that Bonte mentioned in our changeover, the fact that the Warriors have maybe the most humble superstar in the history of the NBA, a guy who's willing to sublimate not only his ego, but his bank account in order to, have the greater good be bigger. Tom Brady's done that. He did that in New England forever. And it helps that his wife, maybe future ex-wife, was loaded and he had all the money he needed too. But a lot of times players won't do that. And the fact that Steph did that to facilitate Kevin Durant, which eventually begot Andrew Wiggins. And you have an owner, by the way, who's willing to pay into the luxury tax.
Perfect storm. And actually, a few more things to say about Joe Lacob here in just a second, because there was an interesting statement that Joe Shasky made about him earlier today that we wanted to discuss. But first, back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Keep it coming, by the way, on the Xfinity mobile text line. And I think our YouTube stream was down for a second, but it is back. So those of you watching on YouTube, or if you left because it was momentarily gone, get your butt back over there and watch the show. We're having a good time. Sparky in Alameda is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Sparky, what are you doing?
Well, I'm really on the road. Really excited about talking basketball and the football. It was really getting over there. But, hey, thanks so much for taking my call.
Yeah.
And I want to say I'm really excited about Ring 9. It was really emotional. Really great things we said about yesterday. One of the greatest things I thought it was like that. I really thought that like the beef between Draymond Green and Paul was really over. They really thought they were playing, and that's why I wanted to see it. And I just want to see more James Wiseman. I want to see more of him.
Well, James Wiseman's going to have to ease into this whole thing for sure. Still a very young player. I thought he got better as he went through the night, right? Like I thought there were, right as he came in, there were the first few plays, there were some moments where the mental side of LeBron and Anthony Davis was a little bit they were too smart for him. But then things started to unfold a little bit for him as the quarter and as the half went on. I thought he looked fine. Like him to work on the free throws. Let's see. Yeah, like if you're going to be in 0 for 4, if you're going to be inside and running around the rim, and by the way, Wiseman's got the ability to shoot. We know this already.
And you don't want to get into a hack-a-wise where they're hacking James Wiseman. And some of the things that stood out to me, his offensive rebounding, he will get better at it. Right now, what you were talking about, I kind of saw too, where he wasn't getting in the position ahead of time. Shot goes up on the offensive side, and he just was behind the defensive player, not working to get better position. But he did show some good defensive acumen, blocking the shot near the rim.
Absolutely, yeah. I thought everything looked fine. Look, everything it was. If you're a Warrior fan, I don't know what you come out of last night with that's bad.
As far as criticism,
unless you want to get into this. So
triple single.
Well, okay. Let's dive into this because a lot of you probably missed this, or I don't know. You probably didn't see this. So he just mentioned that we watched Draymond Green and Jordan Poole play together, and yes, there was an assist and a high five, and now a lot of people want to go, okay, all done. We're good here. They love each other. I don't think it's that. I think it's going to be fine. They're not going to not pass the ball to each other. They're going to play basketball. This now becomes something that I would be concerned about much more outside of the 48 minutes on the court. Jordan Poole's going to play hoops. Draymond Green's going to play hoops. They're not going to take it out on one another in a team setting like that. I'm not worried about that. It's all the other stuff. And there was an other stuff moment last night. So wonder if you're on social media, you might have seen this. It went viral. It's a big deal. And I'll describe it in a way because it's a little raunchy. Therefore, we can only say so much. But at one point late in the game, Draymond Green calls LeBron James over to the Warrior bench. And he stands up, and they go over and kind of give each other a little dap up, little hug. There was something that was exchanged that made Draymond laugh very hard. And then he walked back to the bench. I'll just say this. Iguodala is right next to them, and he is making a maneuver that is suggesting Draymond's kissing up to LeBron.
Or kissing down.
And the rest of the team, I also noticed, the looks on their faces were all kind of collectively like, ugh. Like if two guys, these are major NBA stars, stand up in front of Patrick Baldwin and dap up and give a hug and a laugh, you would think that the team is going to kind of be like, oh, what's the joke? Like, oh, this is cool, like whatever. Everybody's face sort of looks like a collective eye roll.
Yeah.
Like, really, dude?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Like, we're in the middle of the game, and you took a moment on the bench to be like, LeBron, hey!
Come over here.
Over here, it's me, your business partner. Hey, what's going on? And it just was like, I'm not here to say they can't be friends. They can't be business partners. It's not.
Hey, how's our pickleball team?
Right. You'll remember this. Remember when Magic kissed Isaiah Thomas in the middle of the court and the world freaked out because it's like, you are combatants.
Exactly.
You are not allowed to like. It's not that. But again, for those of you who are concerned about Draymond reading the room, it was another example of not reading the room, and I don't mean the fan room. I mean the team room.
His team room,
The team looks annoyed.
Yes.
They look annoyed, and if you think that's not going to wear on them throughout the year, I disagree. I just disagree.
Yeah, Iguodala makes a hand gesture implying that Draymond Green is, like you were saying, kissing up to in a big graphic way to LeBron James. And I don't know if I've ever liked Iguodala more because that was, and I didn't mean to have.
Did he lose his nickname last night?
Oh, for sure.
He is no longer Captain Vet Min.
No way. He's Captain Nonverbal.
He just Captain. That's my Captain. Your Captain.
My Captain. That was a great nonverbal.
Yeah.
And Mark, it's kind of like if you see a baseball game and a guy goes deep, and right when he touches home plate, the catcher whips off his mask and high fives the batter and gives him a hug, and the pitcher would be looking like, dude, what are you doing?
Right.
I mean, it was so just like, awkward.
Pickleball, am I right? Like pickleball.
Right.
Like, we're business partners.
Hey, our draft is coming up.
Want to go to Blaze Pizza after the game?
And it's one thing after the game if you want to dap them up and hug it out.
Go to dinner. I don't care.
Even in football now where it's like, hey, let's swap jerseys. And, 10 years ago, you mentioned the Magic Isaiah thing. If that happens now, no big deal. And we saw it last night.
Wow.
Jordan Poole and JTA, they get tangled up for a loose ball, and they help each other up, and they're going to jump it up. They slap a five. They dap it up real quick. That was fine. That was a moment.
Well, it was organic. It was within the framework of the
Former
basketball
teammates.
game.
Yeah,
it wasn't like he called him up into the
come
first
over
round.
here. Hey, LeBron, did you see my special? I have my own TV show now.
Again, here's the issue.
It's gross.
Because I know what a lot of people will do. Oh, here we go. It's radio hosts who are going to make a big deal out of nothing. I don't care. I am an observationist, and I observed the Warrior team looked annoyed. They looked really annoyed.
They look.
To the point where one of them, who, by the way, is on the team solely for leadership reasons. Let's not act like we care. Andre Iguodala plays one damn minute this year. The reason he's on the team is because Steve Kerr calls him an adult in the room. He is a big part of the history of this group. He knows how to talk to who and when. He is a leader. He is practically a coach when he's not a player. And that's Andre Iguodala. And if this maneuver has this guy making fun of him right behind his back on the bench while the rest of the team looks dejected in the middle of a ring night double-digit win, that's the kind of stuff you don't want in a locker room. That's the kind of stuff that gets bad when you're having a bad game in Detroit in January and you're trying to do something. That's the kind of stuff.
Up, actually.
Yeah, I know.
In November, right?
Okay, fine. A little early this year.
No, but you're absolutely right.
You don't want that.
And in the court of public opinion, which Draymond told you yesterday, he doesn't care what we all think. And, you don't have to care what we, the fans, think, but you should care about what your teammates think. And already now he has said that he doesn't know what trust means. Steph Curry and Kevon Looney talking about trust, and now you've got your veteran Andre Iguodala making two-handed hand gestures, implying that you like LeBron James more than you like your own teammates. And, if you want to see the graphic nature of it, it's kind of it's a little subtle what Andre did.
You can go find it on your favorite internet provider.
And for those of you noticing on YouTube how I was an empty chair to start the segment, it's because you were actually showing
it to you.
The clip. I hadn't seen the clip until now. And now that I see it, it's just another reason why I'm done with Draymond Green.
And so, speaking of the YouTube chat, Jackson J just sent in a comment that I think sort of like this encapsulates what I'm talking about. Draymond says that he doesn't care what you think, or what I think, or what fans think, or what anyone think. Quite frankly, that's a good thing in life. That's a good thing to not care what other people think. Here's what's not a good thing. Jackson J writes, Draymond doesn't give a bleep what his teammates think. That's an issue. If that's the case, that's an issue. And that's what it's starting to feel like. You punch Jordan Poole and you come out with the documentary
right
a week later, which means you started planning this, 32 hours after it happened? I mean, that's another thing we didn't talk about with this pregame show doc that came out with Draymond. For that to be ready last night, when did you have to start planning that?
Right.
7 minutes after you punched him?
Well, it makes me think, Mark, maybe he punches Jordan Poole in order to garner more attention for his documentary.
Oh, God.
I mean, is that an out of the question notion?
Well, yeah, I mean, he does not. The documentary comes after the punch.
But the documentary was planned before the punch. So now I'm going to punch Jordan Poole in order to create buzz for the documentary. It's far-fetched, but it's not out of the question.
That's a little bit more of a conspiracy theory than I'm willing to give right now.
Yet?
It's not good.
And it's
whatever
not
it is, it's not good.
It's not impossible.
Nothing's impoble.
I'm giving you Iguodala right now. I don't mean to.
No,
I'm
that's
giving
okay.
You palms up.
That's all right. You go. Palms up. It happens. 888-957-9570 is the number. You can weigh in on that. Joe Lacob's standing within ownership in the history of sports. Also on tap coming up next. And Doc Pandia a half hour away. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It was an epic night at Chase Center.
This is a long, long journey, and such an amazing honor to be able to celebrate our fourth banner, seventh in franchise history.
Hear the players, coaches, front office, and every game.
Clay fires away, 3-ball on the left sideline. Klay Thompson starting to look like Clay here.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Steph.
He nailed it.
He nailed it. Look at one take Jake, number 30, for the Golden State Warriors, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
Glad you're with us. The Warriors are phenomenal. That's really the main headline. But there's always more to say. And then 49er injuries are just a total headache. And Doc Pandia is 25 minutes away. We'll get into it with him. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your calls welcome, 888-957-9570. Keep your comments coming. YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line as well. Sean Salisbury, really good. Bobby Marks, really good earlier today on the contractual situation facing the Warriors going forward. If you missed any of it, Odyssey app, download Willard and Dibs. You can find everything always there after it happens. but we're also talking about Draymond Green 1 game in. And look, for those who want to continue, like I can even start to wrap my head around listening to Shaq last night and saying we're to the point where the punch in and of itself, the punch on an island, I think the team can get over that. But we're not on an island.
No.
We're with someone named Draymond Green who has so many different things through the years that have made this organization rub their temples. And then this is what we get. The first game back, the very first game back, yes, we got a Jordan Poole to Draymond Green, assist and a high five. And so everyone's like, okay, we're good here. Sure, that's the basketball. What did we also get? We got a pregame documentary.
Which, by the way, featured a number of 95.7 The Game talent.
Well, we'll talk to these guys coming up about 45 minutes away.
Man, runaway egos.
Dibs and I just leave to get out of the way of the television stars who will be walking into this room.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
I don't
that.
have an ego.
Well, not yet. You do now.
That
anyway.
was great yesterday. And the looks in the room, we're all like, wait, did he just...
No, Steiny's whole body fell. He was just like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? What am I doing over here? All right.
Lay off.
So we got a pregame documentary where he's talking about the punch and sort of getting to this sympathetic figure situation. And then in the fourth quarter of the game, we got Draymond on the end of the bench, standing up, calling LeBron over, putting his arm around him, share a laugh, which again, also no big deal in and of itself, if not for the fact that the entire team sitting behind him looked annoyed, exhausted, and Andre Iguodala is right next to them in street clothes, making a maneuver with his hands to suggest that Draymond loves him some LeBron.
Right, the double twist.
One game.
The two-fisted double twist.
So we know Draymond's not going to change. We know Draymond is going to poke, and he is going to test everybody's patience. Everybody's used to that. But the ante just keeps getting raised over and over and over again. We're one night in, and the bench looks exhausted, and they're making fun of him. So that's not great.
Right, and he's making a mockery of the organization in some ways, not only through the LeBron James, the idolatry and the love, but just the way he continues to double down on, his lack of real contrition and lack of real apology. And, we'll see if things do go bad at some point with this season, if things don't bubble to the surface, because the one guy he has on his side, it seems, at least outwardly, is Steph Curry. And as long as
all you need.
Right, it's all you need, but at some point, if Steph Curry gets fed up with what's going on, all of a sudden Draymond Green and his triple single aren't so cute anymore, and at that point, that's when the tenure could come to a screeching halt.
I think that what it does, the net effect is it really ups the pressure on Draymond Green to play good basketball. Because if this organization gets to the point where they do feel like they can win without him, or if he is causing more problems than the opposite, then they probably will be motivated to make a move. We went through an NBA Finals where in the end, it was like, okay, they need Draymond to win. But there were moments in the NBA Finals where it felt like they needed him to get the hell off the court or else they had no chance.
He was undreable in Game 3 in Boston and undreable in Game 4 in Boston.
Right.
And he got punked by the Boston crowd. And I know you don't like that notion when I said it in real time, you kind of bristled. He got punked. The Boston crowd, the entire state of Massachusetts straight punked him. And go ahead and use this, Draymond, for your next documentary. I would love to make an appearance, but I also am struck by the irony of him using clips from Damon, Steiny, and Guru because we're the old media. So Captain New Media, with your cute documentary, you got to use the old media in your documentary?
Well, this hypocrisy has existed for months. He went on his podcast
New Media
and said, I've been listening to Damon and Ratto, whoever those guys are, because I don't listen, but here's what they said.
Old media.
Huh? And then you're going to create a documentary, use old media's sound clips, followed by a clip of you going, well, I don't know social media for me, and and no old me. I don't listen. I don't know what anyone's saying about me. Yes, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, of course you do.
And the other piece, Mark, is he says, I can't believe, and I had no idea how viral that went. I watched the video 15 times, and darn it, I can't believe how viral that thing went. Well, Draymond, I also watched it 15 times. I might have watched it 50 times, quite frankly, and I'm not surprised at how viral that went. I did New Zealand radio on it.
Look,
yeah.
If TMZ is there, the whole point is viral. That's what they do. They're in the business of viral.
They are viral.
Right. TMZ's not paying for that video because it's, kind of okay video. No, it's salacious. It is built to go viral. That's why TMZ is the one that broke it.
I wonder if they found the leak yet, by the way, the leaker. And I wonder if the Warriors have determined who leaked the video, and maybe when they go to deal with the leaker, maybe that person actually got a promotion.
I'm sorry, I really... The Warriors on the chase for the leaker feels very much like OJ on the chase for the killer. It's like, really?
Lip service.
Is this what you... Really?
Right.
That's what you're going to go spend your time... Have a good time. Don't let me know how it goes, because I don't care, because it just kind of sounds a little absurd to me. I have the hardest time believing...
We've apprehended the leaker.
Well, and I don't mean that as if to say the Warriors did it on purpose and they're the guilty party. I mean that as to say, you and I have been to Chase Center. I wouldn't take a T-shirt off one of those seats because I'm like, that's totally going to be on video.
Yeah.
Like, you don't go to Chase Center and feel like everything is not secure, everything's not on video, everything is so buttoned up. To the Warriors, they're freaking amazing. They are the tightest ship in sports. But they can't figure out who sold them down the river with their private practice footage.
They can provide fresh buns for my pulled pork sandwich on a media day, but they can't figure out who leaked the video.
Yeah, this is...
And by the way, thank you, Warriors. That
was a great meal.
The pork was tender.
And we were like leaving, and they came and flagged it. Don't leave yet. It's lunchtime.
Totally.
And we were like, you're right. It is. Let's go have lunch.
The breakfast sandwiches were delicious.
Just amazing. Amazing. Let's go to Jay in San Jose.
Let's do it.
Hey, Jay, what are you doing?
What's up, fellas? I mean, God, you guys hit it right on the head. When I saw that horrible Razzie documentary, Dre says he doesn't care, and I'm like, this is the same guy that's ragging on Kendrick Perkins the next day, and everybody else on social media, from Skip Bayless to whoever, the minute he doesn't like what they say. So I found that funny. I think the Warriors, it's all about timing, and I think to make a mid-season move with Dre, they finally have the right young pieces under him to where they won't miss him. I think in years past, we had a lot of veterans like David West, guys on one year, 2 year deals. But this is the time we got young guys that are going to be with us that have potential to where I think you can now get rid of Dre and let these guys blossom. I think we were so dependent on him with who we had under him in the past that this is the time to see if we can make an in-season move and finally get rid of him and clear some space.
Jay, I totally get it. Personally disagree on multiple reasons, and here's why. I don't think, just because we like Kuminga does not mean
not ready.
That we've got proof that he can do anything that Draymond does on either end of the floor. In fact, I find them to be completely different human beings and basketball players on just about every level. But
Draymond's one of the most unique players I've ever seen. He's one part point guard, one part thug, one part defensive stopper.
I am not confident at all that the Warriors can win a title this year without Draymond Green, which is why I'm not in favor of them trading him. And then secondly, here's the next part. Who's acquiring Draymond Green right now for the rest of this year and $27 million next year? Based on everything that we know. Like, who else would he even help?
Draymond for Westbrook. Who says no?
Me.
You almost threw up in your mouth.
I have never enjoyed watching a professional sports player less than Russell Westbrook.
You realize he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I get that. I don't care about that stuff.
He's a career aggregator. He's an aggregation sensation is what he is.
He's an aggravation sensation is what he is.
That's a buck a piece right there. If you just look at his numbers, his numbers are grotesquely phenomenal. They are gaudily incredible, yet the eye test, like last night, I mean, he had a nice night statistically.
He did?
I think he was, 7 of 12?
He pulled up for a three-pointer, and he's like, I got this. It's wide open from the wing. And he threw it 33 feet.
Oh.
The hoop's not that far away, Dibs. What the hell what are you doing? And I could feel, I don't even like Laker fans. You're like, I'm a rival, okay? But I could feel their pain. This guy throws that shot up, and everybody who roots for the Lakers is just like, for the love.
Shaka Khan, I feel for you.
How is he still on that team? How did they let this happen? It was like the most telegraphed thing ever. He's not good. And then when he gets his 2 layups a game and he draws a foul, he takes 3 steps toward the first row so he can gas face everybody who's just, by the way, just returning to their seats from the restroom. They're like, why are you mad at me? Like, nobody's worried about you, Russ. You're not a threat. You're not a threat to anyone for anything. It's just the oddest production ever, and I could not want to watch less of it.
My favorite play last night was, I think it was LeBron, swings it to the corner, realizes it's Westbrook, and you see him try to, like, get the ball.
Pull the ball back.
And then 8 dudes start jogging to the other end while one Warrior stands about 4 feet behind the basket awaiting this air ball because everybody knew, all right, this possession's over.
It.
Let's move along.
I mean, this guy's like LeBron sort of low-key said it after the game last night. I don't know if everybody caught this. All everybody did was catch when he said, we're not a great three-point shooting team. Did you hear what he went on to say? He goes, look, we're not a great three-point shooting
10
team.
10 for 40.
Okay, yeah. So, A, you're right. But he goes, but B, we have to continue to take open looks. And then he follows, he goes, now sometimes they're open looks because that's the way they're defending us.
Right.
Like he's telling you that when Russell Westbrook gets the ball at the three-point line, the defense is like, run! Everybody run to the hoop.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoot it, Russ. Go ahead. Everybody surround the hoop because nobody knows where the hell this ball is going to go. We just know it's not going in. It's crazy, man.
5 for 24. The starters were from 3. LeBron 3 for 10. Go ahead and shoot it.
He wasn't any good either.
Anthony Davis 0 for 3. Why are you shooting a 3, Anthony? And our own Kyle produced a stat, and I think you mentioned it already, that Anthony Davis is the least effective.
No, I didn't say it. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, the least effective 2-point shooter in the last, 2-3 seasons of NBA basketball. He's that poor.
Look, this is analytics and effective field goal percentage.
Lowercase E.
Here's the tweet.
E.
Anthony Davis is the least efficient jump shooter in the NBA over the last 2+ seasons. Among 178 players that have attempted at least 500 jump shots since the beginning of the 2020-2021 season, Davis has logged the lowest effective field goal percentage on those shots at 35.99. No other player is below 40. So I know that's analytics and who knows what the hell goes into that number. Just know that when he's shooting from the outside, that's good for the other team.
It's a miss. And if you're Anthony Davis and you are, 7 feet or 6, whatever you are an unbelievably dominant mismatch inside of 15 feet at all times, yet you're shooting threes, and LeBron has never been a good shooter. You shot 10 3-pointers. LeBron's got no interest in playing like the old LeBron. So what you say about Westbrook is true. It's a tough watch, but that whole team is a mess. And I apologize, Mark, for intimating that maybe the Lakers could be a tough out at some point. They're just out.
Yeah, they're not going to be a tough out because they're not going to be in.
Yeah.
You're not going to make the playoffs.
You got to be in to be out, Mark.
My gosh. Again.
If you're not in,
the Warriors are
one team outside.
Exactly. Like Steve Kerr is watching made baskets where then the Lakers are throwing it over the top of the Warriors' heads to get a layup at the other end, and he's going like, what is this, high school? What are we doing out here? The Lakers got a C+ version of the Warriors and got ran out of the gym.
The Warriors shot 45.5%. They turned it over 18 times, and they shot 74% from the line, and they won by 14, and it wasn't that close.
If the Warriors play well, they win that by 40.
Well, they were up by, 20?
And they were up by over 20, right.
During the Draymond Green, hey, LeBron, look at me. Look at me. Did you see my video?
Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Hey, Oscar, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm here in Stockton right now. Hey, I would like to talk about the Warriors, man. The Warriors look pretty good with the youngsters coming off the bench. They made progress. But with the Draymond Green situation, man, I'm getting tired of talking about it. You know, Draymond's going to be Draymond. That's LeBron's way. I don't like the antics, but that's just the way how the NBA is right now, man. These cats is too cool with one another. And like Joe Lacob said, he really didn't think too much of it. He said he didn't really think too much of it, but he knew it was bad. But he trusts Draymond. Draymond did what he's supposed to do. And, you know, they're going to get past it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get all that, and I don't think any of that is wrong. Again, I'm going to, like, sort of remove the actual punch from this, and I'll just tell you, it doesn't matter what office you're in. It doesn't matter, family, coworker, whatever. I believe that everybody has an expiration date if you consistently wear everybody around you out. And my view right now, this is nothing to do with an opinion of like, oh, this is what the Warriors should do because he punched someone and it's wrong. It's not that. I'm just observing the rest of the Warriors. Okay? Go back to the press conferences after the punch. Steph looked exhausted. Bob Myers looked exasperated. Steve Kerr looked ticked, called it the biggest crisis ever. Then you flash forward and go, oh, look, he high-fived Jordan Poole, so it's okay. And then you go to the bench. He's calling LeBron over to the bench. Andre Iguodala is making fun of him in a very derogatory way right behind him.
Derogatory puts it gently.
The rest of the team looks exhausted, annoyed. It's the first night of the year. So if the rest of the team is totally exasperated and at the end of their rope, that is A, not good for where that's going in the standings. And B, indicative of what decisions they're going to make going forward.
And C, you know what that is?
An aggravation sensation.
Cha-ching!
Okay?
My man, Marky Willard. Pay that man his dollar. No, you're not wrong, Mark.
I'm not trying to ring a bell or call a siren. It's none of that.
No,
it's
but
just you got to look at the way the Warriors look at this.
You're right, but not to cut you off.
No, go ahead. Cut me off.
At the very bottom line, if you look at what's in the bottom of the pan, it's that same damn thing. Can they win without Draymond? And all of those things, you're so right. The swirl of everything, the documentary, the punch, Andre Iguodala with a two-handed salute, him, hey, LeBron, look at me, I have a documentary. It all boils down to the one thing. Can you win without the guy?
And here's the point. At a certain point, the answer will be yes, and he'll be gone the next day.
But what's that point? Is it?
I don't know.
Is it at the end of next year?
I don't know. It might be. It might be. And that's so you're looking at two things. You're looking at how can they try to find a way to replace what he does in some form, or B, how does he play? Like last night, you didn't really need a whole lot of what Draymond does. There were some really A-plus passes from Draymond Green.
Boy. He could flat out distribute the rock.
Yeah, and his offense was also, like his shooting and his ability to score was predictably terrible.
If Jimmy G could pass like that, I'm not going to do it, Mark. We're having a good week. I'm not going there.
You can go there. ...
Just
wait for Football Friday.
They'd be 3-3 still.
Yeah,
I mean, no, but you're right. Draymond can distribute, and the one thing that I always go back to is what he does for Steph Curry. He completes Steph's sentences. You complete me.
Yeah.
You had me at hell no. And I think until that point comes when Steph finally, I've had it with this guy, and I don't know if that'll ever happen because
I don't know.
He gets Steph open.
Right, but don't you want, like, when you get to that point, and this is what all three of these players are saying, if you're Steph, Clay, and Dre, when you start to decline, hey, Warriors organization, I've been amazing to you through the years. Is there a way we can keep me as a part of this and start to navigate the role, right? And Bonte even mentioned it on the changeover earlier. Steph is the most unique of superstars. I can see Steph Curry going, yeah, like let me backseat this a little bit, or let my minutes go down a little bit, or let Jordan Poole shoot the technical free throws. Like, stuff like that. You could see Steph doing it. I could see Clay doing it. Clay's like, look, man, you know, the Bay, boats, captain's hat. I don't want to go anywhere, right? Draymond, Don't you feel like the minute they said, okay, we're going to do less Draymond going forward, doesn't he go sideways? Don't you want the organization to be like, we value you so much that we're going to find and navigate new ways to handle the end of your career? It feels to me like the Warriors, the second they think they can do great things without Draymond, man, goodbye.
And I think it's because the straw has finally broken the camel's back.
And that's a disaster. The relationship should not be that.
No, but you mentioned it, and how many different times has Draymond exasperated the organization? And it's frustrating because at the same time, he is a vital cog to do what you guys want to do, which is win championships. He does the things that make you win. He plays winning basketball.
Yep.
If only you could, and we always talk about bubble wrap in this business. Oh, we need to bubble wrap this guy and bubble wrap that guy. If you could just bubble wrap him, and all right, these 48 minutes of, 4 times a week for 48 minutes, now we're going to let the Draymond out. Because it's all the other stuff. It's the documentary. It's the fisticuffs. It's the podcast. All these other things are what weigh down the organization.
Doc Pandia is around the corner. We will mention every single name on the 49ers roster and let him react. It seems that way. It feels that way, and we will ask the question. We've asked it before, but maybe do it in a new way, which is there something to this other than dumb luck with regard to the 49er injuries? So that's around the corner. Plenty of time for your phone calls. America's newest television stars are coming in here in just about a half hour, so we're excited about that as well. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It was an epic night at Chase Center.
This is a long, long journey, and such an amazing honor to be able to celebrate our 4th banner, 7th in franchise history.
Hear the players, coaches, front office, and every game.
Clay fires away. 3-ball on the left sideline. Klay Thompson starting to look like Clay here.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Cleared to play in just moments. Willard and Dibs brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. I hate when we have to do this. It's like we sit down and we're like, okay, Doc's coming on. What's the list of players we should discuss? And it's essentially every 49er. Right. I mean, I like, you know, cool. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't make the list. Kyle Juszczyk didn't make the list. That's about it feels like. A whole offensive line. The entire defense.
Right.
We don't have time to go through every single player that's going. So we certainly want to ask about Nick Bosa. There are ones that are like question marks. How can you, like, that's one thing I'm looking at this weekend. The groin injury for Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
How much of a risk is he taking?
Yes, and, Eric Armstead and the foot. Is he going to be able to shake off the foot issue and make it back? And Jimmy Ward and his status. And Jason Verrett, is he going to be able to make it back on the field? And Hufanga, certainly in his status after he received a concussion, as per Nick Wagoner of ESPN. and how he can come back and get out of the protocol and be ready to play.
Yeah, so we'll start getting our first injury updates and who's in practice and who's out later today from the 49ers facility, but now it's time for Cleared to Play. We take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment as we bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Narav Pandya, is also America's #1 Warrior fan, so he probably comes in today with quite a smile, don't you, Doc?
Yeah, it's great. I'm just a little bit excited, Mark. Just a little bit excited.
Just a little bit, not a lot bit?
No, I'm very tremendously excited after that almost YMCA game thrashing of the Lakers.
Yeah,
So,
no, there's
It's
not.
fun to play at the YMCA.
That's right. Yes, it is. It's not fun to play, though, on the 49er defense because, Doc, they're all hurt. All of them. They're all hurt. So let's start with maybe the best player on the defense, Nick Bosa. A groin injury. How much of a risk is he taking if he goes out there this weekend?
I think he's in the time frame for someone to kind of come back safely right around the 12 days from the time of the injury. And kind of based on what Shanahan said there was a possibility he could have played. I think Bosa, just because he's dealt with so many lower extremity injuries, obviously both ACLs, core muscle surgery, like he obviously knows his body very well. So as long as there aren't any symptoms that he has in the next couple of days of practice, and I think the risk is pretty minimal. But if he's having any residual tightness, any residual pain, then you do worry if that's going to make it, another couple of weeks. So as long as he's honest about his body and he's feeling pretty well, then I think it is a good chance that he could play. But if I were the 49ers, if he has any residual tightness, any kind of weird symptoms, then I would definitely hold him out because that's a sign that could get aggravated even further.
Trent Williams is still trying to come back from the high ankle sprain. He seemed to be pretty spry and moving pretty well on the sidelines. What do you rate as his chances to come back in this Sunday's game?
I think it'd be pretty high. I mean, I think because he has a history of knowing what these high ankle sprains feel like and what to expect based on his experience back in the playoffs last year, I think there's a higher likelihood that, if he's feeling good, he knows, he can do the lateral movement, he can take the kind of the constant cutting, then there's a good possibility he can come back. The good news with a high ankle sprain is that unlike a groin where suddenly one play can kind of take you off and suddenly you're out for a couple of weeks, with a high ankle, you're going to notice residual pain or a little bit of soreness starting to creep in. So there is a little bit of leeway to say, hey, look, I got to come out now before making things worse. And this obviously is barring, someone falling on his leg. So I think the prognosis for Trent Williams coming back is pretty good. The question maybe is how much do you play him? Is he able to play fully, or will you have to kind of load manage him a little bit just because of if he's playing so many plays, is there going to be more soreness that you want to kind of prevent him from developing other things?
Doc, I hit you up off air last week. I'll ask the same question on air so everybody can hear your response. Jason Verrett being so far removed from another ACL injury, trying to come back last week and then reporting soreness, which held the 49ers to keep him out again last week. Is that a red flag or is that normal?
So I think in general, let's take someone who just has their first ACL injury, that typically is something that you can see, during that first time back. Now, but the issue that's a little bit different with Red, it's been a long period of time since he had that surgery, and he's had multiple other lower extremity injuries. So then you get a little bit concerned. Is this just simply the fact that he's had so many injuries, he's got wear and tear build up, and that's going to be his new normal? Or is it some sort of new structural issue? And I think the thing is that when you have your Achilles, you have a shoulder, you have a knee, everything is so banged up. So for him, what's normal is a lot different than the average player. I think the key thing is that we know that because of all these injuries, there is going to be something that's sore. The question is, can he be impactful with this soreness? And is there not some sort of structural issue underlying it? But you do get worried for a player like this who's already, more than 12 months out. Why is there soreness creeping up? Is he ever going to be pain-free? And if he can't be pain-free, can he be effective? So kind of with Red or even some of the symptoms that Kinlaw is going through right now, I think you definitely get worried about what does that mean for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and it's especially concerning for a young player like Kinlaw who hasn't been able to really get in the flow. Talanoa Hufanga was cleared to return after getting a blow to the head on the opening snap, and then he entered the concussion protocol the day after the game. What does this mean for his ability to get through the protocol and play Sunday?
I think it does show, like with a lot of concussions that, symptoms that can happen, it can be hard to diagnose on the field. And then the symptoms, just like, like you pull a muscle, you injure your knee and it's fine on the field, then it kind of starts bothering you the next day. The presence of symptoms then does make him kind of have to go on this protocol. And the protocol is, several steps. You have to get rid of the symptoms at rest, then you have to do light aerobic exercise, not have symptoms, and then try football drills, then contact. So really a lot of this has to progress through the week, and I would assume that the 49ers in general have been pretty cautious with concussion. So if the symptoms were popping up the next day, there may not necessarily be enough time for him to clear by Sunday, just given all the progressions he has to go through. But if this is his first concussion, which I think it sounds it is, the likelihood of him being able to turn around pretty quickly is high. But whether that'll fall on Sunday or suddenly it's Monday or Tuesday next week when he's able to get through, so a lot has to remain in terms of how he progresses, and we'll see, get a sense of how much he's practicing come the next couple days.
Doc, I want to go back to the statement you made about Nick Bosa with 12 days being kind of along the lines of where you want to be coming off a groin injury. The groin was the injury for Charvarius Mooney-Ward, and he was not able to get back into the game last weekend. So am I to take that you're pessimistic about Mooney-Ward, who is, by the way, needed when you're going against Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, no, and I do get a little bit concerned about that because, especially where he plays, there's a lot more speed, a lot more sprinting, a lot more cutting. So you definitely need to be fully healed at that position, as opposed to, even though Bosa is doing a lot of cutting and sprinting, he's not doing that open field work. So that is a little bit more concern, especially against the defense where he against an offense where he's going to be running a lot throughout the course of the game.
One for the NBA, Doc, before we let you go. Klay Thompson comes out and plays 20 minutes in the opener. They're trying to slowly graduate his minutes. Is this something that you think will be over the course of a week, a month, or somewhere in between?
I think probably be somewhere around 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, it was without any scrimmage over the summer based on what was reported. A lot of the live game action or a lot of this full intense stuff is going to happen in the game. So I think they'll slowly ramp him up over 4 to 6 weeks. And it was interesting watching him. I mean, he looks great from a skill standpoint. But if you watch him drive in the lane a couple times, that confidence that comes from scrimmaging, he almost seemed a little bit hesitant with some of those plays. So I think they'll probably be slowly getting him that experience over the next 4 to 6 weeks. And then potentially see the same plan he saw last year. Maybe not have him play back-to-backs, or maybe have 3 to 4 games in a short stretch just to kind of give him that load management. But mechanically, he looked great out there. Just I think that confidence is going to come with time, and you never know, like, when those demons creep back up from those injuries. Is it going to be suddenly the middle of the season where he gets hesitant again? So I think everyone just has to have patience with him. But I feel that if anyone can kind of push through the second season back, it's going to be Klay.
Doc, who plays basketball on Friday night?
Oh, on Friday night, I'm going to go with my standby, Kevon Looney.
Okay, Kevon Looney.
Solid standby.
Kevon Looney plays basketball on Friday night. That's going to be fantastic. Nikola Jokic will be there as well. Doc, thank you. Great to have you.
Awesome. Take care, guys. Yep.
All right, there he goes. That's Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Coming up next, America's newest and most favorite television personalities will stop by and join us. Also, there's something to be said about Joe Lacob. He gets a lot of compliments, but maybe none bigger than this one. Wonder what you think about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't have an ego.
It was an epic night at Chase Center.
This is a long, long journey, and such an amazing honor to be able to celebrate our 4th banner, 7th in franchise history.
Hear the players, coaches, front office, and every game.
Klay fires away. 3-ball on the left sideline. Klay Thompson starting to look like Klay here.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Warm in Hayward today, highs near 86.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, again, America's favorite television stars are going to be in here shortly. It's very, very exciting. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. We can't wait to do that. Shasky, though, earlier today said something kind of caught my attention because it's one of those things that, you know, you get excited as a fan and, you know, like, Steph Curry is the greatest thing that has ever happened to mankind and creation. You're like, is that just because we live here and we're fans? Maybe it is, because I don't think they think that everywhere.
We love hyperbole when things are going great, or when things are going bad, we like to go the other way. Fire Kyle right now.
Exactly.
All
so
that.
he starts working through Lacob's resume through 12 years of Warriors ownership. And if you've been a Warrior fan for a minute, it's also amazing because you know what he inherited. You know where this organization has been. You know where it was. It was, through the years, often one of the laughing stocks of the NBA. And so he acquires this team, and it's way too simplistic to just say, yeah, like he's had it for 12 years and they've won 4 times. Amazing. Great job. He goes, no, go further. Probably the biggest, well, maybe second biggest, outside of LeBron when he went to Miami, but one of the biggest free agents in the history of the sport. And they landed him, and they landed him at a time where it was unthinkable that they would land him, but they did. And he oversees one of the greatest individual careers that we've ever seen. That would be Steph Curry. Certainly one of the greatest coaching resumes that we've ever seen. But then go further, go into the community. The Warriors, and I love this line, Shasky goes, the Warriors have opened up a waterfront arena in a city where I can't get a permit to put up a fence in my backyard.
It's classic.
Fantastic. And it's not just you open arena. You did it on the water. Then there's Thrive City. That spills into that whole neighborhood, which has been birthed in all kinds of unbelievable ways. What you look at this ownership doing, he got himself to a point where he goes, this might be, and it's only been 12 years, but is this like the greatest ownership run in all of sport? Ever.
I mean, it's easy for me to say.
Not a ridiculous statement.
Come on, Shasky. And I was going to try to rib him in the changeover about this notion and say, hey, Joe, there's already a Joe Lacob. You try to be Joe Lacob Jr., Joe Lacob III, Joe Shasky III. Right. But when you think about it, and I take aside the friendly ribbing that was going to be issued, he might be right. And even if he's not right, he's not that far off, because think about how bad this organization was under Chris Cohan and Bobby Rowell when he was the VP and running things. And it was a GM in and GM out, coaching changes constantly, blown draft picks around the clock. This team was a laughing stock. The high water mark in the past 25, 30, 40 years since Rick Barry won a chip was a team that won one playoff series. Think about We Believe. You stunned Dallas, great. Then you lost in 5 to the Jazz. And that's your high water mark. And I know that Mully run TMC, they had their brief run. But again, you didn't even make it to a conference final. Right. And this guy buys the team and with such braggadocio nature saying, we're hanging banners, we don't, and everyone, he gets booed on the Chris Mullin jersey retirement, and he trades Monte, and everyone's outraged, and then slowly but surely, he hires the logo, and, they put people in position. You get Rick Welts, who is an NBA OG. He turns the business side around, and Bob Myers and Jerry West, they turn the on-court side around. You bring in Mark Jackson, who helps to jumpstart the rebuild, and then Steve Kerr. You get Steve Kerr to choose the Warriors over the Knicks, and think about that.
Yep.
If Steve Kerr would have loved New York and wanted to go to be the New York Knicks coach, maybe none of this ever happens. And now you look back, ring night, 4 chips in 8 years and 4 since he took over. He might be the best owner in sports history.
It's almost like Disneyland, and here's what I mean by that. When you go to Disneyland, here's why Disneyland is different than other amusement parks. They have thought of everything. The little speakers where you hear the music as you approach a ride are not just speakers. They've built them into the fabric of what that ride is.
Right.
If you go to Big Thunder Mountain, like the speaker is an actual Red Rock, and every little stone has every bit of thought that goes into it, every blade of grass.
It's like Augusta.
Do you know?
And
Exactly. It's exactly
Totally.
like that. You've thought of everything.
Yeah.
Augusta, why are the wrappers around the sandwiches green?
Yeah.
Because if they get loose, you can't see them on TV in
Why
front
are
of the grass.
pebbles in the crosswalks on the holes green? Because they don't want them to stand out.
There you go. So go to a Warrior game as a fan, and you can feel it. It's not, hey, Steph plays here and they're good. There are a lot of basketball teams that are good. But when you go to a Warrior game or you cover the Warriors or whatever, you can feel like every little thing has been considered, and it's done in a classy way. And the reason this ends up being amazing to me, this is not to sit here and just heap praise upon a corporate partner here of 95.7 The Game. This is to say, how many organizations in sports go to any sport? Do you know how hard it is to get fans? Joe Fan, not the guy in Seattle who used to cover the Niners, just Joe
Nice.
or Bob Fan.
You're writing your own jokes.
Right?
I like
The
that.
now. Any regular fan. Do you know how hard it is to get them to be like, you know what I love about this team? The owner.
Yeah.
I love the white billionaire who runs my team. He's great. Who does that? Nobody.
Patriots, maybe.
Patriots, maybe.
Robert Kraft.
Right, but also, ew. What are you doing in massage parlors? Like, it's just...
Yeah, but they win. If
they
you're a
win.
fan, I mean, if that's your predilection, you're not offended as long as you win. Now, if they go 5-12 this year, which they won't, but all of a sudden now you're mad at Robert Kraft for doing what he does.
But think about
and
in
marrying
sport,
teenagers.
right? Like, let's even just do our teams, okay? 49er ownership. You're kind of like, okay, you know what I mean? Like it, right?
It's turning it around.
It's turning it around,
Yeah.
but it's not perfect by any stretch. Hell, go to the ownership levels of the two baseball teams. Ugh. Like seriously. Really, like high
the
level.
Giants is an interesting one because politically, there are people who agree with what he does politically. The majority of people don't agree.
Right, but it's not even that. It's not even the aisle. Like, again, third donation to Herschel Walker, who's over here just making stuff up. To me, it's not Republican, Democrat. It's just wackadoodle. Like, you're way, way, way over there, and you're a nut job. And you keep saying you're going to stop doing it, and you keep doing
can't stop, won't
it.
stop.
So that's annoying. I don't need to talk about the A's. We've done that. Like, we know about that ownership and how they've sold every fan out in ways where it's almost like they're trying to make things bad for you over there.
Intentionally driving you away.
Like, it is hard to have billions of dollars and run a business in a way where it's like we're trying to make money and I'm a billionaire and I'm essentially trying to get money from you, the everyday person, and have us like you. That's hard.
Right. It doesn't have to be about likability. I want to like what you do with the product. And maybe when Larry Baer was the principal face of the ownership, it was quote unquote better because at least it felt like Larry Baer wanted to win. And I know he still is part of the ownership group, but he's not the principal owner anymore. And this Giants ownership, I'm not sure if they share that same passion for winning that Larry Baer did.
We're about to find out.
We sure are.
We're about to find out. And,
But you see Joe Lacob courtside, and he's pumping the fist.
That's what I'm saying, man.
The guy's desperate for victories.
Right. Like, and this guy, a few days before ring night, trots out Jordan Poole, and you're like, whoa, they did it. And before you could even call your friend and go, did you see what they did with Jordan Poole? They're like, splabow, we gave you Wiggins too. and our payroll is going to be $500 million. Hashtag I actually don't think it will be, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In fact, when I said what I said last Saturday, boy, this probably means that Draymond Green is not a long-term option for the Warriors. So many fans hit me up and went, you're wrong, because this team signs everybody every time. And I don't know that that's true.
They didn't sign GP2.
Exactly. So
or OPJ.
Right, and those are obviously lower level deals.
Or
but
Kelly Oubre.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
But they tried to get Kelly Oubre, and they were willing to pay $80 million for something that didn't even work.
My God.
The point is that as a fan, you look at this, and your faith in them doing the right thing, the best thing for you, the fan, is at the highest level in the industry, bar none.
Yeah.
And that's all you can ask for.
And you'd be hard-pressed to find another owner who's been so successful in so many different facets. Because look at the team, fine. The team has won, great. But then look at Chase Center.
Yeah.
He built, what they built, and I don't know, it's always he. Peter Guber obviously played a big role, and hundreds of other people. But Joe Lacob is the face of the ownership group. And you get credit for the winning product, but then you look at Chase Center, and boy, on display again last night. We were there on Monday, Steiny and Goose sliding in. We were there as well. That place is a spectacular venue.
It's just unbelievable.
Not only that, but where it is, too. in that spot in the city. And I'm so glad, Steiny, as we bring you guys in, I'm so glad that they got denied their initial spot. They wanted to be out here on the Embarcadero.
On the pier, yeah.
Yeah, when they had Ahmad Rashad out there fronting that press conference. And I was like, please, dear God, don't build there. I love the Embarcadero for what it is. And the stadium fits so much better where it is now anyway.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't want to go bloop, bloop, but I told you that story about Gavin Newsom bumping into, because he was there
the
too
mayor
that
at the
day.
time. Yeah.
32. They had this big press conference.
Shout out Ozzy.
And so I'm out one night with, there's going to be a lot of bloops, Sal Castaneda. And we're at this place, and here comes Gavin Newsom. And Sal and Gavin Newsom go way back because they're both San Francisco guys. Anyway, I'm a little loose. And I go, hey, let me ask you a question. I had a question for you. He's like, yeah.
Wait, do you become a caricature of yourself when you
so
drink?
great.
Does that happen? I've never gone drinking with you.
Remind me to tell you about Salt Lake sometime.
God, no.
Do tell.
No, God.
Yeah.
Actually,
It's
technically.
He left me in a bar.
So
Left
anyway,
me in
I'm
a
like,
bar.
come on, 30-32, you know that wasn't going to work. Larry Ellison tried to turn that into something he couldn't. If Ellison couldn't, what were you thinking? He goes, well, I wanted to get the ball rolling. We knew it was a long shot, but we wanted to get the ball rolling. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, ball got rolling.
Yeah, it did.
They're rolling
Yeah, it did.
downhill fast now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I really wanted to give you guys the intro that you deserve. We wanted to stop talking about Joe Lacob because there are two bigger stars now in the room, and that would
Draymond?
be that would be the two of you. Congratulations on making TNT. Please, look, we're friends. What were the royalties for your appearance last night? Please don't leave anything out.
Steiny, you want to go first, or can I tell them what we were together, and my phone blew up, it kept blowing up.
2 texts.
At the
And I
game.
gotta be honest,
At the ship.
I said, because we weren't watching, the way the phone reacted and people, I said, did I record an interview and forgot? Like I thought my face was on there. So when I went and watched it, it didn't say Guru or Steiny. So, nobody knew who the voice belonged to.
Well, for those of you who were not blessed with this unbelievable piece of television in American history, Sam Lubman is standing by so that everybody can hear what happened on TNT pregame last night.
I never once thought no one would hear about it. Nothing stays in-house these days. Everything gets to the media.
A video came out of Draymond Green at practice.
TMZ released this video, Draymond punching Jordan Poole.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had.
That's not like one of those fights where you come back and you're great buddies.
This is a bigger story than anyone wants to admit.
If I were him and I did that, I would say, you know what? I don't even deserve to be at ring night.
I actually woke up to the video. Once I woke up to the video, I don't know if the dynamic necessarily changes or not, because you never really know people's opinions right away. So you get at the time, you give it some time.
Okay, the dramatic video combined with both of your voices being turned into echoes, I'm telling you,
don't change on me, Steiny.
That is addicting right there.
It's big time is what that is. It's big time.
Do we have that effect in the other room? They just do their show today with the whole echo thing and maybe some dramatic horror film music underneath the entire show? I would love that.
The beauty is that
Steiny
Guru has
Guru.
a statement from every different direction, from every opinion possible and angle. It's not hard to edit something with you.
Yeah, that's too funny.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, what'd you get? What'd you get for that?
Well, let's move off that.
Wait, 5,000?
Not a penny
We're
would be the
uncomfortable.
answer.
10,000?
I'm worried about Willard.
20,000?
I forgot to bring this up yesterday.
30,000?
Please, I wouldn't be here.
You're not worried about me. Stop it.
Yeah.
I think we're rubbing off on you.
In what way?
You're starting to rip people.
Yesterday,
You're starting to.
I forgot to bring this. You guaranteed the Niners would not be 3-5.
Yes.
Like, that is unusual for you. You don't usually make that kind of definitive statement. Like, that's a big-time prediction.
I make definitive statements all the time.
No, not like this.
Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah,
give me the last one.
Farhan's amazing. It's definitive.
No, that's different.
That's definitive.
No, that's different.
Wait,
It's a definitively
this is going to be...
But I said before, last night's game. Liquidate all assets.
He did.
Warriors minus 6.5. I'm like, I go put everything you own on the Warriors minus 6.5.
Man.
I go, the Lakers are the stupidest.
I got a little
franchise.
nervous, though, when the Lakers
I
started bringing it back.
know, Wiggy. I'm like, thank you, Wiggins.
Right.
I'm like, we just hit a couple threes and make them go away. But that was definitive. Why? What else?
No, that was it. No, I don't. You usually don't do that.
49ers, I don't know if they'll be 5-3, but they're not going to be 3-5.
So, well,
they're not going to be.
They're not the
they'll
Rams.
beat the Rams in a must-win for you.
I do not think winning this weekend is off the table.
No, I don't
by any
either.
stretch.
I don't either.
I do not like.
But it's after that week.
Right now.
Listen. When the emotion of a fan is involved, we lose sight of this. Here's one thing. And part of it is because for the first time in my life, not only did I do well in a survivor pool, I won one.
Oh.
But furthermore, it's over by week 6. And I want everyone to know what that means. That means effectively more than half the games that people sat down and went, well, that's a win for sure. Forget the spread. All I got to do is find one team to win a game. Wow. More than half of the time you did that this year, the team lost. So we lose sight of that when you're a fan of a team. But the idea that the Chiefs can be beaten, the Colts beat the Chiefs.
Anybody can be
the
beaten.
49ers can absolutely. This is a hard game for the Chiefs.
Raiders should have beat the Chiefs.
And the
But
Rams.
this is the best team the Niners have played.
Yes,
clearly.
yes. And the Rams put another offensive lineman on IR today.
Jesus.
They're a sieve. And if Nick Bosa's playing, Stafford's going to die. Like, again, I'm not calling 5-3, but I'd be shocked if they lose them both.
I guess that's why I was surprised, because you do know, like, the 49ers probably lost 3 games that people thought they were going to win.
Yep.
So, because of that, I would think you wouldn't say something so definitive.
They're not losing 3 in a row.
And I
too
think,
good to lose 3 in a
what
row.
we talked about before is the margin of victory being closer than it has been since the merger, which speaks to what Mark's talking about. The various nature of parroting the NFL has never been more prevalent, where any team can beat any other team at any given time.
It's real.
The only team not to fall victim to that is Philadelphia right now.
Yeah, who should have lost to Kyler Murray in Arizona if he knew when he slid what down it was. Can I take a second to defend myself before we get to last night?
I didn't know anybody was attacking you, but go ahead.
Well, this morning, my brother, our brother.
Bonte Hill, Bonte and Joe.
Yeah, well, Shasky.
Of course.
Oh, yeah. So, Willard, I grew up. Ronald Tillman's aunt worked for the Golden State Warriors. She was security at the Coliseum.
Okay.
So we used to catch the BART, 8, 9 years old, constantly to Warrior games. J.B. Carroll, Chris Washburn, Sonny Parker. I grew up a dub. It's in my veins. All okay?
Joe barely cares.
We had I did a little radio show to where I said the playoffs for Warrior fans was, and I'm not ashamed of it, I would adopt a team because the Warriors were never in the Alls. So it got to Shaq and Kobe. So on the airways, I had fun, one of the greatest duos ever. So Shasky holds me to that. So this morning, he was having fun with me.
You're a Laker fan.
You're a Laker fan.
Yeah.
And I ain't no Laker fan. That's on my boy Handy yesterday. But listen, I'm going to go Daniel Snyder with my little brother Shasky. You got to leave old Goo alone, because I have that rap album, that Joe Shasky rap album. And if you poke the bear one more time, I'm going to drop it. And I'll just leave that there.
Wait a minute.
I got the Joe Shasky rap. I ran into somebody. They love the game. They love Butch. And he goes, you heard that?
Hold on a minute. Are you saying that Joe Shasky has rapped and he made an album?
I got the album. I got songs and verses. So, Joe, I'm going Dan Snyder on you.
Joe Shasky. He's got info on Shasky. He's dropping his rap album.
This is GWA. This is Guru and Attitude. You're going to do the solo.
I'm going Dan Snyder.
You're going to go. Right?
I could give you a verse, but I won't. But Butch, if you're listening, I love you. Lay out that Lakers stuff, because if I released him, boy, and he got some talent, but you would just be like, Joe.
You're saying he's got flavor, but it's vanilla.
How do you have this and everybody
Because the person that brought this to me was like, you want to hear it? I was like, send me a couple more. So I got it on my little Rolodex 30. Blackmail. But he ain't bad. Yeah. So, Joe, if you're listening, your boy's got the bars. So.
I think I'm going to poke Joe enough to poke you some more so that we can hear this out.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Daryl Snyder on line one.
Oh, man.
Daryl Snyder. That's incredible. And I do appreciate you listening to the changeover.
Right, this is my favorite.
And they're
You guys
listening
the
to this
best.
change. And I was telling them, because today I had to get on Bonte a little bit. He's like, oh, look at you guys in here early. I'm like,
what?
early?
Did he go there?
He did. Yeah. We
They
walked
were
in the
late.
exact same time we walked in every
King of the
day.
Hill went there.
Yeah, he did.
And I told him, I said,
He tried to flick us out of the room. I'm like,
I said, we need to get to it because these changeovers are maybe my favorite parts.
That's mine,
You guys,
for sure.
You know, you guys would go 11 because they even said, hey, you guys went long yesterday. And I'm like, because the changeover's fire
Can I
now,
say
you know?
this publicly now since I know Bonte's listening? I got nothing but love for anyone, but this man had the gall to look at us and go, I thought our show was 6 to 9. Yet you're still sitting here at 9:26.
I missed that
during
this
our
morning.
show.
Oh,
It's
man.
12:09.
Yeah.
Our show's over. We're still here.
Yeah.
Like why? Like it's gonna bleed in both
I
directions.
did hear
my
Bonte
brother.
picking at your fight with Steiny. He
What the-
brought
like,
that
come on.
He
What
brought
are-
that up this
what are we
morning.
doing? Anyway.
With the Belichick and the coach is better than
Yeah,
Kyle.
That was good nature.
Yeah,
Right,
not
that
bad,
was
Steiny.
good
I
nature.
appreciate
I
that.
think I
was
got a
good
kick
nature.
out of it.
And,
We love you.
and Belichick is washed. But anyway, no, listen, now I want to hear the rap album.
Yeah, but it's going to take some bread.
I'll respond on something that's not actually the tenor of what they were saying about you. It is illegal now to have more than one team.
Oh, no doubt.
You cannot be.
I will not be your friend.
Listen, I texted my brother-in-law the other day because he is a two-teamer.
Oh, you can't.
And I can't
Parlays
stand it.
only.
When the Dodgers lost over the weekend, my family, we celebrate. Okay, we celebrate these things. My parents live in L.A., but they are Giants fans. My sister is one of these people who's now been sucked into a family that's all confused with one another all the time because she married somebody who is a Rams fan.
Great.
He was a Chargers fan when the Rams left, but now he's re-rammed up because the Rams are back. His son, listen to what their son...
Re-rammed up.
Right. His son is a Rams fan, but... is a Giants fan. Like, they've gone multi-sport.
Yeah.
He's gone mom's
I'm
side
out.
baseball.
What do you mean you're
Anyway, point being
I
is...
couldn't be their friend.
But I want to go SPCA on you.
They live in Orange County.
Right.
So now they can't drive all the way to Dodger Stadium, so they start to like the Angels. So my brother... 2002 in my face with rally sticks draped in red from head to toe.
Russ Ortiz.
Like, you're a Dodger fan. Don't be a two-teamer. And so when the Dodgers got knocked out this weekend, they're texting. My sister goes, thank God my husband's not here so I can celebrate the Dodgers' loss. Like, why does he care? He's an Angels fan.
Wow.
Guy's closet is filled with red. Don't be a two-teamer.
Well,
it is illegal.
Couple things here. One, I believe in the SPCA adopt a team. So, like, we're in a situation now where we've all kind of baseball.
Momentarily, though, but not for years.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
have your team spay or neuter, too, please, if you
Thank
wouldn't
you,
mind, Bob
Barker.
Barker.
Thank you.
The other thing is there are situations where you can switch teams. Like, if you're a Raider fan in the Bay Area, you don't have to stay a Raider fan.
Totally.
So if Orange County's too far away, he could switch to become a Dodger fan.
You can switch, but you can't
Can't be a
hedge.
two-teamer.
You
Okay.
can't
No,
be like,
that's
whichever
terrible.
one does good, I'm going to be a fan of that. Like, yes. you
Just
can
I look at
adopt-
Mr. Philadelphia to my left.
Yeah, if you want to adopt the Padres this year because they beat the Dodgers, adopt the Padres. You have 1 month on your ticket, and then it expires.
It's like a Eurail
King
pass.
fans in
Not-
Sacramento for the last 16 can adopt a team. It lasts one playoff.
Yeah.
And
and
do
then,
what you do.
and then you got to move on. But if you keep it year in and year out, you get ejected.
Yeah. And you
That's
would wear
illegal.
that Giant A's hat
Oh,
that
God.
Kozamores used to promote.
No.
Disgusting. What about a guy who hasn't been a fan of a team that happens to be from his area where he grew up,
The rat
and
on
now
the
that they're
table.
good, now he becomes a fan of that team again.
Two of them.
Yeah.
Look at he just owns it. I love him. He says,
Talking about you,
Yeah, the
Steinmetz.
fighting
It
fields.
just makes a noise.
Eagle green sweater today. Look at him, undefeated.
We back, baby.
We back.
If you show up with an Embiid gamer on, we're going to have an issue. Or a Bobby Clark Flyers sweater.
Honestly, I would like to see the Eagles win it. The Phillies I don't really care about. But I'm only an Eagles fan if they win it all.
See,
That's the bottom line.
But is he really being real?
That's adopt a team though. Like
But
we,
that's-
like in the
that's
Super
what
Bowl.
we hate.
Every year we adopt a team in the Super Bowl.
No doubt.
I adopted
You
the
have
Bengals
to.
in February. I'm like
Cincinnati
Bengals.
for me
Here
last
we
year.
go.
All right.
Cincinnati Bengals. Right, we were going to be the team of black and orange.
You tried
we
to
did
bury
that on
the
the
Rams
Yeah, exactly.
prematurely.
I did.
Yeah.
I did all year long. It didn't work. But yeah, you're allowed to do it in moments. But if it holds year to year, you're doing something wrong.
I came in this morning,
Something
Steiny
wrong.
looked at me. He goes, what's with you? Why are you excited? But last night, if you looked at the Warriors, who didn't have their A game.
Not even close.
But dude, Clay looks like he never was hurt. Wiggins is just Mr. Reliable. Poole
Think of
is
that
just
statement.
Poole. Like Wiseman showing life. It's just like
They're so
an
good.
embarrassment. They're so good.
They're so good.
That's all.
And
That's my takeaway.
They shot 45% from the floor. They had 18 turnovers, and they could have won by 30 against LeBron.
Dude.
And Mark had a big
that roster though.
And you talk about
I heard y'all
opinions.
this one. Yeah.
Mark coming in hot on Russell Westbrook too.
Did you hear what he said? Go ahead.
Mark was saying,
All-star?
I mean, what the most not disgusting? What word did you use in terms of Russell Westbrook?
He
Absolutely.
went to the rack.
Yeah, he always goes to the rack. And then when he finally makes one, he starts screaming at poor
I
people
like-
in
I
the
heard about that. I like that,
but listen, I like that.
Rock the baby.
No, but I like that if there's a true sort of back and forth going on. These fans were all looking at him. They're like, we didn't say anything. Like, there are two players on your team that are more recognizable and better. You're not good. Like, we're not worried about you. We want
You're
you
on
to
the
shoot, Russ.
downside. I get it.
Like, keep shooting, dude. Like, stop yelling at people. It was just weird.
I don't think Westbrook can play any better than last night, and he stunk.
Right.
I
He stunk.
agree. He's
18-7-7 last year. I went home, watched the game. Reggie Miller defending them with the 18-7-7.
If you're two UCLA guys.
If your goal's to
Didn't
win,
make the connection.
if your goal is to win in the NBA, it can't be on your team.
Of course not.
It can't be on your team.
Then why is he? Did you hear what he said about Darvin Ham? He has a strained hammy.
Yeah, he blamed him for the injury.
You got to go, Russ.
If he goes to fill in the blank team that's not very good, he could average 40. He could lead the league in scoring. He could go 10 for 38 every night and lead
He'd
the
be
NBA
happy.
in scoring.
He would be
thrilled.
happy.
Am I right, Goo? Like, there's no way you can ever.
But I did like him yelling to the crowd.
There's no way.
He loves Westbrook.
There's
That's
no
because
way.
he's a Laker.
I'm glad you brought this up. I'm glad you brought it up because there's no way in sports you can ever blame an injury on a coach. Am I
That
right?
was hard. But he wants out. Look at you. That's pretty good. You going Kyle on me? That's pretty good. I see what you're doing with it.
Blaming it. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Mark
Go ahead.
doesn't have a rap album, so you're going to have to find other dirt
So we got
on
a
him.
rat on the tape. I can bring up Durant, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't like the way you started.
Yeah, that's scary. This got
Okay,
weird.
so we're on our voices are on the Draymond doc.
Yes, we have.
And I know what he brings. I didn't agree with the punch, but I come in today. I was at the play up there with the Pigeons. I was in the facility last night, so I was up high. So I come in this morning on Twitter, and Killian tweets out an embrace with LeBron and Draymond.
And the video.
So I missed it. But if you look, he called out LeBron. Forget the score. But your teammates are right there. And if you look at their faces, I don't know what Andre was doing. Like, Dibs, I'm not happy this happened, but I put myself in the teammate's shoes like, that I wouldn't do that to you, Willard and Steiny. Like, I'll catch up with him in the tunnel. But to call out Bron and then give him a dap after what just went down, like, I know I'm a 50-year-old man. Am I wrong for thinking, dude, that you ain't reading the room?
In game,
am I a hater?
No. In game, you don't need to do that. Hey, LeBron. It's one thing for Jordan Poole and JTA. They had a tie-up.
Right.
They help each other up. They dap each other. Quick hug. Former teammates in the heat of the battle. That's one thing. Draymond goes out of his way. Hey, LeBron, did you see my documentary? And you do know what Andre Iguodala was doing.
Yeah.
He was pantomiming. I'll just say Ray J and Kim Kardashian.
Wow, man.
That's all I'll say.
Think?
I think that the Warrior bench looked very, very annoyed. That's what I think. And so I think it's hard in these situations for us. It's not It's not about our.
Okay.
I keep saying this.
And
it's
I
the same
keep
thing with the
go
punch.
ahead,
It's
man.
not about our moral code, what would have worked when we were in high school, even our opinion. What I look at in situations like that is I try to read what are the opinions of the people who matter? Yes. And all we can do is read their faces.
Or their hands.
The same way, or their hands. Yeah. But the same way that the faces of Steph and Kerr and Bob Myers looked exasperated in their press conference 2 weeks ago, the look on the bench, Iguodala's flat making fun of him, and the rest of the team looks just
Wiggins'
annoyed.
face was like, man.
Annoyed is what they look like.
And this is kind of where I'm at. And I said this, if Iguodala did that, and that's really what he did.
Yep.
It's all this team cannot win it. If that's really what's going on, if Draymond, if that's a defiant,
you've seen the video 5 or
Draymond,
6 times.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think that he's doing with his hands?
I think that's what he was doing with his hands.
And the thing about that, Steiny, not to cut you off, is he's sitting next to Steph Curry.
And then
so
they say
he's doing that gesture basically for an audience of Steph. Like, look, get a load of this guy, Steph. This is what. This is what.
But again,
Draymond's
I'll go
doing.
back to Steiny's point. What I said didn't matter. It matters now as the scoreboard. So they dusted the Lakers last night. Again, I asked you this yesterday, Steiny. At what point do you think that becomes bigger than the opponent if they obviously moved on? They're going to practice today.
See, I don't know that they moved on. Because, now, if somebody asks me what I think of the Draymond thing, it's like, you know what? I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. He looks a little defiant. Apparently LeBron or somebody had the greatest joke in the history of jokes.
Yep.
He's laughing in front of the team. So is that something? Is it not? Looks like some teammates seem to be over Draymond.
Right.
It looks like could be pushing the envelope a little. I don't know.
In a vacuum,
I don't know.
Probably not a big deal. If there was no punch, no leaked video, no documentary, no press conferences, if none of that happened, this would have been a minor thing. I don't even know if Iguodala does the two-fisted salute, but because everything's happened leading up to it.
Let's also remember there have been persistent rumors about Draymond and the Lakers. And
Clutch Sports.
And Clutch Sports, and then Pickleball were business partners. And so at a certain point, could this team be looking at this guy? And just, again, to go into their head for a second and guess, that's all this is. But are they like, dude, you want to go play with LeBron? Play with LeBron. Get the hell out of here.
Do to Draymond what Draymond did to KD. Essentially.
We're teammates, man. We're trying to do something. And you're in front of the world saying we're all teammates. We're going to try to do something. We're going to be professional. If this is where you want to be somewhere else and you think is so wonderful like LeBron James and you just put him on that pedestal, like Steph Curry is 3 seats away from you and he's every bit the icon that LeBron is.
No doubt. Who was on the bench as well.
If you love that guy so much, you go.
And you know what? I'm speaking for myself, but this is to the fans, the YouTubers, the Twitchers, and everybody. Again, I do not wake up, what did Draymond do? I don't hate any man or one man. Our job is to react and not be fake and ignore. And that's why I appreciate this station. Ignore subject matters. But when I saw that video, it made me feel some type of way of, hey, just 3 weeks ago, you were saying sorry. You were winning trust back. To me, that just wasn't cool. We got Matt Barnes on today.
Good.
And I'm going to ask him, at what point, Dibs, do you just kind of read the room and say, even if I want to chop it up with Bron, I ain't going to. He had to call Bron.
Yes.
Bron heard his name. And so it started right then.
Draymond's
you couldn't wait.
His MO is IDGAF.
And there it is.
I don't give a flying about my teammates, certainly the old media, and the new media, which apparently you guys are now a part of, thanks for leaving me behind.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about his coach, he doesn't care about any of it. And this is his approach to it. And so in that moment, and it's, LeBron, you're the funniest I've ever seen. Let's play pickleball.
And I think LeBron loved coming over there. It is you calling me over in front of your dudes?
Well, he's checked out.
Y'all beat me by 30, but I'm 1-0 in this. Because I know y'all uncomfortable. What's he doing over here?
LeBron, I said this morning, basketball and winning to him is now maybe 6th on the checklist. I know.
8 straight trips to the finals.
Look at the roster that he has supposedly put together.
Man.
Do you think LeBron James actually cares about winning a championship this year? He knows damn well they're not going to win the championship this year. They couldn't even make the playoffs last year. And please, I hope last night is the final nail in the coffin of this. Well, if they're healthy.
And a short
You're
series.
talking to me. I had a 4 seed.
Holy hell.
They got the Clippers tomorrow night.
Bobby Fitz said, I'll tell you what, this team in a short short series.
Somebody named Lonnie is playing point guard. They're
Lonnie
not good.
Walker,
They're not.
They said Reading,
From Reading,
PA.
Pennsylvania.
They are not.
You better be careful.
They are not a threat to do anything ever, even if all of them play
think,
all
Mark?
of the game. They are dust. And LeBron, he went to the Lakers at a time where he knew. And it's amazing that they even won one of those
Bubble chips,
championships.
yeah. Shout out
It's
Dodgers.
amazing they even did that. But it was known at the time that at least half of his motivation to go to L.A. was all the L.A. stuff.
Wow,
it was Bronny, it was business, it was Hollywood, and it was Lakers.
And that's
It
all
was
he
all
has
of those
left
things.
now. He has two things left. One is passing the cap, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and he could do it this year. I think he's about 1,500 points away. If you average 20
That's amazing.
over a full season, you get there. And the second thing, and I said this to you guys when we had our 51-week run.
I love how you know the numbers.
Yeah, of course. Playing with Bronny. So he's going to stick around until he can. And Bronny doesn't belong in the association as far as, the sources that I've talked to.
Lakers will sign him, though.
You're damn right they will.
Promise you they will.
You're damn right they will. And so that's LeBron's waiting for just those two things.
Wow.
That and the honor of playing alongside Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, which looks like a ton of fun.
I mean, I know this isn't a perfect analogy, but when the 49ers started the season and Trey Lance was starting, you always said, they're inviting this conversation. They're inviting it.
That's wow.
I kind of feel like that's where we are with the Warriors now and Draymond a little bit. Like, they just came in here, they got their rings, they played a great opener, put the Lakers away, top to bottom, they look good. But Draymond does that thing before the countdown, which, oh my gosh, to me that seemed ridiculously self-serving.
Right.
It was I, me. This is what I thought.
Turned him into the victim.
It was a turn-off. And then he does what he does with LeBron, and you want to talk about, where this team is, and Curry and Wiggins, but Draymond has a way of
I hadn't looked at it.
sponging the fun.
It's not a perfect comp, but I see the overlap for sure. The difference being, I think the Warriors assess it's like, well, we have to have him.
Yeah.
This is the evil that we need if we want to win the title. I don't think the 49ers didn't feel that way. Maybe they did. Right. Maybe they did, but again, if Trey Lance stays healthy, Trey Lance was going to remain the quarterback, and so if you didn't think you could win a title with Trey, then you already didn't think that you could win a title. So it's not perfect, but that's for now. At least that's the power that Draymond has. Like you can put on a pro and con list together. And the con can have 28 things. Yeah. And then over in the pro, it's got one. Can't win without him.
Right. And you're like, that's the overarching thing.
We get it. And I gave him his flower. We've all have for that.
Yeah.
But
one
this
quick,
ain't that.
Conspiracy theory on the way out the door. He knew this documentary was in production. That's why he punched Jordan Poole. For clicks.
Yeah. They went with them to Japan, right? The filming crew.
Yeah, exactly. So he's thinking, how do I get buzz for my documentary?
This is too conspiracy theory for me, but yeah, Dibs, you're now down the road of like he punched him for the doc, and then Draymond ran upstairs, got the video, and sold it to TMZ.
Hello? Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
That's new media.
Wow.
That would be very new
that's
media.
Pretty good.
The newest version of Steiny and Guru, television stars, next, 95.7 The Game.
It was an epic night at Chase Center.
This is a long journey, and such an amazing honor to be able to celebrate our fourth banner, seventh in franchise history.
Hear the players, coaches, front office, and every game.
Clay fires away. 3-ball on the left sideline. Clay Thompson starting to look like Clay here.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Affici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Affici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Affici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Affici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AfficiSF.com.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him. Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
And that's another three from Clay. The Warriors are heating up here at Chase Center, and I cannot believe you are not here to witness it. Ooh, steal by Draymond over to Curry from downtown. That's a new career high without you here to see it. Unbelievable. I'll tell you, Bill, how would it feel to not be here right now?
Crushing, John. Crushing.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Tickets on sale now.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Kendrick Nunn, the former Santa Cruz Warrior, throws the ball away. Looking for James on the baseline. Curry with the intercept. Chest pass to Poole. Catch and shoot three. Ridiculous. Wow. Darvin Ham has seen enough of that. Jordan Poole.
All righty, the Warriors, ring night, win over the Lakers, 123-109. And here's how I'm starting, Guru. Throwing it right at Warrior fans. Because I'll talk about anything. You know me. But you watch that game last night, Warrior fans, and what do you come out of it thinking? We got a shot to repeat. We're deep as hell. I like our young players. Steph Curry looks terrific. Andrew Wiggins, solid. But then there's Draymond Green hugging LeBron James. How big a deal is that? I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know. I don't like it. Doesn't seem like anybody likes it. I'm willing to overlook it. But the point is, why do we even have to discuss this player? Or maybe we don't. I don't have to talk about Draymond. I can talk about Curry.
No, I feel that.
And Wiggins and everybody else.
I'll tell you
happy
what,
to.
It didn't happen to the end, the Draymond thing. And if you're a Warrior fan
quarter.
or a Warrior teammate, help me out. You might be a bit irritated, but as much as we talk about him, and I'm going to get to the game, I just don't know if it is a big deal to his teammates and there is a cloud when it would rain. Because I'm looking at this team, and I was in the building, Steiny, 123-109. It wasn't even their A game, but I'm just thinking about, and I told you guys yesterday, a couple of days ago at the arena, Willard and Dibs, that Joe Lacob right now can't be touched. And it's a compliment to everybody in that organization. But now you just look at who's on the floor. And there's a heartbeat from James Wiseman. His career has started. Hopefully he stays healthy. You see Jordan Poole, who feel like he's just like he's got wings on. There's no pressure. He's secure in where he's going to be. And Wiggins never see a double team in his life again. This is the easiest basketball he'll probably play. And my biggest takeaway, Steiny, and for the people listening, is Klay Thompson looks like he never was hurt. Those things, he's just catching the ball, letting him go. And after I caught him late night when I went back and listened to him with Chuck, Ernie, and Kenny, he's talking about he trusts his legs. But with all that said, the Warriors have a culture. They're the smartest team in basketball. The down screens, the pick and roll. DiVincenzo looks like he's been here forever. JaMychal Green. Steiny, I'm going Beyonce. Hell yes, they can go back to back. I'm drunk in love with what they got. And it's just like, I could count 11 guys. There are going to be some nights, some guys may be playing their ass off, ain't going to get in. Like, that's where I'm at, Steiny. And
so Draymond, no factor.
They made a decision.
What'd you think about when you saw the hug this morning?
But listen, the punch set the bar for me. That was so foul that this is nothing to me. It's something, I didn't like it, but this is not the punch. So there you have it. If you can even follow me. Steiny, they told us as an organization, don't trip Guru and Steiny, Willard and Dibs, Bonte. We can get past this. And if they're going to choose to do that, I didn't like it last night. I'd have been pissed off if I was a teammate. But they won by 14. They were up 27.
So here's what I don't understand. You continue to say, well, I just don't know how that's going to manifest itself.
Right.
It's game one, and you just said, if I were his teammate, I'd be pissed off.
Right.
Game one. So, you don't think things can fester? You don't think if Draymond wants to be a distraction, he can be a distraction? Like, all I'm saying is, I think if they have an issue, and I don't know if they do. I didn't like what I saw last night.
I'm with you.
I just didn't.
But
and apparently Andre Iguodala didn't either. And now, here's what I wonder. Okay, you're Draymond Green, and you see that, and you see what Iguodala did. Now, what do you say, Draymond Green?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Look,
David West, a few years ago, Steiny told us they keep it in. This punch got out.
But that's because David West was the leader of that team and Steph. Draymond.
Fair point.
Draymond is not David West.
Like, he called that man's name over. And if you look at the faces, that a picture's worth 1,000 words, man. And I would never do that to you, Steiny. If I come on, man, the score don't even matter. And I know you look up to Bron, or he's your mentor, and you're with Clutch. But it's Golden State Warrior time, man. And the banner was raised, and you're gonna call them over now. Hey, since you brought Steiny, I just don't think. If you said some teammates are pissed off, they're not more pissed off than the punch. So if they can play and practice, I just feel like this locomotive of talent and I want to say unity, and they had an option to deal with them. This is just Dre being Dre.
Yep.
But I feel you.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out, because there were a lot of good things last night.
Man.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you the best player on the floor was last night.
Where are you going?
You tell me.
Jordan Poole.
What? He couldn't make a shot.
Well, the ones he made, you know.
Oh, they were
yeah. Friend of Steph.
Andrew Wiggins was unbelievable.
No doubt. I thought I was going to go Steph, but
Steph was really good, but he didn't shoot well enough from three.
He was 0-5 at one point.
Yeah, I mean, he'd make threes, big deal. He'll make them at 38.
40 for sure.
I mean, Wiggins was just. Wiggins is the guy. Like, Wiggins is the guy who can help them win if Steph doesn't play well, if those guys don't play well. I mean, he looks confident. He looks like he loves being the third or fourth option. There's not a lot of pressure on him. I think Wiggins looks great.
What shocks you about his maturation? Because I'm on record and I won't take the victory lap. Obviously, Minnesota knew he had athletically the gifts. But what do you think transpired for him to be?
I think it's Rasheed Wallace.
Wow, Steiny. And that one, or being the one or two,
exactly.
The mind is amazing.
No, it's not. I mean, it is. But do you think Andrew Wiggins can be the best player on the team?
Well, we saw that in Minnesota.
Right.
Yeah. But even then, when he wasn't and he didn't answer the bell, I never said, oh, this dude's a stiff. He had the tools, but now he ain't batting first or second. He's batting, fifth or sixth, and he's in a comfort zone. And now you look and just, this guy's got it all. He can defend. He's shooting a three. He can go. I mean, man, it's a lot to be excited for in Dub Nation. I know that was just one game. Sorry, that wasn't their A game by any stretch. The Dubs.
Well, you can't play your A game against a horse bleep team. They stink.
You know what? They're
not going anywhere. And I'm not overreacting. Let me tell you, by the way, you want to jump into the Warrior conversation. What are you going to take from last night's season opening ring night? Is it going to be Steph looking like Steph? Is it Andrew Wiggins looking smooth? Is it the young players? Is it Draymond Green hugging LeBron James? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation, either on the Xfinity mobile text line or on the regular old phone.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Thank you.
I'm your guy, too.
The Lakers.
Yeah. Who are the guys outside of Westbrook, LeBron, and AD?
Why would you even put Westbrook stinks? Do you know that? He stinks. He's a negative.
18-7-7 last year.
Right. And he stunk.
I'm having fun with you.
They stink. They're not going to be any good. And the reason they're not going to be any good is because half the time their offense is throw the ball to LeBron on the wing, jab step,
go ahead,
fade away three. They have no shooting.
At all. That's on LeBron and Pelinka.
It's not on LeBron. He's a player. It's on Pelinka.
Who was looking like
Joe
Rob Lowe
Lacob doesn't
last
let
night.
Steph Curry run the Warriors organization. Joe Lacob says no to Steph Curry once in a while.
So Jeannie Buss is not?
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Yeah, that roster is, wow, an imposter. My boy Handy had a look on his face like, bro, good luck.
Tom's in San Francisco. Hey, Tom, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, I just want to talk about what Draymond did. I think optics matter, and just the look on his team's faces reveals a whole lot about how they feel about him. I won't be surprised if he's traded before the season's up. Tom,
Thanks for the call. It's Tom. Talking about Draymond's hug of LeBron. Yeah. The bench didn't look pleased.
A lot of YouTubers didn't like it.
Something he thinks Draymond will be traded at some point this year. Wouldn't be the most shocking thing I've seen in sports. To me, if they trade Draymond, that would be less shocking than Wiggins getting an extension almost. Because I didn't think Wiggins was going to get an extension.
I didn't think Poole was going to get it. I thought they were going to play it out and see if he could follow up his great season last season. But the bag was on full display Saturday.
So I put a little description of each guy and how they played last night.
I love
the Warriors.
Okay.
Curry looked terrific, obviously. Klay Thompson. The guy can get shots off.
Okay.
The guy can get shots off.
I'm in love already.
To me, Wiggins looks just like a perfect three right now.
And you were right. He was the best one on the floor last night.
He can defend. He looks confident. He looks comfortable. Draymond, he was okay on the floor. Of course, he dominated it before the game. And then Looney, dynamite. Jordan Poole's Jordan Poole. Little erratic. Couldn't make a shot. 4 for 15, but made plays. And, I mean, can you imagine, like, how badly would the Lakers want a guy like Jordan Poole?
No doubt. Man.
Kuminga, not last night.
He's got his
Wiseman,
handles.
Wiseman
Back
was
up
tight.
to Kuminga, though, the handle. I thought you were refining so the Stephen A. Smith might have been on to something. Because that looks like, I know it was one game, but even the spin move in the lane, you're losing the rock. You need to get with Handy. I said you need to get with somebody to polish up. If you're going to be that guy, and you need to get your handles together, man.
Yeah, I don't think he's that kind of guy. He's not a good ball handler. Who else we got here? Wiseman. He was tight. A little tight.
He had 6, went to the rack, finished with a nice little touch.
No, for 4 from the line. Tight. He was tight. DiVincenzo looked fine.
Perfect, man.
I don't know about perfect.
I mean, he's just
okay.
He's like, this ain't Sacramento.
Well,
that's how he's playing.
But he
basketball.
also said after the game, this ain't Milwaukee. Because I don't see Giannis out here.
Why'd they get him out of there? Keep going.
Moody was the odd man out last night.
8 minutes.
That's not enough. Not enough, especially when Klay only played 20, so he's going to get bumped up. So who plays for this team? He played 11 guys last night. Who's in your rotation? If you got to cut a guy out? Now, here's the beauty. They're not going to have to cut a guy out. They're just going to...
Look at you.
They're just going to fill in who's not playing, and I think there's going to be some nights where... How many minutes JaMychal Green, by the way, JaMychal Green playing more than Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You bothered?
You're the greatest.
Are you bothered?
No, I'm not.
So JaMychal Green's like 38 years old.
And he's a grown-ass man. They need that. He reminds me of Porter. JaMychal Green is no punk. So, again, Kuminga was a fan favorite. I got it. I was on the team. I was on, the wagon. But Steiny, that summer league, it was like a frying pan hit me over the head. They gave him the license to be Durant, to be Giannis, and that's why I said these handles ain't where they need to be. Then when he ain't bringing it up in the post, he's doing that spin move into the defenders and losing the rock. Like, I don't know how much work he's put in. But you ain't getting no scholarship with these minutes now that this roster could go 11 deep.
You're going to get mad as the season wears on. Because Kuminga's your guy. And Wiseman.
Yeah,
although Wiseman's going to play.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And Poole was my guy, too.
There's something about Kuminga I don't think Kerr all the way embraces him clearly just yet.
Break it down.
He's too young. He's too young. They're going for a championship. He's too young.
So Stephen A. Smith.
Simple.
If Stephen A. Smith's report was correct and it came from somebody within the Warriors organization, it wasn't that he was young. It was that he was not putting in the work.
To me, that's the same thing. Young guys sometimes don't know how to work.
But somebody,
I'm not worried about Kuminga,
and I'm not talking about his future here, but you will not work your way in out of a rotation if you keep playing. And I thought that would wake him up if there was some merit to that report.
Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah,
Wakes you
Kuminga.
up?
No, I'm talking about Kuminga. Like, okay, where did that come from? Even like you got to get in the lab. That's all. I saw Jordan Poole in the lab. Moody's been in the lab. We told him. I saw him on Clutch Sports. He's working. I'm not saying JK's not, but I don't look. There's nothing adding to his repertoire, Steiny.
John's in L.A. Hey, John, what's going on, man?
Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
I heard you guys talk about Draymond earlier, and I lived in Oakland for a really long time, but had to move to L.A. But the people down here are talking about how Kobe would never do what LeBron did, so they're kind of pissed about that whole
Interesting.
On another side,
man.
And I've been hearing a lot of that down here, and so just a heads up, there's two sides to this story right now. So you guys have a good day. Keep it up.
Hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, me neither. We tend to look at things just from our point of view. Kobe. Yeah, Kobe wouldn't have done that.
There's no way.
Although, you know what? Let me and
Magic and Isaiah.
Kobe's the greatest.
Yeah.
I mean, well, not the greatest
I hated
player.
that. Yeah.
But I always thought that there's so many double standards
in life
going on.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, people in LA are mad because Kobe would have never done what LeBron did.
Right.
But it's okay for Kobe to smack Curry on the butt when Curry, turns him inside out and makes a three. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Michael Jordan. Oh, he's the hardest worker of all time. Nobody takes it serious. But he partied all the time.
But it did hurt him.
Maybe it did. Maybe he wins 8 titles. If he stays sober.
You do it with Shaq, remember?
It's true. The question is, and I don't think, of course, Jordan didn't leave anything on the table. I'm just saying.
If you're Kobe wouldn't have did it because he was getting his ass kicked by Dove something.
Yeah.
So when you see LeBron do that, just as a Laker fan, Stoney, I could see how a Laker fan would be like, you know what, you don't care.
Of course.
But we know he cares because he's playing his ass off at age 37, trying to at least.
209. Kuminga's 20. He'll get it.
All
yeah,
right.
he will.
Okay.
He will. I just don't. It's hard to play. It's hard for 20-year-olds to play on championship contending teams.
So
show me players that did.
All right.
Okay. Played a lot. 20, 21 years old. No college experience. 1 year college experience. Come right in. Boom. It's hard. Let's go to Warrior David. Warrior David's in Concord. And then we have, we got a guy who I guess met you last night.
Oh, I got it. We got some.
Shh. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, don't be a part of it.
Sorry.
What's up, baby?
I'm trying to get under you. Hey, how you doing? Go.
I'm doing great. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah. What's up, baby?
All right. I want to compliment Steve, and the reason is that our bench outscored him 41-24. The Lakers, their big guys all were in the 30s. Our guys were all in the 20s, except for Curry, and most of our guys had a minus on the plus minus off the bench. Most of our guys had a plus in the starting rotation, and I want to compliment Steve for giving the minutes like he said he was going to, and we're going to need that to develop our young guys. I'm out.
Yeah. Didn't hear much of me in there, but yeah, Stotty. The bench was this. Here we go. I know it's game 1, but strength in numbers is back. And again, I came in here, and I don't know why you could say you were puzzled or not, but this team is coming off a chip. So anybody that says they can't go back-to-back, I think that would be more surprising than ones that would be stunned if they did. But right now,
does anybody know anybody out there that's saying the Warriors can't win it?
No.
Yeah, so nobody's saying they can't win it. Of course they can win it.
So I was driving home like, why am I? Well, you lost Porter Jr. If you want to go there with the bench, Bielitsa and Gary Payton II. But DiVincenzo, it's one game, Steiny, but he just looks like he fits. JaMychal Green, he just looked like he fits. And that's the way that they play. What is motion offense? They just are smarter than the other teams, man. And Kuminga from the Xfinity mobile text line, just what you said, 209. Guru Kuminga will be fine. He's 20. Okay, I get it.
I read the 209 stuff.
Oh, I didn't know.
I said from the 209, Kuminga will be fine. He's 20. And then you just said...
I was thinking of Art from the Road Warriors who told me to tell you hello. I ran into him in the elevator.
Oh, Arthur Renowitz.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man.
Great guy. Yeah. Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. I guess he met you last night. Handle this one.
What up, hey?
And no interest.
Hey guys, I appreciate you taking my call. Yeah, Guru, you were kind of like you were in the zone, kind of walking somewhere, but I popped out. I was like, "Hey, Guru, big fan. Appreciate you. Whatever." So it was nice to meet you last night.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember you.
I was wearing
what was his name?
Black Warrior
Adam.
Curry jersey for the We Believe year.
There you. Hey, that was sharp.
Wait,
Appreciate
Steph Curry
that.
didn't play on We Believe team.
Yeah, but you can go ahead, Adam. What you got?
But I actually had a question for Steiny. What you're talking about in the sense of 20-year-olds being ready, and Kuminga got some stuff to work on. But in that same sentence, though, what do you think of? Like we said, it's one game. But what do you think of Moody though? Because I think this guy was. Yeah, I think this guy, with as much as Kuminga has to improve on, it's this kid Moody though is really good.
Yeah, I kind of like all three of their young guys. And, I think Poole's pretty good. I think Poole, again, Jordan Poole would be if the Lakers would have Jordan Poole, then I would say, they're going to be a problem. That's to me how good Jordan Poole is, even though he's not a great three-point shooter yet.
Right.
But you just look at the Lakers.
Good gosh.
The Warriors, they're just going to make 15 threes a game, and the Lakers can't.
You may laugh at this because I'm rooting for the team down I-80, Interstate 80, and that's the Sacramento Kings because I'm rooting for Mike Brown too. But if I asked you, you had to pick between, and this is where if I get to chuckle, De'Aaron Fox or Jordan Poole.
Poole.
So that ain't even, you're like, who wants to, I thought some people would be in here, I'm just wow. And that's how I feel, man. That's a major jump for Jordan Poole, man. Well, the dude's getting the bag in Sacramento.
Well,
he's Russell Westbrook they both can't shoot. Fox came in here with a lot of, I thought he would.
You have Fox higher than I do. Well, so when you say Jordan took a big jump, it wasn't that big. Wasn't that big.
Yeah.
But his numbers.
Oh, he stinks.
Numbers.
My shirt bothering you?
Yep.
It's par for the course.
Yeah.
But
somebody called David's show yesterday. The guy told David real quick, nobody likes a free T-shirt like you, David.
Ring night. Warriors champion. Yeah. But you'll be objective when it comes to criticism. Mm-hmm. Next segment. Hey, by the way, we got Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes at 1:30. And first question on Matt Barnes is, what'd you think of Draymond hugging?
No doubt. You want me to do it or you got it?
I got it.
It's
gonna be
get scared.
No, it's a legitimate question, so I'll take care of it. Why don't you ask him his favorite rapper?
I'm going to give you a 4. And that was off camera. Yeah, that's a 4. Had to lighten the mood, man.
All right. Next segment, everything, you know who it is. It's BMW Fairfield. They're now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. To book your visit, that's BMWFairfield.com. We'll be back to talk about the Warriors. They looked dynamite last night, no doubt about it.
Steph Curry and the Warriors embarrassed LeBron James and the Lakers on ring night.
Curry with the intercept, chest pass to Poole, catch and shoot 3, ridiculous. Pass to Clay, fires away, 3-ball on the left sideline, Klay Thompson.
I don't remember, man. I black out in those moments.
The champs are back.
1:58 to go, Wiggins again for 3.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Jamie's log. Progressive. The Harrington's backyard. Day 11, 4:43 a.m. The tent I set up in the Harrington's backyard to prove Progressive has 24/7 protection has a rip in it. But a little rain won't stop me. Mrs. Harrington says she totally understands 24/7 protection means 24/7. Gonna stay a few more days to make sure. It's hailing now. That's fun.
Progressive doesn't just offer a great price when you bundle home and auto. We offer round-the-clock protection. Just not literally from Jamie. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Texting
privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Westbrook goes up, and he's just roofed by Wiggins. Blocks the shot out of bounds, baseline left.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
You liking those, aren't you? Look at that smile on your face.
I saw it yesterday. I was going to say something to him.
And what were you going to say?
Nice haircut, because he had a fresh cut.
Just don't pant in front of him.
No. I'm over here fighting for my life. So when you say ask him his favorite rapper, people got a kick out of that. Right. You have to tell the people what that stems from.
Oh, because they think that's
we were at Chase Center Monday.
Racial overtones?
And no, not at all. And when Moses Moody came in, and I know how to lighten up the mood. You know, it was all silent. Everybody's awkward. I say, hey, who's your favorite rapper off air? So he said Pac, and again, Lil Baby right now.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Break the ice. But that was pretty good.
That was funny. Not me. You asking Moses that. 20. It's like, okay. And I don't want to make it about drinking. I'm just sitting there talking to Moses Moody.
Yeah.
And he's like been in his second year in the league. He's like 20 years old. I'm like,
you can't even
drink.
Wow. But he'd get in wherever he wanted to go. But yeah, I get you.
But you know what I mean?
That's amazing, man. That's little Daryl's age.
Look at somebody like him, and I put myself back in 20 years old.
I knew you used to do it.
And I was so irresponsible. Man. And you look at a guy like Moses Moody, and he's 20 years old, and clearly he already knows how to be a pro.
Yeah. No doubt, man.
I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't have too much talent, because I might have squandered it.
So you know how you always shout out your guys, Ed Lackman, Dan Daly.
I don't shout out Ed Lackman.
Yeah, but Rutherford's my go-to, 49er Frankie.
Of course.
I say Ron T to you, Willard and Dibs, about going to the Warrior game as 8, 9-year-olds, and I get an evil text, you using my government name. Well, Ron T, you'll never have to worry about your government name being mentioned again. I mean, what are people doing in the streets for the Carlos in San Jose? When you said his whole name, he texts me, it's Carlos in San Jose because you said his last name.
Right, but his last name was
What are people doing in the streets to where you can't say your government name? Come on, y'all, do better.
What's Carlos's last name?
I don't want to say it because he'll get mad.
You know what? And maybe this is it was very common.
Okay.
It was just it was like Ramirez, a Mendoza. Yeah. It was what else? Carlos.
Who are you?
Oh, I can't remember his last name.
Yeah, we can drop
Rivera, Rodriguez, something like that. I just cannot remember it. The water. Remember when I gave? Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Our guy, where Rich been?
Rich is basking in last night's Warriors win. Hey, Rich. Just give him the rings, huh? Give him the rings.
I don't know about you guys, but I am salivating after what I saw last night.
Man.
This team is so ready. The only thing I'm worried about is if the injury bug comes along. But right now, based on what I saw, this team is ready to go. I can't wait. I mean, did you guys see Steph Curry, that one move he did last night? Oh, my goodness. Somebody need to tell that man he's in his 30s.
Oh.
He moved like he did when he first came into the league.
Rich.
Amazing.
Man.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, I thought he might have gotten away with an extra step there.
Look at you. But Steiny, it starts with him. now
there you go.
This would be strength in numbers.
I'm really trying to be a jerk right now. 14 years in.
But you're making me
14 years in. Steph Curry, he's
strength
pretty
in numbers
good.
3.0.
I'm not ready to say that. And here's the reason why.
I am.
Of course you are.
Okay.
Of course you ready to say anything under the sun.
Yeah.
No, if you look at the team that the Warriors had in, 15, the year that they've been compared to?
The biggest shocker.
Think about these guys. Iguodala, because he was coming off the bench. Iguodala, Spates, Barbosa, Livingston.
Love them all.
Yeah, those are four veteran players who've been through the wars. Now who? Figurative wars, not literal, obviously.
Look at you. Dante.
Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. I'm going to take Poole out of there. So, but I will put Poole in there. So Poole's good.
You need
what
to put
about the other
DiVincenzo in there.
Okay.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. Yeah. Green.
Well, that's my point. If the Warriors, to me, want to win it all, I think some of it's going to have to come at the expense of the young players.
You got to cut some fat off a little bit.
Who is it? What do you mean cut some fat off?
Like, you got to go to 11's too many. See, you're going birth certificate, and I get it, but what if Moody shows I can handle it?
Then he plays before. Then he plays before those guys.
Yeah. And that's probably what the leader, Coach Kerr, is thinking.
I think if you ask Steve Kerr 1 through 4 who he trusts the most, it would be Poole, Moody, Wiseman, Kuminga.
No doubt.
Mike?
Out of the young guys. Yeah. But now tell me what you think of this. And I keep harping on Kuminga because I like what I see, but I'm like, hey, look, your minutes could go to JaMychal Green in a second. And when does he earn that trust back or those minutes back? It didn't happen in the playoffs. We saw it. And people were calling here, and I was one of them, Steiny. He should be starting, yada, yada, yada.
Who?
But Kuminga, JaMychal Green, he can take your minutes.
Wait, Kuminga should be starting for who?
Remember last year, I was like, maybe give him a start, the young fella last year.
He got a couple starts.
Yeah. And I think things didn't go well, and we didn't see him much in the we saw more Moody in the offs than we did Kuminga. That's shot,
One of the small
Jay Green already took his minutes.
Outcropping. No, it's I don't know if it's an unintended consequence. Maybe it's not a silver lining. It's like if I'm going to yes, sir, yes.
Good.
Thanks, Goo. Perfect word. One of the byproducts of being able to draft young players, young players, is there's a chance they may not reach what they need to reach under your watch. In other words, like James Wiseman's in his 3rd year right now, but he's still only 21. So there are a lot of big men that get really good at 24, 25. So sometimes you do run the risk of you have a young player who's good, but he's on a championship team, so he doesn't play as much as other guys his age are playing, and then they want to play after that first contract. Maybe that's Kuminga. I don't know. Let's go to.
Oh my goodness!
What's your problem today?
Is you got the problem? I'm laughing. I got to stop.
What did I say?
Xfinity mobile text line. You got your stick now of Guru. We're talking about apples in the interview, and then you'll come and ask about spaghetti. 650. Steiny, maybe Guru can ask Matt Barnes about Fernando Tatis Jr. Like it doesn't fit. So anyway, that tickled me.
Okay, you're shaking me a little today.
I said Xfinity Mobile. He just got in my ear.
Yeah, and it's.
I love you.
Hang in there, Stein.
I said it correct.
Leo Modesto, what's up, Leo? How you doing, buddy?
How you guys doing, man?
Yeah. Oh, Dynamite.
Hey.
Hey, myself being a Lakers fan, I gotta tell you, last night was a show by the Warriors, man. Absolutely amazing.
Thanks, Leo.
And I truly believe.
Go ahead.
That Curry is a once-in-a-lifetime basketball player.
Thank you, Leo. Appreciate the call. Yes. I like to say that, like I say, a lot. There will never, ever, ever, ever be another Steph Curry. Never. Can't be. You can't be. There can't be. Don't you get it?
Yeah, he revolutionized
Don't
the game.
you get it?
Yep.
There can't be. He's the first. I'll tell you what I'm about ready
That's
to
a
do.
hell of a compliment.
I'll tell you about what I'm ready to do. I'm about ready to compare. I'm about ready to say Curry's better than Jordan.
You see, this is when you're placating to the organization. If you go, I'm here for you. Go ahead.
Okay, this is actually that was a troll, but I will say this. I will say this. I will say this. Steph Curry is more impactful at the offensive end in the half court, much more impactful than Bird, Jordan, or LeBron.
I won't even fight you on that.
He's more impactful offensively than Bird, Magic, or LeBron James in the half court.
I'm not mad at you. What about Bonte the other day said this decade is Steph Curry's, not LeBron's. You say what to that? He beat him 3-1 in the finals. I was thinking, I was getting ready to
That's a regional debate that I despise.
You think? But talk about it.
Go talk about it.
Well, how is Curry so great in what you say, and then when you put him in that lens, when I say him or LeBron this decade, and he's beat him 3-1 in the finals, like, why do you despise it? You think LeBron's
because it's unwinnable. It's an opinion. It's an opinion. But if you say LeBron, you're not wrong.
Yeah, like Eli Manning's 2-0 against arguably the greatest quarterback ever in Super Bowls. But that will not propel him up to the Steph Curry, man. He went head-to-head with Bron. Eight straight trips, you can't argue. But damn, he got me thinking like he has owned him in the finals.
Well, when did LeBron come into the league?
2005? 4? I want a 4 or 5.
When did he win his first title? LeBron James.
In Miami, 2000. 12. Thank you.
Oh. Well, it's one of those two.
But Curry's always had the better team than LeBron, too.
That's true. Well, except when they were in Miami.
Huh?
I mean, what would the Heatles do against the Warriors?
I can't believe you said
that. Oh, I love that nickname. Finally, somebody came up with something clever.
To San Antonio.
What's going on? What?
If I could do a 30 for 30, it would be Popovich why he took Tim Duncan out on that defensive possession where your boy, the lefty, got who I'm talking about, got the rebound and threw it back out. Bosh, he is my guy. Dude, what was he, like you cost your team a chip. Bron wouldn't have lived that down.
You want to talk about the 49ers Chicago game, too, from week 1 that the 49ers shouldn't have lost?
Nah.
It's trash. Let's go to Tony in San Rafael. Hey, Tony, what's going on, man? Tony.
Mercy driving.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Hey, here's what I got. Hey, okay, Jordan Poole is athletic Stephen Curry. Soon to be better than Stephen Curry.
Hang him up. Get him off. What's his name? And you know what?
That's our guy.
You know what? He gets the little T. That's the big T. That's the big T. Please. Stop it. Some of these fans don't even know what they have. He's a once-in-a-lifetime player. Jordan Poole is not the second coming of nothing. What are you looking at, Lucas? Why are you in that room distracting me?
Oh, but if you were really this way, it would be...
You know what? You know why I get
parent, dude, I feel your daughters. I want to talk to them.
They walk all over me. I'm passive aggressive. I get out all my frustration in these 3 hours. It is a great outlet for me.
I get it.
I'm completely different.
I get it. Now I know. See, I flex when I get home. You know, I'm a lover, not a fighter, but that's pretty good.
Watch yourself. You know who you're talking about.
That's I think I'd have to give it to LeBron just because he was in more. Well, was he? What did he get to 8 straight finals?
Yeah, 8. That's just incredible, man.
Flip a coin. Don't.
But the head-to-head's everything.
Well, it's not everything because the teams weren't.
But if your team was good enough to get to the finals, we shouldn't say, "Oh, when you get."
Of course we should. That's what sports talk's all about. It's not about they were good, they stunk. When the Cleveland Cavaliers got to the finals the first time with LeBron James.
No, that was a team.
What, are you going to hold it against him?
Oh, against
because they
San
lost to San Antonio?
Yeah, they got swept.
Oh, well, they lost. Yeah, well, how about the fact that he got him there at 23 or whatever he was?
But
25?
what about the Dallas debacle?
Well,
Where it looked like he was running
everybody's
for the moment?
resume's got positives and negatives. Steph Curry doesn't hit big shots.
They call it Magic Tragic Johnson.
Exactly.
I'll never
Larry
forget
Bird
that.
couldn't guard anybody.
Feel better? Let it out.
I was in a good mood today. There he is. There's my guy. You like those trophy hunting hats?
That was pretty dope.
Goo.
Give me something.
There you go, Goo, my man. Those Warriors warm-ups. Oh, man, were they
When
tight.
that's our bit, Chasky's bit.
Well,
when did you start liking that?
I like
that
when
was
something
swag.
sticks out.
Dude, that was
I will
cold.
mention it.
Was
Those
that cold?
sweats were
I wanna,
nice.
Man.
Yeah, you know what? I got to ask Steph.
What about Bob?
Bob who?
Myers.
Yeah, I don't like to bug. I don't like to bug him.
I don't like begging.
Joel in Berkeley. Actually, that's something I would never wear. I just couldn't wear it.
You got the physique.
No, it's not about that. It's about.
I feel like
it's
I
about
play.
represented
Yeah.
Warrior officially. You know,
Oh,
Joe Lacob
stop.
wants to put me on the payroll. I'll wear Warrior stuff. Hint, hint, Joe. Joel in Berkeley, what's up?
Hey, fellas. Good to hear you. Warriors is what's up.
Yeah, you know it.
I'm impressed with the young depth. Hell, you know what, man? I'm even impressed with Ryan Rollins. All the way down to the last dude that walked in the game. They looked ready to roll, and it's impressive. I can't imagine people betting against the Warriors right now. As constructed, no injuries. We're going to run the table, bro. It isn't even going to be a game. Oh, and hey, our 20-year-olds ran LeBron out of the gym. I thought that was interesting.
Well,
also Wiggins dominated.
Joel, those 20-year-olds should run LeBron out of the gym. Thank you for the call. No, they looked great last night.
Man. And there was a 5. I was thinking, like, how is Bob looking at this 5? Dante was out there. Poole, Green.
Okay.
Give me 2 more. Moody and Wiseman.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm here for Steph, but you watch a Warrior game now, you get Steph, Clay, the game, rest of the OGs, but now it's just something about watching the youngsters in the possible future. Kuminga was out there, and it's just like, damn, man. And again, Steiny, you hit me, and I'm going to give you credit earlier when you're like, Goo, who's really out there saying the Warriors can't win it? But it's just when you see it manifest, and again, that wasn't their A game, and I was like, oh, Lakers are going to try to make a game out of it, please. But, man, it's on and popping here in the Yay. That's the Bay.
I know.
Yeah, just to make sure. I know you're from the town.
Matt Barnes coming up in 10 minutes, by the way. Matt Barnes, 10 minutes. All the Smoke podcast. Wonder what he thought of LeBron and Draymond getting very, very affectionate in the corner, like at a high school dance.
In front of your comrades.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Guru, I got to tell our listeners something.
Oh, now you didn't run this, but go ahead, man.
Yeah.
I didn't bid this.
See, I can do this to you, but you can't do it to me.
That's usually how it goes, but I wouldn't want to.
No,
do
you were
it
at
to
the game last night.
Yeah.
So just tell me a little bit about it. Who'd you see? I know you always go sniffing for celebrities and stuff.
Yeah.
Who did you talk to anybody?
Yeah, actually, it was like hunting.
Okay.
But I didn't catch a lot this time.
Okay.
But I got out there because TNT had the studio across the street outside.
Okay.
And they had performers. So I was from afar looking in at that as I parked and made my way into the arena.
Did you like yell to Charles Barkley?
No, I didn't see Chuck or Kenny or Shaq. I was looking for
fair
Shaq
enough.
looking mean. He done lost some weight. Face slimming.
I think they told him to talk more, too.
Oh, my.
No, seriously.
I got it on tape. I didn't catch that. Hey, and then I saw Fitz. And Fitz just like Ray Lewis came out to
Hey.
He was like, I was on with Willard and Dibs. What's up with you guys? So I said, I put it on you. I said, we'll have him on,
Get off of Twitter.
I was talking to Handy. So he
Fitz
came
on
in
the-
while I was talking to Handy.
Fitz on the TNT broadcast.
He's
Toasting.
We all get Fitz is great on the mic. No, seriously, I'm not just. I've always, even the Monte days.
He's a fixture.
Yeah, and other than that, I ran into
who else?
Mark Medina. We sat down, chopped
Nobody
it up.
knows who he is though here. Like, did you see
Mark? If you're listening,
Monty Poole?
Yeah, I saw Monty.
Say hello.
I went into Steve Kerr's pre-presser. Where they
Did you ask him anything?
No, I'm like when drama's there. That's when I'm aggressive.
There
like,
is drama
send me
there.
to Santa Clara. No drama. Oh, and Curry was just talking about the
Curry or Kerr.
Kerr was talking about don't expect a lot of minutes from maybe Clay or Dre, but we got to see them.
Why didn't you push him on that?
Because had the punch just went down, that's when my juices get going.
No.
Yeah, and then I saw Spears, our guy Spears. Yeah, that's how you were doing. And other than that, yeah, just made my rounds. I was looking for Dickinson. I didn't get to see him.
Well, he was working.
Yeah. Thank you, Steiny.
He was working, not working the room.
And then all the
difference.
Ramon, all the Dre,
Ramon,
all the security guys.
Okay,
yeah, they
Ramon
said what's
Martinez.
up to us. They fool with us.
Oh,
yeah.
There I did it.
Oh, it's government. The Steiny.
Wow.
You can't be.
And you know
doing
what?
That. Call RA.
There's only one Ramon Martinez in the entire Bay Area.
That's pretty good. Yeah. But yeah.
Plus, I know Ramon. He loves getting shouted out. Like
okay,
this.
see, I didn't know.
Absolutely, positively. Real quick, Matt Barnes on the other side. We really haven't devoted a lot of time to the. What'd you think of the countdown? Draymond Green's the countdown. 7-minute Draymond state propaganda.
Draymond's a brand.
What did you like about that? What did you not like about it?
My voice is being featured in it. Yeah. But I thought it was well done. But again, he's a brand. And I'm telling you, Steiny, this dude is playing chess, not checkers. I wouldn't be shocked if he knows that something on his to-do list is to play with LeBron at some point. And I believe if he's hurt, that he had to wait to get his money, we could see him in a Laker uniform at some point. Because that's all that hug. That's what I got from that hug.
I asked you about the documentary before.
Yeah, it was well done. But there was
How did Draymond come off to you?
Unapologetic.
Yeah.
Like he ain't, he said, it was like, you know what? My parents said I got to apologize. I'm apologize. Now I'm keeping it real.
Yeah.
And then when he kept saying basically to everybody, I don't listen to anything. Like nothing got to him. And I would have lied. I would have just said, you know what? I felt kind of bad. But he was like, nah, F y'all. But that's who he is. Yeah.
He was.
Could you imagine having cameras around you, getting ready, coming out the house, going to the car?
Yeah.
You think
like
about
I said, I've been on TV before.
I'm talking about a documentary, not being on with Sal. Who is
I've been on a documentary before.
Which one?
The Latrell Sprewell 30 for 30 thing on the
Are you
choking.
kidding me?
Yeah, I got interviewed for that.
Young Steiny. I might dial that up tonight.
Yeah, go ahead.
How long is your cameo? She's so strange.
It was much longer than your little cameo last night on Draymond's.
We weren't on it. Our faces.
Plus, they showed my face.
See, dude, you were on there?
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it tonight.
I used to be something.
After Brooklyn, New Orleans tonight, that's the game of the night. You're watching that.
Don't tell me what the game of the night is.
I'm telling
Who
you.
Who the Kings play?
Portland. Stain got.
That's 12th place.
10.
I'm on 110. Yeah. Matt Barnes.
Now, that's why I like you.
Why?
You are on one, but you tried to put it on me, but that's your bit. But the fact that you owned it, that's why we get along.
On one's good, though.
If
when
you're
talking about me.
DJ Khaled.
By the way, that's the other thing. I just saw something you said on social media.
See, now you're
Joe Lacob can't be touched. See, you set up a dynamic where you make sure you can't criticize him.
Well, who's the best?
Oh, there's a lot to criticize Lacob about.
No, I didn't say that. Who was before?
We gotta
Joe
go.
Lacob's. Yeah,
Can you do it in 20 seconds?
Give me an owner when we come back that's done a better job than Joe Lacob.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm asking.
I know he listens, so I like to get his goat a little bit.
I can't believe we can't get him on and you talk to him.
I like to get his goat. Did you see those rings?
That was incredible. Clay had him.
Dude,
give me
those
one.
rings.
I called Bonte. I said,
it's
did
a
you
little
get a
too
ring?
much.
He said,
those rings are. You wouldn't even wear those.
Please.
That's too big.
I'd be all in the club.
Yeah.
I love it.
All right, coming up next, I'm looking forward to it. ESPN's Matt Barnes on the other side.
Barris to LeBron James and the Lakers on ring night.
Curry with the intercept. Chest pass to Poole. Catch and shoot three. Ridiculous. Pass to Clay. Fires away. Three ball on the left sideline. Klay Thompson.
I don't remember, man. I black out in those moments.
The champs are back.
1:58 to go. Wiggins again for three.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart, and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Jamie's log. Progressive. The Harrington's backyard. Day 27, 3:33 a.m. 333. All those threes mean something. Or I may be losing it. Been camped in the Harrington's backyard for 27 days now, proving that Progressive has 24/7 protection. They told me every day they understand what 24/7 protection means. Think I'm finally getting through to them. 333.
Progressive doesn't just offer a great price when you bundle home and auto. We offer round-the-clock protection, just not literally from Jamie. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers, and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, my God.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, somebody's having fun.
That was on purpose. Steiny.
You know what? I'm going to give a hat tip to James Kincaid. James Kincaid probably snuck that one in. That's fine.
Don't bring his name up.
Why?
That's my guy, but I've never felt like a peasant.
It's mine.
That's
I knew
my
him.
guy.
No, I knew him 15, 20 years ago when he first started.
I don't care when you knew him.
It's a contest.
We have a relationship.
I have to be first.
Okay. But listen.
That's what Ty Cowboy said. I'll tell you that story.
He had a fresh suit on the other day. We went out there.
He looked good.
My dumb butt goes, this is how out the game I am. I go, hey, James, where'd you get that suit? Nordstrom's or Macy's? And he goes, without doing it, Guru, this is a custom suit. Step your game up.
Right.
Dude, I just shrunk like.
And then what did I tell you?
Nordstrom's or Macy's.
Then what did I tell you?
My man goes, it's custom. I'm balling.
Then what did I say?
I forget.
I said, dude, James is big boy.
Okay.
He's going to Houston. He's play-by-play man for wrestling. He goes all over the country to do wrestling.
Are you kidding me?
I'm dead serious. Get to know him.
Yep. Yes, it's okay.
Stop using him for your credential and get to know him a little bit. All right, we're waiting on Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes, All the Smoke podcast, and you can get that on the Odyssey app. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
On the Odyssey app. The one thing I was looking at last night's game, Steve Kerr said he tried to play 11. It barely worked. Moses Moody only played 8 minutes, but one of the things that's going to go on with this team clearly is on days where, let's say Draymond Green's going to sit because of load management.
Okay.
Those are the days Kuminga's going to have an opportunity to play 25, 30 minutes. Can he play well enough to stay on the floor? That's the one thing that I think this team, and
13
when I looked at Moody's numbers from last year, it kind of made sense. 82 games is an entire season. We got him. We got Matt Barnes, All the Smoke podcast, and you can get that on the Odyssey app. Matt, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Man, thanks for having me.
Hey, we're obviously talking about how good the Warriors looked last night, but there was just a moment that was captured where LeBron James walks over to the corner of you saw it, and Draymond's not on the bench. He's actually on the court. They tell each other the funniest joke going, and I watched the Warriors players' reaction, and I don't know. You tell me, are we looking too much into that kind of crap?
Yeah. I mean, Draymond's always been someone who talks to other guys, talks to good and bad to other guys. Obviously LeBron is one of his closest friends, and I don't think it's a big deal at all. I think it was more of a kind of a joke. Obviously, everyone saw what Iggy was doing, and guys are probably kind of giggling off of that. But I don't look too far into it as far as people thinking like, oh, they don't respect him anymore, or this and that. This is still the same Draymond Green that has helped this team win 4 previous championships.
Man, let me ask you this, because this is what we know about you. My partner, we discussed it. You ran hot. You played hard. You gave it your all. And on our show, our platform, we try to keep it real. When we saw the punch between Poole and Draymond, I told my partner if I'm Poole, I couldn't come back from that. He could. He got paid. But talk to us about what goes on inside the locker room, the travel, because I'm telling the masses, if the Warriors say they can get past it, who am I to be mad or disappointed that they didn't discipline them? How big of a deal is the off-court stuff that we don't see?
I don't think it's that big of a deal at all, to be honest with you. I think the fact that I'm not condoning what happened. You never really want to fight your teammates, but unfortunately, that's what happens in this game. You know, I think Reggie Miller touched to it last night, like, fights happen, period. One of my first NBA practice, there was a fight. You know what I mean? So, you know, unfortunately, the video got released. To me, that's the bigger concern. But I say that it's not as big of a deal because this is an older veteran team that have been through the wars together. If this was a younger team and guys are playing for contracts and all this kind of stuff, this could possibly splinter a team. But I think with this veteran experience, the leadership that comes from the players and the coaching staff, you know, the greatness this team has accomplished, who knows if Jordan and Draymond's relationship will ever be what it was. I don't even know what it was to begin with. But I do know, and both of them have said it, these guys are pros, and we got to, you know, our goal is to win. You know, so anyone thinking that this is going to slow this team down or come back and bite them in the butt if they go through a 2-game losing streak, I think they're respectfully completely off base only because of who this team already is.
Matt Barnes joining us. You can hear him on All the Smoke, the podcast, and download the Odyssey app. You can take a listen there. You know, Matt, I can't figure out whether Andrew Wiggins is essentially the same player in a great organization or because he's in a great organization, he's improved significantly. But, I mean, just the last year and yesterday's game, I mean, he looks like he is really just comfortable and finding a role. If I asked you what's the difference between him and Minnesota and Golden State, how would you answer that?
The amount of rings each team has won. Organizations mean a lot. You know what I mean? And he's always been someone that's kind of been dubbed, well, you know, you're the number one player. You didn't live up to the number one player mystique, so to speak. But this guy's consistently been around 20 points a game his entire career. And I think coming to Golden State, I didn't personally think it was going to work, to be honest with you. And I went out and said that, but then definitely backtracked once I saw him kind of finding who he was. And, you know, I think coming in and being around guys that really know how to play the game and really love the game and an organization that has a foundation and has championship pedigree, he's really blossomed in this. And I think it's less kind of him getting better as a player physically, but being better as a player mentally. You know, understanding the game more and understanding that the ask isn't as heavy as it used to be. You know, he was the number one pick, supposed to be the go-to guy. You're supposed to carry your franchise, and that's not necessarily who he was. So he's able to come in here and play off of Clay and play off of Steph, and now even play off of Jordan Poole. I mean, imagine Andrew Wiggins, you know, on a good night could be the fourth leading scorer. Like, that's never happened in his entire life, let alone the NBA. So I just think the ask is different. And I think his mental approach to the game and understanding the game is different. And I think he has been a huge, huge, huge pickup and was rewarded handsomely for it.
Man, let me ask you this, because we got an opportunity to, talk to Jordan Poole in person, and I was like, man, I could see the fire in his eyes. And when he went to Santa Cruz, I was like, but now he's back. And I can't believe he signed the deal, because I was telling my partner he thinks he's a 1 or a 2 somewhere. If he were in SAC, if he were in Indiana, how good to Matt Barnes is Jordan Poole? Could he be a 1 or 2 somewhere else?
I think he could, but I also think him biding his time and getting $140 million not to have to be the 1 or 2 right now is not a bad second option. You know, I mean, he's in a great system. You know, we got a chance to sit down with Clay on my podcast. It actually comes out on Thursday, and Clay spoke so highly of Jordan, even comparing him to Steph in some ways. So I think, we were there the day after the fight. Our podcast, did a day at practice, and just talking to the guys and the respect they have from obviously after the situation. They said, this kid still got up off the ground, shook it off, got his post-game workout in, got his post-game lift in, and went about his business. So we come there the next day, and he's just laser focused. We're over there watching him work out, and just the effort and the energy he was putting into his workout and trying to perfect his craft. It really said a lot because, again, on a lesser franchise, when a younger up-and-coming star takes a situation like that, he can get lost. But I don't think this veteran team allowed him to, or I don't even think he wanted to. He knew what the goal was, and the goal was to obviously, get that money and continue to be a key contributor to this team. So I do agree that I think in time he can be a 1 or a 2, most likely a 2, but he can score as the number 1 option. But right now he's just continuing to learn the ropes here. He's still playing a lot of minutes. I'm sure with Clay resting throughout the season, he's going to get a lot of starts. So I think he's just in a great situation that he should, ride until he feels either the keys are handed off, or he feels like, okay, I think I'm ready to take, I think I'm ready to take this next step as far as challenging myself and going to another franchise.
Matt Barnes of All the Smoke. That's a podcast coming out Thursday with Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson. Let me ask you this, Matt, and I know it's one game. I know that. But, the NBA is so much about the three, shooting. You got to put the ball in the hole.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the Warriors last night. It's like, okay, they got Steph, Poole, Clay, and I'm looking at the Lakers, and they can't make a shot from beyond the arc. Like, they have nobody reliable. And the Warriors, I'm thinking, one, they just can't beat. They're not going to be able to beat the Warriors. But
No.
two is how they're in trouble, aren't they, the Lakers?
Yeah, I saw a tweet this morning, and it says, LeBron only needs one thing. And that's all the tweet said. And I looked at the comments, and everyone underneath it said shooting. I think it's just it's well known that all you have to do, LeBron is so great, you just have to put players around him that could put the ball in the basket. And, when you look at, they got younger, that's for sure, but did they get players that can really put the ball in the basket? I'm out here in Sacramento right now, and, they have their opening game tonight, and I'm looking at their roster and the way they played in the preseason. I don't look at the wins or losses, but I look at the shooting they added. Sacramento added so much shooting that they're going to be able to win some games based off shooting alone.
Right.
So to look at the Lakers and watch last night's game and see the lack of shooting they have, it was definitely alarming.
Matt, before we get you out of here, let me ask you about this. I'm going to read 3 names to you. Terrell Owens, Tom Brady, LeBron James. They've defied gravity to me. What about Steph Curry? He's 34. I know he's younger than those guys. But, Matt, I tell my partner, I don't see slippage yet. Like Westbrook, I loved him, but I can see, okay, you ain't what you used to be. Why are you seeing anything from the chef?
Oh,
I'm not seeing it, and my question to you is, why not?
This guy does a great job of taking care of his body off the court. Obviously, those ankle injuries, everyone thought that they made a huge mistake by trading Monte, and who is this kid, who's this little light-skinned guy that game doesn't translate. And I think he's just always listened to and remembered all that, and has obviously become the greatest shooter we've ever seen, arguably 1 or 2, depending on who you ask, as far as greatest point guards we've ever seen in this game. And there just hasn't been slippage yet. You know what I mean? I think, and obviously being in this system and having guys that can, from time to time carry the load for him also helps. Having someone smart like Draymond, having on the offensive end who can get everyone into sets and find his players. And then for so many years, Clay was that guy that always took that tough matchup on the defensive end, so Steph didn't have to, burn himself out doing that. So I think the system, obviously, I'm not taking anything away from his greatness, but I think obviously this system has kind of been built around him to really help him be the best player he can possibly be. And I've gone on record several times saying, you see the luxury tax and what this team is in the luxury tax, but I'm all money in the entire time Steph Curry is a Golden State Warrior because, he's a special player. He's a generational player, and you feel like every time you have him, with that core, there's a chance they can win a championship.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I said that was the last thing. Listen, so I get on my partner's nerves because I'm random, Matt. That's a character flaw. And the other day, my partner's looking at me and he goes, "What are you thinking about?" And out of nowhere, Matt, I respond, "When is the We Believe doc coming out? Any update on that?"
Man, Baron Davis is just hard-headed, man. We're really trying to make this We Believe doc happen. And Baron, I love him to death. That's my guy. He's just as hard-headed as he comes. But I'm hoping we can find a middle ground and put that out, because one thing I'll say, obviously this dynasty team took what we did, and obviously we took what Run TMC did, and this dynasty team has taken it to another level. But it's still to this day, we're how many years removed? Years removed, and when I'm in the Bay, it's all people talk about. When I came back and played on that 17 Warriors team, it wasn't even about the current team. It was, what was it like this? And even and the players were asking me. So it's crazy to see all these years later how we really captivated, the Bay Area in the NBA landscape, and it's definitely needed. So I'm doing my best.
All right, we wait, man.
Appreciate it, fellas.
All right, man. Have a good one, Matt. That's Matt Barnes. All the Smoke podcast with Steven Jackson. Thursday, look for it with Klay Thompson. All right, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
So there was a natural follow-up there that I eschewed. Just because, I don't know.
With the doc?
Yeah.
All right, I had one.
You know what it is?
No.
So you asked him about the documentary, and he said two things that were noteworthy. One, he said, Baron Davis, Baron, he's hard-headed. And then he said, hopefully we can come to a middle ground. What do you think that means? Boy. So that means, Baron is kind of Hollywood movie, so he's got to be the
production
point person,
company.
I would think.
Yeah, they might be fighting over that.
But what about maybe middle ground means how much they want to share, how much they don't want to share?
Now, he probably wouldn't have answered if I would have followed up like, what do you mean?
I was gonna, but I thought,
you're good at it.
Who cares?
Yeah.
But he was saying everybody cares about it.
No, what is about that? He eats for free here in the Bay.
Who?
Matt Barnes. He was on We Believe.
And he has a ring. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. But I was just thinking about this.
So basically, NBA players, if I'm correct on the Guru computer, 84% believe the punch on Poole was no big deal. It happens all the time.
No, I would say less than that.
Okay.
I think it's less than that.
I'm hearing that a lot. And again, they might be right, but Steiny, that was some vicious stuff, man.
I don't know what it is. To me, it feels like half and half, 60-40.
And what did I wanted to tell Reggie Miller when I went back it wasn't a fight, Reggie.
I know.
That's the thing we need to keep. It wasn't a fight, dog.
You know what? He was driving me crazy last night. He really was.
I fell asleep to him after I got back and tried to listen.
He
loves Steph.
That's not why I don't like him. We all do. It's just, he's...
Tell me.
I don't like... He's criticizing an anonymous group of people that are critical of Russell Westbrook by saying, no, this is a guy who did 18-7-7. I don't think there's anybody out there that plays harder. We know that. And, I just think this is a guy, a Hall of Famer. And
those are facts, though.
They are.
Okay.
Do you want him on your team? No. Stop ignoring the elephant in the room. He's terrible.
Well, he doesn't fit with this team.
He doesn't fit with any team except one that's a 22-60 team. Somebody said they like Matt Barnes' calming voice, and now they got to hear me yakking, so I'm going to try to tone it down a little bit.
And 925 from the Xfinity mobile text line. Guru, Tom Brady has no hops. I said I meant age. He's 50 years old playing the quarter. He's looking at it, but he's playing it.
All right.
Where were you when you were 45?
Oh, my God.
It was the last days of pickup basketball.
Dude,
but
no
even
way.
at that point, it was indoor only. And even then, it was...
So did you know your last game was it or no?
I knew it was coming to an end.
Dude, I need some camera crew.
I think you can look up the press conference on YouTube.
That's great.
My last game.
I'm gonna have one.
It was Club Sport.
Dude,
Club
wow.
Sport in, where the heck is that?
Pleasanton?
No, it's Danville or
San Ramon. Yeah,
San Ramon.
Yeah, they got a nice one.
Yeah, they do.
Damn,
good games there.
Why'd you stop?
Because
your calves look like you could go right now.
Because it was over.
You nervous?
About what?
Like being out there and maybe not being the man. Like I'm the
that's
horn
part of
out
it.
there. I'm Oakley, and I've embraced.
And you're going to get hurt at some point. And you're going to be that guy who's years old, and you're going to have a brace from your groin to your shin.
See, I play to think I would avoid that stuff.
Well, all I know is
you quit.
I lost a step, and I'm.
See, that's what you're the type that you didn't want to.
That's right. I didn't want to be overly competitive when my skills have diminished, and I'm not in the best shape of my life. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
I'll go in the draft.
No, let me do that. Let me at 45 years old. Now, this is smart. At 45 years old, let me try as hard as I can against the 25-year-old who went to St. Mary's, by the way. That's Division I. Okay, at 45, I'm going to take that challenge on. Okay?
Well, I'll go guard the big
and let me tell you something.
And then foul on purpose when you need a breather. That's what I do.
I never got hurt. I got hurt in pickup when I was 24 and never again.
Wow, man.
Thank God.
What was it? What injury?
Broke my foot.
Oh, Lord.
Billy Fike slid under me on a baseline jumper. It was in West Reading. We're at the old West Reading indoor gym.
And you remember it like it was yesterday.
Everything.
Jordan at the Coliseum.
You know what's weird is that you ever talk to a golfer, like a really serious, well, you probably haven't, but really serious golfers.
Yeah, because I only know you guys.
Like they can remember all their shots. It's incredible.
Right.
Like, and they can remember holes. Like, hey, Steiny, do you remember the 9th hole at Carica Park? And I'll be like, 9. Like it's. But I can remember. I can remember a lot of.
I want you back
my
out
games.
there, man.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. But I can remember. I can remember my missed foul shot against Eastern York.
Front end of a 1-1. I got you.
We got upset my senior year in high school.
Oh my God, I don't want to go that far back. But yeah, all right.
That's it. Okay, I'll spin it forward. You know, it's a joke. The NBA doesn't have the 1-1. It's a joke. Put a little pressure on these guys shooting foul shots.
Wiseman didn't make one.
It's a freaking joke.
Oh, come on, James, hit
1-1 would add an
2
element.
more hours to the game.
How?
1-on-1.
1 and 1.
Yeah.
That means free throws.
Right. You missed the first. You get the rebound, you go.
Right. How's that add 2 hours?
Then you got more action.
How does that...
I'm going to take a play out.
Okay. Back to Wiggins. Like, I love the idea of you want 2 free throws, you better make the first. You better make it's miss or make the first. If you make it, you get a second. If you miss it...
I played basketball. I don't know where I was at just a minute ago. I wanted
It's kind of like his bird because he's a bird.
You might be right. That might be the new one.
Bird.
Oh,
Does he look like a bird?
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Golden State Warriors got the season off with a bang last night. They ended up winning by 14. By the way, and I said this during the in the green room. Let me tell you something. Westbrook, Anthony Davis, and LeBron.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. They're going to get numbers. Oh, they're going to get numbers. You're going to love that.
They got the Clippers
team.
Friday night.
You're going to. these numbers are going to be ha numbers.
Yeah. Dude, when you see those 3 great future Hall of Famers, you're like, okay, it doesn't really matter who's on the roster. But when you see who checks in the game and these guys that they got trying to be Steve Kerr, it's like, you're right. They have no shooting. You're done. And I got him 4 seed. Let me go delete that tweet.
Yeah, I give you the first week to change him up if you want. All right. By the way, did you hear who's going to be at Levi Stadium this weekend?
No.
I'll tell you on
Patrick
the other
Mahomes.
side. Somebody bigger in this area. Stop guessing, because if you get it right, you blow my tease. But this guy's very interesting, and he'll be at Levi Stadium on Sunday when the Chiefs are in town. Hey, Kenny Mayne, he's back with season 2 of his podcast, Hey Mayne. Yeah, it was a short off season, but Kenny's got some great guests he was looking forward to speaking to. Season 2 kicked off yesterday with 2 of his former SportsCenter colleagues, Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann. They dish on the money, the egos, and the origin of the big show. Download Hey Mayne on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Steph Curry and the Warriors in embarrassed LeBron James and the Lakers on ring night.
Curry with the intercept, chest pass to Poole, catch and shoot three, ridiculous. Pass to Clay, fires away, three ball on the left sideline, Klay Thompson.
I don't remember, Matt. I black out in those moments.
The champs are back.
1:58 to go, Wiggins again for three.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5.
You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that biggie bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Curry directing traffic, waves to Michael Green in the corner. Screened by Poole. Curry just launches with 10 on the shot clock, and why not? You're Curry.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Golden State Warriors started their season last night. Impressive win. A lot of good things happening. 888-957-9570. What excited you most about last night? Because there was a lot of good stuff. There's absolutely, positively no doubt about it. And I think there's a variety of good stuff. So I'll play you here. So Guru, what was the thing that excited you the most last night about the game? Well, I'll go first.
I'm gonna give you a 2. Look at you laughing.
It's a little off the beaten track, but I'll tell you what I'd be excited about if one of the things, if I were a Warrior fan, is Andrew Wiggins. I mean, he just looks like he's been here his whole career. He reminds me a little bit, not completely the opposite personality of this guy, but in terms of fit. He's like Hunter Pence on the Giants. Remember when Hunter Pence got traded by the Phillies to the Giants? I think he was with the Phillies.
The first
Houston
go-around.
Phillies.
Yeah.
And he came to the Giants, and they were champions at that point, but he just fit right in. And that's the way Wiggins starting to feel right now.
And he took a pay cut to
Feels
stay.
like he belongs.
There's no doubt. And he's just playing free. I'm not mad at that, and I like that Hunter Pence analogy.
Andrew Wiggins looks, and I'll tell you, knock wood, he is so freaking durable. Man, he does not miss games.
And he didn't miss him in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that. I'm going Klay Thompson. And I know he only played 20 minutes. I'm not even looking at the field goal attempts. I'm not looking at the makes, but he did hoist up 13 in 20 minutes. My point is what he said after the game with the TNT crew, Steiny, he feels his legs underneath him. We don't have to wait to 2023 to see him. He's going to play, barring load management, 82 games. He's a marksman. Barring load management, if he doesn't get hurt, he's going to be with this team from the beginning to the end. It won't be like we have to pick you up halfway.
82 games.
But you know what I mean.
He's going to rest.
Yeah, but he's here from the start, and he was there ring night. I'm just liking what I'm seeing, and Steiny, I know he has an opportunity. We could talk his contract situation. He's a lifer. He's not going anywhere. But to see him, I'm sitting back like, man, Klay is back. I loved it.
Yeah, he got hot in the beginning of the second
Just
half.
catching and gone.
Yeah.
Right.
I tell you what, he can get shots off.
That is, man.
No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Warriors 1-0. They play the Denver Nuggets on Friday. They beat the Lakers last night, 123-109. Steve Kerr plays 11 players, and Curry was absolutely terrific. Klay Thompson, you thought he looked a little better than I did. I thought he was okay. I thought he...
Athletically, though,
I thought he was shot hunting like a mofo.
Well, he does it.
Wiggins, I thought, was the best player on the floor all the way around. He's just so smooth and confident right now. Draymond was fine, kind of indistinguishable last night, but he knew he didn't really have to do much, so he was fine. Looney was Looney, as always. Poole was Poole. Didn't you...
Yeah, Jordan Poole is a beast. You okay? Jordan Poole, 28 minutes, Steiny, 4:15.
I got a fry in my throat.
Not exactly what you want, but I mean, the ones that go in, you see why they want him to be a big part of their future.
Oh,
Jordan Poole. Need a little water?
I do have water.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Look at you. But man, and that's why I came in here. It was just a reminder of, you can go preseason all day with me. It was just a reminder of, for these young Warrior fans, they're starting to be like the old Celtics. The Lakers, you kind of just expect them to win a chip. I was thinking about that generation of Warrior fans.
But it's not championship or bust.
Yeah, but...
It is. After opening night, it is. Anything less than a title after what I saw.
This is my Steiny.
After what I saw.
It's one game.
Championship or bust.
You like that?
They're defending NBA champions.
Man.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
To win 2 in a row.
Back to back.
If they win 2 in a row, it's a success. If they don't win 2 in a row, I wouldn't call it a failure, but it's going to be disappointing. The standards are high around here. Moody, he only played 8 minutes last night.
Kuminga
was the worst player last night for the Warriors, and Wiseman was tight, but so what?
4 or 6 from the field for Wiseman.
Yeah.
Oh, a 4 from the charity strike.
Yeah, he was tight. That's where it'll show up on the free throw line. Let me tell you what else. The Lakers are they're not smart. Well, that's the other thing.
Go ahead.
It just bothers me.
The way they play, or
no, it just bothers me when something is so obvious and NBA people act like a fan's crazy for pointing out what is completely and utterly obvious. Like how much did Russell Westbrook play last night? Did he play more than half the game?
He played 31 minutes.
31 minutes. You know what that automatically means? The Lakers are a dumb team. They're not smart. Russell Westbrook is not a smart player.
-6 plus minus.
He has the ball in his hands a lot.
Yeah.
He doesn't make good decisions. Like, who thought to even
He took 12 shots, made 7.
That's, again, he played as well as he can play last night, and he was terrible.
Yeah. But that problem is not bigger than the fact of what you just said to start the show. They have no shooting. That's their biggest Achilles heel. Warriors, you just said it to Matt Barnes. How many did you name? 4 or 5 guys that can hit it from 3. If you throw DiVincenzo in there, I mean, his shot was looking great. Moody, Poole, Steph, Klay, Wiggins. Damn. Curry. I said Steph.
415 says Lakers are tanking for Wembanyama.
Somebody better tank for him. Could you imagine him in L.A.? LeBron is not going through another summer of no playoffs. That ain't happening. Lakers making
Wembanyama. Better learn it.
Say it again.
Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama. Wembanyama. There you go.
All right.
I'm going to get it right.
He's coming.
Listen, you have to okay. Back in the day, we believe here, the Warriors made a trade with the Indiana Pacers. Mike Dunleavy, Troy Murphy went. And they got Steven Jackson back. They got Al Harrington back. They also got a player back who had one of the most difficult names.
I know where you're going.
Where?
I can't say his name.
Say who is it? You know where I'm going.
He's a brother.
Oh, he's not.
Oh, go ahead.
He's as white can be. He's so white, he was Eastern European.
All right.
Sharunas Jasikevicius.
Wow, lay off.
Jasikevicius.
Jasikevicius.
And this is where nobody cares.
I couldn't do play-by-play. He does.
Nobody cares.
Yes, I'll be like, oh my God, why has it?
And see, Evan likes to pick my brain about my career, which is
I've never
coming
seen
to
him
an
do
end. And one of the things is Jasikevicius. When I was a writer, a journalist, it didn't matter if I couldn't pronounce it. All I had to do was spell it right.
That's up my alley.
Well, when you get on TV and radio, now you got to say it right.
That would make
Doesn't
you
matter
nervous.
if you spell it right.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't seem to bother you.
Don't get much wrong.
Well, you butcher.
No, I did. More than Shasky. That's a 3. I'm going to give myself a 3.
So anyway, there you go.
The greater point, I forgot.
The greater point was
hard names. Difficult names to enunciate.
I told you that other story about a guy who I knew, and I kind of called him by a wrong last name on purpose, and I found out that he'd gone his entire life basically hating me because I didn't know. He couldn't stand it. But then I was like, you know what? Steiny, how could you not? Third person, by the way.
Yeah, your first one ever.
I'd be like, he got mad. Well, it's like, you know what? If he said Matt Steinmetz, you'd probably get mad at him, too.
Yeah, sticks and stones can break my bones, but names never hurt D.
That's why that punk Wiseman, he's going to get it at some point.
And we got Jermichael, called you Steiny.
Yeah, but he's a veteran.
He's
32.
He's a force.
Speaking of Wiseman, back to Wiseman. Here's Shaka. What's up, Shaka?
Hey, man, I enjoyed the game last night, but there's something stuck out, man.
Give it to me.
I saw LeBron, a guy that's in his late 30s, attacking him, and he was kind of timid. He was like he was backing down. He went to the hole, and I said it on Facebook, and somebody said, well, he has 5 points. And I said, a couple of baskets, and I was saying, that's fool's gold. I mean, we need him to protect the basket. We have enough protect the basket and give rebounds, but it seemed like they were attacking him like he was 6'6". Even Draymond, when Draymond's in the game, none of that happens, man. Draymond, if you go at Draymond 4 times, he's going to get a block, a steal, 2 out of the 4. It's just like he needs to improve his defense, and also he must set screens. You look at his screens; he's moving out the way before he can't free the shooter. He needs to get ready for some contact. This is the NBA, man. He's the second pick in the draft. He needs to get physical, man. That's what we need him for.
All right, Shaka.
Wow, Hubie Brown analysis.
Yeah, that's too harsh.
Bron is going to go if
That's
anybody. Yeah, like that. I saw that one. I know which one he is. Come on, Shaka.
20.
Yeah, that's Bron.
Played all last year.
280 pounds.
Let's get inside the numbers. By the way, I think Wiseman blocked him once, right? Block shots. One. He had a block. Wiseman had a block. He had 7 rebounds in 17 minutes.
I was up so high.
Shaka.
I might have missed the block.
Shaka. I'm a little, one of the things about both Wiseman and Kuminga.
But set the screens out.
They need to rebound. They didn't show great rebounding prowess so far.
Kuminga 3 rebounds in 13 minutes.
That's
Wiseman
two small sample size.
17 minutes. He had 7
I
boards.
like that.
Yeah.
That I like.
Mm-hmm. Gobble them up.
Got to have good hands though to be a great rebounder.
So when I see you on Monday after Friday's game against Denver, because the Lakers are awful, like, when are you going to say, hey, Goo, or any Warrior fan, don't get too high? They're the champs, so I'm not getting extra high. It's just refreshing to watch, especially coming off the Niners and what's not going on, to watch this team get their rings, drop the banner, and then the additions. For a lot of people in Dub Nation, they didn't like the subtractions. They wanted to see Otto Porter Jr. come back. They wanted to see Gary Payton II come back. But, man, Steiny, just watching the game and watch the style of play that they showed last night, you got to be feeling good and sleeping well.
They play Denver Friday and then, Sacramento on Sunday? Play the Kings at Chase Center, right?
3 home games, huh?
They're the
Champs.
golden. They're the golden child. They get 50 home games a year, only 32 on the road. It's unbelievable. How was the officiating last night, by the way?
I'm going to tell you.
Let's just take the night and the show to say, all right, one game without talking about the officials. Good job.
Warriors went to the charity stripe 23 times.
Okay.
LA 18.
Yeah, it makes sense. Lakers stink. By the way, you're going to like this. Actually, I don't know if you like it. You know what I spent part of before the show doing?
What?
You're going to love this. You know that video that's been circulating on the internet for about a year of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar punching Kent Benson?
One of the best videos ever. Yeah, he dropped him.
Let me ask you this. Evan, do you even know what I'm talking about as a young man?
That was the one where Kareem just turns around and cold cocks him,
That's
right?
correct.
Cold cocks him.
So I read a story on that. So apparently, after the video, because I'd forgotten about that too. So after the video came out, somebody started sniffing around. There's some amazing kind of facts about that.
Well, he elbowed Kareem.
Apparently, first of all, that was Kent Benson's first NBA game. It was his first game.
No way.
Yes, and remember, well, you're not going to be able to remember if you're young, but the Indiana Hoosiers had won the national championship the year before, and they'd gone undefeated with that team in 75, I think. 75, 76, I don't know. But then the next year, Kent Benson's drafted by the Milwaukee Bucks, and he's playing his debut against the Lakers and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And according to Benson, they asked him, first of all, did not want to talk about it. He apparently told the reporter, wait, you called me up to ask me about that? Why would you ask me about that? It's like, what else are we going to ask you about, Kent?
Yeah, right.
Although you can ask him about Bobby Knight. He played for Bobby Knight. Anyway, according to Benson won the tip, and that got Jabbar upset, and then they jostled on the first. It happened like 4 possessions into the game.
That hit?
Yeah.
No.
Happened right at the beginning of the game. It was Kent Benson's first game.
What was up Kareem's?
Well, the one was a little. Benson thinks when he elbowed him in the.
They showed that, yeah.
He says
he was out of
Jabbar
breath.
milked, Abdul-Jabbar milked
No,
it.
Kareem was
that he
skinny,
wasn't
dude.
really hurt.
Hey,
That's according to Benson.
Yeah, but the video
Kareem
shows to
didn't
me
sit for
he
an
was
interview.
out of breath. Like he knocked the wind knocked out of him. And he regrouped and cold cocked him as easy. Dude, that's a drop. Well, he didn't. That was sucker punch too because he didn't see him.
You know what happened? Kareem broke his hand on the punch and missed the next 21 games.
Are you kidding me?
Dead serious.
You can't do that. Well, I'll find Kareem.
Kent Benson's eye was messed up.
I
He
bet.
missed like 4 or 5 games, I think.
How about his career?
It wasn't very good.
Yeah.
He was great in
Got
college.
off to a rough start.
See, how about that, Gook?
Now that was a great story.
I think I can still name that Indiana team.
I love the young people.
That's
I'm
what
not the
11
guy
to-
that wants to hear it.
Isaiah Thomas. Bobby Wilkerson.
Look at you, okay.
Scott May.
That's 3.
He had a cup of coffee. Kent Benson.
4.
They had a white guy.
Oh, the bosses love it.
They had a white guy.
Yeah, that's right. They have to know it does. They had a white guy.
I want to say the guy's last name was.
See, this is not John Dickinson remembering the schedule.
What do you mean?
I need some more. We need names. You're pausing.
That's 4.
Yeah.
I said I'll give you the starters.
I see what you're doing. You're buying time.
He had a last name of Abernathy.
Okay.
Abernathy.
I'll give you that. That's fine.
Check it. Indiana's undefeated team in the mid-'70s. Did I get it right? Nobody cares. Except me.
I told you that, but
except me.
Are you going to leave us hanging?
What? I just did it. Isaiah Thomas.
I thought you said the whole roster.
I mean, I'm sorry, not Isaiah. Quinn Buckner.
Oh.
Isaiah was on the 81 team. Quinn Buckner, Bobby Wilkerson, Scott May, Kent Benson, and a guy named Abernathy. I want to say Tom or Ted. You want to do? I could do this all day.
I don't want to do it.
I love doing that kind of
deer
stuff.
in headlights.
I wish there was a way we could do that.
We gotta win.
I wish there was a day we could do that, and the listeners would care. Is there any way we could play a game
They're
like
all
that
warriored out,
where
and
the
I get
listeners would care about something like that?
I get it, man.
Evan, you looked like you wanted to jump in here and say no.
No, I was just saying, there's some situations which people, do and don't care about certain things.
Right.
Baseball, for example, maybe not the cup of tea for some, might be for others. Basketball, in the 1980s. Maybe some for some and not for others.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now.
He's got a great voice.
You think?
Yeah, I listen to him on weekends.
By the way, I forgot. Thanks for reminding me about the teas.
Well, some people say it might.
Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh coming back. 2012, the 49ers they're honoring the 10th anniversary of their Super Bowl attending team. Remember, they made the Super Bowl in 12.
Are they going to ask him about Kyle? I mean, man, I'm telling you, I thought he was going to the Raiders.
Jim
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
Know I love Harbaugh, man.
Jim Harbaugh will be here Sunday against the Chiefs.
Wow.
There you go. You know what? I'll give credit to him and Jed York. There you go. By the way, last Saturday, it's the only game all year I ever root for Michigan.
They beat the crap out of Penn State.
I know it.
Man.
I love it.
Yeah.
James Franklin.
How many years did he get? 12?
10, I think.
That's the Kyle Shanahan contract.
He's the GMO.
Man, I love Harbaugh, man. Come back to the NFL.
He's not. He can't win in the NFL anymore.
He went to this. I know.
He's worn out his welcome.
You're baiting.
Yeah, and you'll take it.
How is he worn out his welcome?
He can't. Listen, you don't hire Jim Harbaugh for the NFL. You know why? Because you want a coach who's going to last more than 3 years. And he won't.
Well, some people say this. He got stabbed in the back. That's why he left, and he didn't stand for it. Mm-hmm. He's a man. I'm 40. And he told him about it, and they kick rocks.
Okay.
Have they won a Super Bowl without him? I'll wait.
Did he win a Super Bowl?
Cap had some accuracy.
Oh, now let me guess. He missed Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh, no.
Cap missed Emmanuel Sanders
that last series down
4
there,
times in the end.
after Gore ran him to the, 15 of the 12?
Nice play calling.
Dude.
Do you guys think Colin Kaepernick will be back this weekend?
Wow.
I hope so.
Could you imagine?
Well, that's what it's about. Alex Smith.
I'm fired up.
You didn't even know about it.
Not Gore.
Vernon Davis?
Gore in a little trouble, right?
Who?
Gore. Remember he had the domestics.
Oh, I thought... I knew he was boxing.
Well,
legitimately.
No, this was not legitimate.
That's not.
I don't think we'll see him.
Back to the Niners.
You guys look. I'm just saying we won't see Frankie.
I don't know whether they're going to see him or whether we're not going to see him. But anyway,
I like them paying homage to the
125 start at Levi Stadium, and they're going to celebrate the 2012 Super Bowl team. That's a team that lost to the Ravens.
The lights went out. Remember that?
I do. That got him back in the game.
No doubt. That's crazy, man. What did you say when the lights went out, Jim? Yeah.
510 says, anyone else notice the empty seats last night?
I was there. I didn't see it.
It was an average win. It was an average win against a below-average Lakers team.
It was LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and people are never happy.
You want to change your prediction?
No, the station's been on since 5 with Spadoni.
Oh.
Was he on today?
No.
Okay, who was in? Anyway, the station's been on since 5 a.m., and nobody's called to say there was empty seats. Congratulations to that one person. That's when you're just forcing it. I was in the house. One empty seats down. I would have texted you.
All right, so yesterday, Evan is in the green room with me.
Yeah.
You're late. And we're just talking, and he holds up the shirt you're wearing right now.
Okay.
Because that's the one that was on the chairs.
Yeah, no doubt.
At Chase Center last night.
Which I didn't take.
And he said, Steiny, would you wear this? Will you wear this on the show today? And I said, no. And he goes, come on. And I looked at the shirt, and I said, you know what?
It's a dope. It's
black. I would wear it during the show for $500. $500. I'll wear it.
And who would be the idiot to give you that?
That's what I want to know.
Nobody. You're not that. You ain't LeBron. Come on.
I just don't like black T-shirts, especially with
it bothers
Warriors logo.
But the dress shirts are good.
Like how am I supposed to take you for being an objective guy on the radio when you're wearing Warrior stuff left and right?
Well, you listen to my commentary every day, so I ain't scared to rip anybody.
It's starting to hit me. Well, except Kerr, Draymond, Steph, and Clay.
This is my hometown team. That's what you hate.
Your hometown team is the Rockets, isn't it? Because you were born in Texas, I thought.
I was born in Oakland at Oakland Hospital.
I thought you were in Texas
Missouri.
for a long time.
What's Missouri?
Didn't you live? No, Texas you lived in.
No, never.
What am I thinking about?
Norm was born and raised there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, when we come
love you
back,
guys, really.
Listen, 888-957-9570 is the number. I asked it before, and the question remains, what are you most excited about after watching last night's game? There was a lot of stuff to feel good about. I thought Wiggins looked absolutely terrific, and what'd you say again? Oh, Clay. He thought Klay Thompson really was passing the ball well last night. We'll be right back.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
The Bays team is the best team.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Repeat after me. I, Kevin, take you, Susan.
I, Kevin, take you, Susan.
It's a Jamie from Progressive.
Jamie.
No, it's all right. I can talk. Progressive protects you 24/7, which means you can contact us anytime. I'm getting a loud shh sound, so I'm going to talk louder. What can I help you with today? Oh, yeah, Progressive can do that. Ugh, there's that noise again. Hold on. Let me put you on speaker.
Contact us 24/7 on the phone, online, or on the mobile app. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
O'Reilly
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Warm in Hayward today, highs near 86.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Loon dog.
I could do without the take it away, Steiny.
That was great. And it was personable.
I know. Well, that's Loon.
Yeah, the big reliable.
That's Loon dog.
Yeah. I looked at him yesterday. I said, look. He didn't recognize. Like, remember the other day? Me and Steiny. He was busy.
And this is one of those things that we've been together for a while now. And if this
we need to get the exact date.
If this were at the beginning of our relationship, I'd laugh because I wouldn't think you're serious actually about wanting Kevon Looney to recognize you and talk to you.
We just kicked it,
Then about 3 years went by and I realized he might be serious. Like he really, when he says he felt like he was playing, I think sometimes Guru actually feels like he's playing.
We need to take pride in what we've done.
What have we done?
Like Damon knows since he's been on air how many shows he's done. We need to know when our first one was. Are we 5 years in? Yeah, just something to think about.
I can't.
I'll get on it. I'll do that.
It's actually something to not think about.
How many years we've been to get rocking?
I mean, I don't know. It's probably 5.
That's a lot.
Okay, well,
I was 219 in.
That answer suffices for me.
Yeah.
By the way, we got a new call screener today, so if he was rude,
the streets are talking.
He was rude to you. I'm sorry. Wasn't us.
Yeah, I'm waiting after the show.
Polo's in the Bay Area. He wants to talk about Curry and Poole. What's up, Polo? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about yourself?
Doing great.
Hey, here, I wanted to make this comparison. Minus the stats. So you got Michael Jordan, and then you got Kobe. Kobe imitated Michael Jordan to the best of his ability and also added flavor to the game. And, I consider, since Jordan's the best player, I consider Kobe's the best player because he mimicked Jordan and added flavor. But that being said, do you guys see Jordan Poole imitating Curry and adding his own flavor too, also being athletic? Would you think him being closest to Curry too, also?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's got some Curry in him. There's no doubt about it. But he's a different player than Curry. He doesn't shoot it like Curry shoots it.
I mean, who does?
But I do think Poole. I don't think at this point in Steph's career he could make a play like Poole.
Okay, that's fair.
Make a play like Poole, but Poole
and that's
can't
not
shoot.
A diss.
See, you have to qualify everything because you have to protect Steph so much that you have to make sure the Bay doesn't think that I criticized that. It doesn't mean you know what I mean. Doesn't mean it's a
that is a 2.
See, no, that's a 7.
I don't even think that stuff don't even register.
Well, why did you say it?
Because it's true. It is true. There are some things Jordan Poole is doing
criticism
earlier than Curry could do, like to create the shot.
Guess what? Poole's a better foul shooter than Curry was early in his career.
Yeah, that's my
He
name.
is.
But no, I'm not mad.
Huh?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm not the protector guy.
Steph Curry was, I would say Steph was a little more of a point guard than Poole. I consider Poole more of a scorer. Poole, that's one thing. Poole, at this point of his career, a better scorer than Steph Curry. Not a better shooter, better scorer.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for agreement or not.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Oh.
Because when you did the best leader ever, you were sucking up to Curry and the fans, but it went over well.
Curry's been here for 14 years. I go way back with him.
He's the best thing that happened to my career.
You're so jealous. You are so envious.
You're my partner. That helps
I
the
know, and
show.
that's what hurts. That's what hurts
You are
so
good,
much.
man. Whatever the stick is, you got it down.
What? It's no stick.
Yeah.
Stick. The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf. Otis says Steiny Guru have lasted through 4 shows.
We have. See, that's what I'm. That
You've
means
never gotten
something.
fired from here.
See, knock on wood, man.
I have. You know, I got to tell you, I thought. Well, I know. What'd you think of the ring ceremony?
Honestly, it was phenomenal. And when Curry said to Clay, hold on, we still got business to do. We still got stuff to accomplish. I thought that was awesome. The highlights, everything was great, man. And, I mean, and I keep going to Joe Lacob. And I have to. He builds this funds this building, private money. The taxpayers don't have to pay.
Yeah, a bunch of
and
friends,
all of a sudden, you go through the bad luck. And that's pretty good. You go through the bad luck of Curry getting hurt. 15 wins, you get Wiseman, he gets hurt, and all of a sudden you fast forward and you drop a banner here in San Francisco, and now you look at this team, you exchange the kind of, the bench, and now you like what you see, and it's only 48 minutes, but as long as Steph Curry is here, Barkley is not crazy saying, I think they could win 4 or 5. I didn't hear that. I fell asleep last night.
3 or 4.
3 or 4. Like, that's real talk. And it's going to take Giannis.
It's real talk now. But when he said a jump shooting team can't win a title,
that's when
that wasn't real
but
talk.
He was hating in, and he was proven wrong. My thing is, until we see a regression from Steph from a physical standpoint, which it's not
Make a 3.
Forget the metrics. I'm talking about physical.
Make a 3-pointer,
He's
Steph.
running about 3 miles a game. I'm sorry, man.
You know what? That's not that much. 3 miles?
Well, for me, it is.
I once ran.
Because we used to do the mile in high school. You had to finish under 5 minutes. I came in about 3:50.
No, you didn't.
3 minutes and about 50-something seconds. Dude, I was skinny Winnie. Moving.
So you set a world record for the mile in high school?
What's the record? We used to have 5 minutes.
The record's like 3:48 or something.
It might have been 10 minutes we had to finish.
See, this is, I wish you would know.
It was high school.
I wish you would know. Well,
damn.
Like, I can remember, I ran cross country.
All right, tell us. I interrupted to tell you my glory. Go ahead.
I don't have any glory to tell.
Slow.
No, it's like I've been there, done that. I've seen what fame can do.
Well,
the
we were
highs
talking
and the
about
lows.
Steph. You took it off him. About the amount of running he does.
3 miles doesn't seem like that much. And also, Clay used to run more than Steph in the game, I thought.
I wouldn't doubt that, both of them. And Clay is just, man, what you got? What do you see this?
AJ Cruz.
On what?
On YouTube.
What'd he say?
Goose straight making up stuff now.
That's what you do when you get older. And it was high school, dog. Like I really averaged 4, but I say 11 at gatherings.
Why? Like seriously, why do you lie?
When you get older, you're kind of entitled to that. Like grown man strength. A little inflation.
I think it's a bad habit.
I'm just 4 was 11.
I think it's an absolute
How much
bad.
did you bat baseball for? 219, but I'll say 290 to my kids. Come on, man. You earned that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, you did.
You earned it if you hit 290.
Well, I'd be 320.
You're like the kid. I know. Okay. I know who you are.
Dude, no, but come on. Yeah. The OGs, you get to this.
It's like, I got to go high school. I graduate from high school. I go to college. I try to play Division III. And there are a couple other guys from my county who went to college. They're going to play. And, You'd see him over a Christmas break. Hey, Jeff, what's going on at Jeff? What's going on at Lockhaven? I am not playing. Coach doesn't.
Right,
Coach.
No, but that's
Coach,
in the meantime.
Coach doesn't.
Yeah, I met those guys.
Coach is a jerk.
This is years later.
So your career's over.
You've earned a lie. You know, it ain't even a lie. You just earned a little extra.
Yeah, Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile.
Love the name.
Like 50 years ago, but it's not down to like 250 now.
No, I was going to say on the subject of ring night ceremonies, I did think it was really cool that Stephen Curry used his platform to talk about Brittany Griner on her 32nd birthday yesterday. Didn't have to do that, along with the Warriors female employee who he brought out, who didn't look like she was expecting to be out there. So Stephen Curry used his platform for something other than basketball, which is pretty cool.
That's a great point. And it was her birthday too.
Nenea's?
No, Brittany.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nenea is she's been with the Warriors forever. Shoot, I want to get her
that
last
was awesome,
name.
Man.
Yeah, it was cool. She was definitely touched. I mean, she's been around for a while. I want to say.
And what about Bob starting it? Well, everybody, Cooper, thanking the fans, man. And I'm just like, I know, Steiny, you could go write that, but that's what it's about. That's what anything, when you're in business and you're successful, people got to like what you're doing, what you're saying, what you're singing, whatever. And they all paid homage to the fans. So that moved me, because that's what I am at heart.
A fan.
Yep. Not ashamed of it.
Yeah,
you ain't living if you ain't a fan.
What does JD say? He likes this line. Yeah. Sometimes he'll say, that's the price of admission.
Yeah.
Thanking the fans, that's the price of admission. That's any owner's got to do that.
Well, Steph
I mean,
did
hell,
Curry did it.
Cavill thanks A's fans, for goodness sakes.
Do you think Bob Myers actually enjoys being doing all the kind of the public stuff like he had to last night?
Yeah,
getting a ring ceremony. My answer would be yes.
But just being kind of the face like Curry is for the Warriors. Bob Myers in a way is a face for the Warriors. Do you think he enjoys that?
It's a great question. I think he's learned to deal with it, and it's not a good thing or bad thing. I think he's gotten better at it. But also, you know what? And I'm sorry, this is a big part of it. When you win, just the stakes get lessened. You know, if you talk to a GM or president of basketball operations of a team that hasn't won, or it's year number 5, and whoever the Sacramento Kings GM is at any given moment, and I saw it with the Warriors when they never won.
But Bob is the beautiful thing about Bob.
It brings out the worst in people.
Yeah, Snotty, I'll say this.
Winning brings out the best.
Yeah. He's authentic. We saw it with the Draymond
let's see what happens when they're 20 and 62.
Well, that ain't
Let's see what he's like when they're 20 and 62.
Those days are over. As long as Steph is here, it might be 62 and 20.
And you know what you say? Oh, you can't touch Lacob. Just be yourself. Stop. I told Lacob.
What's a demerit on Lacob's resume? I'm waiting.
Okay, titles now. We got Steph. Win something without him.
Oh, what's Steiny? That might not be for fun. That's hater talk.
Well, he can't prove anything to me.
Let me give you a test
until then.
Wants to see. That's hater talk. Oh, my gosh. Dude, this man got booed for nothing and didn't go in field position. I can't wait for the movie.
888-957-9570. How many years are you going to give Joe Lacob after Steph Curry retires to win a title?
The man's giving the bait.
How much grace are you going to give him?
4 and 8.
How much grace are you going to give him? Curry retires in 2026. And he's got 7 titles.
He's got
7 titles.
Years in
Curry rides off into the sunset.
So you got 15,
how much leeway? How much rope now does Joe Lacob have starting in 2027?
As much as Jerry does since Troy Aikman rode off into sunset. 20 years since they've been
I'm giving him 5 years if he's truly light years.
This is incredible. And this is crazy when you really think about it. where this team was, basically the Sacramento Kings, me adopting the playoff team because the Warriors could not, you covering the team, and now this is what they're living. And I'm telling you, Matt Steinmetz, if we were in Las Vegas, well, gotta be in Vegas now with the internet, but if we had to make a bet on who's going to win the chip this year, forget last night, I would have said the Warriors. And the big part of that, listen, is they're smarter. Their brand, they share it.
They're smarter than the Lakers.
No, they're smarter than every other team.
You think?
I really believe that.
Like,
so
what,
my
the front
point
office?
Is, I would bet on the Warriors.
Hold on.
Oh no, I meant their brand.
The front office is smarter than everybody, or their players have the highest IQ of anybody in the league.
Yeah, well, their head coach is part of it because he came in and implemented the offense that fit anybody. And I love Mark Jackson. I'll fight him all my life more than anybody. But we know what that was about. So it starts with Kerr, but I'll throw in the front office. But my thing is they're not done. And if they get 5 and 9, this thing is crazy. And they got the most rings. I didn't even know this outside of the Lakers and Celtics.
Well, hold on a sec.
What do you got for us there?
I noticed a little something. They're giving Warriors titles now under the Golden State umbrella. They said they have 7 titles now, right? Okay, the 4 recent ones.
Yeah, and the Philly.
75.
All right.
That's 5. What else? What are the other 2?
I think there was 4.
4 that they just won, and 1975. What are the 2 others?
Philadelphia.
Oh, well, that's not quite the Golden State, is it? So how did they get 7?
But it's we are Warriors.
How did they get 7?
Why
do people do that?
Like
it's
that?
5.
It's part of their history.
5.
So the San Francisco Giants only have 3.
Look at my guy.
I think that's right.
But they have more because they used to play in New York.
Did
they even ever win it, the Giants in New York?
Yeah, once because Willie Mays had never won it in San Francisco.
What's your point?
Hey, this is the
you're trying to discredit the 2 championships in Philly.
They don't get those. To me, they're not under Golden State's umbrella. That's California. I don't know if you know this,
but you wouldn't
Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania.
You're saying it out loud
it's
now.
3,000 miles away. Why is that a Golden State title?
I'll tell you what, Big Mouth, tweet that.
I don't have
what if you tweeted that?
I'm on the radio. I just said it. I'm not going to tweet it.
Sometimes,
why should I tweet it?
Hey, the radio is powerful medium, especially our station. But if you tweet it, it'll go to 30,000. You know what I mean?
Keep talking. See if you're in here tomorrow.
I got you, Big Mouth.
See if you're in here tomorrow. Keep talking about how Twitter's better than this radio station.
You know what I'm really thinking about?
What?
That mile lie.
We knew. We knew.
Oh, no, I finished in the time. I just didn't know how many minutes we had.
Hey, so you're not going to be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are you taking Thursdays off now?
Uncle Junior passed away, so his
now you're
funeral's
going to make.
Yeah. I told you that. You guys were my first. Of course, you were the last one to say.
Shtick here.
No, I know you are.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Uncle Junior passed away.
But how many is that in a row? Thursdays for you?
Well, I had something to do with my teeth.
Yeah, one was the dentist.
I don't appreciate this.
One was the
is Evan laughing because I can't see him?
The 3 Ds.
As long as my boss knows.
Dentist, doctor, and death. Those are the last 3
That sounds like a Seinfeld episode. I'm not that type.
Take care.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I don't.
Yeah. I know you mean it.
Yeah.
I think you do.
No.
Yeah. I know. Mia told me, did you tell Steiny and the boss? Because the boss, I got to own Vine with him.
With who?
With the boss. And then there's your Vine. So as long as I'm good with the boss, that's all that really matters.
Chris is in San Leandro. Hey, Chris. How you doing?
So tell Dibs and Willard where I'm at tomorrow.
Hey, guys. So right now I'm 32 years old. I don't care if I'm 92 and we don't win another championship. There's how much leeway I'm going to give Lako and Bob Myers.
Yeah, okay.
And plus, since Bob Myers, you were talking about Steiny, if his back is against the wall, what he's going to do. Man, we were just the worst team in the NBA like 2 years ago. And look at the draft picks and look what he did with the Wiggins situation, AD situation. Man, he turned this around really quick after 2019. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, he's a god.
Yeah.
Bob Myers just a god, basketball god.
But man, I give credit where credit is due, Jack.
Yeah. And
if you can't get with that, I don't know what I'm going Muhammad Ali. Dude, what is it? He's
Who?
Lake Up. This is perfect.
What about him?
Builds a new arena.
What do you want to know about him?
No, it ain't. What I want to know is I already know.
No, you don't.
He's owner of a champion, and Steph is not done.
You think you know Lake Up, but you don't know Lake Up.
Because he won't come on our show.
That's because I don't put my friends in that kind of position.
You hear this?
I don't put friends.
If I knew Lake Up, he would be a staple of this. Hey, Joe, I tell you, I know you don't do this stuff, but come on. Me and my man Guru and E, come on. Have him on once a week, once a month at least.
You ready to pay him?
That's my only problem, right? You see the price of gas?
By the way, I saw that. I don't know if it was Forbes.
Give me some
highest
good news.
ticket price in the NBA is the Warriors.
Rightfully
Just
so.
a night out.
Yeah,
a night
rightfully
out.
so.
It's a great night out.
It's the best team, right? You get what you pay for.
It's a new year. We don't know. I mean,
I think you can go see the Kings on Sunday for like $75.
Dude, wow.
It's not bad, actually.
Is Mike Brown going to do something? I'm going to watch him tonight.
Mike Brown was doing wind sprints yesterday.
I saw that.
He pointed that out. He was getting up and down. I'm rooting for Mike. And who was that? Matt Barnes said they got some shooters.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
usually I'll just dismiss the Kings.
No, JD
and make fun of them.
You set them up to dismiss
but I'm not going to
them.
do that this year.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm going to be open.
Herder?
No, not.
Keegan Murray, De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes.
That's great.
Monk.
First name?
Malik.
Okay. 6. They're 9 deep. Who are the other 3? Da 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 da.
My guy Lynn.
Mr. Kid.
Lynn. You didn't like him.
This is
Alex Lynn.
This is what you did last. And people just called you out. They called you butt out on. I think Minnesota's got the best roster in the NBA.
No, it was another team.
No, you said that, and you said
who played the music? E. No, it was the Clippers. Terrence Mann. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know for a fact. Actually, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure Evan gave you that one in your ear. See,
now that
you're
hurts.
tuning me at.
No, that hurts.
No, you know what hurts is you not participating in the show.
I did.
What were you staring at?
Honestly, I was thinking about the funeral tomorrow because you brought it up. Oh, boy. So make sure Willard and Dibs know where I'm at because they're going to look like this dude's gone. And then you're going to...
I'm going to hang them out to dry and not tell them.
If I go back on the Odyssey app and you don't do... I'll be disappointed Friday. I know you probably couldn't...
You'll probably go on... You'll listen live.
Drew Down on YouTube Guru, you tried this yesterday.
You did.
I just named the whole King roster.
5 players.
Good Lord.
20 seconds left. Anthony Slater coming up with Damon
I saw
and
him. We
Ray
chopped
Ratto,
it up.
4:15.
All righty. Warriors.
PTO Johnson.
Order the rings.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Steph Curry and the Warriors embarrassed LeBron James and the Lakers on ring night.
Curry with the intercept, chest pass to Poole, catch and shoot 3, ridiculous! Pass to Clay, fires away, 3-ball on the left sideline, Klay Thompson.
I don't remember, man. I black out in those moments.
The champs are back.
28 to go, Wiggins again for 3.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stacked. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Safeway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
I mean, let's not bury the lead. It's one of the nicest days of the year outside. It is absolutely gorgeous out there, so I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you got to take a long lunch or get to leave work a little early to play some hooky, because it's really, really nice outside. It was really, really nice inside last night at Chase Center. Man, that opening ring night kind of hit all the notes you want ring night to hit. And man, the Warriors look like they're seriously going to challenge for another NBA title. And the Lakers, Ray, have been eliminated from the NBA's postseason after 4 quarters of basketball. Pretty much. Wow, they are.
I warned you last night.
Man, look.
They're hopeless.
I don't know if they're going to be hopeless, but as currently constructed and as they are currently going about playing like that, it ain't hopeful. I'll tell you that much. And I mean it, man. There is nobody in a Laker uniform that I like watching basketball play less than Anthony Davis. He's everything that's wrong with a big man who wants to play on the outside. I don't understand it. He's got an unstoppable, uncontestable low post game where he could drop step his way to another MVP if that's what he wanted to do. If he could stay healthy to do that. But that guy's got to go out to the perimeter where he shot 18% last year. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I think, and this is just a pinheaded opinion, like so many that I deliver, he doesn't want to play in the low post because he's afraid he'll get beaten up down there. And he doesn't want to get injured again. So he plays at the perimeter where it's relatively safer. And he's not much there. He doesn't help them there.
SOFT. Soft.
That might be.
That's what we're talking about.
I mean, let's put it this way. I'm loath to do this after only 48 minutes, but I think the goal for the Lakers this year is for LeBron James to play so well that this won't be viewed as his fault when they go 29-53.
He's spectacular. He's still spectacular. At his age, he's an absolute force of nature, and it's worthy to bring up some of the things and records that he will pass, he will hold in, well, his next game probably, one of them. He's going to go climbing up the all-time three-pointer chart list. He's a special guy. There's no doubt about it. His teammate Anthony Davis, SOFT, and we'll have more on that a little bit later. Our friend Anthony Slater is going to join us at 4:15 today. Really the only interview that we have lined up. I know Lucas has got his fishing pole in a couple of ponds. We'll see if he pulls out anybody else today. But if not, that means we have plenty of time to talk to you, and I just want to kind of hop right into it. What was the most exciting part of last night's game as far as your takeaway from the game? I thought there were some interesting things that went on pregame, Ray, which sort of set the tone for the evening. And this wasn't even something that I thought of. Like, I am just sitting there watching a ring ceremony, watching the pregame video montage that they put on the huge scoreboard at Chase Center, and Jillian's sitting next to me, and she just asks, I didn't prompt her to. She just asks, based on what she's seeing, how long do you think they spent editing Draymond out of highlights? There is no doubt in my mind. As soon as she asked that question, I kind of rewound it and watched it a little bit closer because I wasn't just watching for Draymond. I was just sort of watching it. Then I started watching. There is no doubt in my mind that they absolutely re-edited that video post-punch, because to not include Draymond in the level in which he wasn't included felt intentional. And I got to tell you that when they are handing a microphone to Klay Thompson and handing a microphone to Steph Curry, and that's it, that's a choice. That is a franchise choice. And there is no doubt in my mind that had a punch not been thrown, Draymond's got mic time on ring night. He is now basically, he got the Patrick McCaw treatment last night. Here's your ring, stand over there.
Well, here's two things. I don't know if they edited him out. I don't know. I don't care. But I think it was important in their minds that nobody get booed on opening night. And if Draymond gets the microphone, he's going to get booed. And I think that was their most important consideration. It's supposed to be a good night. We don't need any of that. And I think they were trying to make it as antiseptic as possible. And it probably worked. People didn't seem to complain much about it. But no, I think that, they would like to very much slow play him, during this last year. Because, they still need him if they're going to win a title. And so they don't need either to rub him in their fans' face or vice versa. So I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I probably agree with you that rather than have their third most important player get booed on opening night when he's getting a ring, they'd rather it be a nice, benign, bland ceremony.
I actually don't even think he would have been booed.
Oh, he would have.
I don't know, man. I don't think Warriors fans are going to boo one of their own on ring night. I really don't.
After this?
Yeah, I still really don't. I don't. I think that guy's still got a lot of house credit with people who are dropping, $700 on a ticket. So I maybe a little, maybe would have been a smattering, but not enough. Like Draymond's not so sensitive where he would have, taken the bait on that. Like he would have said what he had to say, but there was clearly a choice, I think, made. Like he's not representing the team vocally anymore. I think that
not by their choice.
Yeah, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the end of Draymond Green with the Golden State Warriors. To me, that was kind of set in motion a little bit last night. Having said all that, the game went off very, very well, and Draymond had a great assist from Jordan Poole for a layup that, of course, everybody tried to analyze. Look at them. They're so happy together. That's a business relationship. And I'm just going to tell you right now, you know what Andre Iguodala's job is this year? He's Draymond police. He's Draymond police. Andre Iguodala last night told Draymond Green to quit riding LeBron James's jock. And he did it with sign language. Gave him the reverse pepper shaker, which Lucas so eloquently said. That's a great way to describe it on a family-friendly show like this. It was the reverse pepper shaker, and Iguodala basically told Draymond Green, you're corny for going up to your basketball boyfriend and trying to be all buddy-buddy while the game's actually happening, which was super lame. And I'm going to tell you right now that PB&J, Patrick Baldwin Jr., and Ryan Rollins were looking at that. They were stunned. Andrew Wiggins, like if a look could kill, Andrew Wiggins would have killed Draymond Green last night. This team, I think, has a very, very short wick on Draymond Green right now. And he tried to push it a little bit. And Andre Iguodala basically said, get off that dude's nuts. You're embarrassing yourself.
And I think they probably are. I know the front office is fed up. They were forced to make choices that they didn't really want to make yet. And I suspect the players are probably a little weary of it too, especially after, and I don't know whether they watch this or not, but the TNT apology from Draymond to Draymond, which is what that was.
Yeah, kind of.
It just, I think he has decided that, his relationships with the rest of this team are now largely, if not entirely, business related. And the fact that he hasn't done a podcast, I think, is to his credit. But he works for TNT too, so they could lean on him and go, hey, we want to do this. And frankly, you're part of our team now too. So he did it. It didn't go well as far as I thought. And, but I think they also know that his minutes are still important minutes to them. And they're prioritizing winning a ring above all other personal issues.
And I'll tell you what, it looks like they might be built to do it. Here's the kind of respect that you just got to put on Steph Curry's name at all times. Notice how, the starting five is going to be on a minutes restriction, except Steph, who's basically one of the most finely tuned, conditioned athletes we'll ever watch in our lives. He was fantastic last night. Curry led all scorers with 33 points. He iced the game by going for 9 points in 46 seconds. late in the game. The Warriors were up by as many as 27 at the end of yet another monster third quarter where they outscored the Lakers 32-19, giving Steve Kerr all the separation that he needed. It was a rousing win by a very good team that didn't even play particularly well over a Lakers team that, I'm just telling you, like, beating the Lakers is going to be a breeze. They're going to shoot themselves out of more games than they shoot themselves into. That's for sure. So unless it's just attack the rim, LeBron, Anthony Davis on a heater, Russell Westbrook giving you the best of what he's got left, just looking to rip the rim off, they got nothing. They got nothing. The first guy off their bench is Austin Reeves. What, are you kidding me? Lonnie Walker? No, that's not the answer. And I'm going to tell you right now, Juan Toscano-Anderson is a lovely human being. He is a great story. He is the NBA equivalent of a human guy, of just a hustler. He's out there. He's a good story. He's a try-hard guy. If he's your 10th guy, it's great. If he's your 7th guy, you suck.
Yeah, and I don't blame him for that.
No, not at all.
He went and did the deal that was open to him.
Yeah.
I mean,
good for him. I'm thrilled for him. I'm thrilled for him.
But no, you look at this roster and you just go, simply no. I mean, literally to this point, I'm going to stand by my suggestion. LeBron James will average more points than they will have wins.
We get to find out at the end of the season. We're going to have to wait a long time for that prediction. We're going to wait an hour from now. Anthony Slater is going to join us today. We've got good news coming out of Santa Clara concerning the 49ers practice. We'll have that for you, so don't you go anywhere. We got a great show for you today. Pick up your ring the size of a coffee table last night at Chase Center. Those things are huge. They're pretty cool, too. So anyways, we are underway. It's good to have you here. Damon and Ratto, and everything that you need on 95.7 The Game can be found on the Odyssey app. Download it today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Amazon, and other fine retailers.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Well, hello to James, to Drew Down, to KM Johnson, Chris A. Damon, did you get any royalties for the TNT? No. Hello, chatters on the YouTube. Damon and Ratto, we are on YouTube. We are on Twitch. You can watch this. You can bask in that chat room. You can reach out the good old-fashioned way, just here on our Xfinity mobile text line. Of course, give us a call at 888-957-9570. All kinds of ways to reach out to the show. Chef A asked the question on the Xfinity mobile text line, why wasn't Kerr thanked pregame ceremony? I'm going to guess because he specifically was asked them not to. That's a very Steve Kerr move. Steve does not like to take a drop of attention away from his players. It's why he never is seen, picking up trophies or making grand speeches at the end of the year on podiums or with Adam Silver or anything. Steve wears beige and blends into the background the first opportunity he gets, and he's more than happy to see the spotlight hit his players and his players only. And Bob Myers is very similar. I was even surprised that he was a part of it last night. I'm glad that he was. The world deserves to know what a good guy Bob Myers is and how he can work a room and how tall and handsome he is. So,
well, let's not lose all perspective.
Right, but no,
he's tall.
Had himself a very good night last night. And those rings, again, they're more like tiny coffee tables. And the Warriors really did a hell of a job with those. They did. I mean, who is the official jeweler? Jostens? Just like our high school?
Probably not.
Jostens Jewelers?
I think it's a place in L.A. I can't remember the name of it.
But Jake the Jeweler, Jacob the Jeweler. It's
a guy
who's famous for
it's a ring that is not functional as a ring.
No, there are smaller belt buckles in country western videos. That thing is
smaller hats.
It's an apparatus is what it is. There is a trap door to reveal how many titles each player has won. Like Curry's like, "Oh, you don't have 4? You don't have 4 in yours?" Klay Thompson's like, "You don't have 4 in yours?" And again, Draymond Green's not allowed to speak anymore. So
Jason of Beverly Hills.
Jason of Beverly Hills.
Not Jared. They didn't go to Jared.
Not Jostens.
No.
Gold diamonds, which, by the way, keeps the price down just a little bit. Because remember, diamonds, by their nature, are supposed to be colorless. But there are gold diamonds and white diamonds with all the gold, the yellow gold. 7 carats of yellow cushion-cut diamonds on the bezel, whatever the bezel is, represent the Team 7 championships. 43 baguettes in the bridge represent Steph Curry's 43-point performance in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. And there's all sorts of little, cool symbolism things built into that. And again, it's got a trap door. There's a parquet floor under it, for goodness sakes. I mean, that's going above and beyond.
To call it ostentatious is to miss the point. It was meant to be a decoder ring in a Marvel movie.
It's designed to be ostentatious. I mean, they're going for ostentatious. And if you're going for it, you nailed it. Absolutely, they did. Look, last night was a really good night for the Golden State Warriors. I'm just personally thrilled. They're back on the radio. My favorite show on television is back on TV. And there's nothing better at night, in my house anyways, than just sitting around and just watching this team play its absolutely gorgeous brand of basketball. And they weren't, in midseason form last night. That was them coming out of the starting gates admitting, like, we're playing too many players. We're going to do that intentionally early on in the season to give guys a rest. And I tell you that is a luxury and a curse for Steve Kerr, because he's going to be pestered about minutes up and down this roster. He's going to lose hair over that question. But what a luxury he has. I mean, he can seriously give legitimate nights off to key players. And this operation really isn't going to miss that much of a step. I mean, it's really something else. And if you were there last night, what was your favorite part of last night? I know that you spent an awful lot of money to get in there. I know that you probably stuck around later than you thought you would because the ring ceremony got going late, because the Celtics game ended a little bit late, so the whole evening was backed up. But boy, if you got in there, that was fantastic. I mean, it was an awful lot of good atmosphere in there, and it felt good. It felt like the Warriors again. For the past few weeks, like I said, it didn't even feel like they were defending champs. Last night, clear reminder, a shot across the globe. Yeah, we are the defending champs. Write that down. You're going to need that information when you're playing us.
Well, and it helps that they open up against a dreadful Lakers team. I mean, even with them sort of a half second off on everything, they were never really in danger. I mean, before that third quarter run, they were already up 7 and holding a game at arm's length.
They were in control all night.
It was a great night to be reminded how important Kevon Looney is. Never mind being the peacemaker after the punch. Played 20 minutes. He was plus 30.
Yeah.
He just does all the stuff that you cannot rely upon any of the young guys to do yet because they haven't learned how. He's the primer for all those guys. Do this and do it this way and you'll be all right. He's a phenomenon. And that's why I think he's going to, he will start all 82 games again, health allowing, just because A, Steve Kerr's committed to him, and B, because he provides an example for any player who doesn't think, well, I can't do what Steph Curry does. No, but you can work your ass off and you can be in the right place at the right time and you can do the right thing when you're required to do it. And he's the best example of it.
It takes time to learn what he knows.
Yeah.
It takes time in the system. You have to be groomed into the way the Warriors play. You have to know tendencies of missed shots from all your teammates. And I think Looney's got that somewhere on the back of his hand. He just knows which way the rebound is going to go. He's done a great job getting his body on guys. And that's really where I kind of want to pick up with James Wiseman, because I saw Anthony Slater writing about this, and Slater's going to join us today at 4:15. James Wiseman is putting his bodies on guys in the pick, and it makes the pick and roll go so much better. Actual contact. He is finding the angles, knowing where you're supposed to be on the floor. I mean, that's Kevon Looney's greatest asset, right? I know where I'm supposed to be. It sounds so simple. It really does. But it baffles so many guys and so many teams.
Because you have to be in the right place all the time. Kevon Looney is of no service to them if they can't trust that he's going to be where he needs to be, doing the thing he needs to do every time down the floor. I mean, that's why, Steve Kerr looks at him and says, you have to play. I know you don't get up off the ground very well. I know you're not an offensive force, but I can bank on you. You're an ATM in a sport where even Stephen Curry will have the odd night where he's not shooting well. But Kevon Looney never mails it in, and unless he gets into significant foul trouble early, you'll get 20 solid minutes every night. Every night.
He's just part of the development that this team has nailed with some of its players. By the way, I saw this right before we came on the air, Ray. Former Golden State Warrior Eric Paschall waived today by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Getting waived on opening night, that's just cruel. That's just a lousy thing to do to a guy. But I'm surprised. Like, I never thought that Paschall was going to be an all-star. But I thought that there's a guy who's going to be around the NBA for a while. Waived today by the Timberwolves. So surprised to see that. But it ain't easy to make it in this league. And it's certainly difficult to make it look easy night after night, year after year. And Adam Silver said it, last night when he was introducing the rings and the team. He said the Warriors are defined by their stars, but really their defining trait is their resiliency. It really is. They just keep coming. You know how easy it is to be well-fed and not hungry? The amount of guys on the Golden State Warriors that should check the box of well-fed, therefore no longer that hungry, is a lot of guys. But it doesn't happen. I don't know how that doesn't happen. It seems like an unnatural thing. It's got to be Svengali'd by, whatever Steve Kerr has to tell you about stories about greatness, whatever Klay Thompson, Steph Curry want to do to continue to encourage everyone. I mean, Klay, I can see why it would happen in Klay, because Klay saw it all taken away from him. And then with arduous rehab, he got it back. Curry, again, his career was threatened by that ankle. So maybe, it dangled on a thread early enough for him to be scared of that thread the rest of his career.
Well, a couple of things. As it regards Curry, I don't think any of the young guys want to be part of the reason why he doesn't get at least one more championship.
Right.
And the other thing is, and say what you will about his current state, Draymond Green had been the conscience of this team for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And that matters too. That's one of the things that's going to be interesting to see as this season develops. Can he dig his way out of their doghouse? Because I think they're looking at him with a good deal of skepticism. And how he chooses to go about this year is going to go a long way toward telling me how title capable they really are. Because I don't know that there's anybody on this roster who can do the defensive things he can do even now. But part of what made him who he is he was also the guy who could tell you where you needed to be and what you needed to do at the right time. Yeah, he could be a scold, but he was a valuable resource. We'll see if he can still be that.
I've honestly had no problem with Draymond Green, his style of leadership, his behavior, his interactions. Every now and then he's just pushing it with officials, and I ask myself, well, why? You clearly have turned yourself into an you've robbed yourself of the benefit of the doubt, which seems like a funny thing to do. But he's kind of a funny guy. It wasn't until the punch that I think everyone started reevaluating who he is, what he means, and I got to tell you, there might be enough firepower on this team that must play defense through Draymond nature of this team. I think it's changed a little. Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins showing up, being a defender that no one ever really expected him to be. It mutes the importance of Draymond Green just a little. And I think there is absolutely no unintended consequence of him being muted by this franchise intentionally last night in that ceremony. There are 3 tentpole Golden State Warriors. 2 of them got microphones, 1 didn't. That was odd. But it was also, I think, I wasn't thinking about it, so I guess I can't say I was expecting it, but hindsight being 2020, maybe that's part of, the discipline of Draymond Green that this team danced around and didn't really enact in any way that it would affect the regular season. And I don't blame them, because that's kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face. If your locker room thinks you got your arms around it, well, then your arms are around it. So that's all you need. But his little patty cake with LeBron James right in front of the Warriors bench, like, that's some candy-ass nonsense. That the way that Steve Kerr called the timeout after the 3-point shot led to a layup, and you even read his lips, he just turned and he said, that can't happen. Yeah, that would Draymond. That can't happen. That can't happen. You want to roll with your boy LeBron James? Call him after the game. Meet him in the hallway. Dap him up out there. You look like you're trying to show everybody, like, look, LeBron is my friend. LeBron is my friend. And Andre Iguodala had the great. Look at it this way. Andre Iguodala is not going to have an in-game dunk that's harder than how hard he dunked on that interaction just sitting there in a sport coat. The reverse pepper shaker. Brilliant, Lucas.
Who told you that? No, I want to know where he learned it, because I don't think he knows what a pepper shaker is.
It's like a salt shaker.
Gee, thanks.
It's kind of the opposite of the salt shaker. But yeah, no, it's somebody said here on the Xfinity mobile text line, phasing him out silently. I think that's probably a good way to say it. I mean,
I'm not sure they're phasing him.
Well, not phasing him, but phasing him out of being a forward-facing Golden State Warrior. Here's your mic time. Here you are in the dead center of the group photo anymore. That I don't know if that exists for him.
Well, not right now. I mean, he's going to have to, repay all of his dues. But there are going to be times this year when they're going to need him to be him. And the Warriors are pragmatic enough, as much as he might make them grind their teeth. They're pragmatic enough to know that he's still not replaceable on a game-in, game-out basis.
Regular season, game-in, game-out? Yeah, he's damn well replaceable. Playoffs. That's when Draymond will be important.
He'll be important when they go on a long Eastern swing against good teams. He needs to be that. I mean, you have to earn your minutes no matter how many years you've been there. And that's when you'll see if he's up to the new definition of what his task is.
888-957-9570. Last night, the Golden State Warriors played everybody on the roster except for PBJ and the team's equipment manager. I mean, it was an embarrassment of riches that the Lakers have to look at and just go, oh my God, this game's over before it even starts. We just can't keep up with that. When the Warriors' second unit came out there and just started putting it on the Lakers starters, that was another really good sign. And oh, by the way, Steph Curry afterwards was talking about the deep bench and how Steve Kerr is going to have an awful lot of work doling out minutes this year.
The biggest thing is that throughout the 82 games, you got to weather the storm. You know, there's going to be a couple of injuries. You know, you're going to hit some rough patches. That to be able to have that many guys to throw out there, it matters. But I think most importantly is when you get to the playoffs, you know the rotation is going to tighten a lot, and everybody's going to have an opportunity to earn those minutes and figure out what our best lineups are to go win a championship. Throughout the regular season, we've talked about it since 14, 15. Everybody matters in that journey. Even if you're not the guy that's, 8, 9, 10. You still have to be ready. You still got to be locked in, and all that stuff has started in the off season, but it starts now in terms of building the right habits, just the right approach to the game, because you never know. Things change really quickly throughout the regular season, and everybody has to be ready. So it's a great luxury to have, but there's difficulties that comes with it, because people are going to be pissed off coming off the court when knowing that they didn't play that night. So you have to just be patient with it. We've all gone through it at some point in your career.
And luckily, Steve Kerr's single greatest attribute as a future Hall of Fame head coach is how he manages people, how he sets expectations, how he holds people accountable, and how he communicates. That's what's going to get the Warriors. That's what got the Warriors through the Draymond situation, talking to people, managing egos, and communicating. Steve Kerr is the Magellan of that. Bob Myers is just as good. So you have two guys in your organization working at you from two different levels, from outside the locker room and from inside the locker room, in the most positive, ego-managing, expectation-setting. No one should get angry or be surprised by how much they are or are not playing. It's really something else. It's an incredible operation that they have. And I got to tell you, a little earlier this morning, Ray, I was in the car, and I was listening to Butcher Boy, and I think that Willard was listening to the same segment, because Willard said, Butcher Boy brought up something, and I want to talk about it. And then I heard Willard bring it up, and so Willard brought up something that Butcher Boy started talking about, and I want to talk about it too. We're going to have to talk about where Joe Lacob really does fall in line, not in terms of great Bay Area owners, where he is now definitively on the one line all by himself, but in the great owners in the history of sports. It's a small team photo. He's already in that photo. He is moving himself to dead center front row with all that this team has accomplished in his dozen years that he has been their owner. They are a success to phenomenon level of success, with literally no failure to be found, because even the failure has been the fuel that has allowed them to keep on going successfully. Well, you lost to the Cavaliers because Draymond got suspended and you blew the 3-1 lead. That got you Kevin Durant. That got 2 titles. Well, after he left, you had Steph Curry get injured, obviously the Klay Thompson injury 2 years in a row, and those 2 years bottomed out. Those got you into the lottery. Those got you the stocked cupboard that you have right now. And we're talking about all this depth like we almost have to complain about it. It's so aggressive. Even success can be found in the failure. And I don't know how many owners got that going for them. It's really something else. We'll get to all of that later. Real quick, this is Sparky. Sparky's in Alameda. What's going on, Sparky?
Gentlemen, I enjoy every single thing you guys said. Everything sounds so clever. It's like, oh my God. But to the point, what does Draymond Green want to start at like a fan base that we got to pick and choose? What do he got to do that? What does he want to be like? I'm a better man. Bro, you know nothing without Draymond Green. This is a special message to you, Draymond Green. I hope you listen to this. Bro, you got this with them. You couldn't have done it by yourself. Stop kissing LeBron's ass.
Well, look, I mean, you're friends with LeBron James. Congratulations. That's cool. There's no doubt. That's cool. When you're interacting with an opponent that has your entire bench looking at you funny, and Iguodala wringing out the towel, which is the way I was going to describe it. I mean, I could do it on YouTube, but, could be kids watching there too. But it's when someone says you are riding that man's you-know-what so hard that you're embarrassing yourself. Andre Iguodala, I don't know how many games he's going to play. He's here to be Draymond Police. I think that's his job. He's Draymond Police. Because that's probably the only guy in the locker room that can look at him, squint at him, and have his full attention. Maybe Curry. But I could even see Draymond being dumb enough to disrespect Steph Curry somehow, some way.
No, he's smart about who he can push and who he can't push. Quite frankly,
you're right. He does pick and choose who he bullies.
Look, post punch, he's backed away from Poole too, and Poole doesn't have nearly the resume that he's got.
No, but he's twice the player.
He's not twice the player. Don't lose perspective here.
He's twice the player.
He's not twice the player.
He's twice the player. Draymond Green is a perfect fit on this team. Jordan Poole could go to any NBA city and ball out, possibly be an all-star. Any NBA city.
Orlando.
He could get 30 a night in Orlando.
And none of them would matter.
I'm not talking about
No. Let's not lose perspective of what Draymond Green's resume is.
It's incredible.
Okay, then.
But it's solely dependent on him ending up on this team. Had Draymond Green been a Cleveland Cavalier post LeBron, you don't even know about him.
And if Poole ends up in Orlando as a draftee,
he might be an all-star.
Or he might be out of the league because the first 2 years he did remarkably little. He got shepherded very well by this team. He owes a lot to this team too.
Yes, he does.
So let's not take away things that don't deserve to be taken away. My only point is Draymond Green has not picked a fight with anybody since then. He's tried to be on his version of his best behavior.
He's had a good 3 weeks. Yeah.
Okay, well, when he has screwed up in the past, he's had longer stretches than that. This is just the start of his recalibration.
More calls right around the corner. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater at 415. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield and by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Sure, we have 30 seconds to tell you that drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. But then what? We could romance the legal copy. It never gets the attention it deserves. And some lawyer worked real hard on it. So take it away, lawyer.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
Now that was some beautiful legal. Well done, lawyer. Well done.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake?
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Damon and Ratto.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It is good to have you here. It is a gorgeous Wednesday, a what-if Wednesday. Questions being lovingly prepared by Lucas himself. We're going to have questions that we have lovingly prepared for Anthony Slater. He's coming up at 4:15 to talk about last night at Chase Center. Look, somebody's like, Damon, twice as good, twice the player that Draymond Green. Look, I get an awful lot of respect for Draymond Green. It was years where I was telling you to appreciate Draymond Green, you have to understand all the things about basketball that you can't see in a box score. I think Draymond Green is equally straddling the line of most overrated and least, and underrated player all at the same time. Like, he's a paradox wrapped in a riddle. But the difference between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green is Draymond Green's success is completely dependent, I believe, on the team that he is on. Where Jordan Poole's success is translatable to any NBA city in which he arrives. This guy can roll out of bed, score 20. He can score 20 off the bench. Draymond can't do that. That's not an ability he has. And this is an offense, you got to shooter shoots league. Draymond's got an incredible skill set, and it's perfect for the Warriors. It's been a remarkably fantastic marriage in so many ways. They just gave Jordan Poole a bigger contract than they ever gave to Draymond. I mean, that'll tell you who's worth what right there, Ray.
That's a different argument. And the argument is what goes forward. Draymond Green's value is considerably in the past. There's no question about that. And going forward, they have shown that they value Jordan Poole more. But based on what has been done...
I'm talking about peak of earning powers. Peak of earning powers.
Okay. What I'm saying is Draymond Green's resume is significantly longer than Jordan Poole's is as of this moment. And they are both Warrior dependent on getting that money. I mean, if you put, well, we had this discussion off the air. If you put him on the Knicks, he gets a lot of points, and the Knicks are no better off because they've had guys who can score points. On this team, right now, he's the third most important shooter. And he owes a significant amount of his development to the fact that the Warriors slow played him and let him get through some of the rough spots. He's still at the beginning of a career that could be sensational.
I think that's his work ethic. I mean, it's not all the Warriors there. It's him putting in the constant, endless hours and never doubting himself in the gym. And again, to say that Jordan Poole is the third best shooter on the Golden State Warriors is the exact same thing as saying he's the best shooter on any other team in the NBA. He's buried behind the two greatest three-point shooters in the history of the sport.
But he's had a chance to find his place on this roster that he would not have in a place like New York.
He'd be starting.
He'd be starting, and the pressure on him to perform every night and make that team a winner, the thing that has chewed up player after player in New York, would chew him up as well. Because he's designed best to be a guy who gets to glide path into significance. And that's enormously important. You put him in that situation right away on a bad team, he ends up getting chewed up and spit out like a lot of other guys with his talent set.
I would just say that the last few weeks have demonstrated a level of mental toughness that I think you got to give him more credit than you are.
No, I'm just talking about as a player. I'm not... the fact that he has not
Look, first of all, he's from Indiana. So that right there makes him an elite basketball mind alone.
Taking a punch is not the issue here. I'm saying is every player is dependent in part on where he lands.
Right.
And there are places in the NBA that would have wrecked him.
Sure.
I would suggest
how do you think
if Stephen Curry had gotten his way and gotten drafted by the Knicks, he wouldn't be playing now. Because the Knicks would have ruined him too, because they wouldn't know what to do with him.
They probably would have seen the ankles and screwed it up. There's no doubt. But
that's the only point I'm trying to make. There are horses for courses.
Sure. And if Draymond were a Detroit Piston his entire career, he's got 0 rings. Zero.
And I'm not disputing that either. All I'm saying is in the alternative world where he's a Piston, sure. But we only have the world we live in. And in the world we live in, he was an important part of 4 championship teams.
You're not teaching me anything. I'm saying that too.
But
the intrinsic value of Jordan Poole
when you say
is
that
bigger to the NBA than the intrinsic value of Draymond Green. Jordan Poole is a more valuable NBA player to the NBA, to any other NBA team, than Draymond Green would be.
But the point is, it doesn't matter what he would be on any other team. It's the team he's on. That's the only reality you've got.
Right. Well, I'm sort of trying to have a hypothetical conversation, and you're so grounded in reality, you're not following the bouncing ball.
Oh, no, I'm following it well. I just don't believe in hypothetical worlds that don't exist.
All right.
I believe in the thing that's in front of us. We don't need to get mad at each other.
I'm very mad at you now.
Let's get mad at Lucas.
Lucas,
get in here.
Bevmo, get there. This is Bud in Oakland who wants to talk about how Adam Silver embarrassed LeBron. I didn't see that one. Bud, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, what's happening, y'all, man? Listen, great to have you fellas, back in action, once again like y'all normally do. But listen, man, the league and them, whoever makes the roster, the schedule, whatever, listen, man, they knew what was going on. They knew that the Warriors were going to come out and do exactly what they did. I mean, the fact that they did what they have always done in the third quarter should have put the NBA on notice that they are still in championship form. They dominated like they do always defensively, and they outscored the Lakers. And when everyone thought that the Lakers were going to come back healthy, and I understand it's the first game, but this team has chemistry, and now they have championship pedigree with these youngsters added to the flow of the veterans. And, the league is just letting everybody else know that this is the passing of the torch. This is no longer LeBron's league. And by them obliterating LeBron and his team last night, I think that just put everybody on notice that respect this man Curry and what he has done. Although there is some noise around, his team right now and his fellow brothers. But all that aside, man, respect that man. Although Nikola Jokic is a great player, I still don't think he should have got those back-to-back MVPs. They robbed Curry of MVPs, and we all know that. But just respect it, man.
Look, having LeBron on the biggest stage, which is whatever the stage the Warriors are on opening night, that's not disrespectful. That's how you open up an NBA season. But, Bud, to your point about the league kind of rubbing LeBron's nose in it, have you seen the Lakers' schedule? Just take a look at the Lakers' early schedule here. So they just lost to the Golden State Warriors. They go home to the Clippers. That's a loss. Then they're home to the Portland Trail Blazers. That's probably a loss, too. Then they're at Denver. That's a loss. At Minnesota. That's a loss. Home to Denver. That's a loss. Against New Orleans. Maybe a loss. They might not win until November 4th, and they see the Utah Jazz. That's how the Lakers could start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They could start 0-7. It's not out of the question. Maybe they beat Portland. That's what the NBA did to the Lakers, that it wasn't very nice. Giving them an opening night game on TNT, that's fine. It's the follow-up games. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. Defending the Lakers is a breeze. Again, they were 1 for 9 last night on uncontested catch-and-shoot attempts. That's 11%. The Lakers missed 18 of their first 21 three-point attempts. They finished 10 of 40 from deep. LeBron can make a jump shot. LeBron can hit a three. But honestly, those are the shots you want him taking. So every single time he does that, he's not barreling towards the rim, he's not hunting and ones, he's not getting your guys in foul trouble, like that's a win. Anytime LeBron is taking a shot from a perimeter, even if it goes in, that's a win for the defense. And then no one else on the team can shoot but him.
And truthfully, him going hard to the basket night in and night out is going to cause him to miss games, because even built as he is, and even as hard as he works, he's got miles on him. He's old by any standard in any sport.
He'll be 38 in December.
Yeah. I mean, he's...
With tons of tread off the tire.
Yeah, well, no matter how much tread is left, you take a beating every night going hard to the basket. I mean, Russell Westbrook had, his career's been shortened by that. I mean, he's a liability now because he always went hard to the basket. Guys who pay with their bodies pay at this time in their careers. I mean, Russell Westbrook saying last night, well, one of the reasons my hamstring is screwed up is because I was on the bench. No, that's what your future ought to be, and you should be able to adjust to that. But he won't adjust to it, which is why his end will be as unpleasant as it's been.
You know what I can't adjust to? Reggie Miller trying to tell me how good he is. What did he say? Like, oh, what did he have? 17 and 8 last year? Like anyone would take 17. I don't even know what he had. I'm trying to remember the lunacy that Reggie Miller was spitting. With no context. Like, would you take 17 and 8 from a point guard? Well, yeah, that sounds good. But are you also telling me that his usage percentage is going to be offensive and he's going to take 38 shots to get to that 17? Because if you're telling me that comes with the package, which is the package of Westbrook right now, those aren't good numbers, Reggie. I'm sorry that you don't understand that.
But he's left having to defend a guy who doesn't have much defense that can be made legitimately for himself.
Right, so Reggie has to literally make up ridiculous points.
Yes.
And he'll go on for 8 minutes.
Yeah, because Reggie Miller is like most analysts who have been players before. They tend to linger on the guys who were great and are no longer, just because in some ways I remember how it was at the end of my career, and I don't want to be the guy who spits on him in his. I get why he did it. He's wrong. I mean, all the evidence says he's wrong, but I get why he was carrying water for Westbrook last night. I don't have to believe in it.
Little too many trips up the hill for the pail of water last night. What you want one bucket up the hill? Fine, but
the more you say it, the weaker your case is.
It got nuts. By the way, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Mike is in Oakland. Hello, Mike. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I waited 20 minutes. I don't never do this, but hey, Dan, we got to stop this Draymond slander. But you saying Poole 2 times as good as him? Now, I understand that he scores the ball or whatever, but you can't discredit. We don't have 4 rings. We might not have any rings right now if Draymond isn't on the team at all. Like, let's be honest here. We got to stop it. We've been talking about Draymond for 3. There's water under the bridge right now. They're saying it, so we can't keep living our lives every day, waking up, hearing about Drake. I hear Draymond on every TV right now, and it's kind of frustrating because they act like what he does on the basketball court isn't, I wouldn't say amazing, but is damn near amazing.
He is, when he is dialed in and he wants to be a fire-breathing dragon defensively, he is a huge piece of the Warriors' engine. I mean, there's no denying what he has been. I also think there's no denying what he has kind of turned into. And, I mean, let's see where it goes. I just think that this team really only needs Draymond for playoff games. That's it. They could absolutely make up for him in the margins of the entire regular season, and then to have that guy and his defensive prowess in the postseason, that's when he's going to pay off. You know, he said it. You a 16-game player, you an 82-game player. You know, he's definitely a 16-game player, and that's supposed to be the better thing, but in his case, it's just there are diminishing returns on Draymond Green, and when it really starts to diminish, it's going to come fast, and then he's out there playing patty cake with LeBron 3 weeks after he slugged a teammate, and you can see look, all I can tell you, Ray, is that when you and I get left out of station meetings, when you and I start being left out of best of montages, when you and I are no longer privy to some of the inside information that happens here at the station, when you and I aren't being put forward and advertised on the LED boards at Chase Center, you know what that's going to be called for us? That's the beginning of the end. Oh, that's how it starts. How it definitely ends, when it definitely ends, we don't know. But I'll be definitely able to tell you when it starts.
Oh, I mean, look, it has started. I mean, I don't think nobody's disputing that. The only question is how, and you just said it, is how long it takes. It could take 2 years.
It could. And he has the privilege to exercise the right to be here next year, too.
Yeah. And truthfully, how important he is to them is entirely up to him. And he has shown signs in the past that he can muscle up to that challenge. This is a different challenge than ever before. And he's got to get over the part about it that's about him. And he's been able to do that in the past. This is a different set of circumstances, so I don't know what happens this time. But he has done it in the past. I mean, he just, when he got blamed for them losing to the Cavs in 16, even though the Warriors had plenty of time to overcome that. I mean, they had 2 full games after his suspension.
Yep.
And didn't. So, he's not the only one who, gets to put his name on that one. But the fact is, he's been there before. Not this deep, but he's been there before. So we'll see.
By the way, Postman from Capitola kind of nailed it too. He said, Reggie, Westbrook, UCLA. I totally forgot. Yeah, that's a part of it too. Absolutely a part of it. I'm here to tell you I'm so happy to see Noah Vonleh back in the NBA. No one else cares, but he went to Indiana and he's now a Celtic. Yeah. So
no, I think he would have carried Westbrook's water if Westbrook had gone to Toledo.
Maybe
because I think there's
nobody goes to Toledo but Ryan Rollins.
You're way too wrapped up in this. No, well, that's probably true. No, but I think he would have done that anyway because it's the sort of thing that Chris Webber was doing when he was doing color too. It's just you honor the veteran at the end with words that frankly he can no longer back up. It's the nature of broadcasting, and it's in every sport.
George is in Oakland. George, thank you so much for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Okay, what I really called for was to tell you that I was glad to hear Ray back you down on Draymond Green because, okay, let he without saying cast the first stone. Draymond ain't the first one to have a fight. He won't be the last on team. This kind of thing happens. Families fight sometimes. That's the way it is. And I'm going to say this real quick as well. Without Draymond, this is what you lose. You lose Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson's going to lose some points as well because they won't have somebody giving them assists, telling them where to go, boxing out for them to give them a screen. All that stuff right there is what Draymond is. He's important to the team. So don't lose focus, Damon, on that. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, fellas.
George, thank you very much. By the way, did you hear Shaquille O'Neal with Klay Thompson right there on the stage in the Thrive City outside of Chase Center? He's like, I touch people up. You had Shaq just basically saying, yeah, I punched a lot of people in my NBA career. It's no big deal. And then Kenny was like, well, but you can't do that anymore. And he's like, Kenny, don't lie. You punch people too.
See, I've always thought that Shaquille O'Neal was the weakest member of that group. But there are moments when he can sort of put down his ego and just be that guy, and he's a delight.
He's the number one antagonist of Charles Barkley. That's his role on the dais.
But he doesn't like it because Barkley always wins that, because Barkley is sort of quicker on the response.
But then Shaq can go, look at the rings.
Yeah, but he's been doing that. How long has he been there now? 20 years?
By the way, did you see the one moment where Charles brought up the fact, like, hey, we all got extended. Like, everyone that you're looking at just signed a 10-year deal for varying degrees of money. Rumor is Barkley's making like $20 million a year now on that set. And Charles was like, yeah, we had a good day, Kenny. We had a real good day, Kenny. He's like, when I call my banker, when I go into the bank, he stands up. My banker stands up. He's like, he better stand up when I walk into he's like, I'm Mr. Barkley at my bank now.
Well, I mean, he used that Saudi money as really nice leverage.
He did. He used that live tour.
And the truth is, I don't know that Shaquille O'Neal is bothered if Barkley's making more at TNT because he's making more money away from basketball than either of those other three guys.
Oh, Shaq? Absolutely.
I think, I could be wrong, but I believe he's actually a billionaire.
He might be. I mean, I don't know what he's getting for the General commercials, but that's got to be
doing them long enough.
Big chunk right there. This is Johnny in San Jose. What do you got, Johnny?
Hey, Johnny. Sorry. Hey,
no.
Damon.
Hey, Johnny.
I got to take a little umbrage with what you said about Poole and Draymond. According to your logic, Garoppolo's 2 or 3 times of a better player than Larry Allen, right? I mean, they're different players, play different positions, have different roles. So I think
no, but Larry Allen. Hold on, but Larry Allen's not allowed to take shots. You know what I mean? Larry Allen's not allowed to throw the football or catch it or run with it. So that's two totally. Like I see where you're going, trying to bring up the other point, and I totally appreciate that. I'm going to let you do it, but that to me that can't work because Draymond is allowed to shoot. It's not like he's forbidden to shoot. He could be better at that if he wanted to be. He was better at that than he is now, which means he didn't work nearly as hard at that as Jordan Poole has, who came in, like 8 points per game and is now up to 20. That guy is an NBA player with easily transmittable NBA skills to other NBA cities where Draymond doesn't have any value to a team that isn't about to win a championship. If you're about to win a championship, Draymond is the free safety, the defensive end that could be the difference maker. He's Charles Haley. He can come on in and make a good defense a great defense. But Charles Haley, all by himself in Tampa, is not winning 6 Super Bowls.
No, well, I mean, and that's true of everybody. But the guy you bring in to win a title is of enormous importance. True, sure. There isn't much of a market for that because there are only a few teams that can ever be in that position. But, and I don't want to do this.
I know, but Johnny, are you still there? Have we still got you, Johnny? I want to let you finish. I want to let you finish, brother.
No, I was just going to say, I don't hear many people agreeing with you. In fact, I don't hear anybody agreeing with you on this one. So I'm going to let you have your day, and you let me have mine. And at the end of it all, you know, we all love sports. It's all fun to talk about, but I think you're off on this one a little bit, and that's all good, man. Enjoy yourselves.
Fair enough. I appreciate it, Johnny. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, I think we've mined that for all the value it's got.
Just telling you, Jordan Poole in another city can do what Jordan Poole does. Draymond Green can only be Draymond Green in a small, select few cities in the NBA. So when I'm talking about translatable NBA skill, one is a more valuable NBA entity than the other.
But if you go to a team that has chewed up guys with your skill set before, there's no reason to think...
I'm not discussing team results, Ray.
No, but it does matter.
Well, it matters certainly to Draymond evaluations, because individual evaluations, he gets blown away by Jordan Poole. Okay. That's my point. But a one-on-one game between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, Draymond wins none of those games.
And nobody's watching any of them. They're watching the games that matter, and they're watching the way the Warriors play more than anything else. And on that team, the only thing we really have to go on, Draymond Green, to this point, has been far more valuable than Jordan Poole. In 10 years, this is going to be a way different discussion, and it will have the added advantage of not including me.
Oh, are we predicting your end?
Oh, I'll be dead by then.
10 years?
Oh, God.
You don't think you can go another decade?
Oh, I'm so room temperature.
Oh, stop.
I'm playing with the casino's money now.
You came back from your vacation. You look lovely. You look spry.
You told bigger lies, but there's only a few of them.
Kenny Mayne is back with Hey Maine. It's a podcast. It's on Odyssey. Download the app. Anthony Slater joins us next.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID, and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. returns and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
In Oakland, mostly clear overnight, lows into the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Again, everything we do, everything we say, every interview we have can be found on the Odyssey app. Go ahead and download it today, especially if you want to hear Anthony Slater, who not only joins us, but all sorts of shows here on 95.7 The Game, talking us through Warriors basketball better than anybody else. Thank you, Anthony, for joining us. First time officially during the year, so Happy New Year.
Exactly. You want to know how excited I am for the NBA season? I'm on the way to Blazers Kings tonight, the start of the Mike Brown era in Sacramento.
Somebody just said we need a piece on Mike Brown to round out this Warriors coverage. Are you going of your own volition, or is this an assignment? Oh, no!
He's so disgusted with himself, he threw his phone out the window.
He's like, what am I doing? I'm driving up 80 to Sacramento? What am I doing? So
Kings have broken somebody else's spirit, and they haven't even tipped it off yet.
Get Anthony Slater back as soon as possible, obviously, to talk about
that Vacaville dead spot.
There is a dead spot going up there. It's amazing. Like, we literally invented like all this technology in the Bay Area. We got dead spots. I can't believe when you're driving down by Sand Hill Road, there's a dead spot. It's like, isn't this where all technology is? Anyway, Anthony Slater going to Sacramento. I think we've already said enough. Let's just go right to the Warriors since we can't goof around with our already time robbed of you. The Warriors were as good as the Lakers were as bad last night. I mean, and they weren't even really... Here's the thing. I don't even know if that's true because the Warriors can be a lot better than that. I don't know if the Lakers can be much better than that.
Well, where I agree with you on the mirror images or whatever opposite images is like the depth, right? I mean, like you just saw where the Lakers just were empty 3 through 15 last night, where on the other side you saw how loaded the Warriors field 3 through 11 at this point. I mean, Moses Moody, who I know you love, Damon, like 6 minutes and it didn't feel like, last year there was times like, hey, maybe Damian Lee, you can get him in over Damian Lee. Last night it's like, I'm not sure, like Dante DiVincenzo is fine out there. Everybody ahead of Moses Moody's fine, but you're also like, Moses Moody's got to find minutes.
How easy, though, as this season goes on and they have to start pushing into February, March, April, are those minutes going to be? Because at some point you do have to shorten your bench. So I guess what I'm asking is, are the minutes these guys going to get now going to be designed to see who Steve Kerr can trust when the games really matter?
Yeah, I think that's more aiming towards playoffs. And, they really do care about, like, 5-man combinations, even, like, 3-man. They look at the numbers. Kenny Atkinson, I know, is big into that. But, if we're talking January, March, like, look, Clay, I doubt plays many back-to-backs, if any back-to-backs this season. I assume Draymond will miss a patch of games. Steph will miss a patch of games. Like, injuries come, guys, tweak a hammy, stuff like that. So, I mean, in general, I think there's going to be plenty of minutes to go around all regular season. But what they have to find out is when it comes time to it, and if everybody is healthy and they're facing, the Mavericks in the first round, he's got to kind of play 9 guys. And who are those 9 guys?
Do you think anything makes Steve Kerr happier than watching Kevon Looney lead the team in plus-minus?
No, I mean, his entire career is what makes Steve Kerr the happiest. Like, I think he might enjoy Kevon's career more than his own career. But also, like, he's kind of become justified. Like, Kevon Looney's just gotten better and better, and, like, beyond just, like, it used to be like, you guys don't see the little things he does while we were calling for people to replace Kevon Looney. Now, like, I do see all the little things, and he does even, big things, too. I mean, Kevon Looney's, like, legitimately become a really good starting center in the NBA.
In what way? What was the thing that turned him to what he is right now, as opposed to say last year or the year before, when sometimes Kerr, even though he'd start him, had a quick hook? I get the sense that Kerr is now sort of pot committed to him in ways that even he wasn't last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's committed as to him as a starter, but you saw it last night. Like, Jordan Poole closed the first half. Like, I think there's going to be plenty of times this season where Kevon Looney's not closing, because that Poole 3-guard lineup can be really explosive against, like, not the elitist of teams. But what changed for Kevon Looney, number one, is health, right? I mean, 2 years ago, he went through the year from hell where it was neuropathy, and that led to a hamstring injury. He had, like, core issues where he could barely move. He had to have core surgery. I remember times where he wouldn't start the game, and, like, 5 minutes before he'd come in the game, I'd see the training staff go over to him and be like, hey, you're going to come in about 5 minutes. Go be doing, like, calisthenic type stuff to warm up his body. It was just in such a place. It's now in a very sturdy place. I mean, his game streak's at least at, 105 games now since he played. And also, I do think Dejan Milojevic, the big man coach who was really hired to help James Wiseman, helped Kevon Looney last year when he couldn't really help James Wiseman. And Kevon's talked about him just kind of unlocking parts of his game, particularly from the rebounding and angle side of it. And it's all led to a guy who I think is kind of really underpaid at this point.
No one is going to pull their hair out more talking with media about player minutes than Steve Kerr this year. I mean, look at where we are. We've played one game and we're already analyzing minutes and, how many minutes will Dante DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green end up taking away from players that you're trying to develop and so on and so forth. But 11 guys got in the game last night. I was surprised that Ryan Rollins was in there before Patrick Baldwin Jr. Did Patrick Baldwin Jr. have a setback or any sort of, physical reason why he didn't hit the court at all last night?
Yeah, right thumb sprain. It's a minor. He was actually active, but even before the game, he was never going to be part of the rotation. And the word was he was in a jersey, but he wasn't going to be able to play. So when Rollins came in, typically Baldwin would have, right? That was blowout time. But little thumb sprain, nothing too bad.
That's good. Obviously, we're all kind of sick of talking about Draymond Green, as great as he is for content. He gave us a little more last night with his, aren't we best friends huddle up in the corner with LeBron James that had the Warriors bench looking at him in ways I don't think a Warriors bench has ever looked at Draymond Green. I don't want to keep trying to guesstimate. Is he losing the room? I think I saw it on guys' faces that he's losing the room a little bit last night.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at how this aftermath of the Jordan Poole punch has gone. This is not a divided locker room where, half the locker room is mumbling either behind the scenes or in front of the cameras that they felt there was some justification for the situation, or, this happens in locker rooms, brothers are brothers. There's not a lot of that. It's mostly like Draymond was very wrong. Jordan Poole was the one who's been wrong. We're on Jordan Poole's side of this. Draymond Green must earn trust back. And Draymond Green kind of pushed back at the idea of, at least at the word trust. I'm sure you guys heard that press conference. I believe it was the second one since he's returned. And it's just there's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious. And at this point, I'm not saying it can't change. And Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room. And I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much.
Speaking of silent treatments, couldn't help but notice that this franchise has been built on 3 pillars, and one of them was not handed a microphone last night. I feel that was a choice, and it really felt like they edited him out of maybe the highlight reel that ran before they gave out the rings. Like, I do think that phasing him towards the background has officially begun.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. He can find a microphone, let me tell you. He found a 25-minute documentary pregame on TNT, I believe. He's done a couple press conferences, long ones. He will make his voice heard at any point that he wants to. But, I mean, in general, yeah, I have never felt as much of a just kind of separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying, like, hey, look, we're trying to win a title, and we all know, like, if a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change, is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
Change the subject a bit. The Lakers looked not even standard awful last night. They looked hopeless. Yeah. Is this going to be the year that maybe it will remind you of Kobe Bryant's last year, where it's just sort of, trying to avoid having Kobe get blamed for the fact that the Lakers stink? Could that be the situation with LeBron James as well? Is it that bad?
Well, Kobe's last year, he'd already had the Achilles injury, and you could tell, like, he wasn't good. I mean, I don't know what he shot last year. I think it was like 30 percentile. And they were like a 17-win team. Like, they were ahead. I think they had the worst record in the league. I don't think the Lakers are heading down that path, number one. Two, well, I mean, LeBron, what did he finish with last night? I think he was like 31-14-8 or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what he had.
Yeah, he was good. Like, Kobe wasn't putting up 31-14-8 in that final Lakers season. But, I mean, to your general point, it feels like I'm not going to call this LeBron's prime because I think he's past that, but, regardless, he still looks like a player good enough to, if he was on a correctly constructed team, he could be a contender. That's just not what this team is. They're not correctly constructed. You hear him last night postgame? We don't got shooting. I mean, basically, he came out and said that, and Westbrook's already kind of grumbling about this idea of him coming off the bench. It's a bad situation, and I would look more up top and at the front office, at Rob Pelinka, who's just got a contract extension, in the way they have either built the team or, I guess, coalesced to clutch his needs, or however that dynamic has worked. But this is 2 straight years they've just really assembled a poor roster below their top 2.
Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game. What is your instant assessment of our, let's call it our real first look at James Wiseman?
Good. He's more patient. He's calmer out there, right? How many times his rookie year did it? You could feel the nervousness through the screen, or just like the frenetic nature of the way he was. If he got the ball, I got to get to the hoop. I got to get a shot up.
Right. What's the old John Wooden is? Be quick, but don't hurry. He was hurrying.
Yeah. Yeah, and then one mistake in the head dropped, right? It was like if he made one mistake, it would snowball on him because I think he was like already wanting to be superstar James Wiseman. I think there's more maturity within his game, and he's seeing the floor better. I mean, I'm going back to preseason more than maybe last night, but he made a few passes out of the high post into some like Warriors like split action that as a rookie, like I don't think he could have comprehended the idea of that. So maybe watching Looney, I think listening to Dahan and just, gaining 2 more years of life experience has helped him. And we've never doubted the raw tools. And if he's just a little bit sharper out there mentally, the raw tools give him a chance to explode. The other thing I'd say is I think they're just using him smarter than they did as a rookie. Pick and rolls with Jordan Poole. I mean, Steve Kerr's being pretty transparent about that. That is the identity of the second unit. And it looked really good last night, and Jordan Poole's passing looked really good, which I think helped James Harden.
After years of begging for more pick and roll, how has Steve Kerr found pick and roll Jesus?
By drafting a modern center, which, I don't think Steve Kerr was, at the top of the draft office demanding that's the personnel. But, he's showing an ability to adjust, which one of his coaching mentors, Greg Popovich, would always adjust to his personnel year to year. And this is who James Wiseman should be. He should not be Andrew Bogut. He should not be David West. That's not the type of player he is. He is a modern pick-and-roll diving center, and that's how he's being used.
Do the Warriors, when you talk to them about him specifically, do they point to any particular event or epiphany that sort of, when he finally got it, when the light bulb went on? Or has this just been a slow, agonizing, gradual process?
It's been very slow, and really, it hasn't been like gradual. It's been like empty for about a year and a half. When he was like, continually rehabbing a knee that just wouldn't get right, and every time he did any level of contact last year, it would swell up, and he needed to get, a scope in January, or I think it was in December that shut him down for a little bit, and then he had to go over to Europe and get a treatment. Like there was no way to ask them how he'd been looking behind the scenes because he wasn't doing anything that would allow them to judge that. And it was tough for him to get better, where Summer League, he looked like the rookie, and it honestly, there was times where I was watching him in Summer League concerned, like, I'm not sure he's going to be ready to be a backup center on a winning NBA team. But where you started to hear some more optimism was he spent 6 weeks, basically the 6 weeks before training camp, in the Warriors practice facility, scrimmaging every day. They said he was like the most present player of anybody, and in every scrimmage he could get in. And by the end of that, you started to hear the rhythm's getting there, the touch is getting there. There's like the belief that, hey, he's not going to become Joel Embiid in year 3, but they were like, I think he's going to have a pretty good year.
Challengers to the throne, Anthony Slater. Out of the Western Conference, I got 4.5 teams.
4.5. Who's your half?
The Suns. I got the Suns on wait-and-see status. Chris Paul, a lot of just weird stuff happening around Phoenix. I think that they have maybe missed their gonna-win-a-championship window, and that's the price you pay for losing to Luka last year. But my 4.5 teams are the Clippers, the Grizzlies, the Mavericks, the Nuggets, and maybe the Suns. And out of the Eastern Conference, it's 4. The Bucks, the Nets, the Celtics, the Sixers. Have I missed anyone?
What do you think of the Wolves? I mean, like, it's a really weird fit, but I'm intrigued. They're going all in.
If a young team can show me they can eliminate the worst of last year and emphasize the best of last year, I mean, that's the step forward that all ascending teams are trying to take. If they can really do that, yeah, maybe. But I could also see, Cat and Rudy Gobert not really fitting together, and they get buried in Twin Tower ball and getting 3-pointed right out of the, playoffs.
Yeah. And were the Nuggets among your group?
Yes.
In the West?
Yes.
Okay.
A healthy Nugget team.
I think fully healthy. If the Warriors are fully healthy, I think the only fully healthy team that I would see giving them a real fight in a series, at least at this point, is the Clippers. I think they're built well to defend them. Just bunch of wings. They have the same ownership advantage that the Warriors have, which is they will spend an absurd amount that gets them extra depth. It's why they have Norm Powell, just like that's why the Warriors have Andrew Wiggins. So I like the Clippers. And then out east, did you group the Nets in there?
I got the Nets. Yep.
Okay. What was it? It was Nets,
Bucks, Nets, Celtics, Sixers.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that's it. I mean, that's by NBA standards, that's a pretty big group of contenders, though, right?
It is.
There's been seasons we've gone in where there's like 3 contenders, or the Durant Warriors era, it was kind of just one contender.
Just give them the ring. Kobe Lakers, Shaq Lakers at their peak. Just give them the ring.
Yeah, pretty much. So I think it's got a chance to be a good season.
Since they're playing them in a couple of days, break down the Nuggets, how real they are, how illusory they are.
Yeah, I was. There's nothing I saw from that Nuggets preseason game where I was like, shocked. But I remember when they put out their starting lineup, and you knew Jamal Murray wasn't playing because he had a little hamstring injury. But I saw their starting lineup, and I was like, okay, it's like no point guard. And they went with Caldwell Pope, Bruce Brown, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter, Nikola Jokic, and I'm like, all right, that feels much more formidable as a Warriors playoff opponent lineup than anything we saw the Nuggets throw on the floor in that first round series last year. So I just like the way Caldwell Pope and Bruce Brown fit in a playoff environment. It's what Jokic needs around him. So I think they've kind of beefed up that middle of the rotation, but now the big question becomes their second and third best players coming off massive injuries, which is obviously Murray, who we haven't seen him much, and it sounded like the late stages of his ACL rehab were a bit complicated, and now he has a little hamstring issue. So I need to see him string together a bunch of games before I believe he's ready to be that, number 2. And then Porter, I've kind of been a Porter doubter over the years. You have to have major concerns about his back, but he was pretty good in that preseason game. He did look good against the Warriors.
Always good to talk to you, Slater. What'd you think of the rings? All said and done. Those are kind of spectacular.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I've covered them long enough. They just kind of start to blend together to me. I mean, were they more spectacular than the previous rings? I mean, they were glistening. I saw Clay's in the locker room.
I like the fact that they had the little slider that revealed how many Larrys each player had actually won. That's pretty cool. I like that element. Not everyone's ring is totally the same, except for these 3 guys who got the 4. Jordan, you only reveal the 1 trophy. That's pretty cool.
NBA gluttony. And now I'm on my way to watch the Sacramento Kings trying to break a 16-year playoff drought. So very different ends of the NBA spectrum.
I think they could do it. I think they could maybe do it. We'll have to see, though. Who's got COVID and is out tonight?
Nobody but Keegan Murray just got out of protocol, so he no longer has COVID, but he's not playing tonight, so he's not going to play till Saturday. But he might play. I should play Sunday in Chase, which would be good.
That stinks.
What are the odds that when you see Mike Brown, he's going to the first sentence that comes out of his message? What the hell are you doing here?
Good question. We'll see tonight. I don't know. I'll tell you in about an hour. But he hopefully he's a little bit more locked in on these Portland Trailblazers. This is a big opener because that's we talk about the Kings maybe breaking the streak. Like Portland's maybe their biggest competitor for that 10 spot.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be all the fun you can have in an NBA game tonight at Golden 1. And Anthony Slater will be there to cover it all. Great to talk to you, pal. Thank you so much, and I'll see you Friday.
Yeah, all right, fellas.
Thank you so much. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game. We got people who've been waiting to call, waiting to talk. Let's go to say hello to Samir in Oakland. What do you got, Samir, real fast?
Just real quick about the Draymond double down. I think Jordan Poole may be 4 times as better. If you want a guy that'll give you 6, 6, and 6, and the 6 being personal fouls and a liability to pass up a 17-foot jump shot, you can stick with Draymond Green, but I'm very happy and excited to see what Wiseman and the rest of the cast does as we slowly try to forget about Draymond. Thank you, guys.
Well, Samir, I mean, no one's saying forget about Draymond, and I'm not trying to reduce Draymond to some non-entity that is a triple single and will make fun of him and he's fouling too much. Like I'm it's not that, but to me, just in terms of translatable NBA skill, Jordan Poole has more of what is usually needed in this league than the rare elements of Draymond's prowess that are only needed in a small handful of cities that think, they're one defense forward player away from maybe being something. And it's him who wears that crown. I mean, I don't think Rudy Gobert is showing up to change the arc of the Timberwolves season dramatically, and there's a reigning defensive player of the year. I think Draymond is a defender that you never have to take off the court. That is a huge tool to have. I also think, and I don't even want to say this, but God forbid Steph Curry or Klay Thompson miss a significant amount of time with an injury this year. The guy who can step into that role is Jordan Poole. And to say that you can, sir, fill the shoes of either one Steph Curry or Klay Thompson, you have quite a remarkable skill set. Because those are big shoes to fill. Very big shoes to fill. When it comes to filling Draymond's shoes, can Jonathan Kuminga become that? Is Kevon Looney partially that right now? Maybe not with the offensive assist prowess, but he does an awful lot of that glue guy stuff. No doubt about that. Maybe Dante DiVincenzo. Just a little. I think it's interesting to see the stock up, stock down on this team. It's fascinating. So is Joe Lacob's entire ownership. I don't know if we've ever had as dramatic a pendulum swing as Joe Lacob's ownership to a franchise. I can think of one. It's the Patriots. What they used to be, what they are, what they were, and maybe still are. Probably not. But it went from a team that was, I can't believe they're on television, to one of the grandest brands in the NFL. No one would have ever pegged the Patriots to do that. No one would have ever pegged the Warriors to do that, but they've done it, and they've done it under the stewardship of Joe Lacob. We're going to come on back talking about that. Here on 95.7 The Game, a little NFL mixed in. As a matter of fact, some very good news for the 49ers coming out of practice today. We'll have that for you. Don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
It was an epic night at Chase Center.
This was a long journey, and such an amazing honor to be able to celebrate our fourth banner, seventh in franchise history.
Hear the players, coaches, front office, and every game.
Klay fires away. 3-ball on the left sideline. Klay Thompson starting to look like Klay here.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Cash Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few.
Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Damon and Ratto.
All right, young man. James Wiseman last night got some good run in. Really, the Warriors, they got everybody in there except Patrick Baldwin Jr. to get a little run in last night. And dealing with depth is a luxury that, luckily, Joe Lacob can afford it. He can afford a lot of things. We're going to get to Joe here in just a second. But I need to tell you that Warriors season, it's here. It started last night. We are basking in it, and Warriors Roundtable is back. You know what that means.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with fur.
Hell yeah. 6 to 7 tonight. Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean reacting to Ring Night, Rings for the Players, Banner for the Fans. An hour-long Warrior Roundtable coming up tonight here on 95.7 The Game. Real quick, he's been waiting patiently. Sophomore Pacifica, you're on 95.7 The Game, sophomore.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for putting me on. And I wanted to echo something that Slater and you guys talked about Looney with Wiggins. Two things about his contract I think we might be missing a bit. First is this fan group here is both knowledgeable and positive. So people notice things like that Wiggins got steadily increasing numbers of rebounds through the championship series, one after another at the playoff run last year. And yet we're not looking to call someone a bum, when they have a bad night in the same way, say, East Coast fans might. So that's got to help him. And then relatedly, I think part of the reason he took that salary, didn't push for the last $10 million on that salary,
is because it helps enable the Warriors to keep more of the first and second tracks plus possibly Draymond, together through this crunch that we've got. I wouldn't be surprised if they reward him in a future contract because he's really helping them now. But if he's on more championship teams, it's better for everybody, including him. So I just think there's a lot going into his decision, and I'm really glad he made it. It was a great vote for the organization and even for the fans.
Sophomore, thank you very much. Look, I think there are a lot of moving parts to the Andrew Wiggins agreeing to that number in his contract extension with the Golden State Warriors. At the center of it all, I believe, is appreciation for finally finding the right spot. I mean, I think that's at the center of all of it. He knows that he's finally found his basketball home, and he doesn't want to leave it, and he does want to help keep this home intact, and he gave the kind of hometown discount to the Warriors that you'd have thought drafted him. He had been overpaid, oversold, and underappreciated his entire career, including years with the Warriors. But he finally unleashes his athletic hell on the defensive side of the ball by picking up Tatum, whoever was playing the best that night for the Boston Celtics, picking up Luka, just going after other teams' best players and turning into a little bit of a rebounding machine. And I just think he realizes, I'm home. I was never really at home in Canada because I didn't want to play in Canada. I wanted to come to America. I end up at Kansas. And even though Kansas was great, I was never at home. They always wanted more than I could actually give them. Everyone told me what a kind of a disappointment I was. Then it comes time to be drafted into the NBA, and one of the greatest living NBA players says, get rid of that guy. Get rid of that potential. I'd rather play with Kevin Love. And so now he's in Minnesota, where he's just sort of in a bad situation on a franchise that historically doesn't really develop, anybody outside of Kevin Garnett and Stephon Marbury.
And even then, they didn't do much with Marbury.
Maybe a couple years of Wally Zerbiak. I mean, so I just think the guy is happy. And you know what happens when you're happy? You start making goofy decisions. Like, yeah, sure, pay me under market value in the prime of my NBA career. As long as I'm here, I'm happy. I'm cool with it. It's maturity. Ray, when you're out there dancing on a dance floor as a young buck, you want to dance with as many girls who will spin around the dance floor with you. But when you finally meet the one, you say to yourself, I'm finally dancing with my partner. And that's what happened to Wiggins. The opposite of that happened to Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's never satisfied with a partner, no matter how much has been returned to him in any relationship. The grass is always greener. That's why he's always looking over his dance partner's shoulder. Is there any doubt in anyone's mind that Kevin Durant won't be a Brooklyn Net 2-3 years from now? There's no way. He's going to work his way out of there. It's just who he is. It's in his nature. And I think the nature of Andrew Wiggins was to seek the best situation, and he's now finally found it.
I think all of that could potentially be true. I don't know what goes on in his head, and I don't know what the Warriors have in mind as a reward down the road. But he helped get them out of a bind this year. And the Warriors have traditionally taken care of guys like that. Maybe it means a job in the organization afterward, if that's the way he's bent. But he did them a solid. And I think this is a place where they've been able to do solids for guys in return because they've won. I mean, I don't know that they would have approached him with what is essentially a pay cut if they hadn't won, or if he'd just been okay. I think they would have had to pay full freight, or they let him walk. The fact that he signed up for this, there's a part of me that hopes that they're going to take care of him on the back end, because he, as much as anybody, won them that ring.
He did, but the reward is already there. It's on his finger, and it's in a completely rebuilt reputation where he's not an under-the-breath joke being told by media members anymore. I mean, we would have our pals, Nick Friedel and Anthony Slater was a huge Andrew Wiggins doubter until we saw what actually Andrew Wiggins could do. And I just think here's a guy who's been ridiculed, and, the money doesn't hug you back. When you finally get to an organization that does, you want to stay there. Like whatever it takes for me to stay here, I'm happy. So let's do that. The Warriors probably, heard that from him and said, okay, well, how about this? And Andrew Wiggins who said, I'd rather make this here than make the most money I can in a worse and different situation.
I think it's actually more subtle than that. I'm not arguing with your major point, but I think I'll make less now, but I've done enough that you'll be taking care of me on the back end because I've earned that. And I think the Warriors, as long as Myers is the general manager, will endeavor to do that.
Well,
because he's not a guy you scrimp on. He's not a guy who you save a couple of $1 million on. You take care of him because he took care of you.
Right, but so he's 27 now. 5-year extension, 4-year extension. What was it? I forget.
I think it was 4.
Okay, so he's 27 now. So we're talking early 30s. 4 years down the road, it's impossible to predict. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, all still together in the room. So a significant salary falls off the payroll, and that's maybe when Wiggins gets cracked off a little bit more.
Or maybe he gets an extra year.
Right, yeah.
I don't know how it's going to take its form, but I never believe that a guy in that situation takes a pay cut that stays a pay cut. I think there's something waiting for him on the back end. And I think it's a handshake deal so it doesn't show up in the cap.
And look, Joe Lacob is just the kind of guy to do that because more than any other owner, I think, maybe in sports right now, he's addicted to winning. He's a winning junkie. Like he's got a problem. There's no methadone to help him through it. He needs to win NBA games to validate how good he feels about himself. And that is as good of an owner as any sports fan could ask for. I got to give credit where credit is due because this started with a point that Butcher Boy was making that then Mark Willard built off of. And I heard both of those segments today when I was driving around. So I would now like to react to something that Butcher Boy said on the Morning Roast and then Willard said on Willard and Dibs. Because they talked about how this team, just look at where it was and look at where it is now in a dozen years of Lacob ownership. He's on the team for like a dozen years, and that is 4 titles, along with an all-time superstar, some incredible all-stars along the way, one of the greatest coaching hires of all time, the single most pleasing to the eye style of maybe any sport that has ever been played. I mean, this is like West Coast offense. This is as beautiful as the game can get. The star has always been player and ball movement. And then to add iconic players to that player and ball movement, well, you get the Golden State Warriors. But he didn't stop there. He went out and he hired one of the best businessmen in NBA history, in Rick Welts. He hired one of the most instantly successful, almost instantly, as soon as he took the job, overnight GMs ever, now president of basketball operations, Bob Myers. And then, to top it all off, Chase Center, built on the waterfront. And this is the point that Butcher Boy made today. He says, I'm trying to put a fence up in my backyard. I can't even get the permits to get that done. Like the amount of skids that got greased for Chase Center to happen, what Joe Lacob has done. It's just amazing. I think he's on the one line, probably all by himself now, in the history of Bay Area sports owners, Ray. And I just want to say, before you say, well, what about Eddie D? Eddie D's tenure ended in such a disgraceful fashion that it has to be scored against him. I don't know what you could conceivably score against Joe Lacob at this particular time. Story's not over, but I'll say this. I doubt that when Joe Lacob is done with owning the franchise, it'll be in worse hands. When Eddie D got done owning the franchise because he got thrown out, It instantly went to his sister and got put in much worse hands. Eddie D left the Niners worse than maybe when he found them, even though he turned them into a winner. As soon as he passed the baton along, they were an instant loser right again. By the way, welcome to 5 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
But your great list of Bay Area owners are as follows. It is Eddie D. He's still in the team photo. The golden age of Larry Bear running the Giants. The successful nature of Al Davis before it all went sour. And that might be the list of great, truly great Bay Area owners. I know your Sharks guys got a lot of money and put a franchise here and it's very successful. He ain't on the list. Nobody involved in the A's is on the list.
The Haas family.
Sure. Okay. The Haas family.
Well, you want the list, they're on the list. That said, an owner has 3 jobs, no matter what situation. Sign the checks, hire smart people, and leave them alone. Lacob gets credit for 2.5 of those because he signs the checks, signs massive checks. He's hired good people, and though he likes to have his hand in, ultimately, if they push back hard enough, he'll back away. So he's really covered everything that an owner should be credited for. I don't give him credit for the rings. That's what the players and the coaches and the general managers do. But he made those things possible by hiring smart people and letting them do their work.
Right. The animals control the ecosystem, but he is the ecosystem.
He is and he isn't, because ultimately he could have had all the same instincts. But if he hires a general manager other than Bob Myers, this doesn't work. If he, hires a coach other than Steve Kerr, it doesn't work. I mean, that's where he gets the credit for me. He's covered all the markers. He's hired the right people. And for the most part, even though he wants to be in the room, he's managed so far to restrain himself from being the last word. And Eddie, until it all, unraveled in the early 90s, was that guy as well. The difference is, and the reason why Lacob gets more credit than DeBartolo, because DeBartolo functioned at his best with no salary cap. So there were no limitations on what he could do.
Well, and that's the thing about Joe Lacob. There are apparently no limitations on what he can do in terms of going into the tax. This is a desire to win that is so rarely seen in bottom line ownership. Now you could say, well, hey, he got the team for about $400 million and now they're worth $6 billion. If you put them on the open market, that goes to 8 like that.
But the thing is that what your franchise is valued at doesn't mean anything until you want to sell it, and he doesn't want to sell it.
Right.
So it's not about how he increased their worth, because that's an ownership thing.
Well, we're talking about ownership things.
No, but what we're really talking about is not how well he's done. It's what this franchise is. And that's where it goes to.
Well, the franchise is him. He is the franchise.
No, he's not the franchise.
The franchise?
They're all the franchise. Oh. If you want to list the people who are the franchise, you start with Stephen Curry. You don't start with Joe
that's
Lacob.
obvious. Okay,
but
it's obvious.
No, it matters because we have to define this properly. Owners can only do as much as the people they hire allow them to do. And this is where Lacob gets the credit that he richly deserves. Hired the right people who went out and did the right things enough times, and when they came to him and said, will you back our play on this? He said yes. And that's everything an owner can do. He ran the table with it.
Chris Cohan's still the owner. How many titles?
Probably none. But I don't think he's the comp here. The comp is, the other guys you mentioned before.
I think the comp is the guy who owned the team before the guy who owned the team.
No, the comp is the best owners. It's not the guys who failed because they didn't do any of that. The comp is Eddie DeBartolo. The comp is the Haas family. The comp is early Peter McGowan, as much as it pains me to mention his name. The fact is, when you cover the checks and you hire the right people and you let them do their jobs well, that is all an owner can possibly do.
The lore and legend of Eddie DeBartolo would have him in a national conversation. The Haas family, Peter McGowan, Larry Baer would never even get a
Larry
whiff
Baer's not an owner, so
of a
we can't
national.
admit
But when he was the forward-facing representative owner, I'm just using him as the name. Joe Lacob is going into the nationwide picture of great owners in the history of sport. And considering every other name on this list is 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years into their family's ownership, and he's owned them, for a dozen years, I'm grading Joe Lacob on that right now. This sounds like hyperbole. This sounds like it's a little bit, reverse pepper shaker, if you will.
And a frantic one at that.
He might be the best owner in the history of sports. He might be. He's look, I mean, let's just go through, don't you dare bring up a successful English soccer team. I don't care. Robert Kraft, Dr. Jerry Buss, the Rooney family, Lamar Hunt, Conn Smythe, George Steinbrenner, Jerry Jones, George Halas. That's the list. You might be able to put one person on it, maybe one other that I don't have, but you can't take any of those names off of that list.
Oh, I can take one off.
Who?
Conn Smythe never owned the Maple Leafs.
I thought he owned the Maple Leafs.
No. He was like the president of the team, but other people owned that team. And if you're talking about people who pay the bills.
Okay, but he was like the Larry Bear then of the Maple Leafs.
Okay, well, I don't count
Larry
Larry
Bear. They won
Bear
6
either.
titles.
I don't count Larry Bear either. So
okay.
Anyway, that's a very representative list. The difference is
Joe Lacob is on this list, I believe, right now, 12 years into an ownership. It's to me, it's just stunning. And again, knowing where they were, knowing what they were, and to see what this guy has turned them into. Again, the only thing that is a close comparison in my lifetime is the New England Patriots. And you can say, well, that was all Tom Brady. And in a way, you're right. And it's a lot of Bill Belichick. But Robert Kraft has done a hell of a job. I mean, he's built them into among the most valuable brands in all sports.
He hired the right people. He covered the checks. He didn't get in the way. That's why Robert Kraft is on that list. And what I'm saying is those are the only 3 things that an owner can do. And if he does all 3 of them, he ends up on that list. It doesn't, they don't have to get fluffed beyond that.
There must be owners who have done all 3, yet just still have not made it.
But have not done it as often as the guys on your list. The only 2 guys, frankly, who are on that list who have done more are Halas and Davis. Halas because he started the National Football League.
Right.
And Davis because he made the American Football League survive, thrive, and force a merger with the NFL in 3 years. Those are things that are beyond most owners' control now.
Do you think LeBron James is going to be an NBA owner one day? Well, he told Adam Silver, I want that team in Vegas. It doesn't exist yet.
I know he did, but you know what's going to get that team in Vegas? Somebody could plunk down $4 billion right now. Cash on the barrelhead. He doesn't have that.
No, he doesn't.
He can get to be the front guy, but there will be a guy who's covering the checks.
He could be the Conn Smythe.
He could be the Conn Smythe. But no, I mean, in all honesty, because, he's talked that, but, what he's saying is, because I'm LeBron James, I want a franchise at basically 1/5 the cost that's going to be worth 5 times what the guy who actually paid the money is going to be making in 10 years. He's asking for something dime on the dollar. And that's why the best he can be is a front guy. I mean, Beyonce had more money than LeBron James did when she wanted to be part of the Houston Rockets ownership. And they just turned her down. They said, you can't play in this league. They sold it to Tillman Fertitta. Not because Tillman Fertitta is a brilliant human being or a cultural icon, but because he had cash. And that's what gets teams now. It's not a dazzling smile or a Hall of Fame plaque. It's how much money do you have in that bag?
Right. And you know what? LeBron, if he does truly want to be like the guy for an NBA ownership group, I think he's just picking the wrong one because let's be totally honest. Whatever NBA team does get plunked down in Las Vegas eventually, like that's built to succeed. You don't need anybody out there selling tickets, being a reason to draw. That's going to be the NBA more than any other sport is a nightclub. And that's just going to be the newest, hippest nightclub on the Las Vegas Strip. It is sold out before they've even announced the team is going to be there. That's why I always thought Vegas would have been a better place to put the Chargers as a brand because the Raiders are such a big monster of a draw anywhere, except for Oakland at times. But the Raiders were such a big monster of a draw that they would have succeeded anywhere, especially in L.A. The Chargers, who really can't draw flies in L.A. or don't have the interest beyond people want to see SoFi Stadium at half the price of a Rams game, they would have done very well in Las Vegas. Las Vegas would have been thrilled with any team that showed up there. It didn't need to be a big brand to start off with. The same way that LeBron, if he really wants to have sole ownership of an NBA team, like, I don't know how much the NBA is, thinking about playing in Paducah, but if LeBron were the face of the Paducah franchise, well, now he got something.
Well, they're going to, the other team, the other city is going to get a team will be Seattle.
Right.
If you wanted to say, LeBron, we can talk to you about Seattle. Your money will go further in Seattle than it will in Vegas. But if you want to run a team, you'd either better find one of the great sugar daddies of all time to pay your way, or you're just going to have to be a front man and a partial owner because you don't have the scratch to make what we're going to ask.
Right. Even if he's got $2 billion, he's many billions short.
Yeah, well, at least 2. And at some point when they get that arena built, if the NBA team's going to own it, they're going to have to build it too because there's no more state money. The Raiders took care of that. And, Clark County does not have that kind of jack.
Wouldn't they play in the T-Mobile Center where the Golden Knights play?
No, what they're talking about is a $5 billion entertainment plaza, the centerpiece of which
would be the NBA
basketball arena and a basketball-only arena, where the only thing they'd really have to share it with is UNLV and all the college tournaments they can have.
Right.
It'll get rid of the Orleans arena and all the casino places.
Shout out Orleans. I like that little dumpy arena. It's not bad.
No, it's not. No, it's nice and intimate, but that's not Vegas.
No,
that's
way off the strip.
That's the master plan. We get a basketball-only arena, we put an NBA franchise there, and the guy who's going to get it is probably going to own about 2 or 3 of the casinos too, because he's the guy who's going to have that kind of jack.
By the way, if you are in Las Vegas and they're still taking betting futures, one of the most locked bets ever. By the way, our Fade the Public Friday segment is a perfect 3-0. We took the Rams minus 10.5 against, who did they just beat and play?
Panthers.
The Panthers. That's right. They covered. It wasn't a waltz. It was a little bit of a sweat. But
Panthers are an absolute disgrace of a franchise.
Panthers are bad right now. Dave Tepper it will not be regarded as one of the great owners in NFL history.
No, and he's a meddlesome guy. See that? When I said earlier, and I don't want to double back on this, but when I said the guy who can hire people and leave them alone, that's the hardest thing in the world for a billionaire to do.
Oh, totally. They're all cantankerous.
And that's why I don't quibble with you putting Lacob on that list, because those 3 things are among the rarest things on the planet. The billionaire who can acknowledge that somebody else is smarter at the thing he owns than he is.
Get yourself to a betting parlor and bet on Steph Curry leading the NBA in threes. Feels like a safe bet, right? Who could actually challenge him? Buddy Hield is a volume shooter? Nah. Dame Lillard? Maybe.
No.
He's the kind of guy who takes a number of threes from distances that really aren't defended, and he hits them frequently enough to be in that. Did you average 5 made threes a game? That is rarefied air that really only Curry has ever gotten to live in, to make 5 threes in a game. But Lillard's come close.
But he is by far the most important player in that team, and he will get the double teams.
Right, the
Curry
lion's share of
can
the
work
defense.
his way out of because he has guys he can pass to.
No doubt.
And Curry will still get his shots.
And there's also this going in your direction. Steph Curry did lead the league in three-pointers per game in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, and last year. So you got that going for you. The only time Steph didn't lead the NBA in threes is when he played 5 games and broke his wrist.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
yeah. You won't get value on your bet, but you're likely cash on it.
It was going off at a really good price. Like it was like I almost went to Vegas to bet that, but then I don't want to be the guy who's responsible for putting the juju in the air that shuts down Steph Curry. By the way, good juju, better juju in the air for the San Francisco 49ers because Dave Lombardi has shared with us that Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, Jimmy Ward, Jason Verrett, and Drake Jackson all practiced today. Ward testing out a new cast on his hand. I guess he's going to try to play with the old club hand. Eric Armstead, Mike McGlinchey, Samson Ebukam, and Talanoa Hufanga, who's still in concussion protocols, they did not practice. But again, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Jimmy Ward, Drake Jackson, limited in practice, but we're back out there. And that's a good first step, considering who the heck is coming to town on Sunday afternoon. Kyle Shanahan. You had to watch the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. He said it had been a while.
I hadn't watched it for a while until these last 2 days. But yeah, I don't like watching it. But this week it wasn't about that. I had to watch it for schematic reasons and what our history is together.
There's a little bit of that in play. I hope he did learn some lessons, though, as to maybe be a bit more aggressive at the end of halves and tighten things up offensively in fourth quarters and so on. Anyways, thoughts from the last time you played Kansas City, Kyle?
I love thinking of our team that year. I felt like that year we had the best team in football, but we ended up being the second best because we didn't get it done in the end.
Well, good. Glad you accepted the reality of it all. I'll say this. Kansas City is not that team anymore. They're really not. I mean, it felt like Tyreek Hill, for the first time all year, his absence was really felt. They're a team that scores in the 20s. They're not this, like, always in the 30s offensive juggernaut. They're a bit better defensively than they used to be, but they are going to be rolling into town with a couple of rookies playing corner. We've been down on the Niners. Rightfully so. That was a disappointing defeat in Atlanta. Didn't like the urgency. Didn't like that drive at the end. Seemed that Kyle can only really win one way. And I don't think Kyle's going to invent a new way to win should Kansas City come into town and score the first 3 touchdowns. That's good night, Irene. But I'm not saying that they can't win this game. There is a possibility that the 49ers can win this game. But a lot of smart money came in on Kansas City. Did that line go from like 1.5 to 3.5 today?
I believe so. I haven't looked.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people who think Kansas City's coming in to win, licking their wounds after a weird loss against Buffalo. Actually, it wasn't. I mean, that's the thing. It wasn't a weird loss against Buffalo. They just got beat by the better football team. So Kansas City's, I think, going to come in here looking to thump the Niners and get that offense revved up a little bit. They just missed. They really did. They missed Tyreek Hill and his ability to take lids off of defenses for the first time in that Buffalo game. That they really missed him.
It's interesting, though, that while everybody notices that Kansas City is not the Kansas City of 2 years ago, there are a lot of teams that were looking like they would be that, and they're not either. Scoring's down about a field goal per team. It's not been a great offensive year in football, period.
Well, we just finished preseason. That's really what happened.
Well, but I also think that after watching Kansas City at its best, defensive coordinators across the league have had now 2 years to figure out how to keep that stuff in line. And part of it is terrorizing the offensive line. First of all, use a fifth guy in the secondary, and then just torture offensive lines to the point where the only teams that can make their quarterback survive are guys who invest in fullbacks. Fullbacks are making a comeback, and it's not the guy who can catch the ball out of the backfield. It's the guy who can take the blitzing linebacker. It's a guy like Patrick Ricard, the 300-pound former tight end who's now playing fullback in Baltimore. And there are not enough teams that have those yet. So quarterbacks are taking beatings this year. And as much as everybody screams about, roughing the passer, it's too harsh a penalty, it might be, but the biggest problem is that offensive lines cannot block long enough for their quarterbacks to find the receivers they're trying to find, because Patrick Mahomes can do things that all the other quarterbacks can't do, with the possible exception of Josh Allen.
And Patrick Mahomes has a teammate that, if we sat around and talked about who are the 10 best players in football. If you leave Travis Kelce off your list, I don't know if it's the right list. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Travis Kelce is a beast of a tight end. He can kill you. And he does, game in, game out. I heard somebody call in today to 95.7 The Game, and they just said, look, you want to get past Kansas City, you just got to shut down Travis Kelce. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, I have a feeling that other defensive coordinators are onto that too, yet no one can do it. Well, what you got to do is you got to bracket him. You got to have two guys on Kelce at all times. And then, okay.
Yeah, they've done that.
Yeah, nothing stops him. Nothing stops Travis Kelce.
In back-to-back weeks, this past week and the week before that, the first week was 9 for 92 with a touchdown. That's huge numbers for any tight end.
Yeah, bad day almost for Kelce.
Last week, 7 catches, 25 yards, and four touchdowns. Because he can catch the ball in traffic, he can make himself open, and if he gets a little space, he can break tackles. He is everything you want in a tight end except the blocker. And they don't ask him to block. So, you could bracket him all day. He will find the space where the ball needs to be delivered, and Mahomes is good enough to deliver it to him. And the only other quarterback in football who I think can do that on a consistent basis is Josh Allen. I don't think Aaron Rodgers can do it anymore. I don't think Tom Brady can do it anymore. I don't think very many quarterbacks at all can do it. Even Joe Burrow is finding out that's hard to do back-to-back seasons.
Well, and that's the thing. The first official league adjustment to him is being made, and it's being felt.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan asked about whether or not they're still in the standings here in the NFC. Still a contender, Kyle?
Yeah, I think we're right there with everyone else. I think most of this league is pretty close in the same spot. There's a couple teams that are ahead of everyone. There's a couple teams behind everyone. I believe we have just as good a chance as anyone in this league, though.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And if they can continue to trend to getting healthier, look, you got a very loud 6-0 Eagles team. You got lots of people are noticing 5-1 Giants team. You got a quiet 5-1 Vikings team. And everybody else in football is basically 3-3. Everyone that could even pretend to matter. So they're still very much in the grouping that they need to be in to reach the playoffs, and then probably come up a little short once again, because that's sort of what happens with Kyle. Rinse, wash, repeat. But he did say that when it comes to the trade deadline, they're going to be active.
I know we look into everything, so if there's something that makes sense and we can pull off, I know we'll never hesitate to do that. It's a hard thing to do, I think, for all teams, but that's something we always look into.
So we'll see how active shoppers they are, if anyone will make a deal with the Niners. This is Chris in Novato. Chris, thank you for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, hey, you guys were talking about the best ownership in all sports franchises, and I'm from Detroit, but I live in Nevada. And I was going to mention Bill Davidson with the Pistons won 4 championships, and Mike Ilitch won 4 with the Red Wings, and then acquired the Tigers and made it to several World Series. Not that they won them, but they made it there. So, and my last little comment is that, you know, the Ford family stuck in there for years and have never won a thing. So you got to give them something.
Well, no. I mean, they
get Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, they're squatting on a property that they've pretty much done all they can to not appreciate and value. But
he raised 2 interesting names in Bill Davidson and Mike Ilitch.
Sure.
Because they were, again, guys who did the 3 things you have to do. Spend money, hire good people, and leave them be.
The problem with Ilitch, though, is that I saw a piece on HBO Real Sports about him, how he basically boondoggled downtown Detroit for all of this redeveloped land that he has left as parking lots. And
no, he's not a good guy.
No.
I mean, I'm removing that from the because Al Davis wasn't a good guy, but he was a hell of a football owner. I'm taking away the fact that most billionaires are evil to one extent or another. I'm removing that from the discussion. In terms of the 3 things that you're looking for in a sports owner, morality aside, both Ilitch and Davidson did those things.
Yeah, I mean, degrees of success absolutely are to be found in both of those names.
And truthfully, you know, Ilitch, to the extent that you give him credit for this, he was one of the guys who let his people go and scout Russians when it was almost impossible to get them out of that country. I mean, that's a level of risk-taking that most owners wouldn't want to bother with, and frankly, wouldn't bother with now.
By the way, wasn't surprised, since you just brought it up, and getting people out of Russia, wasn't surprised at all to see Steph Curry give Brittany Griner a mention on her birthday, no less. That was a very Steph Curry thing to do.
There are a few guys who've been as overtly supportive of women's sports and women's basketball in particular. So, no, it wasn't surprising at all. In fact, if he had not done it, I'd have been surprised.
Again, my mind wasn't there. I was not thinking about it. And when he turned to that, I was impressed. By the way, the woman that he brought out for the ring, I'm sorry I don't know her name. I've been around the Warriors for 17 years now. I know a lot of the people behind the scenes, or have at least heard of them or know of their reputations. I'd never really heard her name before. I don't even think I've even seen her before. But the great part of that was she had no idea. I mean, I don't know that. That or give her the Academy Award, but her face, I don't think she had any idea that she was going to get name-checked, brought out to the court. You even saw Bob Myers like, oh, they're talking about you. Get out there. You stay now. That was really cool, too. And Curry had done the same thing last ring ceremony with their equipment manager. This team gets how to spread the love. It's an organizational accomplishment to win a championship. And the fact that the players go out of their way to point out it isn't just us, when we all know in a weird kind of odd way it really is just them. That's sharing the sugar.
Curry ends up with a piece of this team when he's done playing. I'd bank on it.
Yeah, I would bank on that too.
One, he largely created this out of nothing through the force of his own talent, but he does stuff like that. And he's been the community guy well past the time when you thought he might have said, I'd like to finish my career back home in Charlotte. Fact is, this is his home now. And I think, when he's done, that'll be part of his golden handshake.
Nenea McGuigan, the Director of Basketball Administration and Player Programs.
There you go.
Who they brought out.
There you go. Nenea? You don't meet a lot of Neneas in life.
Well, you met one.
It's a great name. I've never met a Nenea. I love a good name. That's a good name. Look, what a night it was for the Warriors. I mean, that was a great night for them pretty much all around. The only problem with the evening is that the Lakers were there to sort of spoil it. I mean, they stink. And I got to tell you, Anthony Davis is my least favorite player to watch in the NBA. He's everything that's wrong with a modern big man. He really is. And Ray and I were talking about this before, and you said, well, he plays out at the perimeter because he's afraid of contact and he doesn't want to get hurt, and his, career has been derailed by a sequence of injuries that sometimes you see coming, sometimes you don't. And I understand that. S-O-F-T, soft. He's a soft player. I knew he was soft when he had to sit out the Watt shot in Assembly Hall because Kentucky got scared that day. Anthony Davis in Assembly Hall had a terrible game. He got rattled by that crowd. And I'm not even saying, you want to know how soft Anthony Davis is? I can completely correlate the one NBA title he won to the empty gym that it was played in. I'm not saying that bubble title doesn't count, but that title I don't think happens with Anthony Davis driving the way in a packed, vicious gym rooting against him. I don't think it happens. That dude is soft.
He does what they allow him to do.
Oh, no,
I blame
he makes
the Lakers
a lot
for
of
this.
choices. He makes a lot of choices.
I blame the Lakers for this. If you want that guy to do the things you're asking him, you make sure he does them. Well, that's the thing. I mean, they've allowed him to be that guy in the same way that New Orleans allowed him to be that guy.
He shot 18% from outside last season. He was 0 for 3 last night. Every single pick and roll he takes, go under. Anthony Davis hits 18 of 100 three-pointers. Every time he shoots a three, the defense has won that possession. Definitively, absolutely nothing to discuss.
I'm not arguing any of that, but the point is, this has been his MO since he came out of college, and neither the Pelicans nor the Lakers have seen fit to do anything about it, to try to broaden his game. Even if you don't put him on the low block, you've got to broaden his game to the point where he isn't tempted to pull up from 22.
Quit shooting jump shots. And he's got a decent package of low post moves, 8 feet and in. I mean, he does. He can score anywhere from in the lane. Here's the thing. He's built to be nothing less than the best player in basketball. He's built to be that. He can handle the ball for a 7-footer. He can do just about anything but shoot a three, which he chooses to do way too often. A defensive mastermind, great defender since the Lakers left the bubble in Orlando. How many times do you think Anthony Davis has scored 40 points?
No, probably 0.
Once. As close to 0 as you can get. That was 2 years ago. He never got 40 at any point in time last season or the year before that. Kirk Goldsberry, an ESPN NBA analyst, says that Anthony Davis has the least effective jump shot in the NBA over the past 2 seasons. Of the 178 players that have attempted at least 500 jump shots since the beginning of the 2021 season, Davis has logged the lowest effective field goal percentage on those shots at 35.99. No other player is below 40. Darvin Ham needs to walk up to Anthony Davis and say, see that three-point arc? You're only allowed to run past it in either direction. Anytime you stop there, I'm pulling you out of a game.
And he is fired the next day because he didn't get that job by facing down any of the big three guys. That's just a fact.
Okay, so then they brought in an absolute bootlick patsy to just make everyone comfortable and lay them down in their graves smoothly?
Largely, yes.
Well, then that sucks.
Well, yeah.
See, I think you're a little bit too cynical. And if Darvin Ham doesn't come in there and crack any whips, he'll be fired for that.
No, he won't be fired for that because this got cleared through LeBron. LeBron takes care of his guys, and Anthony Davis is one of his guys. I mean, and Russell Westbrook was one of his guys. I don't know if he still is. But the fact that they can't move him, and they're still, at letting him be part of the starting lineup, is an indication of how much power Darvin Ham has. It's none.
By the way, I think I need to let everyone know that Steve Kerr is going to be joining us tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We're also tomorrow going to go inside the 49ers locker room and talk to Samson Ibukam. He is going to be joining us, presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. Be good to talk to Steve. He's always a great conversation. He's obviously had a rough couple of weeks. He's got to be thrilled that we're just back to basketball. Minutes. Steve, what about these minutes? What about his minutes? How about those minutes? Your minutes, our minutes, the minutes. I feel bad for him already. I really do.
You know what? He could quit. If this is the hardest part of his job, he's the luckiest man in America. I mean, and even at that, you could see that he was a lot prickly during the Draymond Green stuff, and not on nothing more than the leaking of the tape. That stuff has made him furious. You can just hear it in his voice. To this day, I think that's the thing that...
You want to talk about breaking the code?
Yeah, they are the most irked about that. I would be willing to bet.
There's no doubt. Because, as we have said, players do get punched. It does happen. Not quite like that.
That he is salty about as well, but the fact that they could not keep that in-house, because Kerr is, in the perfect world, more guarded about that stuff than Myers is. I think that is one of the places in their relationship where they tend to part ways a bit. Myers tells more than Kerr would like. Kerr is a big keep it in-house guy.
He is good. They're both people pleasers, but Bob errs on the side of telling you too much, where Steve just lets you walk away thinking, what a great guy. Every time you talk to him.
The thing is, Myers is a control freak too, but he believes you control the story better by telling people too much so that he can frame the narrative, not the outside world. This time they didn't get a chance to do that. And they've found out in the last 3 weeks what a poop show that's turned into.
By the way, we got ourselves, is this game over yet?
It just ended.
Did it just end?
8-5 Padres.
We got ourselves a final. The Fightin' Melvins have evened up their series with the Phillies, who had a Kyle Schwarber home run last night that is still traveling somewhere over Southern California. But tonight, they pulled even, and I'm glad they did. I didn't want to see that turn into a runaway and hide from the Phillies. And look, do you believe in San Diego pitching enough to think that they're going to go to the World Series? That's basically the question, right? Will their pitching put them in the World Series? I still got that under an I don't know.
Well, their pitching in Game 1 was great, other than 2 home runs.
Right.
But that was all they gave up. And today, Blake Snell got kicked around a little bit, but the Padres hit. See, the big failure that the Padres have had all year has not been their pitching. It's been their hitting. That's why, they thought, well, we've got Tatis, we've got Machado. If we go out and get Soto, we're loaded. And then Tatis blows that to smithereens. And Soto has not had a good year with the Padres. It sort of left Machado on his own. And that's
we got Trent Grisham.
Yeah, the 184 hitter who's all of a sudden hitting 340 in the postseason.
Look,
but that's the thing is the best laid plans. I mean, the Padres. Here's a stat that nobody pays much attention to. They talk about all the big money Yankees and all the money the Dodgers spend. The Phillies and the Padres are the 4th and 5th highest payrolls in baseball, and they haven't really got much bang for their buck. I mean, they have a chance to go to the World Series in a year in which their highest paid player missed 40% of the season.
But he's a star, baby.
When he plays.
How about this? And here's the deal. This is the lesson. The Giants got a new general manager, Pete Petula. Did I get that name right? Is it Petula?
Yeah. Pete,
you need a star. More than anything else, this postseason has taught us that, right? You got to have stars in your lineup to perform. Full stop. Like, that's what's most amazing about the Dodgers bowing out. Because not only were they a remarkable 111-win team, but they were star-driven. They had star power in a way that the 107-win Giants never really did beyond Buster Posey. Let me tell you, Kyle Schwarber, guy not good enough for the Giants, he's a star. Streaky, sure, but he's a star. Bryce Harper, guy's a star. He returned from injury to end the regular season. He hit 3 home runs in 151 regular season plate appearances, and in the postseason, 4 home runs in 28 plate appearances. That's star power. Manny Machado, you might not like him. He's a star. Juan Soto might have struggled. He's a star. Tatis, he really screwed up. Guess what? He's a star. Aaron Judge, all those strikeouts in the playoffs, and everyone's laughing about him, and what he can't do. He's now the all-time Major League leader in homers in elimination games. He's a star. Teams with stars go far, except the Dodgers. If you don't have a star, you got no shot. You know, Joe Sheehan pointed out the Guardians played 7 playoff games. They scored 17 runs, but it was death by inches. 2 runs, 1 run, 1 run, 4 runs, 6 runs, 2 runs, 1 run. They had a .269 on base. Their strikeout rates went up. Their walk rates fell. And this whole we're here just to grind it out doesn't work against playoff pitching. You need a star to run into one.
Yeah, I mean, and they've only got the one guy. So, no, that wasn't their design.
Right.
That's just what they had.
Right.
And they did more with it than you would have thought, but they did as much as they were going to do.
You know who's a star? Lucas. He's come up with questions for a What If Wednesday. I can't wait to hear what they might be. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
In Oakland, mostly clear overnight, lows into the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background? Yeah. He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season. Wow. It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
The best there is, the best there ever will be, basically. That's what we're watching with Steph Curry. Just enjoy every second of it.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Sensual basketball, yeah.
My heart goes out a little bit to JTA for having to be a part of that dumpster fire.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Poole, at this point of his career, a better scorer than Steph Curry. Not a better shooter, better scorer. Yeah.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
There is no doubt in my mind that they absolutely re-edited that video post-punch, because to not include Draymond in the level in which he wasn't included felt intentional.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right, just to clean up a few things, a little housekeeping here. We want to let you know that the Padres have indeed evened the NLCS, 1 game each with an 8-5 win over the Phillies tonight. Blake Snell picks up your win. Josh Hader, you got the save. Yankees and Astros. This game is underway in Houston. Game 1 of the ALCS. We're tied at 1. And Justin Verlander on the bump right now in a little bit of a situation. So I know what I'm going to be watching when I get home. We got Yankees Astros. Game 1 of the ALCS. The NBA is going to be popping off on several different networks all over the place. I'm into that. How them Sharks, Ray?
They're having a great year.
0-5.
They're just unlucky.
That must be it. You, good listener, you're very lucky because Warriors Roundtable is back, baby, and you know what that means.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with fur.
Kevin, Dana, and our friend Gary St. Jean coming up next here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Roundtable. Bask in it. Let's quickly thank Anthony Slater, who took time out of his personal life to go to the Kings game tonight. He must really like hoops. I mean, I really like hoops.
No, he's being punished.
He's being paid, I'm guessing. It must be
paid and punished. He gets paid today even if he's got the day off.
It's a short straw. He drew it. He drew it. And thanks to Anthony Slater for joining us. Grandy, outstanding as always. Lucas, we're going to judge your performance right here and now to today's show as you have officially come up with today's What If Wednesday.
What if I told you hindsight is always 20/20?
The Minnesota Timberwolves select Stephen Curry.
That everything happens for a reason.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
What if I told you it's time for What If Wednesday?
All right, Lucas, I heard you say,
I'm nervous.
Yeah, I can tell.
Gentlemen, over the summer, ESPN's Zach Lowe reported that the Warriors nearly didn't get that Andrew Wiggins for D'Angelo Russell deal done back in 2020. It ended up happening right at the deadline. There was some conversation between the Timberwolves and Bob Myers. They were arguing over which picks would be swapped and all of that. So that almost didn't happen. And of course, that pick, the pick that came with that deal turned into Jonathan Kuminga. Now, 2.5 years later, 1 ring later, and a new extension for Andrew Wiggins later, what if the Warriors never traded for Andrew Wiggins?
Well, you can forget about that ring, right? I mean, last night was not a ring night. I don't think the Warriors are in the NBA Finals without Andrew Wiggins. They're in the playoffs, but in the NBA Finals, I don't think so. So to say that is one of the larger transactions of the dynasty is an understatement. It's a massive transaction, and that's before we even calculate or understand what Jonathan Kuminga could be in this league. So the value of that transaction can only go up.
Even if Jonathan Kuminga is nothing.
Right, he never plays again.
Yeah, I mean, if he retires tomorrow to go live in a cabin in the Alaskan woods, it was a great trade.
Yeah, it was an A-plus trade. It was an A-plus. How about this? Outside of actually landing Durant, and I don't know how much Bob Myers really had his hand in that. Like, Durant was going to pick who Durant was going to pick. That's maybe the greatest transaction of Bob Myers' tenure as general manager.
Well, he must have had a significant role in that because Durant cut them a deal on his way out the door.
Exiting.
But I'm saying,
yes, the exit of Durant.
That relationship was built early on, and I suspect that when Bob Myers was making the pitch with all those other players in the Hamptons, he gave Durant not only the deal he wanted, but the level of respect that he was looking for as well. So I think Bob Myers gets full marks for that one as well. That's probably still the biggest one they've done.
I agree. In a way, yes, but to me, it was Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay. That's who Kevin wanted to play with. I don't think there was any amount of magic words that Bob could have produced to convince Kevin Durant to do something he didn't want to do.
No, that's true. But the thing that convinces me is what happens when he says, I want to leave. But I'll cut you a deal because I like you. He didn't do that for Curry or Green or Thompson or Kerr or anybody else. He did that, and he said so specifically because of Bob Myers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of truth there. I also think that Kevin Durant didn't want to show up in Brooklyn and play with D'Angelo Russell.
Well,
I also think that he saw that would be a good way to remove a guy who he didn't consider a trusted agent. And then he picked Kyrie. So, bang up job, Kevin.
Oops.
Yeah. Lucas, did we satisfy you?
Yeah, that one works. Do you want the other one? I have one more question. It can be quick.
Whenever you are hesitant to ask the second question, I feel like that's a warning.
It's a Lakers question.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about quality.
Is it a Lakers question?
It is not.
Okay,
but it's about the quality of the question. It's very Lakersy.
That's messed up, right? But this one does come with a stat. The Niners have won 6 games in a row at Levi Stadium. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. It's their longest winning streak in the history of that stadium. And, oh, by the way, though, the other streak that ended is Jimmy Garoppolo's 3 games in a row without an interception. That ended dramatically in Atlanta.
My question is, what if the Chiefs blow out the 49ers on Sunday by 30, the offense lays an egg, and the defense can't contain Patrick Mahomes? Would that tell you anything? What would that tell you about the Niners?
Tells me they're not as good as the Chiefs, which I thought we already knew. It tells me that the 49er defense is still beaten up, which I thought we already knew. And it might tell me that the news of Kansas City's slow demise is probably wrong. Because even with what they have left on defense, 49ers should not get blown out by 30.
Let me ask you, did Jim Harbaugh show up and give the pregame pep talk? Because if that happens, there's no way they can lose. I honestly, if they get railroaded by the Kansas City Chiefs, there's only one position this franchise can take. Lick your wounds and on to Los Angeles. Because honestly, the choice between losing to the Chiefs or losing to the Rams is no choice at all. I'll give you the Chiefs' loss right now to beat the Rams. I mean, that's what they need to do. That's the bigger game. But this would be symbolic and painful.
And beyond that, this is who the 49ers are. You can't trust them week to week. That's the point of the year, and that's why people are going to pull their heads off like champagne corks, because they're not prepared for this. But this is a 9-8 team unless it's an 8-9 team. And they are not going to put together long winning streaks or long losing streaks. They are goofy, they are weirdly put together, and they are injury riddled. So strap in, stop whining. This is the deal.
Did you have fun today?
In 7 seconds. Now that I get screwed out of 3 more minutes of my life every day by that criminal in the corner office.
I release you. Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you, Lucas and Grandy, again. Thanks to Anthony Slater for joining us. Warriors Roundtable is next. And remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
as Curry responds here at Chase Center, and you aren't here to see it. Draymond with the emphatic block, and the crowd erupts. A crowd you could be a part of. And that's another bucket from Clay. Incredible! What would be even more incredible is if you were here. How much more incredible would that be, Bill?
It's incalculable, John.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Tickets on sale now.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You're invited to take your seat.
Take a seat
at the Warriors Roundtable.
Left side, it's a 3. In and out, rebound, out to Curry. Lets it fly. 3-ball. Left corner pocket.
Welcome to the table. On the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
Curry fires away. 3-ball. Above the break.
Here's Kevin Dana.
Right there.
And Gary St. Jean.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another year of Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game. We'd like to remind you that the Warriors 2022-23 season is presented by Kaiser Permanente. I'm Kevin Dana, and alongside me, the great one, the GM, former head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Gary St. Jean. Gary, it's great to be back with another season of Warriors basketball for you here on 95.7 The Game. How you feeling?
Well, Kev, it's great to be back, and I guess we don't have much to talk about.
No, just a quiet off season, a quiet ring night. Obviously a ton to get to. And if you want to hit us up, you want to talk about the Warriors season opening win over the Lakers, 123-109 last night. Hit us up 888-957-9570. Again, 888-957-9570. And let's start with the win over the Lakers. We'll get into kind of the offseason stuff a little bit later, but let's start with this win over the Lakers. You never want to take away too much from one game, especially one of 82 in a regular season. But, Gary, there was a lot to like on opening night.
Oh, boy, there sure was. And, just if you can just take the fourth quarter and kind of just live with it, that you had a substantial lead going in there, and you took care of business at home. But I just love the depth of the team. You've got your veterans all aligned. Your starting lineup is terrific, and we've got two new key vets in JaMychal Green and Dante DiVincenzo, and I think the fans are really going to enjoy them. JaMychal Green knows how to play. He can shoot the basketball. Yep. He's a smart, tough player. DiVincenzo, you can't have too many guys that can create off the bounce. Paint penetration is extremely important, and I think guys are going to really like playing with him. And, we'll talk about our young guys. Some of them were playing a little bit too fast because of the first game and the rings and all that kind of thing, but they're going to find their way and play at a higher level. But, you talk about Wiseman and Poole and Kuminga and Moody. I mean, you can just get really, really excited. There were a lot of thoughts comparing it to the team when you had all the veteran guys coming off the bench and you had this kind of depth. Well, it is comparable, and it's exciting to have these young guys and going to have them an opportunity to grow. And because of this depth, you will not have to play your main guys, 38, 39 minutes. You're going to be able to be judicious with their minutes and keep them healthy.
Yeah, nobody played more than the 32-plus that Steph Curry played. Klay Thompson on a bit of a minutes restriction, at least at the start of the regular season. They're going to want to keep Draymond's minutes down and so on. But the biggest thing that really stood out to me, Gary, kind of from a general standpoint, is that Golden State didn't really even play that well last night. They had long stretches of not making shots, and I think some of that could be attributed to, I should say, ring night, kind of the prolonged pregame ceremony. And then they turned it over 18 times, a lot in the fourth quarter. Despite all that, they scored 123 points, and they had a 27-point lead, and it was never really that close from about the 10-minute mark of the third quarter on.
Yeah, and I tell you, the number one thing that sticks out to me is 31 assists. I'm in love with that aspect of their game. Nobody in the NBA moves the ball and moves people better than the Warriors. It's a style of play that I think players love. Other teams want to try to emulate, but it takes a certain kind of player to play. They got to be very cerebral. They've got to be unselfish. And they've got that crew. You look at Andrew Wiggins. He just picked up right from where he left off with the finals and the great performance he had. And you had a night where Draymond didn't have much of a night, but yet his defense is so pivotal to this team because they made stops and got out in the open floor where they're at their best. Kevon Looney has given you solid minutes, and Klay's going to find his way. You make a great point. They're going to take their time. They're not going to rush him and bring him along. And you mentioned Draymond in the same way. And that's, I think we can count on that as we go through this month of October and get into November. And these younger guys are going to earn minutes and allow Steve Kerr to play those guys, with a nice number of minutes that everybody's comfortable with.
A lot of options to talk about on the Warriors side of things, but let's get to Stephen Curry because he put the finishing touches. He and Wiggins on the Lake Show last night. He had like a 9.46-second stretch to decide this one, and he didn't shoot well to start the game. And at first, I was a little worried about that 3-point streak. It's getting closer to 200 regular season games where he's hit at least 1 3, and he got to halftime without a made 3, but he really got it going late, and really kind of the last couple of threes that he hit said good night to the Lakers.
Well, you shared it right on in that the beginning of the game he was cold, but when you're considered the greatest shooter in the history of the game, but he's also a great offensive player. And with that, he knows how to manufacture a game. And I thought, indicative of him, those 2 backdoor passes, one from Draymond, one from Poole. So that's everybody's trying to overplay him. When he's down near the hoop and he's ready to come up, everybody's doing what we call top blocking. We're trying to force him down. And when he sees that, when he sees the overplay, Warriors do a great job lifting the weak side, and that gives him a chance to backdoor. And, of course, those were great plays. The other play was the right box, and he lost the handle a little bit, but then he had that little shake and bake, turnaround, fadeaway jump shot. I love that. Just loved it. Yeah. So that's just Steph Curry, and that's where he is. And, I was reading a comment. Somebody was talking about what a great thing it had to have LeBron and him at their age out there on the floor. It's a credit to those guys, the way they take care of their bodies. And I'm sure we'll talk about this at some point, but it takes a lot of time and effort to be in the condition they are at their age to be able to do what they do.
Yeah, I mean, usually the prime of someone's career, I remember Jerry West saying this, that the prime of your career is from ages 28 to 32. And so Steph is approaching age 35 in about 5 months. LeBron James is going to be 38 in 2 months, and those guys are showing no signs of slowing down.
Nah, you're right on. And, there's stories down there in L.A. that he spends upwards of $1 million. With trainers and modalities and all the strength stuff that he has access to, and then taking care of the engine, taking care of the body, what's the intake, and all of that kind of stuff. And he's amazing. And I'll tell you what, I've never seen Steph look any better physically. He looks strong and ready to go, and he works his tail off. You talk to people about his workouts; they're legendary, and that allows you to play at this level. And it's just a credit to both of those guys, and just unique to beat the Lakers last night. And I'll say it now; it's very early. They're going to have a long year.
Yeah, we're going to get into the Lakers a little bit on the other side of the break, but it does not look good when your top 3 players all play very well and you never really have a chance in the second half of really getting back and threatening the Warriors. Well, another guy who had a great game for Golden State was Andrew Wiggins. I mean, he's coming off the great finals performance where he probably was the second best player for Golden State against the Boston Celtics. He signs a contract extension, took a pay cut, and then came out and hit some dagger threes as well alongside Stephen Curry. And I don't know about you, but it almost looked like he got a little more arc on that three than he had last year, at least on a couple of his made threes.
Well, it's just exciting because, I've heard from people there that was his point of emphasis this offseason, working on his three ball. He's now really comfortable shooting that. I think that's a fair statement on your part that, there's somewhere in the vicinity of 44 arc kind of thing that they measured everything now, and that's like the optimum one, and he's got to be right there. He looks confident. You just love the way he's attacking the glass. That's special. He's a great defensive rebounder, shared the ball. He just looks like a very, very happy veteran guy. And again, I have to tip my hat to the guy, and this has to be family, close friends, everybody sitting down and saying, okay, we're going to talk about a new contract. What are you going to be comfortable with? And the fact that he and Jordan Poole have the same representation, I think, is a positive for the Warriors. Yeah. But he had to say, hey, the grass isn't always greener at the other side over there. I'm in a fantastic place. He loves the city. He loves the team. He loves the fans. He's got a very, very prominent role here with this team. He's got a lot of respect because, Kev, you and I talked about this in Minnesota. You had a lot of people saying, and this goes with the territory when you're at the top pick. He got a lot of criticism. And now you're getting nothing but big-time support. adulation from around the league because he's what you call a terrific two-way player. I mean, he can go and guard the other team's best player. That helps this team immensely because that's an area that Clay can't do to the level he used to. I thought he was very good in the finals, but the lateral mobility may not be as good as it was. And this guy stepped up, and he'll guard anybody, and I just love that about him.
Dub Nation, join us on Warriors Ground for LGBTQ plus night presented by Accenture on Friday, October 21st as the Warriors host the Denver Nuggets. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. Time for a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little James Wiseman, a little Los Angeles Lakers, and look at the offseason that was for Golden State right here on 95.7 The Game.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Bonte Hill with analysts and former Warriors Chris Mullin and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Kareth Burt and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Want to win big with your pets? PetSmart has anything they need, however you need it. They make it easy to score food, treats, toys, collars, beds, and more. Whether your most valuable pet is a dog, cat, reptile, fish, or small pet, you can get what they need at PetSmart quickly and conveniently. Shop 1,600 stores, PetSmart.com, or their app and try same-day delivery for free in-store or curbside pickup. PetSmart, anything for pets.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth It covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hey, Stephen Curry, it's game day, and you know what that means.
That you're going to talk like an announcer all day long?
Yes, and fans get 10% cash back in arena or online at Warriors Shop by using Rakuten.
That is pretty exciting.
Cash back on Warriors gear is exciting, Stephen Curry.
I think they know it's me.
Good point. We just need to tell them the website.
Rakuten.com/Warriors. RAKUTEN.com/Warriors.
211 is a statewide 24/7 resource designed to connect you with local social services during emergencies. This may include in-language assistance, emergency planning, transportation and lodging assistance, portable backup power, food replacements or home-delivered meals, bill assistance programs, and more. Visit 211.org, call 211, or visit pge.com/PSPS resources for more information.
No matter what you're eating during today's Warriors game, sharing a jar of Mazzetta makes it better. Just pop open that red cap and give your favorite snack something extra like spicy, crunchy jalapenos on nachos or zesty peppercini on sandwiches and sliders. It's not difficult. It's not complicated. It's just better. At Mazzetta, we say that when you share your food, you share a part of who you are. So grab your family and friends and share some unforgettable flavors. Stop by your local store to find all of your Mazzetta favorites or visit Mazzetta.com for recipes and inspiration. No matter what, don't forget a Mazzetta. Go Dubs.
If you've just joined us, don't worry. We saved your seat.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
At the Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game.
Curry behind the back. Wade stops it. Pops on the way. Ridiculous three on the right sideline.
Now, here's Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
Dub Nation, Panic at the Disco is coming to Chase Center with two special guests, Marina and Jake Wesley Rogers. Join us live on October 25th for the Viva Las Vengeance Tour. Tickets on sale now at chasecenter.com. And that was a part of Ring Night that you just heard. Stephen Curry helping to unleash the banner, the fourth banner that he and Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, and Klay Thompson have hoisted in either Oracle or Chase Center. And Gary, I imagine these ring nights are obviously it's great to get your rings. By the way, those rings look fantastic that the Warriors got. The ceremony has got to be a lot of fun, but then you got to play a basketball game. I mean, usually you celebrate some. You don't have to do something as significant as playing an NBA regular season game in like 10 to 15 minutes after. So I imagine that can be a little tough to navigate.
Well, you even read a guy like Klay Thompson said he had a hard time sleeping night before last, that he was so fired up. And then you got the young guys like Wiggins and Poole making comments, their families were there and making arrangements for them and all that kind of stuff. And then just the excitement of it all. And, kudos to the Warriors. I guess you just say they did it again because, boy, it was a beautiful ceremony. And, everybody was really into it. Steph did a great job, and great to have Adam Silver there and Peter Guber and Joe Lacob. They're the architects of this thing. And you have to just give them so much credit because, you talk about downstairs is the team and the coaches and all of that kind of thing. And upstairs, we used to say, is the business side. Well, you couldn't have all this coming together if everything wasn't taken to the optimum level, and the Warriors just do a fantastic job. There isn't anybody in the league that's doing what they're doing on and off the court. They are the flagship. They're the best, and it allows them to re-sign these two young guys and have this vision for the future. And in the meantime, go for it again this year while you've got these future Hall of Famers on your roster. So it was special. It really, really was.
Yeah, one thing that was special for a Santa Cruz guy like me was to see James Wiseman make his return to an NBA regular season floor last night. This guy missed all of the NBA regular season last year, played in 3 G League games with the Santa Cruz Warriors, coming back off that meniscus injury. And Gary, I'll get your thoughts in a little bit, but first I want to hear this sound from James Wiseman, then we'll get your thoughts on Wiseman's debut. But this is what James had to say about how he thinks he can contribute to the Golden State Warriors this season.
That just comes with my work and just me putting trust back into the coach in terms of my assignments on offense and defense and just doing them right. But that comes with a lot of reps, though. Again, like I haven't played in like 1.5, 2 years, so it's going to take time, but I'm going to get there.
Gary? With this young guy. He's done a terrific job. Didn't you love his exhibition games? You're just excited for him. And, just some real simple things that I noticed last night. He never got beat from transition offense to defense. He always got back and didn't allow the big for the Lakers to get a paint catch. He was always in position, sprinting, putting his head down, getting there. And that's a skill he has. He's a great athlete. I thought his shot contestment was very good. A couple of blocks, which tells me that's timing, understanding the rotations, coming over to help, weak to strong, and staying active on his own guy. Rebounding. I think he's going to be fine there. I think it's just going to come better and better and better. And the pick and roll game. Now, this may sound picky, but to run a good pick and roll, you have to, the small has to hold the ball a little bit, dribble, to allow the big to set the pick on the small's defender. And he was doing that last night in great fashion. Knowing which side to be on. If it's on the left side, then he wants to pick let the guy come toward the middle of the court, which most of them are. And he's rolling to the basket. You can see already, he's got something with Jordan Poole. It just feels it. Feels it to me. And I'm just really optimistic. I thought he did a heck of a job during training camp, and we haven't even touched on his shooting. And he had a poor night at the free throw line. But as Steve said, there's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of jitters. Now, for him getting out there, having been out for so long, it just had to be an amazing feeling. So he went to work probably today, watched film with the coaches, and he's going to play even better come Friday. And that'll be an easy test against the Joker.
Yeah, 8.7 rebounds in 16 and a half minutes. Also had a block in that win over the Lakers. I'm glad you touched on that point where he had the block on Wenyen Gabriel, Gary, because that's one thing that stood out to me. And Sam Vecini of The Athletic made this observation on Twitter, is that Wiseman's gotten better at jumping straight up and down to contest. He only had 2 fouls last night as well, which was also huge. That block against Wenyen Gabriel really, I thought, exemplified that. And then you mentioned how he's improved his screening, that connection he has with Jordan Poole. They connected for a couple of Poole to Wiseman, either dunk or a layup. So a couple of nice connections there. It's all looking good for Golden State right now. Gary, it's not all looking great for the LA Lakers, because I mentioned it before, but their top 3, when you're talking about LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook, all had very good statistical games, 31, 15, and 8 for LeBron. Russell Westbrook had a good shooting night overall from the floor, 19, 11, and 8, 7 of 12 from the field. And Anthony Davis looked like his old spry self when he hasn't, on the times that he has been able to take the floor. Unfortunately, that hasn't been a whole lot. I know he wants to play 82 games this year. It would be great to see him play 82 games this year. So those 3 guys played fantastically, and they still got destroyed last night. I mean, the roster construction is a little curious, to borrow a Taylor Jenkins quote, if you will.
That's good. I like that. I'll start with Westbrook. He's under the microscope and being maligned down there, and he's had a great career. He's just a tremendous athlete. To me, indicative was the air ball three he had in this. I just don't feel any consistency as far as shooting the basketball. And, he's had a great career, and he expects to be treated a certain way. I didn't care for his comment today. That young coach, Darvin Ham, he blamed the hamstring issue on the fact that he didn't start. It's the exhibition season, and there's a lot of I and me in there for me. And so I just don't feel that's going to really be a great season. Now, with Davis, I have tremendous respect for him. He's one of the most talented players in the entire league. But Kev, he falls down so much.
Yes, he does.
Great players don't get caught in those kinds of situations. And there isn't any doubt about it. LeBron can't do that like he used to, so they need him getting numbers even higher than last night to win. And then you talk about LeBron and, having been the face of the NBA, and, a lot of people, if you're an opponent, fans don't like him. Well, you have to respect the career. I mean, this guy's a fantastic player. Will go down as one of the all-time greats. And as you noted, it kind of stinks to me that the cast he's playing with. I don't see Beverly being a big factor. Lonnie Walker, and then what happened last year? Kev, either 7 or 9 guys that were on their roster did not even get picked up this year.
That's crazy.
That's nuts. And then you take a look at the bench, and, Reeves is supposedly a shooter. I think none will help them. I really do. I felt bad last night for our man, Toscano Anderson, who I just think the world of. He couldn't make a shot, but what effort he gives. And then the rest of these guys, there's not much to jump and holler about. So it's not going to change. I mean, they're going to play the Clippers tomorrow night, and they're one of the best teams now in the West, and nobody's going to have any sympathy for them. So it's going to be, to me, they'll battle for a play-in spot.
Yeah, I think that's the best they can hope for, honestly. And my problem with the roster is that they just don't have any established NBA spot-up shooters. Like you, I agree that Kendrick Nunn is going to help them significantly, and it sucked that he couldn't play last year with his injury troubles. He's a guy, though, that's more he's going to hit threes. He's more going to hit threes off the bounce than he is as kind of like a guy who stands in the corner. When you talk about kind of stand in the corner, coming off screens kind of guy, I guess Kendrick Nunn would be good off screens. But you're more thinking of like a Matt Ryan, a Cole Swider, and a Max Christie, I suppose. And kind of the thing that those three had in common going into last night is that none of those guys had played NBA rotation minutes in a regular season game before. Matt Ryan's kind of like their shooter off the bench. And he played in one game with the Boston Celtics in garbage time last year. Like, they don't have established NBA spot-up shooters. And when you have ball-dominant guys like LeBron James and Russell Westbrook, you need people to space the floor. Now, I know Lonnie Walker a couple years ago was a 40% three-point shooter, but that has trended down. He was 35, 36% in the 2021 season, and then last year he was down to 31%, and he was 0 for 3 last night. You got to surround those guys with shooters, and they have guys who can make threes like a Kendrick Nunn and Austin Reeves, but they don't really have established spot-up three-point shooters who could just space the floor. Maybe Matt Ryan could be that guy. I'm rooting for him. He played in the G League last year, so if anybody who's played in the G League, of course, I'm pulling for. But it's just very questionable.
Well, you've got 3 guys, and you're a better mathematician than me. You got 3 guys making over $120 million together. It's probably more than that, maybe $130 million. And they got capped out really early. They don't have a lot of flexibility, and they just don't run the ship like Peter Guber and Joe Lacob, willing to pay the luxury tax. Their payroll's hefty, but it's not in that upper echelon. And with that said, they've made their bed. They're going to live with it. And this may sound crazy, but I feel kind of bad for LeBron, the cast he's going to play with. He's going to become the all-time leading scorer this season, provided he doesn't have any major injuries. And I watched him last night, and not a lot came easy. He didn't shoot the ball well like Steph in the beginning of the game, but that happens a lot in these openers and that kind of thing. But what the heck? You can leave, like you just said, you can leave a lot of guys and clog up the lanes so he can't drive easily. Really think about double teaming him whenever he's in a serious spot. And so it's hard. It's going to be hard for him. When you're a great player playing with a bunch of guys that, are journeymen or guys trying to break in the league, the coaches in the league are smart. Players in the league are smart. They're going to make life tough for him.
Yeah, the Lakers, as a result, last night shot 25% from downtown, 10 of 40, and they had to hit 4 of their last 5 3-point attempts to get to 25% from 3. There are going to be nights where they hit 40% from 3, but I would be shocked. They hit 35% from 3 as a team last year. I would be shocked if they were better than 35% from 3 this year. I kind of think they're going to be around 32, 33%. I'd say 33% from 3 as a team this year, unless they make some significant personnel changes. Well, there won't be a lot of personnel changes to make right now for Golden State, because this is one of the deepest teams they've had during the Steve Kerr era. Right now, 11 guys got rotation minutes right off the bat. And Gary, if there was an award for 11th man of the year, I think Moses Moody would win it by a mile.
Well, that young guy caught my attention. You and I did one of the Summer League games together on NBA TV, and he's got good size. He's got good intelligence for the game. He's not a jet. He's not going to, blow by you. But he understands angles. He knows, he understands where he is on the floor and where to attack. And he can make a perimeter shot. He's a smart young player. And I think he's going to have a really nice career. And again, he's going to get minutes coming off the bench. I think he's earned the respect of his teammates and the coaches. And, when you've got a cast of young guys like that, a lot of times it's going to be who's running good. Your minutes maybe not be locked in every single night the same. And, maybe he'll start playing a little bit more depending upon the situations. But, you early in the season, you're going to see little bit crazy groupings out there. For example, Clay when he came in in the fourth there, he was playing with the entire bench, and they're going to be careful with him. They don't want him playing 30 minutes a night yet. I think Draymond, they're going to take him along slow. But these other guys, you've mentioned Wiseman. We've talked about now Moody, and talked about Green and DiVincenzo. The one guy last night that I thought got a little quick, if you know what I'm saying, was Jordan Poole. He was a little jittery. He didn't have to play as fast as he was playing to create space for himself. Let things come to you. You don't have to force things. But maybe he deserves a hall pass because he just got a ring. He just got a contract, and you just feel great for the guy. He's gonna have a great season. But again, it takes time to get in your rhythm.
Yeah, his shooting numbers weren't great last night. He was 4 of 15 from the field. Did hit a couple of threes when no one else really on Golden State was making threes. He kind of kick-started the offense in the first quarter when he came in off the bench. But what I did like was his 7 assists, had a couple of steals. They want to see him make strides on the defensive end of the floor. Did have the 4 turnovers, but I thought did really a nice job operating out of the pick and roll with James Wiseman, getting his teammates involved. We'll get into the Draymond stuff a little bit later, just touch on that a tad. But he worked well with Draymond Green as well, right? Green was setting good screens for him. He had that really nice pass down to Draymond for a layup in the first half. I want to say that was in the second quarter. And so he did do some nice things, and kind of like, as opposed to a couple of years ago where Steve Kerr kind of felt like he had to put Jordan Poole out there with a kind of a more controlled point guard, like when they had a Brad Wanamaker, or say when Nico Mannion was on the roster. Jordan Poole has the reins to run the show now.
No, he does, Kevin. But here's the deal. He's earned his teammates' respect, his coaches' respect, everybody. You know, this isn't just what you hear and read. I think everybody's just really happy for the guy because he's a good guy, and everybody talks about how he's a just tireless worker. And I always say this, smart people listen, and he's listened to the vets. I've watched him grow. You see him do things on the offensive end without the ball, and you close your eyes and you can say, hey, that's Steph. And, hey, if you're playing with the greatest shooter in the history of the game, copy some of that stuff. That's kind of smart to do. And you can see that. And, you know, we're not hiding it. Last year in the playoffs, what did people try to do? They tried to go at him defensively. Again, I think he's willing to learn, and it'll start to get better for him. And, of course, playing with the guys that he's playing with, you know, Draymond's a special defender, and he can learn a lot from Steph. You know, I think Steph is early in his career was really whacked on the defensive end by guys around the league. Not anymore. No, he's got the strength to deal with guys. He understands the passing lanes. You see him come up with steals. And, of course, Clay can help him. So he's got a lot of guys. And, you know, didn't you love what Steve Kerr had to say this past week about Kevon Looney?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just what a compliment to just share about his voice with the team and the respect he's got. And that's why you win. You got talent, but you got to have that character. And they've got a culture and a chemistry that just about everybody in the entire NBA is envious of.
Yeah, Kevon Looney, an ultimate Looney night last night. 7.6 rebounds. Team high plus 30. Great stuff from Kevon last night. Well, Dub Nation, the season is in full swing for Filipino Heritage Night on Warriors ground on Sunday, October 23rd, as your Dubs face the Sacramento Kings live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. One more break here on the show. When we come back, we'll talk a little Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, and we'll take a look at the upcoming schedule here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Dub Nation? It's Stephen Curry. I love the sound of the Warriors crowd, so I've asked for them to help with this Rakuten commercial, the app that gives you cash back at thousands of stores. Plus, fans can score 10% cash back with Rakuten on Warriors gear either in arena or online at Rakuten.com/Warriors. Just join Rakuten to get your ching on all your favorite Dubs things. All right, now that's a little too much. Visit Rakuten.com/Warriors.
A podiatrist will tell you about your feet. An orthopedist will tell you about your bones. A physical therapist will analyze your gait. A psychologist will help you manage your anxiety. But what if they're all connected? What if your walk affects your hip alignment and the loss of movement affects your mental health? At Kaiser Permanente, we know the body is connected in unseen ways. That's why our doctors work together to care for all that is you. Kaiser Permanente, for all that is you. Learn more at kp.org.
Everyone circle up. I know it looks rough out there. Sure, we're down 119-64, but we came here to play differently. We need a game changer. Something like Ring Central, the business phone system that's more than a phone. I want you to communicate like you can talk to anyone, anywhere, all from the same app. Now get out there and play like you're using Ring Central.
Ring Central. Simpler communications.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game. Hosted by Bonte Hill with analyst and former Warriors Chris Mullen and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Carrot Burt and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm personal price plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this message from Sarah.
Hi, Jake from State Farm. I eat hard-boiled eggs, like shell and all. Crunch is exquisite.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
1 minute, your team's down 20 points. The next, they're hitting a game-winning three at the buzzer and the crowd's going nuts. Basketball games can change in an instant. So can your plans. That's why at United, there are no change fees on flights. Because while we love a change of plans in the Warriors' favor, we don't think anyone should get charged fees for changing theirs. No change fees, ever. United, the official airline of the Golden State Warriors. Does not include basic economy unless a United waiver applies. Exceptions apply for certain international flights.
Dub Nation knows good things come in threes. Whether it's a game-winning three-pointer or all the games, glitz, and great entertainment you can enjoy at Northern California's premier casino resort. Cash Creek is the place to play a hot hand on our world-class gaming floor. Indulge at our luxurious spa or catch a live performance from your favorite acts. It's all here, just a short drive away. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort, official sponsor of your Golden State Warriors.
What go best with the Warriors win? Free cookies! And not just one cookie or two cookie, but 3 free cookies!
When the Golden State Warriors win, get 1 free 3-pack of cookies.
Toongas love cookies, but Toongas love free cookies even mostest. Get that W, Warriors!
AM/PM, too much good stuff. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Only 1,000 deals available on the AM/PM map for 24 hours on a first come first served basis between October 18, 2022 and April 10, 2023. Only at participating AM/PM stores while supplies last.
Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean are holding court.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth!
At the Warriors Roundtable.
You can't handle the truth!
Curry, screen by Draymond. Curry gets free for 3. Got it!
On 95.7 The Game. Now back to Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
Got just about 8 minutes or so left here on Warriors Roundtable before Chuck Walter and Alan Stiles take over from 7 to 10 here on 95.7 The Game. Kevin Dana alongside Gary St. Jean. And Gary, I know it was a couple of weeks ago, but I do feel that Dub Nation would benefit from your perspective on the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole situation dynamic. Of course, Draymond throwing the punch and connecting on Jordan Poole in the practice a couple of weeks ago. A couple of days later, the video came out. Obviously, it did not look very good. You have been through this before with the Latrell Sprewell, PJ Carlesimo deal about 25 years ago. Just kind of take us into the mindset of the front office and what can be done, what has been done to make this a coexistible working situation.
Well, I'd like to tell you that's the first time it's happened. And keep in mind when Steve and Jordan got into it, and he had that black eye, and he earned a tremendous amount of respect from Michael Jordan for standing up to him. There was no video. When Latrell Sprewell was choking PJ Carlesimo, there was no video. And in my days, there were no videos of practice. It just wasn't done. And with that said, that got everybody going. I mean, if it just got out there that, hey, there was a skirmish and you maybe gets exaggerated, but somehow that video got out. And it was telling. And you look at it and you say, okay, a team's like a family. And we're going to have our ups and downs, and we're going to have some disagreements and that kind of thing. And, you know, Draymond admitted he made a mistake. And he apologized. And the fact is that he was man enough to stand up there and say, hey, you know what? I was wrong. You know, Jesus, I don't know. In my 25 years on the bench, I must have seen 20, more than 20 skirmishes, fights, pushing. Because, Kev, you know what happens in practice? These are competitive guys. Kev, the ball went off of you. It's our ball. No, it's not. It was a foul. Oh, no, the score's not 10-9. It's 10-8. And they get into it big time. And one of the worst jobs is being an assistant coach where you have to referee the scrimmages.
Oh, God.
Because they are all over you. I remember I just stopped the scrimmage one day with Bob Lanier. And I threw the whistle at him. I said, you ref. And so it got me going. So I guess what I'm saying is these things happen. It's hard to swallow. There's good, and everybody in the Bay Area has a different slant on this, a different feeling about it. About just looking at the whole thing. I give Poole the utmost credit. Jordan Poole's handled it well, and they both said, "Hey, we're pros. We're here to win. It's not something that we wanted to have happen." I don't know what that led up to it, but at the end of the day, you got a group with Bob Myers and his crew and the coaching staff, and then these veteran players. There's a lot of teams that this would just fracture them, that this would be a big, big problem for a long, long time, to the point where maybe you'd have to make a trade. I don't see that. I think they're going to just move forward, say, hey, we had a really tough day. Let's learn from it. Let's come together and just say, hey, in spite of all this, we still have a special group that can win a lot. And I think everybody, when you got guys, we talked about Looney and Steve's respect for him, but then, you hear Steph talking about it. And, you hear Clay, and then Andre Iguodala has a great way with his teammates. And, with that said, it can't just come dealing with the situation. It can't just come from the head coach. There's a lot of people that have to be involved in this. And I think the Warriors have the pieces to make it all work. But it was a tough day.
Yep. Well, at least for one regular season game, it looked like it did not affect their on-court play together. Mentioned that Poole and Draymond had some nice plays in which they were involved in together and worked off each other well. Let's take a look at the upcoming broadcast presented by Ticketmaster. Friday, October 21st, the Denver Nuggets come to town, 6:30 on the air here on 95.7 The Game, 7 p.m. tip. That will be LGBTQ plus night presented by Accenture. Then on Sunday, they welcome the Sacramento Kings and new head coach Mike Brown for a 5:30 tip time, 5 p.m. on the air on 95.7. Tuesday, the first road game of the season at Phoenix, 6:30 on the air with Tim Roy and Jim Barnett, 7 p.m. tip time there. Then Thursday, back home to take on the Miami Heat, the team they nearly faced in the NBA Finals last June. Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert will have you 6:30 on the air, 7 p.m. tip. That'll be presented by Rocket Lawyer. Then they're back on the road on the East Coast. The first East Coast trip of the season starts Saturday, October 29th at Charlotte. Homecoming game for Steph Curry, 3:30 on the air, 4 p.m. tip time. We got about a minute and a half left before we hand it over to Chuck Walter and Alan Stiles. So as you look at those upcoming 5 games, Gary, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, as an old coach, nothing's easy. The league has more parity than it's ever had, and it's good to have these home tilts early and get your feet wet before you hit the road going back east. You know what, Kev? You can make an argument, because I don't think the Warriors are going to play Steph 82 games, and likewise for Clay and Draymond and those guys. So I don't know that they're going to be hung up on getting that first spot. And they got the ring without having it last year. And with that said, Denver's a team. Mike Malone, he plays his guys. And if Murray is back to form, which I got a feeling he will be, Porter hasn't seen a shot he doesn't like, and he makes a lot of them. I'm looking for Gordon to play better. That team there is going to win a lot. I have them in my top 4. I think they're very, very good. And You mentioned going down to Phoenix. Dallas plays them tonight. They're going to be strong again. And, with that said, you've got a 1-point game here with Memphis and New York. I think it's the Warriors, the Clippers, the Suns, Memphis, the Nuggets, and the Mavs are going to be the top 6. But don't go to sleep on New Orleans.
No. They'll certainly be fun to watch.
Terrific. Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
All right, well, that will do it for us this week. For Gary St. Jean, I'm Kevin Dan. A big thank you to Sterling Bennett, the man behind the glass tonight. Big thank you to R.C. Davis as well for helping produce the show also. So that'll do it for us. Chuck Walter and Alan Stiles up next here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good evening, everyone.
You've been listening to the Warriors Roundtable.
Curry brings it through, one-hand three, up and good!
On the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors.
That playful and nailed it!
95.7 The Game.
For tickets, call 888-GSW-HOOP.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Banter Hill with analyst and former Warriors Chris Mullen and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Karras Burke and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
I'm Patty Poppy, the new CEO of PG&E. I thought you might like to know that the people of PG&E are working with clean energy leaders to build new energy storage facilities so that you can have access to clean, renewable energy that's also reliable. We're developing technologies so that your electric vehicle can power your home. And we're building solar-powered microgrids so that we can keep the lights on during extreme weather. The future is now at PG&E. To learn more, visit pge.com.
Hey, Stephen Curry, it's game day, and you know what that means.
That you're going to talk like an announcer all day long?
Yes, and fans get 10% cash back in arena or online at Warriors Shop by using Rakuten.
That is pretty exciting.
Cash back on Warriors gear is exciting, Stephen Curry.
I think they know it's me.
Good point. We just need to tell them the website.
Rakuten.com/Warriors. RAKUTEN.com/Warriors.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Bonte Hill with analyst and former Warriors Chris Mullen and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Kareth Burt and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
What is going on? Let's get it going, Alan Stiles. Best time of the year. Got a little baseball playoffs. Somewhat of an afterthought right now in this market, although I think a lot of those out there are rooting against or for Dusty Baker, regardless of how you want to look at it. It depends on how much you hate the...
It's tough. The whole thing's tough.
The continuity.
Yeah,
you know?
the whole thing's tough. But here's the thing. I get it, right? The Astros, the trash cans, you hate it. But at this point, what percentage of that roster and coaching staff is left from... that year?
You got Altuve.
You got Altuve and Bregman.
With the wire.
And Altuve and Bregman.
Don't lift up the jersey, man.
I know, but, in the Bay Area, we love us some Dusty Baker, and it would be nice to see him get a ring.
Baseball, it's an afterthought right now. We got San Francisco 49ers football. Kansas City Chiefs coming to town this weekend. First matchup since the Super Bowl. But we start with the now 1-0 Golden State Warriors after a 123-109 win last night over the Los Angeles Lakers. Nuggets are coming to town Friday. Alan Stiles wasn't a thing of beauty early and often yesterday, but when you go back and dissect the game and look at all the ingredients that the Warriors have in their pot this season, it is just one game, but it's Sports Talk Radio, so I can ask you this question and ask everyone this question. 888-957-9570. That's the text line. It's also the call line if you want to join the show. Did last night's performance of the Warriors make you think this year's edition of Golden State could be better or a lot better than last year's team?
Absolutely. And the reason is even before the Warriors won the championship this past season, and before all of that, our Damon Bruce, who we were kicking it with after his show and before Warriors Roundtable started, our Damon Bruce, he was on record talking about how last year he was looking at this year as the year where the Warriors are really going to do damage. You had all the rookies and young guys a year older. Jordan Poole continuing to come into his own.
Klay Thompson healthy.
So all these things that you always believed that this was the year that the Warriors are really going to roll. They just happened to, we're the Warriors and we're going to get a ring before we are technically supposed to, even though Klay Thompson, we didn't have him for half the year. Draymond Green had back issues. Steph Curry was out as well. So they still get the ring. And now you come into this season and you understand what Jordan Poole is. You understand what Wiggins could be to this team. You understand that Steph Curry is still him. He is still that guy. So there's no reason to not believe that this team is better or could be better than last year's team, and that makes it a really good situation for the Warriors in terms of repeating. But it's still early.
I think it's deeper. That's for sure.
Definitely
Steve Kerr
deeper.
said after the game that it reminds him of the 2014-2015 team. Just an assembly of guys that can beat you. I mean, with all due respect to Bielitsa last year, and with all due respect to Otto Porter Jr.
GP2.
I mean, GP2 was pretty nice.
GP2, yes. GP2 is probably the one that the hole
Juan
that
Toscano
didn't
Anderson,
get filled, right?
And welcome back, Juan Toscano Anderson to the Bay. He's a guy that you can't dislike by any means. It's funny, actually. I was on a trip a couple months ago in Cancun for a wedding, and we're at one of the bars or whatever, one of the all-inclusive bars that they have there, and there was just a giant picture of Juan Toscano Anderson. And they're like, yeah, he's Mexico's own, man.
Yeah.
We love this guy here.
He's a hero. He's a hero. Last night had his, mom, first time he bought his mom.
Heard he spent a lot of money on tickets.
I mean, courtside tickets, right? Gave his mom the championship ring. Just a great moment. But ultimately, and he knows this, he got into a little, a fun little scrap with Jordan Poole. They laughed about it after. He's on the other side now. He's on the other side, and it was a great run. He was with the Warriors with some of those dark days, too. So for him to finally get to the other side for what he did for his career, what he did for the Warriors organization, and for himself and for his family and for the country of Mexico, shout out to Juan Toscano Anderson.
Speaking of the other side, I do want to touch up on him in a bit. Obviously, we are in San Francisco, not Los Angeles, so we're not going to brush up too much on it, but my God, the Lakers are a damn travesty.
That's the problem, right? When we sit here and say, wow, the Warriors look really good. I mean, they looked okay on offense for majority of it. It was a mess.
With the beauty of the Warriors ball movement, the Lakers were just the exact opposite. That jab step that LeBron was doing all game. I mean, how many times? Here's the thing. Darvin Ham should go out there and make these guys, if they shoot, 35 threes they shot in the game? If they shoot more than 30 threes in a game this season, they should be doing up downs for 2 hours. I mean, that team cannot shoot.
They
just
can't shoot.
Shoot or shoot.
But that's partly on Darvin Ham, though, because it doesn't look like there's an offense. Now, the Lakers aren't the only team. I joke about this all the time. So many, and we're spoiled with the Warriors, but so many NBA teams just don't seem to have any type of offense, and it turns into, I love my YMCA, it turns into the Y first game where you just, all right, let's just pass it around. I mean, people like to complain about college basketball and how you pass, and then shoot at the end of the shot clock. That's essentially what we saw last night. College basketball, just hucking up threes, no offense. And LeBron, we all love, yes, Bleacher Report, he got that nice dunk, and so did Westbrook. It's year 20. For a good part of that game, it did look like it was year 20 to LeBron. He can't carry this team. I think that's the big thing. You have Anthony Davis, who you don't believe is going to be able to stay healthy for the whole season. We don't know how much he'll play. You have Russell Westbrook, who he is at this point. And then you have LeBron, who is in year 20. And honestly, it looks like it.
I think I read one of 9 NBA players of all time to enter their 20th season. I can't imagine many players entering their 20th season in the past looked as good as LeBron James. Because you could say, sure, he's lost a step. He was taking pretty big steps. I mean, he still has the ability to dominate games with how he went out there, I think, to start the fourth quarter and went on a little run by himself. Still lethal in transition. But Father Time still hasn't caught up with LeBron James, and it sure hasn't caught up with Steph Curry, who's entering his 14th season.
Did you see the commercial with LeBron and quote unquote Father Time? It was Jason Momoa.
I didn't actually see that commercial.
He dressed up as an old guy and they end up like hooping against each other. I guess it's going to be a thing all season. So look for that.
Well, Steph Curry, it begs the question, how long can this guy play? He's not slowing down.
No. And What's
still
crazy,
out there like a Tasmanian devil running around, trekking 5 miles during a game.
He was cooking Austin Reeves on the same play. How many back cuts, Austin, do you need to see? And that just goes to show that is supposed to be a guy in Austin Reeves who he's young, he's hungry, he's spry. Steph Curry is 34, 35 years old, and just you can't hang with him. And I think that's the biggest thing that you see. Yes, Steph can shoot. Obviously, he's the best shooter of all time. But just the movement that you see, he is still outrunning young bucks. That's what's crazy to me. His stamina and what he's able to do, he is outrunning guys that are a decade younger than him. It's crazy.
So LeBron, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook, say whatever you want about the three. And I know the comments are coming later in the show about Russell Westbrook, but they did what you expect them to do. The other guys, 32 points combined from everyone else on the Lakers. They turned it over 22 times. They shot it 25% from deep. Are we, I guess, gloating a little too much, maybe overhyping this Warriors team because of who they took down? And the answer is, I think no, because quite frankly, had they kept their foot on the pedal, had their starters played 35 minutes, I'm talking about the Warriors, they could have won this game by 30 plus.
Yeah. The
Wasn't
Lakers,
close.
I have the Lakers in the play-in, but that's it. That's it. So
unless they make some trades, and I don't know where the capital comes from.
Well, everybody
could use a Jordan Poole.
They're all talking about. They're all talking about who is it? Miles, right? Miles Turner, and getting Buddy Hield, right?
What?
They want to do Westbrook for Miles Turner, Buddy Hield. Does that make them a contender? It makes them better. Does it make them a championship contender?
And we got some Kings fans listening. Ask Kings fans how they felt about Buddy Hield.
Well, sure, but Buddy, I think, needed a fresh start as well. I'm just saying that team is better. If you get rid of Westbrook and you put those guys on the team, that team's better. Is that team a championship contender? I was sitting there trying to, do my Western Conference predictions, and it's tough, man. The West, I know it's been said for years and years and years, but we have legit star power. When people were saying the West was stacked back early on in the Warriors, the first iteration of the dynasty, sure, but you had like the Zebo Grizzlies.
You're talking about the West right now, though?
I'm talking about the West right now.
I would say the East is more, I guess, evened out than the West is.
Well,
right?
The East is better, but I would say the West is stacked. More stacked than the East. There's so many question marks. You don't know.
Did you watch the Knicks tonight? Look pretty nice.
The Knicks, really?
Yeah, they look
really,
pretty good,
dude?
man.
Really?
Yeah.
Stop that.
Hey, it's New York's year, man. Yankees may be going to the World Series. Jets are good.
They're losing right now.
Giants are good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look, the West is a beast. The West is a complete beast, and I just don't know how the Lakers, what move they could possibly do that another team would allow that would put them in a position to be contenders. Could they get to the playoffs? Yes. That was LeBron. The thing about LeBron, their seed is going to be garbage because he's going to have to take legitimate days off. Then he's going to have to take days off where he's actually playing. It's going to be all in spurts for LeBron. So I don't see them finishing any better. And their ceiling right now, even with making moves, would be a 6 seed. So I don't see them doing much.
Knicks are down 2 right now in overtime to the Memphis Grizzlies. One to keep an eye on. Another one that we're looking at halftime, Nuggets, the next opponent for the Golden State Warriors. They look terrible right now. You were saying something along the lines of Jokic basically called out Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're super close, and Jokic basically said, I know that Jamal Murray is going to stink for the first 20 games, and that's okay.
Basically like Greg Popovich saying his Spurs were going to be terrible this year, and that they look from one game. They're getting absolutely blasted by the Hornets. All right, back to the Golden State Warriors and hopefully to the call lines, 888-957-9570. Most impressive player yesterday. Steph Curry, definitely the most dynamic, the leading scorer, the headliner. I thought Andrew Wiggins was kind of a silent assassin on both sides.
When the Lakers went on that run, like a 22-6 run, and Andrew Wiggins just dropped 3 threes in a row. Just la-da-da-da-da. But the funniest thing about Andrew Wiggins, I don't know how to explain it. he plays basketball. It looks like his shoes are untied. Like he's that guy at the park where his shoes are untied, but he doesn't care and he still balls, even though his shoes aren't untied. That's just how he balls. I'm just kind of here. I do my thing. His jersey is untucked half the time, but he just gets it done. He just gets it done. And we spoke last week about the fact that Andrew Wiggins can make every shot in the book, right? So when he got that contract extension, that was his career. It's just a curious case of, because the reason he had all that fanfare and all those expectations is because of what he was doing at Kansas, and because we saw the athleticism, we saw the ability to break down defenders, the ability to get to the cup, the ability to make literally every shot on the court besides a Steph Curry 50-foot three. So when he's rolling like that, it's a thing of beauty, but you think to yourself, why don't you do that all the time? That's just not the guy he is. But when he shows up, if he can be that kind of escape valve to when Steph is struggling and Clay is struggling and Jordan Poole is struggling, then you're talking about, wow, this team is going to be on another level.
I think it's why he got labeled. What would you say the label Andrew Wiggins was in Minnesota? Because it wasn't bust. Wasn't he's bad?
They just said he wasn't a bad teammate. He's not an alpha and he's not a one.
Okay, not an alpha. He's a beta. They said he's a beta, and maybe that's true, and that's perfect in the Bay Area for this currently constructed team because he doesn't need to be.
Well,
he can hang in the shadows. He could be number 4. You got Batman. You got Robin and Clay. You got whoever. He's just hanging out in the corner like he's. He's gonna say Mr. Freeze, but that's the wrong team.
He's on the Avengers.
Pops in every once in a while. Yeah,
he's on the Avengers. He might get his own movie, but it doesn't do that well. It goes straight to Disney Plus. It doesn't go to the big screen, but it's still a good show. That's what it is.
Thoughts on Jordan Poole? The fact that he got off 15 shots yesterday and real good looks, the majority of them, I think, speaks volumes of what he can do this year from a scoring punch. I know he didn't make much, didn't look great on the stat sheet.
Nobody did, though.
Yeah, nobody did, I actually saw him courtside. He was warming up and missed about 9 threes in a row. And I was thinking to myself, his over-under is 18.5. Looks a little shaky in pregame warm-ups, but he's going to turn it on. Hit the over. Had 10.5, and from there didn't do much. So sorry about it. But Jordan Poole, he's got to score a lot of points this year. I've been a firm believer that if last year was a breakout year for Jordan Poole, this is his soaring year. He's heading to the moon.
Yeah.
Remember Bitcoin to the moon? He's heading to the moon this year. I really believe that, even after game 1.
Yeah.
Because he was able to get off a lot of shots, and that to me bodes well.
So I was on with our guy Evan during when the contract extensions happened. That's Saturday. So obviously Jordan Poole, you wake up in the morning, and Andrew Wiggins happened later. And for a lot of people that went back and forth with Jordan Poole as far as he can't defend, all he does is make shots, he's this, that, the third. First of all, he's 23. And he just turned 23 in June. That's number 1. Number 2, even last year with this Warriors team and them being the eventual champions, Chuck, it still looked a little wonky. Clay still coming back. It still looked a little wonky when Steph wasn't playing and Jordan Poole wasn't playing either. My point is, they as in the Warriors, they didn't have that second bucket getter until Jordan Poole showed up. They really didn't. The offense would struggle. So he was extremely, and I think almost a little undervalued because Warrior fans that watch him night in, night out, he's going to do some stupid stuff. He's young. But the Warriors legitimately need this guy to score. And with all the depth they have this year, there's still only a couple guys that can shake and shimmy and get loose to get their own shots. And Jordan Poole is number 2 only to Steph Curry. That's it.
707 hops in on the text line. Wiggins is Harrison Barnes on steroids. Now, Wiggins isn't that big. I don't think steroids is the right word there, but he's definitely on some
I think they just mean a better version.
Yes.
Just a better version, yes. And I would agree with that. He's exactly what everybody needs him to be. Look, there are different tracks when you go into the tech world, right? You can be a manager or you can be an individual contributor. And I think a lot of people think that the only way to be successful is to go the manager route. Eventually, you're a director, whatever the case it is, being a people manager. Andrew Wiggins is an individual contributor and a darn good one. And you know what? That's okay. That's great. Those people still do very well in Silicon Valley, and they end up being millionaires. And Andrew Wiggins got his bag, and he feels comfortable. And that's what's the most important.
We've been talking for 15 minutes to start the show about the Warriors' depth this year. Still haven't mentioned Klay Thompson, really.
Yeah.
Still haven't mentioned Dante DiVincenzo, who looked all right in his minutes.
All right.
Fair enough. Still haven't mentioned James Wiseman. We'll be talking about him. I thought JaMychal Green was a very pleasant surprise and could be a great fit for this team. But Steve Kerr said that this team's depth reminds him of a past team.
I think it reminds me of 14-15, although the depth is younger. 14-15, we had games where we didn't play Sean Livingston. We didn't play Leandro Barbosa. They both had a couple of stretches in that season where they either played very limited minutes or didn't play at all. We had really major depth at the center spot with Mo Spates and David Lee and Bogut and Festus and Draymond. So it reminds me a lot of just the talent level. That team was veteran. We had veterans. This team, it's young guys. The talent is really obvious.
And that's what's so interesting to me. Veterans on 14-15, young guys on this team. You know what that brings up? That brings up the fact that there's a lot more room for growth with this team as compared to that team. Because let's get real. Spates, Barbosa, they were who they were at that point in their career.
Yeah,
they were who they were. James Wiseman, that was like his first game in front of a crowd ever.
Right.
I mean, think about it. Aside from maybe a game at Memphis where he took on South Carolina State and maybe had 6,000 fans.
Well,
not
probably
even
in Hawaii. Yeah, it probably wasn't even at home or anything like that.
Playing in the Maui Invitational. Yeah, I mean, James Wiseman just went out there, and you have to imagine his nerves were off the rocker for that game. And he looked fine.
Yeah.
I mean, looked promising.
I mean, just having him along with
Wish he would have made that dunk.
I know, that would have been nice, but having him along with Iron Man Looney and obviously Draymond for when you get into those spots as well, the depth at the center position alone, I mean, there's just so many ways to cut and slice this thing. Steve Kerr is just an embarrassment of riches, and I feel like we say that most years. Even last year, I think there were some question marks. GP2 ends up being a dude, right? Otto Porter Jr., which we knew he'd be good. We didn't know how good, but this year, you have guys like that. Obviously, you're missing GP2, but he's one of one. You have guys like that. And then you have, last year, there was no Wiseman. Last year, you had, Kuminga just starting out, Moody just starting out. These guys have a swagger about them, and it's just contagious all throughout. I mean, people were talking about the Lakers watching. Oh, is this going to, give the Lakers some type of confidence or drive? It doesn't matter, man. This is a different level. There's levels to this.
Yeah, Lakers are double A right now.
Yeah.
Call lines are open. Hop on board. Get in line. They're lighting up right now. 888-957-9570. Jimmy's first up in Dublin wants to talk about the defending champs, the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Jimmy? How we doing tonight?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Great, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say a guy you guys really didn't mention yet is JaMychal Green. Man, I think he, I think he felt, he looked comfortable out there, and it seemed like he blended right in, with that second unit, and I think he's going to get him, a lot of depth, and he can stretch the floor, and he's pretty long. What I didn't like, man, and I didn't like that pickup neither, was DiVincenzo, man. He doesn't seem like he fits, at least from what I see. It doesn't seem like he fits on that team, but, he might be a surprise. But as far as, him being the replacement for GP2, man, that's going to be tough to do. But I'm going to listen to you guys' response on the back end, man. I appreciate it.
All right, Jimmy, appreciate it. Have a great night, man. Let's start in chronological order. Let's start with him talking about JaMychal Green. Played 23 minutes, 8 points, 7 rebounds. If you're a stats nerd, he was a -3. But 23 minutes, 8 points, 7 boards. I like that. 5 of them offensive. That never hurts, having someone that can go grab him on the offensive glass. And what impressed me, knocking down a couple of threes. Based on his statistics last year, you didn't expect him to come in and knock down threes, although it's been said in the past, aside from last year, he can't hit them.
Yeah, the thing about the thing about his threes from last year is Jokic was playing. It was Jokic and the band. So all these guys were probably taking way more threes than they typically do, but because there was no Michael Porter Jr., there was no, there was no Jamal Murray, they had to take those shots. So obviously your percentage is going to go down. So again, this is just the gift of playing with these guys. Now, JaMychal Green doesn't have to take threes that he necessarily doesn't want to, because there are a bunch of other guys that are able to take those threes. To me, that fills respectfully, obviously, we love this guy, that fills the Otto Porter Jr. role. Thank you, Otto Porter Jr. Have fun. We're good with JaMychal Green. It's the same trade-off to me.
It is, but I think you get more defensively with JaMychal Green.
Yes.
And you get someone that throughout his career has been a lot healthier than Otto Porter Jr., which means something, because you know what happened with Otto Porter Jr. a lot of last year.
Yeah.
Couldn't log a lot of minutes. As for Dante DiVincenzo, he went 22 minutes, had 8 points. I think the 4 turnovers are what people are going to point to in regards to him not playing a great game. But when it comes to DiVincenzo, I don't like the sign, is what Jimmy said. He doesn't have to play. You got enough guys to where Moses Moody only logged 8 minutes in that game. So if Moses Moody outplays Dante DiVincenzo, same positions, Dante DiVincenzo may be this year's Juan Toscano-Anderson or Chris Chiozza, you know?
He's going to get opportunities, right? He's a veteran in this league, but he's still trying to prove himself. And he has the championship ring. He didn't play. I believe he got hurt in the first round. It didn't go well in Sacramento, but you led me right where I was going to go, Chuck. Moses Moody will take those minutes if Dante DiVincenzo isn't working out. Even if he's not playing that bad, Moody comes in just cold. Off the bench, bang, bang, threes, just all day. He's going to defend at a high level. I think that's a battle that we're going to have all season long, to where who's going to be part of the rotation, who's going to be part of the scrub squad. And I think it's going to go back and forth. And right now, you would have to give it to Moody because he's more comfortable. And defensively, I like what he does as well.
Yeah, I really do think the only thing that can beat the Golden State Warriors this year, aside from the Minnesota Wolves, I love me some Wolves. They're not there yet.
You love my prediction. I have them top 3 in the West.
We'll talk about the West as a whole in a bit. But the one thing that can take down the Warriors this year, I guess it's if they hire San Francisco 49ers strength and conditioning coach, because the injuries is really the only thing you're afraid of. You do have enough depth to get by, but it's that, Warriors have been really lucky with Curry. They've been lucky with really just Curry. I mean, everyone else has gotten hurt over the years for the most part, but Wiggins.
Well, Curry had it early in his career.
Yeah, Wiggins goes down. You got issues. So the biggest thing with this Warriors team is if they could stay healthy, because if they can, I'm looking at their bench right now, assuming Kuminga, Green, Wiseman, Poole, and Moody are rotational guys. Even if you don't have DiVincenzo in there, Ryan Rollins isn't ready yet, maybe. I think Baldwin's the odd man out. That's still a 10-person rotation.
Yeah, but it is interesting, though, when you put it like that. You can have all the strength in numbers that you want, and you can say this team is so deep, blah, blah, blah. You got to have your guys out there, right? Like the depth doesn't matter if you don't have your guys. So to me, we have depth, but it's all based on our main pieces. We have depth besides that, but if, like you said, if Wiggins or somebody were to go down from that starting core, it's still not a great look. Now, could you survive a Wiggins? Yes, but as we saw, now the reason I think you can survive is because, like we said, what Clay did offensively, we like. Can he get there defensively? Because if he can, and Wiggins doesn't get hurt, that's lockdown central, baby. Then you got Clay playing at a high level. You got Wiggins. You got Draymond doing his thing. You got Steph, who keeps getting buffer, right? Keeps getting better defensively. That's lockdown. And Looney, he's not no punk. Looney is going to stick whoever is on him. He might get got a couple times, but he's going to get you back.
Call lines are ringing up. We'll get to your calls after the break. Also, Draymond Green to L.A. was kind of the rumor. It's what a lot of people think could potentially go down if he doesn't decide to stay with the Golden State Warriors. And as if it wasn't a big enough rumor, some fuel to the fire with a little friendly gesture. Just a hug. That's coming up next. 95.7 The Game. Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss, 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
It's a new day,
because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall? Well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles with you as we've hit the 7:30 half hour. Big segment ahead. Talking about Draymond Green, the notorious hug with LeBron James. The Lakers are a damn travesty. We'll break that down more, but we were discussing the Warriors' depth. Steve Kerr compared it to the 2014-2015 team, top to bottom, just a cast of characters that could take you down. And it sounds like that's where Robin wants to go with the call. She's standing by or sitting somewhere in San Francisco, wherever she may be. Robin, welcome to the show.
Hi, you guys. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I hope I don't lose you. I'm on Skyline Boulevard. But I wanted to speak to Alan's point about, if any of the stars went down. I mean, like, you need your stars out there because the debt, regardless, won't carry it. And I agree with that in terms of in the last recent years. I like the term the scrub squad, but I used to call them Pookie and them, the bench. I used to refer to them as Pookie and them. Before Jordan became Jordan, Damian Lee and Wanamaker and all them, there was just Pookie and them. But it isn't always the case, you guys, because in 2015 or maybe 16, whatever, that bench, that debt, won games when the stars did go down. And in fact, when the stars were not down, sometimes the bench, more oftentimes than not, would save the starters, would actually come in and make a run. And that was, with Livingston, Spinks, and even Festus Aziri or whoever. But I want to ask you guys, what's the difference between those players and that bench being able to do that compared to over the years? It might be a false comparison. So what I'm saying is, no, their depth won't do it this time or in the last few years. But in 15 and 16, that was not always the case. The squad, I think Curry went down, and the bench won like 10, 15 straight games without Steph Curry. So I just think sometimes it's about the quality of your players. That's all I got for you guys. Bye-bye. Pookie and them.
Thanks for the call, Robin. I think this year's bench, it's at least, the word I'm going for right now is intriguing. Mm-hmm. It's more intriguing than that of 2014, 2015. Don't know if it's deeper, but the sky, I guess the ceiling is a little bit higher than that year's team. We brought it up before the break. The fact that they were all veterans, you knew what you were going to get from them day in and day out. This year's bench, you don't necessarily know. I think JaMychal Green is going to be a constant in there. He's going to give you good minutes consistently.
Right.
James Wiseman's going to have his ups and downs. Jonathan Kuminga is Who the hell knows with Jonathan Kuminga?
I got thoughts for later.
Who the hell knows
I got some
with Jonathan
real thoughts
Kuminga?
on that one.
I think Moses Moody, the fact that he only played 8 minutes in game one, am I reading into the tea leaves too much? And that he was the 11th player coming off the bench. I think I saw him I didn't have the binoculars. I was up at press row, but I think I saw him with maybe some sort of heating guard on one of his legs. And if that's the case, maybe he's just working through some bumps and bruises.
It's early. Like I said, the depth chart, everybody is kind of moving and grooving. I think that it's going to be between him and Dante DiVincenzo. I think Robin makes a good point, though, because when you talk about this embarrassment of riches and they can go this many deep, the question ultimately is, how deep do you think that they would go in the playoffs? Because we saw the Celtics, by the time they got to the finals, I mean, they were barely getting to 7. The Warriors were sitting at about 9. Now, throughout the course of the season, Steve Kerr is going to want to play his best guys, and he's not going to go 12, 13 deep during the playoffs, but he could, right? So I think the bottom line is just to have options versus having to actually use them. I think the good thing about the depth during the regular season is because of injuries. I think everything still remains true in terms of you're going to need your stars when it matters most.
Last year when I was producing in the back, producer Chuck for Kolsky, we did a rose ceremony, like the Bachelorette, and we gave out our roses.
I remember that, actually.
There were 9 players that were cemented in there, and we may have to do that moving forward. We don't have the music set up or anything, but I could be, it's not Chris Harrison anymore, but I could be whoever
it's Jesse Palmer. Jesse Palmer,
it's
by
Jesse
the way.
Palmer, the football player?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Jesse Palmer here. Welcome into the Bachelorette. But we gave out the roses, and I remember my 10th pick last year was Gary Payton. It was early in the season. It was before the calendar flipped. I gave mine to Gary Payton II. He gave his to Otto Porter. And what ended up being pretty funny is you thought eventually that rotation was going to shrink to a consistent 10. And it just never did. Like, even in the playoffs, there were games where it was Iguodala and Payton. There were games where Bielitsa got some run. I think Steve Kerr, with all this depth, it's going to be game by game. I think the 5 starters are cemented. I think JaMychal Green's going to get minutes every game he's healthy. I think Jordan Poole gets minutes. I know Jordan Poole gets minutes every game he's healthy. And I think James Wiseman, because of his size. Now, Jonathan Kuminga, DiVincenzo, Moses Moody, Ryan Rollins, that's where you mix and match and wonder how all these guys are going to get minutes. But it's the old good problem to have.
I mean, Patrick Baldwin Jr., when he comes back too.
I don't think he's going to see much of the floor this year. I really don't.
Yeah.
He's got a long way to go.
Are you talking health or just in general his game period?
Just in general. I think I thought he was a nice pick because you didn't need him for years, and so you get the guy with the highest ceiling, but also the lowest current floor. I mean,
he did some nice things there in the preseason. A lot of people were talking.
I mean,
you don't need to force it.
I'm just looking 6 months back. The fact that he didn't dominate the Horizon League. That doesn't make me think that he's just going to 6 months later.
He's battled injuries. The bottom line is, you're right. Steve Kerr has enough to worry about. Patrick, he's a guy who he'll
be spending some time in Santa Cruz.
Yes, the thing about Patrick Baldwin Jr. is he's right where Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga were. So Steve Kerr has to worry about getting them to a position, right? This whole 2 timeline thing. Even if Patrick Baldwin Jr. would have to blow it out of the water for Steve Kerr for them to even throw him in the mix as well. They already have enough ingredients going on. When you go through this, though, I do believe that this team can win basketball games if somebody goes down from that core 5, the starting 5, let's call it the core 6. I do think that they can still hang around, and that's where the depth actually helps. I think that the depth actually helps more in the regular season than it does in the postseason. Because the postseason, if you don't have one of your guys, you're probably cooked.
Wiggins goes down for some games. They can survive. Draymond, Clay. The one constant is Steph Curry.
It's Steph.
I mean, if anything were to happen to Steph Curry, our beloved babyface assassin,
it doesn't
in the
matter
area,
how deep this team goes. Or it does not matter.
Like, you take Steph Curry and somehow he's out for the season. You knock on the wood. Now some people say, "Did you guys just jinx him?"
Yeah. Why would you say that?
It doesn't work that way. Even though we are somewhat we're within like 15 miles of them. I've always said the people that come out there and say, whether it's on a gambling line or on a game, you say, we got this in the bag, and they go on a 15-0 run. You're like, well, damn it. We're not. Come on.
Well, you're talking to an ex-baseball player who we are the most superstitious
we
people.
Are indeed in a simulation.
I'm not.
My thoughts in this 95.7 The Game studio means nothing.
You believe what you want to believe, but keep that stuff away from me.
All right. Well, where I was going with it is he's the one guy that if he goes out, it looks like a completely different
It's
team.
over. You would think. It's probably over, yes.
You would think.
Nothing's impossible, but
he put up 33 last night and looked as good as ever. I mean, fantastic. The Draymond Green situation. We all know what's happened in the past couple of weeks with Draymond Green. I posed the question. I honestly thought there were going to be a little more boos of just some people that didn't necessarily love his actions beforehand and are like, you know what? I'm going to have a few Labatt Blues up in the upper deck and throw out a few boos with my Labatt Blues. He got the loudest ovation of anyone, it felt like.
Well, you were in there. Yeah, I couldn't. It was hard to tell on TV, so
They went nuts.
I got no choice but to believe you. Look, this is what fans do. You know, we're going to support our guy. And basically, I would take it as a fan saying, hey, we know you messed up. We know you could be a bit of a wild card, but you're our wild card. And if you can just chill, let's just move. Everybody just wants to move forward. Besides Draymond, who did a mini documentary on TNT.
So I had posed the question to you. Do you think that Draymond Green may, I don't think the word I'm looking for is chill out, but just simmer a bit? The fact that maybe his ice is a little bit thinner. He's not going to go out there on the ice and just start stomping around with baseball cleats on. You know, maybe take it a little easy, go skating for a minute, and then get into it. He shows up game one looking like he just stole Tinkerbell's,
looked like the Joker in the 90s.
Rolls up in the Riddler costume.
Yes.
With
Riddler,
a bright lime green, not even Kyler Murray pantsuit, just a straight up suit. To be honest with you, looking pretty good. But definitely a cocky move right out of the gate. And then from there, they don't give him the microphone.
Right.
They give Steph Curry. They give Bob Myers. They give, I think Joe Lacob had the microphone at one point. Klay Thompson had it. Steve Kerr had it. Everyone that really uprooted this dynasty and helped build this thing from the ground got one, except for Draymond Green.
It's a good point, and you gotta question, right? We don't know the operations and when this thing was scheduled out and planned out. If originally he was on the list and they removed him, you gotta think he was originally on the list, though. It's hard to believe that he wasn't. The guy is a podcaster and is part of the media. You're not going to give him the mic.
But you think they were prepping that far in advance to where 14 days ago, they're like, all right, here's what we're doing with the rundown. And you think that's a week of thing? I mean, it's a pretty big deal that they may have been prepping that ceremony for a month.
Look, you can make the argument the operations team for the Warriors have the hardest job out of any of the other teams because there's always something going on with the Warriors. They are the number one team. They have to plan this thing. I mean, you're planning the parade. You're planning ring night. I would think that they had this, at least there were emails going around about the proposed layout, and then the punch happens. Hey, this was only in pencil. Let's go ahead and erase it.
Yeah.
And let's bump up. Let's give Steph. Okay, so Steph.
Even if it was in Sharpie, there's whiteout. There's whiteout.
What I'm thinking is Steph spoke twice. He spoke at the beginning when they raised the banner, and then he spoke after. Well, I guess Klay wasn't supposed to give the mic to Steph again. I believe that's what happened, but Steph did speak twice. I'm thinking one of those times could have been a Draymond, but they said, hey, let's go in a different direction.
So it rolls in his outfit, doesn't get the mic, doesn't show any signs of animosity on the court or any signs of being a distraction on the court. From what I saw,
old time.
Had a great assist to Jordan Poole. I think I even saw the two dancing around together. At least he's talking together right after they got the rings with a couple other people. Draymond was running around, jumping around, and Jordan Poole was in the same vicinity.
Right.
And I thought that maybe there was again didn't bring the. I'm going to have to start bringing the binoculars up to the press box.
Yeah.
But then things got a little interesting. Warriors are up about 30 points late in the third quarter. LeBron James walks over to the Warriors bench. Draymond Green just runs out on the floor, daps him up. They start laughing. Draymond runs back to the bench. The look on everyone's face on the bench. Moses Moody was just like, what's going on here? Andrew Wiggins just looked like he wasn't happy with what's going on. The first question I ask is, can't you get teed up for that? Just running on the floor in sweats? Like, it was 10 feet onto the court.
Maybe
just ran there.
Maybe the rule is, I don't know if the ball had crossed half court yet. Who knows? I don't know.
Vince Carter said not a big deal. It would have been a bigger deal had the Warriors been losing.
Yeah,
but
he
the
said
fact
not a
that
big
they're
deal
up-
for Draymond.
Yeah, probably a bigger deal for LeBron.
Yeah.
The fact that he's out there having a grand old time. But, you got to kind of feel sorry for the guy. He was on top of the world, making conference finals every year, and now he's on a team.
I'm not feeling sorry for LeBron.
I would say that 80% of the casual basketball players out there can't name more than 6 players on the Lakers. Like, I do this for a living.
Right.
I love the NBA. There were guys that were running out there yesterday. I'm like, I know the name, but where the hell did that guy play in school?
I'm not feeling bad for LeBron. That's number one. Number two, yeah, to your point, it didn't seem like everybody was thrilled. Andre Iguodala went viral. I don't know if it was connected. Obviously, he's not going to speak on it. If you haven't seen it, go check it out after the show. Andre Iguodala did not seem to be a fan of the Draymond, LeBron mid-game dap up. And it's just so funny because I think the best point of that whole thing was that it's like, dude, we get it. You guys are friends. You've been on LeBron's show. You're kicking it in the offseason. You're at each other's wedding. Things like that. We get it. Or at least, LeBron at Draymond's. We get all that. Do you have to? I think that was the thing that made it feel like planned.
Well, it's like, dude,
do you have to dap it up during the game? You can't just wait till after the game?
After the game, they have the tunnels that lead into there, and they're basically 2 hallways that look like airport concourses or whatever, where you're walking down, and there's one T that intersects that you got to walk over to the other one, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys, they can get police escorts. They can meet on the court after the game, talk for 10 minutes.
JTA
they can
was
come
kicking
back
it.
out. I know Gary Payton the second used to come out all the time, get pictures with his family, with the glove, whatever it may be. During the game, like, why are you treating this like it's preseason?
It seemed planned, not planned, but it seemed like Draymond, I'm going to do what I want to do.
Instigation, is it not?
Yes, I'm going to do what the whole night was. And Draymond played pretty darn well, but the whole night was from the suit to the TNT weird. I don't know if anybody
What the hell
saw
was that?
The TNT. Oh,
I was like, who's the victim here?
People saw me at my lowest point. But
I love the music.
People saw me at what was
it in like black and white?
Yeah, people saw me at my lowest point, so now they can only see me. I don't even know. And then the 7-minute whole piece on it, I got through about maybe 2 minutes and said, enough is enough. What am I watching here?
Anthony Slater was on with Damon Ratto today, and I have not heard this sound yet. I'm just looking at what it says. And it's extremely interesting. So a couple of sound bites here. We'll open back up the call lines, 888-957-9570. But Anthony Slater on Draymond Green earlier with Damon and Ratto.
There's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious. And at this point, I'm not saying it can't change. And Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room. And I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much. I have never felt as much of a separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying, like, hey, look, we're trying to win a title. And we all know, like, if a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
The honeymoon phase is over. That's all I got to say. The long honeymoon phase that Draymond Green has had is now officially over. At least it sounds like in the locker room, poor Anthony Slater's reports. According to the fans' reaction, the honeymoon's not over. Fans love him just as much.
Well, the
as
fans can be the fans. The fans are not in the locker room. That is some very interesting sound to me.
Isn't it?
Because it takes that whole hug Huggate as the 415
Makes it look a lot worse.
It makes it look a lot worse because you know what it strikes me as? All right, well, y'all not messing with me?
It strikes me, to me, I want to chime in because it's on my mind. Strikes me as his teammates sitting there looking at him saying, dude, read the freaking room.
Yeah.
No?
No, it does. I was going to say.
Read the damn room.
It strikes me as you're in a situation where, all right, well, y'all not messing with me. Well, I know my boy LeBron always got me. So I'm going to go say what's up to him and almost antagonizing the Warriors team, his teammates. Just so y'all know, even though you're not messing with me, I still got LeBron. And I'm always going to say what's up to him. So to me, that sound, and Anthony Slater is just as close to the Warriors as anybody, that sound makes the hug 10 times worse because the whole thing feels antagonizing. The TNT weird clip, antagonizing. The suit, antagonizing. Everything that he's been talking about. Even a couple weeks ago, and I get it, he's a human, he likes what he likes. He was tweeting about either a UFC fight or a boxing match that was going on, just asking for it. I mean, he's making it very clear to everyone that fine, if you guys are not messing with me, then I just don't care, but I'm me.
He's told us
Draymond.
a million times. He's told us a million times, I am who I am, and I wondered, that was the question I've been posing, can this guy tone it down a little? And the answer is no. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he brought the heat up a little bit more, just because, like he says, I don't give a crap what anyone thinks about me. John doesn't give a crap what anyone thinks about him. He's hanging out in the Fog City, Daly City. What's up, John? How are you tonight?
I'm good. Yes, right. So here's my take on the Draymond Green incident. So we know the story of Michael Jordan decking Steve Kerr back during their heyday. What's the difference between then and now? The difference is it was on camera. Allegedly back then, there was no camera. But obviously somebody leaked it, probably some contract security. They need to do something about their security. And it probably happened before with Draymond, with the incident with getting into altercation with teammates. But behind closed doors, those kind of stuff happens. And Michael Jordan was very competitive, and he got a lot of respect for Steve Kerr after that. So, what's the difference with you now? That it was leaked out in social media. That's why everyone's overreacting to it.
Here's the difference, John, to me. Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Draymond Green.
There could have been video.
With all due respect to Draymond Green, he's no Michael Jordan. And with all due respect to Steve Kerr as a player, he averaged 6 points a game. Jordan Poole just got paid how many millions?
No, I'm not. I won't. I think Jordan Poole will be better than Steve Kerr, but I'm not rocking with you there because I'm rocking with you. I'm not rocking with you there because I don't have to. Because Michael Jordan could have punched anybody.
Fair enough.
You know, it doesn't matter.
Could have punched Donyell Marshall.
He could have punched Phil Jackson. It wouldn't have mattered. He was Michael Jordan. So I think that's the biggest difference. Video, no video. The bottom line is for what Draymond does, we understand he's a Hall of Famer, but it's Michael Jordan. You can't compare. 510 is chiming in. Most teams are not as close as the Warriors. Don't care about relationship, just wins and chips. Give it a break. You know it's not that simple, 510. You know that there's history. This is not a random team that was just put together. They've been together for too long. It's not that simple, and you know that. Come on now.
Yeah, it's the dynamics of when Bob Myers was talking about how he's never seen a trio of guys sitting on the plane next to each other, playing Go Fish for all these years, smoking cigars, whatever they're doing, and now there is just that little bit of awkwardness. Kevon Looney said it. He betrayed our trust a little bit, betrayed the trust. So it's definitely different. I thought it was interesting when Jordan Poole came out for the first time and addressed the situation. There was never any words of like, no, Draymond and I are cool, everything's great. It was very to the point, and that point was, we're both professionals. We're here to win a championship.
Mm-hmm. And I'm curious. I mean, you are obviously up there and doing the interviews and things like that. At what point does what point do fans get to be upset with the media for continuing to ask questions about it? Yesterday, sure. But what are we doing? Like, how many more of these interviews and that's part of the thing that rubs people the wrong way about Draymond, because now you put Jordan Poole in this situation. So at what point can we be mad at the media? Say, hey man, Can you stop asking them about that, please? Or is it just fair game all year?
I mean, you make a good point. It's interesting, though, because when you have someone like Anthony Slater, who knows the locker room as well as anyone, coming out saying, Draymond feels isolated in the locker room, the media's job is to get answers. Yeah. And I'm not the best at that. I'm just out there to, deliver the facts, and I'm more of an anchor than a reporter.
Well,
I
sure,
can do
you're
both.
in the vibe.
I could go boots on the ground. I'll go boots on the ground, but
your
I'm not Anthony
wife
Slater
does it. Your wife does it. Hey, at what point? Especially if they're winning.
Yeah, no doubt about it. More of the Niners guy. Their games are on CBS. So
I hear you.
I was in the locker room today. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Red and gold, baby.
Name drop. Mike's up in San Francisco. He wants to talk about the Dubs game last night. What's up, Mike? How are you tonight? Thoughts?
I was at the game last night. What's up, fellas? I was at the game last night. Thought the presentation of the ring and banner ceremony was well done. And then on to the game there. Really had no ill effects there. After the first quarter there, Lakers hung around. And just that Warriors, man, they're a well-oiled machine. I really don't care about any of the Draymond stuff. I think the media really cares more than the actual fans. When Draymond got his ring, everybody I heard cheered. I really didn't hear any boos. Quite frankly, they could hate each other off the court, could give a damn. I don't think it impacts anything. They're such a well-oiled machine once they played each other. You see the synergy these guys have on the floor with the way they click the ball movement and the way they can just shred teams apart with the back doors, the up and unders, and the pace they can play. And that's fine to me. I mean, you look across the way there, LeBron and what he's got around him. Anthony Davis is supposedly an elite talent, and that guy is just a stiff. And regardless of how everybody says he's a top 5 player talent-wise, he doesn't show it with the heart and determination. So I'll take Draymond over that guy anytime. So
appreciate the call, Mike. And if you want to chime back in, text line's always open, 888-957-9570. We just are up against it. When we return, more on the Lakers. A damn travesty in the NBA as a whole. Who's the Warriors competing against in the Western Conference this year? I got 2 words for you, or 2 names. Zion Williamson. I know you love it, Alan Stiles. It's Chuck and Alan, 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, QGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and And as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
8 o'clock hour on 95.7 The Game. Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles with you. NBA, back in the Bay. What do you say, Alan Stiles? Let's do it, man.
It's time. It's time. You know, Cam coming in with gold all in my watch. Those rings, obviously, they look
medallions.
Ridiculous. They're super dope. You know, if I'm just being a little difficult about it, the Drake really big rings, I get it. It's obvious. It works. A little basic to me. I think they could have went with something better. I think they could have went with a better song.
How about that one?
I'm thinking, no, that one is a little too niche. I don't know what the better song is. I think it's a great pick. It's just obviously they play really big rings. I think maybe you go Bay Area. I'm not sure, but that's the one thing from Ring Night off the top of my head.
Maybe
they played
San Francisco Nights,
really big rings. I'm like, it's too easy. It's too easy. You got some good DJs in there. Get some Bay Area, something like that.
Too easy for the Golden State Warriors, 123-109 winners last night. The Lakers stink.
Not good.
Not good, man. And the thing is, the big three looked fine. Everyone talks trash about Russell Westbrook. I mean, he was a -6. He was better than anyone else on the team in that category. 7 of 12, 11 rebounds. 3 assists, had 19 points. I don't get the Russell Westbrook hate. I know he's not as good as he once was.
Right.
I know his jump shot is a travesty. And that 3 from the corner was one of the... It's like, dude, I can hit that. I can hit the rim on that 88% of the time.
I was surprised he took it. You know what? It did make me think, right? Because you hoop a little bit as well. His nickname that he doesn't like, Westbrook, obviously, Skip Bayless immediately tweets that after that. Is an air ball a brick?
No. It's an air ball.
It's an air ball.
Yeah.
So maybe chestnut checkers, well, if I airball, you can't call me Westbrook because I didn't brick.
Airbrook?
Yeah.
Forget Air Jordan, it's Air Brook.
West Air.
Yeah, but the top 3 guys for the Lakers looked fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else combined for 32 points. I don't think, I know that Schroeder's coming back and he'll help a little, but I think we've seen the fall of the Los Angeles Lakers as we know them. I don't think that this is a competitor in the Western Conference. And there was someone that went on CBS HQ. They asked me to go on, so I went back to just evaluate. It's like game film. It's TV, guys. You got to go back and watch your stuff, make sure what you said made sense, or correct it the next time you do it. And there was someone on there that said, I'm taking the Lakers with plus 800 to win the West. And I said, I hope that was before the game.
Yeah.
Good God.
It's bad. And I don't know how many primetime games the Lakers have.
They're running Winion Gabriel out there, with all due respect. I covered him when he was in Kentucky.
Kentucky legend.
Kentucky guy. Great guy. Winion Gabriel. Great guy. Not a great NBA player.
And they're all these guys. Austin Reeves. Okay, can we decide?
JTA got 14 minutes.
First of all, Alex Caruso, yes, he's a good player. He is in no way a superstar. He has proven people wrong by being a good role player. And your backup and your replacement for that is Austin Reeves, who isn't even as good as Caruso, who is just a role player. The whole thing is a mess. I don't know how many primetime games the Lakers have. All I know is this: it's too many. It's too many, whatever the number is. This team is not good. This is about LeBron, passing the scoring record. This is about LeBron being in LA, new episodes of The Shop. He has won his rings. I think LeBron is chilling with 4, and that's it, man. This team is not going anywhere.
They're a travesty, and I can honestly say it may be the worst constructed roster in the history of the sport.
Stop it.
Who is worse? At least off the top of my head.
Do you mean with a star player?
Just the amount of money that they spent for what they have.
Sure. What would it be pound
you got 3
pound
guys
for pound
that can't
the worst
shoot,
team
that just
ever?
Pound the rock on the ground. There's no ball movement. They have no shooters. Anthony Davis, I don't want to say he's super soft, but they don't have that tough big. They're lacking so many ingredients. It's like a thing of gumbo that's missing everything except sausage.
Right.
It's just like broth and sausage. That's it.
Yeah, no shrimp, no crab.
That's
nothing.
a great analogy.
Nothing.
It's just like gumbo. You got the sausage, the big 3, and it's missing everything else.
Yeah, it's not good. And I just don't understand. Okay, well, you're going to get Schroeder back. Great. Just what we need, another undersized guard. Who I know he's a much better shooter than the other point guards they have in Beverly and Westbrook. But there is nothing. There are no positive takeaways, and I don't understand. Here's the craziest thing, man. My parents took me to a play back in the day, and all I remember is the play was called how to make it in America without doing anything. And it was a great play. That was the story of Rob Pelinka. How do you get an extension in the summer after pulling this off? How do you pull that off, Chuck? Where do I sign? I'm going to be very bad at my job. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to extend me.
I think those guys believe, though. I think the Lakers, and maybe it changed from one game. I know that if you just go on Twitter and type in Lakers expectations, it's a bunch of Lakers fans like, I have zero expectations this year, so they can't hurt me. But Anthony Davis, and granted, it goes back to that conversation we had last week, no one's ever going to tell you they're going to suck, except Greg Popovich and apparently Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Everyone else is going to say, you ask them expectations this year. No one goes, our expectations are to be 500 because, quite frankly, we stink. They're always going to say championship. But Anthony Davis went out there and basically said, no one outside of the locker room believes. We still think we have a championship team.
This is where I wish athletes, and some of the videos will pop on Instagram Reels and TikToks where people will say little spoofs of what athletes really want to say. You don't believe that, Anthony Davis. You do not believe that.
No.
And maybe one day we'll get to a point where you don't have to say that because you sound ridiculous.
So I have some thoughts. One, Ben Simmons played his first basketball game in a long time. Took 3 shots in 23 minutes, 5 points, or 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 points. Very, very underwhelming from Ben Simmons. The Nets got blasted by 22 points at home by maybe the upstart team in the West that no one's talking about. No one's talking about them, man. You look at the roster, Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, Herb Jones, Valanciunas, CJ McCollum. Now, I don't know how the depth is off the bench. They didn't get a ton tonight except from Murphy. But, man, Zion puts up 25 and 9. Ingram 28 and 7. Valanciunas had a nice game. McCollum did what McCollum does with 21. Herb Jones, the lockdown defender. New Orleans could be scary.
Well, Jose Alvarado, he gets the steals and things like that. Well, look, you're sitting here saying first game Ben Simmons has played in a long time. Forget Ben Simmons. Zion's back, baby.
It's the take I'm always going to ride with. Because so many people have discredited this guy because of his foot and because of his weight and because of whatever it may be.
He's shredded now.
He is shredded, and he's great. I'm sitting here on a gold mine. I've gone out 1,000 times with the take that Zion Williamson's going to be top 10 best players in the NBA for years and years and years to come, and I'm called crazy for it. And it's a great take to have.
Well, you got called crazy after the injuries and things like that. Not initially.
You buy the stock when it's low. You don't buy it when it's super high. It's higher right now after 25 and 9 tonight in 30 minutes. But I bought it when it was extremely low because he's young. Players get injured. And, I mean, aside from the whole weight thing, everyone wants to look at him and say, oh, that's Greg Oden 2.0. It's Greg Oden 2. What does he have in common with Greg Oden?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's lazy, right? Lazy takes are fun. That's what gets the clicks and things like that. I mean, the bottom line is we always talk about, for years, we've been talking about this microwave society. But it's such a true thing, and specifically in the NBA, because besides baseball and football, the NBA, the NBA, that is the sport where these guys are getting in as teenagers. It doesn't happen in baseball, right? You got to go through the minors. It doesn't happen in football, obviously. You got to go, 3 years in college. Basketball is the only sport, but we hold basketball players in the same realm as we hold these other sports. And if you don't pop in year 1 or year 2, like, LaMelo did his rookie year and things like that, you get labeled a bust. I mean, we saw firsthand, and he was a later in the first round pick. We saw Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was almost out the league. I mean, we've seen, look at Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is on track to possibly, I mean, if he keeps at it like this, could you have conversations about Andrew Wiggins in the Hall of Fame in 10 years? It's possible. So everybody sits there and expects, specifically with Zion, because he had these crazy expectations. But you have these expectations. Oh, he's not, and he was balling when he first came in. Has injury here, injury there. oh, now he's cooked. And you know who else we can apply this to, Chuck? And hopefully it's as true as it's going to be for Zion, and he ends up being a baller too. James Wiseman. We all wanted to sell on James Wiseman. He's done. Now I get it. I've said some things as well, because when you're not on the court, you're not on the court. But the bottom line is they are getting to the league so young. They have so much room. You could have injury issues for 4 years and be 23 years old. It's crazy.
Speaking of a young team, Memphis Grizzlies, winners tonight in overtime, 115-112 over the New York Knicks. Memphis says whatever they have going on right now, the spiciness, the feistiness, the ferocity, they say it's not a rivalry. John Morant told, Malika Andrews, I wouldn't say it's a rivalry, but I feel like everybody in the league is pretty much after Golden State. And then on Friday, Jaren Jackson revealed in a TikTok video that the Grizzlies actually have a Draymond Green quote written on a blackboard in their weight room for motivation. So what was the saying that Jaren Jackson, or maybe it was Morant, said that we have so much real estate inside the Warriors head?
Yeah.
It seems to be the opposite.
Yes, because that's nuts.
And it is a rivalry. I'm sorry, but it is a rivalry because guess what? Players don't determine rivalries. Fans do. Mm-hmm. And from talking to fans last year before that series, it's very clear that Warriors do not like the Grizzlies.
They don't like them. I will say this.
It all stem from the play-in game to start.
Yeah. I will say this. And maybe I'm going too far here. I feel like if the Warriors get further than the Grizzlies this year, it's not going to hit the same next year. I don't want it. I feel like this is going to be the last year. Now, I guess I shouldn't say that because, Jordan and the Pistons, you keep at it. I just feel like if the Warriors get further than the Grizzlies again, then it gets to a point like, okay, they're a little bit chippy. They're kind of jerks to everyone anyway. The Gen Z jerks, I call them, because they're all over Twitter and things like that. So if the Grizzlies don't get further than the Warriors or beat them at least something in the playoffs, I don't know that it's a rivalry.
I vehemently, that's the right word, right? Disagree with that take.
All right.
I think it's exactly like the Pistons and the Bulls.
But a rivalry, you got to... was that a quote-unquote rivalry? Because there's a difference between a rivalry and just, that's the team that's in our way.
I'd have to look up the exact... I'd have to ask Jeeves here real quick.
I just
look
feel
up
like
the
there
exact
has to
definition
be...
of what a rivalry is.
Okay, millennial.
But, how is it not a rivalry?
I just feel like there has to be some back and forth.
There's back and forth. Gary Payton going down, Dylan Brooks throwing the thing, the Birds, John Morant talking, the phantom knee grab. There's already the juiciness.
Okay, I'll say, no, I'm just saying that the Grizzlies, they have to make something happen. Let's say the Warriors, for whatever odd reason, let's say they lost.
Outside of Golden State, they're the team to beat.
I don't know about that.
Pelicans.
Clippers.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm saying that's what other people would say. I'm not necessarily on the Clippers because you got to stay on the dang court. But to me, I just feel like the Grizzlies, they're coming, right? And I just feel like it would lose a little bit of its luster if the Warriors take care of business again. Now, you go Warriors Grizzlies again in the playoffs again. Yes, that's going to be must-see television. But if the Warriors take care of them again going into next season, it would still be a rivalry. But it'd be like, all right, come on, are you guys actually for real this time? Are you gonna try? What's going on here?
Back to Jordan Poole, 4 of 15 for the Warriors in the season opener against the Los Angeles Lakers. Got that money. Wasn't shy to shoot it when he came out there. Here's Steve Kerr on Jordan Poole's development.
Yeah, that's what makes Jordan a really exciting young player is that he can score, he can distribute. He had 7 assists. He can play on or off the ball. He complements Steph really well. Jordan proved, last year how good he is, and we're going to need him big time. He's going to play a huge role. I think especially when he's out there with the second unit, we're going to run a lot of pick and roll. James is going to be out there diving to the rim. We've got kind of a different look that we can show based on the vertical threat that James presents. And Jordan and Dante together, they both run that pick and roll really well. And so you'll see a lot of that.
I was a big fan of what Wiseman brought to the table in terms of just attacking the glass, because that's the one thing that you can control is going up there and getting some boards. And in 17 minutes, Wiseman had 7 of them, 6 on the defensive glass. I love it.
Yeah, a lot to be happy about from James Wiseman. That's probably, we started the show with your, the biggest winner from last night's game or your biggest surprise. It would probably, James Wiseman's up there. It would be JaMychal Green, James Wiseman, because we just haven't seen James Wiseman. He looked comfortable, man. He looked comfortable. He showed you a lefty stroke from the mid-range. He's got that action. I mean, it's an exciting time to be a Warriors fan. Real quick, the 510 chiming in. Mr. Styles, correct title on the play of which your parents took you to see is How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. Lead actor was Robert Morse. Thank you, Michael from Hayward. Well, in this case, the lead actor was Rob Pelinka.
Rob Pelinka. Rob Pelinka, man.
The finesser of the year.
It is stunning. It is stunning. Looks good on paper. Like, before that game, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I think I said it with Devone the other day. Like, don't 1,000% count the Lakers out. They have LeBron James. They have Anthony Davis. It's just a completely different roster than when they won in the bubble. And I know everyone says, oh, that's a Mickey Mouse championship. It is, but they still won it.
They did.
Completely different role players, though.
Yeah.
And they got rid of a lot of the cap space to go after one Russell Westbrook, and he's just not a fit.
Now, were you saying don't sleep on the Lakers in terms of just specifically last night's game, or in general?
And just in general. I was like, they may be decent. I mean, Devone was acting like they're the worst team in the league, and maybe they could be. But I was thinking, maybe 6, 7 seed.
And again, that's what's so bizarre about this whole Draymond thing. So if that whole Draymond to the Lakers thing is even somewhat real, who are you getting rid of and who are you bringing in? Because Draymond needs shooters.
That's the thing.
LeBron needs shooters. Draymond needs shooters. Obviously, Westbrook would have to be long gone, but Draymond doesn't help that team today.
No.
At all.
And that's why I think he's not going to L.A.
No.
And he's staying in the Bay, regardless of how weird the situation is and regardless of feeling isolated in the locker room. Look, he may feel isolated right now. That can change in 10 days. Everything, these storylines, the building back the trust, it can all change extremely quickly. It's still a pretty fresh wound. I mean, he was suspended. He wasn't suspended, excuse me. He was
dismissed
voluntarily.
He kicked it.
Yeah, he kicked it. He kicked it for a few days. Went and saw
cereal.
a few movies, ate some cereal. Yeah, chilled. But he hadn't practiced much, and there's one game under his belt. So we'll see what goes on in that regard. I just, if you all could take anything from this segment, one thing from this segment, it's do not sleep on the New Orleans Pelicans because they have a decent roster. Pretty good roster. And if Zion is the truth, and if McCollum is McCollum, and if Ingram is Ingram, there's no reason they shouldn't be pretty good.
I believe I have them in my top 4. in the West.
I'm getting crazy with it. I'm going Golden State, Memphis, Minnesota, New Orleans. Not in that order. Those are the top 4. Phoenix hovering on the outside at 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't even know.
You know what was bizarre though is everybody is in love with Luka. And Mark Cuban, normally known for making moves, really the only move they made is re-signing Theo Pinson and bringing on our guy, resident Warrior for life, JaVale McGee. Really weird from the Mavs what they're trying to do out there. And they lose Jalen Brunson, by the way.
Yeah, it's the same roster minus Brunson, adding McGee. It's still Finney Smith. It's still Mr. Bullock, who went like 0 of 17 in that game last year against the Warriors, whichever game, that game 4.
Weird situation. You got to expect them. I expect them to start out slow, and Mark Cuban leaves Shark Tank, takes a break from Shark Tank for 2 seconds, and makes some trades.
He's going to have to make some trades because that team,
you can't waste him. You can't waste Luka.
Kleba, Hardaway, they had Hardaway into the mix. He's healthy, but they're beating the Suns right now by 17. Another game we're keeping our eye on.
They're used to that.
Just because of proximity.
Yeah.
I don't know if we go all the way up to Vacaville, but the Kings beating the Blazers right now, 55-51. Continue the conversation after this. We got some Major League Baseball playoffs to talk about, but the San Francisco 49ers, we've hit midweek, a big one this weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs. Redemption game from the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan does not think so. Coming up next, 95.7.
The game.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas. Their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
San Francisco night's going to be very warm until the late summer, you would imagine, with the Golden State Warriors beginning the season yesterday. Looked as good as advertised. I'd say looked even better than advertised, taking down the Lakers by a lot. A game that was never really in question. As for Santa Clara nights, I don't know if we have that song going down, but it'll be Santa Clara mid-evenings, I guess you could say, with a 120, I believe, 105, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Something in the ones. First pitch. Kickoff against the Kansas City Chiefs, who are coming off a loss against the Buffalo Bills.
125, yeah.
Probably don't want an angry Patrick Mahomes, but it's what you're getting. Something fun here. 49ers are 3-point underdogs. Jimmy Garoppolo is the greatest underdog quarterback of all time. That's a thing.
In terms of covering or winning?
The greatest win percentage ever. He's 14-6 straight up as an underdog. He's 16-4 against the spread.
Wow.
Jimmy G is an underdog assassin. Loves that position.
Let me tell you something.
The Niners as a whole, they're good as underdogs.
The Niners do this weird thing where they are almost the walking cliche of playing down to their competition.
Yes.
Right? There's a really strong part of me that feels like this game is going to be competitive. And I think Vegas agrees. That's why it's only a 3-point spread, because based on how they've been playing, there's no shot. Now, everybody that you needed to be at practice today was at practice with Bosa, Jimmy Ward.
I wouldn't go that far. The injury report was long. I was down there in Santa Clara today, sitting in that big stadium room that they have. I guess they watch film down there along with press conferences. And Kyle Shanahan probably came out for about 45 seconds. I don't think he threw out any ums. It's a little easier when you're just naming names.
Came out,
and the list went on and on and on. Didn't practice, limited. It was like 30 guys. But you're right. The big ones that we do know, Nick Bosa caught him by his locker, said he felt good. He was limited in practice. Trent Williams, did not see him in the building today. Sure, he practiced.
Yeah, says he practiced.
Yeah, he was limited. And then Jimmy Ward, the same way.
And Drake Jackson.
But
here's the problem, right? And we talked about this on Overtime, myself and Kyle Madsen, right after the Falcons game. This whole let's just get healthy here. It's just, whack-a-mole, because when you get somebody back, you lose somebody else. You say, great, Bosa's practicing, great, Jackson's practicing, great, Ward's practicing, great, Williams is practicing. You know who's not practicing now? McGlinchey, Hufanga, Ebicom, it's Ward. It's just too much.
It's a merry-go-round.
It's a merry-go-round. It's musical chairs.
It's merry-go-round. You hop on the horses, everyone rides for a few laps. Yay, the merry-go-round. Yeah. And then you hop off.
But they're never all on at the same time.
Yes. And then the next batch of guys hop on to ride the merry-go-round, and it just continues to go. I want to talk about the matchup. Shanahan, Andy Reid, Mahomes, Jimmy Garoppolo, George Kittle, Travis Kelce. That's the enticing one. We'll get into all the matchups, but I do want to open back up the phone lines. 888-957-9570. It's Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles, by the way. The trade deadline coming up, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time, November 1st. After that, that's it. Although I feel like in every sport, trade deadline passes and there's still trades. So I don't necessarily know how all of it works. You know what I'm saying? Like baseball, trade deadline's up. Oh, can't make any more moves. Well, why was that guy traded? Right. How does that work? It feels like it's always that way. But CBS Sports came out with an article about some of the clubs that could be potential buyers. In one of those potential moves, the 49ers acquire running back Christian McCaffrey from the Panthers. He's heading back to the South Bay. The Panthers acquire a 2024 second-round pick, a 2023 fourth-round pick, and Ty Davis Price. In or out? Why do you have to think about it?
You're in. Well, I guess I was thinking
Christian
about it.
McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, George Kittle,
also
Brandon Ayuk.
Hold on. I mean, first of all, I haven't seen Ty Davis Price run, so I don't know why the Panthers would say yeah. I mean, I guess they're blowing it up anyway, but you're going to take on Christian McCaffrey's contract. That's the biggest thing with it, right?
I don't think it's that much, though. That's the thing. Sterling, you're back there, the numbers guy, producer Sterling Bennett. You gave us a figure on the last show. It's like $700K, right? Am I wrong?
It's around $690,000 for the rest of this year, and he has an opt-out in 2023. So essentially, it could be a one-year deal
a rental
for Christian McCaffrey.
Right, some version of rental. Look, I'm going to say this, all right? You are Kyle Shanahan, and I get it. It's Christian McCaffrey, Stanford guy. He can shake and dance on you. I get all that, but you are Kyle Shanahan. Who do you have? You have Jimmy Garoppolo, the underdog god, as Chuck has just told us. You have Jimmy Garoppolo. You have George Kittle. You have Brandon Ayuk, who's trying to make a move. You have the weapon himself in Debo. Okay, you got Juwan Jennings. You got, well, I guess you technically have Danny Gray. He's never plays, but he's on the team. You got Ray McLeod. You have a bevy of options. To me, I'm just not sure that somebody that's the offensive genius that is Kyle Shanahan. And I get it. There's injuries. You're rolling with Jeff Wilson Jr. with Elijah Mitchell out. I just don't think you should need Christian McCaffrey. I'm be honest.
I'm just gonna say, go out there and make a power move. Make a power move. Give me the excitement. If that's all it takes, a second round. I mean, let's get real. Niners are best in the third round anyway.
Let me say something though. We talk about all the time this offense and how players can't stay healthy. Christian McCaffrey in this offense, the way they run and how whatever's going on there, you might get to halftime with Christian McCaffrey until he's out of the game. You might get to the third quarter.
I mean, he's been on the injury report all year. It's what Christian McCaffrey does. And now you're going to
put him in this offense?
But he's been healthy. He's gone out there and produced. You're looking at the numbers, 85 rushes for 393 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 4.5 yards per carry. That's just the rushing component. The receiving, he's got over 300 yards receiving, I believe. Yeah.
I'm just saying, man. It's great in theory. It's great in theory.
He's got 277 receiving and how many touchdowns? And another touchdown. So the Panthers don't score it. They kick field goals. It's what they do. They bend defenses, but they can't break them. Somehow, the Panthers, who probably have like 5 touchdowns all year, McCaffrey's got 3 of them, and he's got, my math isn't great, but 393 plus 277, that's definitely over 600. I'm going to say that's like 660 yards all-purpose. He'd be the leader on the 49ers. And you're sandwiching him in there with Debo Samuel and Ayuk starting to come on, and you got Kittle. That's weaponry, man. Give Jimmy Garoppolo the weaponry. I think he'd fit right in. He knows the South Bay well. He's not that expensive. And it's a second, third-round pick.
I'm be honest with you.
Come on.
If you go out and get Christian McCaffrey, I wouldn't even play him every game. I would play him a game here, a game there. Just be ready for the playoffs. I would Andre Iguodala the heck out of him. That's all I would do there. The 408 is chiming in with a good point. got to get him to keep him from the Rams. I hear you on that. I feel you on that one. But if I get him, right, if the Niners get him, you don't even need to play every game. We're going to put you in here. We're going to put you in there. Very sparingly, we're going to use you. Because ultimately, to my point from earlier, I don't think they necessarily need him. I think Kyle Shanahan needs to step up his play calling.
Did the Rams need Von Miller last year? Did they need Odell Beckham?
Apparently, to both.
Yeah, apparently, and it worked. That aggressive approach of, hey, we'll figure out the future when it comes.
Yeah.
Let's go win ourselves a championship. It worked.
I hear you. I would never say no to Christian McCaffrey. I'm just saying it's a lot more. It looks
He'd
outstanding.
look good in those 49ers helmets, man.
He would.
Kind of looks like Stanford.
It kind of looks like bringing it back a little bit.
Bring it back, man. Knows the area well. I know there are some Cardinal fans out there that want Christian McCaffrey.
Home.
Come on. Where are all the Cardinal fans at?
Come on home.
We have Cardinal fans that ever call into the show? Wants to talk about that big win over Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on
How's
home.
that not the lead?
I'm saying.
Everyone complains about us talking about Draymond too much, talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Call in with some Stanford nuggets, and we'll talk Stanford for an hour.
There
How's
you
that
go.
sound?
There you go.
Big win over the Irish.
Bring in Christian McCaffrey. Like I said, I wouldn't play him in every game. I would use him very sparingly because I get it. You got to keep him from the Rams.
You can use him as a decoy.
Use him as a I would use him as a decoy.
Trojan horse.
Yeah. You got a backfield of Debo, right? Debo, Christian McCaffrey.
And then Mitchell when he comes back. That's a weapon I even spoke about. I mean, if you can go out there and get him, and the Bills may outbid you, but I'm a big believer of when there's smoke, there's fire. And granted, the last 3 times I've said this, the last being Kevin Durant, ooh, there's smoke. We're starting to heat up. There's fire. There was no fire anywhere in sight. That was never happening. And we were firm believers that he was going to go back to the Nets, and it was all theatrics. But Christian McCaffrey is going somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The Panthers have to take something for him because he's not going to be there next year. They're in a full-on rebuild. They're getting rid of this guy, and they're going to take the best available offer. Go make it happen. Who's saying no? 888-957-9570. Who's saying no to CMC?
I don't think anyone's saying no, but you don't think they're going to be able to get at least one first for him? No?
They already passed up on him once for Solomon Thomas. Please don't pass up on him again. Thank you, 510.
There you go. There you go. By the way, they are hoping...
I'll stop rooting for the Bengals and root for the Niners if they get Christian McCaffrey. That would be fun football.
Yeah. Look, paper is paper. Paper is paper. They are hoping to get Elijah Mitchell back after the bye week, the first week of November. So he's close. He's close, by the way.
Stanford fan hopping in, fire Shaw. I think he's got a lifetime contract at this point.
Yeah, he's just
built
kicking
up
it.
so much equity.
They don't even have a contract. They don't even know. If they said, hey, where's the Shaw contract? They couldn't even find it. I don't know. He's not going anywhere, so what does it matter?
As for the matchup this weekend, if you do want to call in about McCaffrey and give us your thoughts, we'll definitely have you on the line and pivot. We're good with our pivot foots. We won't travel. Shanahan on Patrick Mahomes, the improv machine. How do you watch film on this guy?
Just because you don't ever see people play like that, really. I mean, not many. There's not many people in the history of football as good as him. It reminds me of Elway a ton watching him, just how he's capable, just how he's the top thrower on the planet and the way he can move. I mean, he's not always doing it just with a flat-out 40, just running away from people, but the way he feels space and can create time, and as he does it, his vision down the field with that arm talent is tough to deal with.
There's like multiple quarterbacks in the league right now that are, what's Mahomes, 27?
That sounds right.
Let's see. I got Google in front of me. You want to tell a joke in the meantime? Patrick Mahomes is age 27 on the money. He's 27 years old, and he's pretty much already been crowned a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Give the man his gold jacket.
Yeah.
Even if he got hurt, I think one more year, he goes out there this year, wins a Super Bowl or an MVP award, gets hurt, never plays the rest of his career. Hall of Fame? Not enough sample size?
I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can do it.
There's really no one to compare him to because there hasn't been that,
Basically, he could be average the rest of his career and get in, but that's not going to happen. 17
touchdowns. This is just through the air. 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, QB rating well over 106. I mean, just absolutely nuts. 65% completion rating, and those aren't little dinkers and dunkers. He's firing them all over the field to Kelsey. Kelsey, man, Whew, that's someone that could have a big weekend.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they've turned George Kittle into a tackle because it could have been a bit of a, we were talking rivalry earlier with the Warriors and the Grizzlies. It might be good for the Niners because I don't think Kelsey even views it as a, they do their tight end. I think it was National Tight End Day not too long ago. They all kick it. They're all cool, but there was a conversation. I went back and forth with Niner fans for a long time about the whole Kelsey versus Kittle thing, and you can't even really argue it anymore. Travis Kelce is just on another level. Yeah, you can keep your George Kittle blocking. That's fine, but Travis Kelce, he's that dude.
I asked Trey Greenlaw today in the locker room, what's the difference between, because there's so much similarities between the two in terms of their personalities. Kittle's a little more like rock star, and Travis Kelce's a little more Ohio. He's one of those Ohio, takes one to know one. He's an Ohio guy.
Well, I wouldn't say
played ball at Cincy.
Yeah, but Travis Kelce, he has got the swag. He's always up on the dances. He's in dating shows on TV. Travis Kelce he's got the drip. Like Travis Kelce,
like I said, Ohio guy.
Well, I don't think those two normally correlate, but when you go to the league, it can do some things for you.
But I asked Greenlaw, like they seem like the same players. What's the biggest difference? And he kind of looked at me and said, Kittle blocks. And it's so true. Maybe a little too much.
Well, that's what I said. Have you seen the meme from Moneyball? And it's a picture it's Jonah Hill. They're explaining the players, and it's Jonah Hill saying, this is George Kittle. He's got all these different traits, blah, 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 blah. His only flaw is that he now plays offensive tackle.
But does he get on base?
Yeah, does he get on base? But can he block, right? So I think it's saying something without saying something. Basically, that argument is the same, Dre Greenlaw says, the same argument that you'll hear from all the Niner fans. There are two arguments. Number one, if George Kittle had Patrick Mahomes, he'd have those numbers. And number two, if he didn't block so much, he'd have comparable numbers. And I don't know what to do with that information. Maybe you're right. All I know is what I can only deal in this universe.
Back to the phone lines. We got a Stanford fan calling it. Maybe not, but it is Rich. He is from Palo Alto, and he does want to talk about Christian McCaffrey. Rich, Stanford guy?
Hey, what's up, guys? No, they turned me down for school.
Screw them.
UCSB. Let's go, Gauchos.
There you
Gauchos.
go. Anyways, though, here's what I'm thinking. We signed OBJ to a bonus-laden contract first, right?
Okay.
And then we tell Christian McCaffrey, hey, we're ready to win a Super Bowl. Let's do this.
So 49ers, and stay on the line, Rich, in your scenario, 49ers are getting rid of Ty Davis Price and a second or third rounder, maybe both, for McCaffrey, and then just sign an OBJ to, how much is OBJ even going to cost?
Like $3 million plus bonuses, probably.
Boom. Get me on board. I'll take it. Just get all the weapons possible. Weaponry, baby.
Didn't we start this season talking about how many weapons
the Niners
had?
We're firing up the middle to Charlie Warner.
So OBJ's the third, the receiver number 3. It's a good number 3. Don't get me wrong.
The question is, how does he move?
Right.
$3 million. Jed.
Yeah.
Open up the pockets.
Yeah.
He looked fine in the Super Bowl last year before he went down.
Well, he looked great.
Yeah.
He looked great. He probably was in for, a nice payday if he didn't go down. He definitely would have went back to the Rams. I think that's the other piece of this. The Packers are out there looking as well. I heard that the Packers are looking at Chase Claypool, might want to make some moves. So the Packers, I don't know that OBJ wants to be in Green Bay.
So here we are.
Literally.
I'm the money magician right here.
Okay.
Hocus pocus. Abracadabra. I'm going to make this work. Niners have under $5 million in cap space, just under $5 million. Rich is saying $3 million to OBJ. $800,000 or whatever we decided, under $1 million for Christian McCaffrey. If you can make that work, who's to say no? Who's to say no?
Nobody would say no.
Championship teams pick up guys in the middle of the year all the time.
Yeah, nobody would say no to that. Nobody would say no to that.
Let's get it going, man.
Yeah.
Jed York, if you're listening, Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles, we got resumes.
Too long to show.
I'm not very good at Madden. My football career ended at about JV level.
I'm nice on FanDuel.
Yeah.
Nice.
I won a lot of bets.
But seriously, though, what's up with Ty Davis Price? Why is he getting no burn?
Because he was hurt.
Even when he's been active, he hasn't run, though.
Because he's not good. To put it bluntly, he's not that good. Trade him. Get Christian McCaffrey in town. 831 chiming in. OBJ has said he wants the bag. What if he doesn't get the bag?
Yeah, I don't.
He's got to play somewhere this year.
I want the bag, too.
Yeah.
Chuck wants the bag.
I would love the bag.
Speaking of, going back to what happened on Saturday with Wiggins and Poole real quick. You get the bag. What's your first purchase?
I get the bag, my first purchase. How much is the bag? That much?
I'll give you $140 million.
$140 million. I'm getting some real estate in the Bay Area because I'm never going to be. I don't understand how people buy houses out here. I mean, I guess if you're in the tech industry, but what about all us normal dudes, normal women out there that are working? How the hell? I mean, back in Cincinnati, you could get a house for like $250K.
Well, sure.
I'm talking like 3 years ago. Well, you're sure. I mean, you could get a nice house with a pool and a good area.
No,
like,
that's not just Cincinnati. That's majority of the United States of America.
And not anywhere on the West Coast. But like even here, I had someone the other day tell me like, well, if you want to buy a house, you can like go over the road to, you can go Pleasanton or a little inland. Oh yeah, $950K. That's a bargain.
Yeah, bargain.
No.
Bargain.
Damn it. I'd be buying a house. I'd be looking down in, I'd be looking somewhere over in Sausalito. I'd be living in one of those boats right there that Klay Thompson's docking up on. I guess he's probably Tiburon. But, right over there, somewhere in the North Bay, right on the water. I'd buy that.
Yeah.
Get myself a nice meal, and the rest of it, I'd do the fiscally responsible thing. I'd go straight to Vegas and put it all on black.
There you go.
Boom.
I would buy the house right next to Dan Devone.
You hear Devone's Chuck Wagon segment that he started with the other? Oh, what an idiot.
Yeah.
Devone, I hope you're listening. Call in. Jackass.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to OBJ and the quote-unquote lack of weapons the Niners have, I still think that they did take some shots against the Falcons. Those shots just didn't work out. You had Werner, who the ball went right through his hands. You have Ray McCloud, who now, after people rewatch it, well, did Jimmy stop that? Ray's got to pull that in. I don't care if you got to dive for it and not get to the end zone. You got to find a way to pull that in. I don't want to hear it. And then you have the play to Brandon Ayuk gets called back for holding. So there were multiple plays where they did open up the field. It just didn't work out.
Real quick, sitting on the topic of, and I invite all you to chime in. We'll read your text, 888-957-9570. You're getting Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins like money. What's your first purchase? I can tell you what my last purchase is. I was ready to skip off the topic, but 657 hopped in, said Walter's rolling in his Tesla like a hipster techie. That would be the last thing I'd buy. I'd be like Brad Pitt in Ocean's 11.
A car,
where he's like,
or
I spend all my money on the
Tesla?
suit. A car.
Uh-huh.
A car.
Yeah.
I use a car essentially as a closet. I'm rolling around. I'm always, whether it's going from the gym to TV to radio, I'm wearing a button down 1 second. The next second, I'm wearing T-shirt and gym shorts. Like, there is one thing I'm not spending money on, and that's a car. Give me my 2021 Nissan Sentra, and we'll call it a day. The rest is going into fun.
I'm
going
calling.
into family.
I'm not believing you on that. 140 mil. You might not get some. I saw there's a new show out. High roller cars or $1 million wheels with Jamie Foxx, something like that. You might not get one of those, but stop it. You are going to get yourself whatever your dream car is. You're going to get something. So stop that. I'm calling that one out.
You may be right. I mean, if you have that much money,
that's what I'm saying.
What do you do with it?
It doesn't matter.
I wonder sometimes how these athletes, spend it. And it all comes back to, they think that some people that they grew up with, whether they're friends, and they put their hands out like birds, and at the end of the day, they weren't friends, and they're handing out $500K like it's Cheerios.
I did see something back in the day, and I don't remember the exact details of it, but it was something to the effect of once you pass a certain amount of money, right, in your bank account or whatever your net worth, whatever the case is, your quality of life can't actually be any better. It's just
what's that amount of money?
I gotta look it up, but it's probably around
nine figures.
I would say. What do you think? Probably 50 mil. That feels right.
Yeah,
that feels right. Right, like you really got to be wilding out here to blow 50 mil.
Yeah, it'd be tough, no doubt about it. But with some of the houses around here, man,
sure,
it's 50 mil. Half of it's going to Uncle Sammy.
Yeah, so now you're sitting at about 35 mil
sitting
now.
At a house.
Now you got to buy a house
in Atherton.
Yeah.
See it from there. Alrighty, we're up against it. More talk on the other side. San Francisco 49ers going up against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. We'll get into that. Tom Brady. Ben Roethlisberger said he never seen Tom Brady so uninspired. Is this the beginning of the end to the greatest player and probably the greatest Bay Area athlete of all time? Arguably. We'll get into it next. 95.7, The Game.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of Kraft Ice from a new LG refrigerator, cooling your drink to perfection, making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. Final days to save up to $1,212 on this exclusive LG kitchen package with Kraft Ice ends October 19th at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid September 29th through October 19th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
We are all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween this year, don't throw out your jack-o'-lantern. Use it to start composting instead. Pumpkins and other gourds are perfect additions to any compost pile. Also, you can add container soil and roots from potted plants that have withered away. And if you have a garden, be sure to add garden waste from cleaning and pruning, like stems, roots, and leaves. Join Odyssey. And together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Do you know what people see when they Google you?
Search engines don't always get it right, and when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-831-0771. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-831-0771 for free advice on your situation. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
9 o'clock, the ADD hour, or ADHD. Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles with you. We're going to be hopping around to a couple different segments for the next hour. San Francisco 49ers taking on the Kansas City Chiefs this weekend. The 3-3 Niners, the 4-2 Chiefs. Also, the Golden State Warriors 1-0. We'll preview a little bit their matchup with the Denver Nuggets on Friday. But I did want to get into also the MLB Playoffs Championship Series. We have Game 1 winners between a Game 2 winner between the Padres and Phillies. Spoiler alert, it's San Diego. The series tied at 1-1. Also, the Yankees and Astros. Spoiler alert, it's the guys that bang on trash cans. They won tonight to take a 1-0 seriously.
Go.
What? Let it go?
Is it time to let it go?
No! Altuve's still on the team, man. He's still on the team. It's not Dusty's fault. I'm not wrangling him into this. But as long as Altuve's out there, video evidence.
No bueno.
Don't take off the jersey. I got a wire on. Jackasses. Anyways, wanted to start this segment talking about Tom Brady. Greatest quarterback of all time? The answer is yes. I think that's pretty safe to say. The ripe age of 45 years old. And Big Ben Roethlisberger, who knows all about getting old and having to call it quits, but refusing to call it quits. As a Bengals fan, The dude refused to call it quits for years and years. He had 900 ice packs on his knees, looked like his shoulder was falling off, could barely throw it anymore, yet somehow he was still eluding sacks in the backfield like he was Barry Sanders. I don't know how he did it for so long, but Big Ben says Tom Brady looked uninspired in their game on Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Straight up said it looked like he didn't want to be out there and that there's no way he's enjoying this. It did not look fun for him. Thoughts?
It's weird that he used the word uninspired because Tom Brady was yelling at his teammates.
Right?
Yeah, so
uninspired's not the right word.
I don't know that that's the right word, but I'm not taking Big Ben as a writer or anything like that. So that's that.
Hey, he's got that not the wrong Oxford education. He Oxford, Ohio. He went to Miami. He was a Red Hawk.
Shout
out Mac.
I think we know what he's saying, and the bottom line is it doesn't look right. And of course, we're going to find a way to take this back to the Niners because it's just another team in the NFC that had a lot of high expectations. I know the Bucs are banged up, and the same way we're hoping the Niners round it to form, the Bucs can round it to form as well. I know, the Bucs fans, specifically Craig, hopes that happens. But ultimately, it just doesn't look right. It's kind of weird. But you know what, Chuck? The more I thought about it, most of these legends, they don't. I don't want to say
they don't ride off on the Stallions.
A lot of them don't. I want to break down because Derek Jeter did in a way. He had the walk off.
Yeah.
You have Peyton Manning. You have Jerome Bettis.
Kobe did with his last game. I mean,
You have Kobe.
That was the most incredible last game performance ever.
Right.
He didn't have an outstanding season by any means, and he came out and dropped. I think he had 60.
I think it was 60
in that game,
or something
and it
like
was
that.
a ton were in the fourth quarter, and he brought him all the way back. I think it was against the Jazz, and they took him down. That was one of those things you watch, and it's like, all right, we may actually be in a simulation because this is wild.
How does anybody go out like that?
Yeah, how does this happen?
But besides that, the four we just spoke about, and obviously 888-957-9570. If we're missing
What about
any,
Brett Favre?
How did he go out?
I can't even remember if he went out as a Viking or a Jet.
Yeah.
Was it a Viking
did he go
or was
out?
it a
He might
Jet?
be on a roster somewhere, to be completely honest. The Southern Mississippi roster.
He was pretty good, though. Even after he retired, he came back. I know he was good for the Vikings. I want to say he was good for the Jets, too, and eventually it was just time.
Yeah.
But I think he went out on decent terms.
Well, okay, decent. Well, I guess that's the line, right? Decent versus I want to go out in a different way. We all, I think it's common knowledge, at least to me, that Tom Brady's biggest mistake that he probably will regret, maybe not last year because they still went really far, but you should have just went out after the Super Bowl. You don't need a repeat. You don't need it. You don't need it.
What if he comes back this year, though? They're 3-3 now.
Yeah, they're not done.
And they go 12-5, and they win themselves a Super Bowl. We're looking at a completely different way.
And he probably still won't retire. I mean, so I see a lot of similarities between Tom Brady and Derek Jeter. So, and I haven't. I got this weird thing. I don't know about you, but I can't really watch a documentary on an athlete until they're done. All these weird documentaries that Tom Brady's putting out. I watched half an episode because my buddy was making me because I was at his place. I'll watch it when you retire. I don't need to watch it while you're still playing, Tom. So I'm watching the Derek Jeter documentary, the one that ESPN did, and he's sitting there talking, and he's just saying how throughout his career, how all he cared about was winning, and it really just sounded a lot like Tom Brady, and he wished that he enjoyed it more and all these things. And I just know for a fact, all of us, to some degree, probably envy Tom Brady on some level, but I know for a fact Tom Brady is going to look in the mirror one day and just and regret some of the things that he did later in his career, but also because of those things, that's also what made him great. And Derek Jeter spoke to that. I wish that I wasn't like this, but if I wasn't like this, I probably don't have the success that I have. Because you just can't turn it off. You can't turn it off. And Tom Brady cannot turn it off.
And here's where I stand with this. His story, yes, we're probably on chapter 99. We're very late in the story. But I thought his story was done after that pick against Tennessee. Years ago,
yeah,
before the global pandemic, think that was 2019. It was the year the Niners made the Super Bowl, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was done then. And here's Tom Brady now. So I am not going to sit here and act like this is the end of Tom Brady. That's the question. Are we seeing the demise of Tom Brady, San Mateo's finest, king of the peninsula? Are we seeing this all go down in front of our eyes? I don't know. But Big Ben Roethlisberger, the scribe, the scholar, he says Tom Brady looks uninspired. And if Tom Brady came back to the league and is uninspired, may as well just call it quits right now.
But he's not uninspired. I think that he's to the point now where I think when the kids were younger and Giselle was being a good mom and taking care of business, and it was a much simpler time. And he could just, this is my football time. This is, now this is my family time when I'm off, right? When it's off season. Now I think there's so much overlap. The kids aren't they teenagers now, right? Hey, your kids are going to go off to school. So Giselle's over there like, your kids are going to go off to school soon. This is kind of an important time. They need you. Like everybody, wow, it'd be so cool to be Tom Brady's, kid, things like that. You don't know how it is because my dad is obsessed with, my dad might love football more than me. Now, I'm not saying the kids are saying that, but you don't have to worry about that with any of us with just normal parents, right? So I think that he is to the point where, again, for other players, you have that ability. All right, I'm turning it off. It was a good run. I'm good. He can't do it.
But here's the thing. Even as a broadcaster, granted, unless you're Joe Buck, Jim Nance, Kevin Harlan, A-lister basically, you're not making nearly as much as Tom Brady. And even unless you're Jim Rome, you're not making even ballpark of Tom Brady. But even from what we do, you don't turn this off ever.
No.
I mean, if you're working as a TV person, like Scott Van Pelt, he's got a family.
Well, look at Stephen A. Smith, right?
I mean, Adam Schefter. These guys, like, if you have a passion, you don't turn it off. I don't think that makes you a bad parent by any means. And here's the thing that I've never really understood about football players. Yes, you're on the road quite a bit, a couple days a week, usually. But at the same time, is your schedule that much busier than any other average Joe, any other sports anchor, any other radio host? I mean, definitely busier than a radio host. I mean, hosting 3-hour shifts, but you still got to do all the prep work and everything. But it's like when we're going down to Santa Clara, these guys show up. I'm sure that they may hit the weight room, whatever they do. They obviously got to keep their bodies in check. They obviously have to be cognizant of what they eat around the clock, but that has nothing to do with being a family man or not. But then they practice, they watch film. That's maybe 3-4 hours. Like, how many hours realistically are they logging away from the kids?
You make a great point. It's not necessarily a problem, but the thing about that is this is Tom Brady. He's got the brand. He's got 18 documentaries. He's got a podcast. What's it called? Let's Go.
He's going on Entourage episodes.
He's doing a lot. And Giselle is saying, you're doing all this stuff. Tom Brady is not the last guy on the roster who is just showing up to practice and showing up to games and showing up where he needs to show up. He's got all of these other things on top of that. You do make a great point about this deal that he has coming, because even when he's done with football, it's not like he's retired and just kicking it. He's still going to have to travel and things like that. It's going to be much less. But Giselle's thinking, dude, I'm not even, when you do retire from football, you're still getting another job. And thank you, I love the money. Like we talked about, whatever that limit is, and I forgot to look it up during the break, whatever that limit is for it'll be the same type of life, they passed that a long time ago. So they're going to get more money than any of us can ever dream of. And he's still not really going to be around his kids.
Tell you what, I'm hitting 9 figures someday. I'm talking it into existence. The 9-figure man, Chuck Walter, started off from small beginnings.
Why just 9? Why just 9?
Oh, why just 9? It's like Seinfeld. Why just 9?
Why just 9?
Tell you what, if I'm making $100 million, that's my net worth. Mm-hmm. By age 55, whatever it is that I've made that money, I'm not touching any sort of work.
No.
Yes, it's a passion. Sure, it may be. You know what else is a passion? Traveling the world.
Yeah.
Hanging out with my friends. Playing a little bocce ball.
But that's what I'm saying.
Bocce.
But bocce is fun. Underrated, I'd say. But that's the thing, though. Tom Brady is wired differently. What makes him great?
He's a killer.
What makes him great is also what, if you are a family member or someone that does, we just get
Tom Brady ain't smoking doobies before noon.
We just get to enjoy him. We just get to enjoy him.
It's not an admission to kill.
As a football player.
Yeah.
Right? We don't have to worry about Tom Brady, the person. His family does. Now, even Kobe Bryant, God rest his soul, if he didn't have those injuries, who knows when Kobe would have stopped playing? Derek Jeter, same idea. You know, when he finally just stopped producing the way, all right, dude, we're gonna have to move from shortstop. Well, I'd rather just quit. I'd rather just retire than something like that. These guys are just wired differently, and that's why they're great.
You see what Brady said on the NFL parody, and maybe that's why he's just a little upset with what he's seen this season. He said, I watch a lot of bad football, poor quality of football. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Entering this year, wasn't it the exact opposite? It was like, oh, this is quarterback's league. It's never been better. Mm-hmm. We got Mahomes, we got Brady, we got Herbert, we got Burrow, we got the Russell Wilson. The narrative has shifted so quickly to now where you have a student of the game, the best to ever do it at his position, although someone on the text line is saying if he played in the 80s or 90s, it would be a little different. Maybe. I don't know. We don't compare eras.
Yeah,
he's the best of his era. But he's coming out and saying poor quality of football. Thoughts on that?
Well, you have some teams, you knew you were going to have some stinkers, right?
Well, there's been stinkers since the beginning of time.
But I also think that some of the teams you thought would be stinkers aren't stinkers, so everything evens out, right? We didn't know what the Giants were going to be. The Giants look pretty darn good. The Jets look inspired. They look good as well. The Falcons are giving everybody a run for their money, so then you have the Colts who haven't looked great. The Commanders are just a mess. The Lions, you haven't talked about the Lions since Hard Knocks ended.
We got Dan Snyder out here with all the dirt. He's still collecting it. He's still got the PIs going.
Panthers are atrocious.
Is that just going to disappear, the whole Dan Snyder thing? Is that just like a one-time report?
No, it's not done. I mean, Jim Irsay was out talking about how they need to do something about it. You can't just, basically he was saying, we're not just going to let Dan Snyder talk crazy.
It all needs to leak.
Yeah. Like basically not calling his bluff, but saying, oh, we're going to do something. We're not just going to let him sit here and talk about that. I mean, you got the Browns who you knew there would be some issues there. The Broncos are a complete mess. So they're probably I think maybe the bottom of the league is a little worse than normal, but there are always some stinker matchups though. I think we had a rough patch of primetime stinkers.
Yeah, I mean, the Thursday night football games.
They've always been that.
It's become laughable at this point. Who do we have this week on Thursday night football? That's the trivia question of the day. Is it another stinker on paper? Thursday night football. What do we got? Cardinals and Saints. We have the Arizona Cardinals and the New Orleans Saints. That is the definition of a stinker. The Saints suck.
But here's the crazy part.
But they can come out and beat anyone.
But here's the crazy part. That's actually a really good matchup compared to the other Thursday night football games. You got Andy Dalton. The rifle is back. Cardinals are at least going to be exciting. I think you got to, for a Thursday
Cardinals
night.
Scored 9 points last week against the Seahawks defense.
For a Thursday night game,
points.
I will take that all day for a Thursday night game. Sunday night, absolutely no. Thursday night, yes.
Yeah, I mean, half the country can't even watch Thursday night football games. I'm scrolling around on my TV trying to find it before I realize it's on Prime. I don't even know how to get Prime. San Francisco 49ers, Kansas City Chiefs this weekend. Travis Kelce is a big time talent to watch out for. A little like George Kittle, a little less blocking, a little more catching, a little more dynamic. Here's Kyle Shanahan on Travis.
I think Kelce is probably one of the best separators in this league with the best hands in this league. So whether he separates or not, he can catch that ball on guys, but usually does separate. And then he's got a quarterback that's good at throwing, so that's always a problem. They do a good job getting down there. When you do stop stuff, that's usually just when the play gets started too. So that's why they've been pretty consistently good.
Travis Kelce is not just a tight end. He's not a tight end. He may as well be listed as a receiver because that's what he is. I mean,
what are we doing here?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
He's a receiver.
He's a tight end.
He's a receiver. 8 catches, 108 yards his last game, 7 the game before, 9 the game before. in the traditional tight end sense, Travis Kelce, I want the percentage breakdown from the Poindexters out there. How often is Travis Kelce blocking in a game?
No one cares. Do you remember when this was supposed to be the new wave? Everybody was supposed to be, all the tight ends were supposed to be doing this.
But no one's 6'5", 250, runs like Kelce, and
that's my point.
Hauls them in.
That's my point, though. He's a unicorn.
He's Gronk.
He's
Gronk.
He is a tight receiver.
He's Gronk.
A wide end.
Who's better, Gronk or Travis Kelce? I'd go Kelce.
I would go Kelce, but I feel like I might get called crazy for some reason.
Kelce's never hurt. Gronk had so many years where he was injured, and you could say, oh, well, Gronk played a lot longer. Not really. Gronk retired pretty early. Kelce's no spring chicken. Kelce's...
How much longer did Gronk play?
Kelce's 33.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much longer did Gronk play than Kelce? It might not be much.
No, it's probably not much at all.
And Kelce's not done. I feel like also Kelce, the routes he runs, he doesn't take... For some reason, he never takes hard hits. Right? Travis Kelce's the type of person, he's the player that makes you wish you played. If you played football in high school, you wish you tried to play in college. If you didn't play football in high school, you wish you played in high school. Because Travis Kelce just embodies all the positives of football. He's never injured. He's on dating shows. He gets to dance in the end zone. He's got the swag. He gets to kick it with Mahomes. He embodies all the positives of football.
Gronk has played 10 more games than Travis Kelce.
So Travis Kelce will have him, probably will have him beat by the end of the season.
You want to know the most wild thing about Travis Kelce? You're talking to and gracing you on the airwaves tonight, probably the only Cincinnati Bearcat fan in the Bay Area. That's where Travis Kelce played his collegiate ball under Butch Jones. He wasn't that good. Like his junior year, he had 13 catches for 150 yards. His senior year, he popped off, had 45 for 722. But, I mean, those are pretty pedestrian stats for a guy that has had 6 straight seasons of over 1,000 yards, 1,400 in 2020, 1,100 last year, double-digit touchdowns multiple times, at least 5 touchdowns every year since 2014. Like, this guy, take away his position, doesn't matter, receiver, tight end, running back. The numbers that he puts up are up there with anyone in the league. Like, everyone talks Patrick Mahomes. Travis Kelce's damn good.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's outstanding. I'm looking now. He went in the 3rd round, right? So... right in that middle. I'm just thinking tight ends in general. Do tight ends ever...
It's like Brock Bowers.
I was going to say,
Georgia.
Tight ends, do they ever... a tight end is not necessarily going to be the leader of your offense per se, but he can definitely raise your offense. Because Gronk went in the 2nd round. You know what I mean? These guys don't typically go...
Yeah, I mean, Gronk only had 672 yards in his sophomore year, so...
It's probably a very hard position to try to scout and draft because of the different schemes that all these different teams play.
It's a good point. Never thought of it that way. Good point. Overall thoughts on this weekend's game?
You better hope... who were all the guys? Okay, so you're trying to get... Hopefully you get Bosa back, Drake Jackson, Jimmy Ward, Trent Williams. You get them back, you got a chance. If you don't get all 4 of them back, that +3 is going to get hammered. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's good. You mean the minus?
Well, I'm saying don't bet. Yeah, whatever. Do not bet on the Niners is what I'm saying.
They're getting the points. So the Chiefs -3, and I wouldn't be surprised. It's 2.5, 3. It's teeter-tottering. I wouldn't be surprised if it started moving on up 4 or 5 points because the Niners, public bettors out there, the perception on the Niners, based on even people from the Bay, but just in general around the country, it's same old Niners. You know what? I had some friends in a group from the Midwest. You know who they called the Niners? They said they're the Chargers. They always got the talent. They're always getting hurt. They never get it done.
That's disrespectful.
It is disrespectful.
That's wildly disrespectful. But yeah, that +3 is going to get hammered as far as the Niners might get hammered, and the -3 is going to get hammered in terms of everybody is going to be betting on it, and it'll probably drive up because, again, on that overtime show, we did a little crosstalk with our guy Evan and Sterling as well, who's in the booth right now. We said, would you rather have the Chiefs win that game or lose that game? I said you'd rather have them win it. They're feeling themselves a little bit too much. The Niners just lost to the Falcons. Now you got Mahomes, who just lost to the Bills, and he's going to take all that anger out on the Niners. So you better hope those 4 guys play. And even if they do, Shanahan, show me the genius, man. Show me the genius.
What you do have...
Catch the football, everybody.
What you do have is the underdog god going up in this one. Jimmy Garoppolo, greatest underdog quarterback of all time.
That's true.
14-6 as an underdog in his career. That's statistically the best ever in the Super Bowl era. And I love how these stats say in the Super Bowl era. What was pre-Super Bowl era?
Does anyone care?
I mean,
respectfully,
who are we talking about? Like 5'10"?
And what was it?
JJ Redick says the milkmen, 5'10", 165 in leather helmets. With all due respect to, Grandpa George. Good God. Call lines are lighting up, 888-957-9570. Continuing the conversation, one more half hour to go after this. Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles on this Wednesday.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Every day, I bet your floors have shoe grime and pet grime and invisible grime.
Invisible grime?
Yep, the kind of grime that you only notice when you look at your socks.
Ew.
So get Swiffer Sweeper Wet, the cleaning power of a mop with the convenience of a wipe. Sweeper heavy-duty wet pads come prepped with a cleaning solution that traps and locks dirt and grime deep inside the pad. Even dirt and grime you can't see. For the clean floors you want, anytime you want it. Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty wet pads.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stacked. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
So, as you graduate and head out into the world, there's only one thing that you need to know. Hi, this is Jamie from Progressive. Yeah, I can talk now. Progressive protects you 24/7. So, tell me what happened. Oh, I'm sorry, Gene. Can you give me 1 second? Brush out for every meal. Congratulations and thank you. Sorry about that. I'm back. So tell me about this fender bender.
Contact us 24/7 on the phone, online, or on the mobile app. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven, spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period. At tanklessmadesimple.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
What is good? 2.5 hours down, 30 minutes to go. Chuck Walter, Alan Stiles with you. Happy Hump Day. I remember the day of the week. It's Wednesday, baby.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday. Big week ahead. Friday, Denver Nuggets coming to Chase Center. 1-0 Golden State Warriors taking on the, are they the 1-0 Denver Nuggets? Did they come back and win? That is the question. They were down big to the Utah Jazz, and Utah ended up pulling away, winning 123-102 tonight. Another game we're looking at.
Hold up. Utah
killed them.
Now, we were doing the game with the Lakers. Who can name more than 3 people on the Jazz?
Well, 3 people on the Jazz? God, it's tough. I mean, you're putting me on the spot here.
No, I'm thinking myself.
Yeah.
They got
rid of everyone.
Do they still? Yeah.
Ingles?
I think he's gone. That was going to be my guess, though.
Who cares? Well, they took down the Nuggets tonight. You can't really base anything off one game in the season. If you did base things off one game of the season, the Nets stink and the New Orleans Pelicans are great because the Pelicans dropped Brooklyn in their home gym by 22. Also, the Sacramento Kings down 3 right now to the Portland Trail Blazers. Down 4 now with 14 seconds. Sacramento's probably going to lose. Come on. Kings.
I don't believe their rookie Keegan. He didn't play.
Murray's out.
Yeah.
Murray's out.
So there you go. Yeah. You can hang your hat on that.
Rookie Jaden Ivey with 19 his first game. He looked good. Anyways, enough about the NBA. We're talking San Francisco 49ers specifically. We had a caller earlier, Rich from Palo Alto. Rich, hope you're having a great night, man. He says the 49ers should not only go after Christian McCaffrey, they should also go after OBJ. Mm-hmm. They should get Beckham Jr. and the cap space the 49ers have just under $6 million to work with. OBJ wants the bag, But if you could give him $3.5 million for the year, or whatever you're signing him for, Christian McCaffrey's pretty cheap. He's coming in at about $600K right now. After this year, you don't know if you're going to retain him. Pretty much a rental in that regard. But CBS Sports came out with their, I guess, strategy of how you would get him, and it would require a 2024 second round, a 2023 third round, and then sweeten the pot with Ty Davis Price, which maybe that's a little too much to give up. I don't know. What I do know is that Christian McCaffrey would be electric returning to the South Bay. Him and Deebo Samuel and Elijah Mitchell. If you could rotate those three in the backfield, you could. Kyle Shanahan's offenses being stale sometimes, not having the right plays to call. You bring McCaffrey in there, he's going to give you some plays to call just off his presence. Here's Kyle Shanahan on if the team will be active at the trade deadline, which is November 1st.
I know we look into everything. So, I mean, if there's something that makes sense and we can pull off, I mean, I know we'll never hesitate to do that. It's a hard thing to do, I think, for all teams, but that's something we always look into.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Have to. And even just bringing up the whole Deebo. If you get Christian McCaffrey, can we please just lessen the Deebo stuff in the backfield? It's not even really working anymore. And I think it could work if you lessen it, if you get Christian McCaffrey. And I think part of that is obviously Elijah Mitchell being out too. But the Deebo backfield stuff, can I see Deebo run a route one time?
I don't know why this isn't bigger talk in the Bay Area. The fact that there's smoke, when there's smoke, there's sometimes fire. Sometimes it's just a little bit of smoke and it goes out. Or it's just the Bay Area. There's smoke everywhere. Was it Klay Thompson yesterday that said, smells like a skunk out here? Yeah. Welcome to California.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially down there by Chase Center. Good God. I mean, last year after the game against Memphis, I think when they took Game 6, people were lighting them up inside. There were skunks in the building.
Inside Chase Center.
Inside Chase Center. Oh, yeah. They said, forget the pens.
There you go.
Lighting them up inside.
There you go.
Christian McCaffrey, though. Who's to say no? And no one said no on the text line, but there aren't enough people coming out putting some pressure on Jed York, on John Lynch, on whoever else makes decisions here to go make a move and show that you're for real about winning a Super Bowl this year. Christian McCaffrey, if you can get him at the right price, you got to go get him.
Well, and I think, a Text of the Night nominee would go to, I believe it was the 408, who said, you got to get him so he does it, or you got to put in a bid to get him to try to keep him from the Rams. Because as quiet as it is right now, the fans will freak out if Christian McCaffrey ends up on the Rams. They'll lose it.
It's to keep him from every contending team,
right,
whether they're in the AFC or in the NFC.
The Rams specifically division, though.
Christian McCaffrey ain't going to he's not going to the Seahawks. The Cardinals aren't making a push for Cardinals actually
could,
knowing the Cardinals. They've been buyers. Robbie Anderson, welcome to Arizona.
Temple's finest.
Shout out Owls. Speaking of Temple, you remember when they sent in the enforcer years back when John Chaney was there?
Mm-hmm.
And St. Joe's had Jameer Nelson and Delonte West, and John Chaney sent in like a 300-pounder that had never played and just said, break their arms.
He didn't do that.
He didn't say that verbatim, but he basically said, go out there and rough them up.
Yeah, make them feel uncomfortable. Why not? It's Philly, baby.
Jeez, Philly indeed. Kyle Shanahan, he's leaving the door open for something to potentially happen. I don't know how many names are out there on the deadline that the 49ers could really use. Offensive line wouldn't hurt. I don't know the sexy name out there. Maybe you could pull Andrew Whitworth off the desk and bring him down to Santa Clara.
What about...
It's not happening, by the way.
Everybody is talking about McCaffrey, obviously, because of the situation. Early on, our guy Larry Kruger, had talked about Kareem Hunt. That's a name that has been kind of thrown around. It feels like they go back and forth as far as Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, but it feels like it's more of Nick Chubb's vibe. And yes, I'm saying that a little bit because Kareem Hunt's on my fantasy team. So, all right, get some carries here. So that's a thought as well in terms of just beefing up that backfield. And Shanahan, the running game that we like so much, it just hasn't felt. I think the passing game has been creative, but the running game has not, and it's got to be partly due to Elijah Mitchell being out. But to have somebody, it's almost as if Kyle Shanahan for so long with the Niners has worked with these guys that haven't really been expected to be all that, and he's never really had. And I feel like now that Trey Lance is out, we're just going to stop with the Carr comparison, so I'm going to stay away from that. But he hasn't had a premier QB or a premier running back, right? It's been a running back that was undrafted or went and he's made him look really darn good. Now look at Raheem Mostert. He's doing some things for the Dolphins, but he's not an elite running back. So to get Kyle Shanahan something like that, just to see what he could do with somebody that can add on, I think would be really, really nice to see.
I told you, Christian McCaffrey, over 650 all-purpose yards this year, well over 300 on the ground and through the air. 3 total touchdowns, averaging 4.5 yards a touch, plays on the worst offense in the NFL. At least it was when they played the Niners, and I don't think it got much better after their poor performance last week against the Rams. Yeah. So this guy's really good. If he's healthy, name 3 running backs better in the NFL. You can't. You just can't. And 510 is chiming in saying he's got 2 messages. One, Carolina's asking for too much. That's fine. Make a bid. Make them turn you down. Make another one. Eventually, they're going to have to give them away, or they're just going to lose them. Mm-hmm. And maybe the Bills have more capital to step in, but that's where you find some capital. You go out there, you make it work, and you show that you're all in this. You're in it to win it. 510 also chiming in. What about Gus Edwards? Now, I don't think you need a running back that badly. I just would like to have another playmaker if I'm Kyle Shanahan. Gus Edwards doesn't necessarily do it for me. I'll wait 2 more, 3 more weeks for Elijah Mitchell to return.
Yeah. And
McCaffrey's a different animal, though. I mean, McCaffrey is, you put him on your team with Deebo Samuel and with everyone around him, and if he could stay healthy, I mean, whoo.
I mean, I get it. The 707, and I agree, this is what we were talking about the first time we discussed this whole Christian McCaffrey thing. What's the point of getting Christian McCaffrey? Shanahan has the best weapons on offense and doesn't know how to use them. He's going to be a waste just like Kittle and Deebo.
And if that's the case, if he's healthy and he's a waste and the 49ers offense still can't pick it up, then you got to get someone else calling the plays.
Right.
And that's your case in point right there. So at the very least, if you could get him on a bargain deal, you bring him in just to potentially expose Kyle.
Now, 707, I don't know how Deebo's a waste. I can get where you're going on Kittle, but I don't know how Deebo would be seen as a waste. Deebo gets plenty of opportunities and is plenty
Kittle's
of the offense.
To pick it up.
Kittle
the last couple days.
You know what was weird though? The Kittle thing. What's up with the backfield passes, the screens to Kittle? I mean, is that the Shanahan genius? No one would expect a screen to Kittle. Well, yeah, I mean, cool. What did he get? 7 yards? Yeah, cool. But what are we doing here?
5 yard dumps.
What are we doing?
It would work a lot better if you had Christian McCaffrey on the other side of the flat.
This is true.
That you had to worry about.
This is true.
So 707, you're just going to give up capital for no reasons. The problems are not the players, it's the play caller. And if that's the case, guess what? If you do give up a little capital, then you can find the root of the problem. Because if Christian McCaffrey comes in here and the 49ers can't win with the roster they have, assuming it's healthy, then you do have a serious problem.
Conspiracy theory.
Let's hear it. I'm all down
Kyle
for it.
Shanahan.
Sterling, do we have any tinfoil hats?
It's a quick one.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan, to that point, right, from 707, Kyle Shanahan not being bullish on getting Christian McCaffrey because he knows, all right, dude, now you have absolutely zero excuses.
I ride with that.
It's a thought, right? You know what? I think we're good here. And then he can say, well, so-and-so got hurt. But if you bring in Christian McCaffrey and you're still not going, yeah, there's no way you're calling plays next season, buddy. There's no shot. No shot.
The consensus here on the text line, the NFL has caught on to Kyle. Christian McCaffrey, man, it's something about that shiny new toy. Something about that shiny new toy to get rid of a third-round pick.
He's just going to run him.
A third-round pick in 2024. Come on now.
He's just going to run him in between the tackles.
Who's that third-round pick going to be?
Just run him in between the tackles.
Some guard?
No, another running back. Another running back.
Some running back that's going to be active and not receive a carry? I mean, it's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He's a Stanford guy. He's local.
He's just going to run him in between the tackles, man.
Hey, 707, another 707 does agree. One more thing. Shanny is the root cause. The dude couldn't run down the clock in the NFC Championship and Super Bowl with a lead, but runs down the clock when he's losing by 2 touchdowns against the Falcons. I don't spot any lies.
That was bizarre. The end of that game was bizarre. And you want another conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory was, all right, we're down, 2 possessions here. The chances of us pulling this off, fairly low. Let's not get anybody else injured. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's some of the word on the street. Let's just get out of here without any more injuries.
Let's just get out of here with a loss. Let's just
hold the L.
Just take our L to the Falcons.
Get on the plane with the L's and just bounce.
Man, I'll tell you what. I don't want to get into too much stadium talk, but with all due respect to Levi's, and Levi's is fine. You know, it's better than the stadium I grew up going to, Paul Brown Stadium. Better than most of those stadiums in the Midwest. But when you look at Mercedes-Benz, home of the Falcons, I don't think the Caesars Superdome's anything incredible, but that's also an older arena. The places that are new, though, Lucas Oil, University of Phoenix, Cardinals, SoFi, all these new stadiums in the last decade, Vegas in the last decade,
Minnesota,
how insane they are. And in the richest area of the United States, we wound up with Levi's.
Shasky said Levi's is already due for an upgrade, and it just got made. And he's not wrong. And he's not wrong.
I mean, it's fine. I wouldn't say it's one of the worst stadiums in the NFL, but these stadiums nowadays, state of the art. I mean, Minnesota, they got Land O'Lakes Stadium or whatever, U.S. Bank Stadium over there, sponsored by Land O'Lakes. That place runs circles around Levi's. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't. They botched this one. I'm sorry. They did. They did.
You were a candlestick guy, right? You were a believer.
Believer, of course. I just don't. Again, we're talking about just very smart people, very rich people. Who sat there and said, all right, I got it. This is what we're going to do for the Niners.
An hour south of the city.
Who
that
approved
point be the
that?
San Jose 49, you know?
Yeah. Who approved that? I don't understand. I'll never understand. I don't get it.
I get something.
What do you get?
Golden State Warriors.
Well, yes.
On their way to another NBA championship. One game. Can't overhype it too much. It is the LA Lakers. But in addition to the starting 5 and Jordan Poole and JaMychal Green looked good, the rookies looked pretty good. Moses Moody in very limited action. Jonathan Kuminga, whatever.
Not rookies anymore.
Yeah, second-year players, yes. But James Wiseman, he's someone that definitely has a lot of growth, has to go out there and show it against someone that's not the LA Lakers bigs.
Gabriel.
How about James Wiseman trying to guard LeBron on some of those fast breaks?
Yeah.
Is that not incredible?
I mean, here's the thing, the whole 20-year 20 thing. LeBron had Steph a couple times, and he couldn't even sun Steph like back in the day. Like Steph was not blocking him, but Steph was stopping LeBron. You know, he was just settling for jump shots. I'm telling you, man, this is just LeBron. I just want to kick it in LA. LeBron, great father. He is ready for. Did you see the Beats commercial with him and Bronny going back and forth? He's ready to just play with Bronny. That's what he's doing. He's saving his bullets, right? He's saving his energy because he has to hang around for Bronny.
You say that, but he played like 30-plus minutes last night. He was playing in the fourth down 20.
But watch him,
playing in the fourth down 20. Well, you say watch him. If he was passive and if he didn't care, how about that play where he went in and looked like he got stripped or whatever, and they called the offensive foul? Clearly it wasn't an offensive foul, and they reversed the call. But right away, LeBron, timeout, review it. If he was saving the bullets, he'd just be like, on to the next possession.
Chuck, he's not going to make 20. It obvious. It's the first game of the season. It's an 82-game season. It's a long road, Chuck.
That's you're talking conspiracies. That's subplot to the season. Is LeBron saving his bullets for Bronny?
I'm telling you.
And he may not even. I can't wait. If that's actually a thing and he's playing where Bronny goes and he said that's the case, I can't wait to see where Bronny ends up. The conspiracy I've heard is that the Warriors, just because of their history with LeBron, should draft Bronny and then be like, nah, we're good, LeBron. You can't play here.
That would be dirty.
Be patty.
Yeah.
Be fun.
Draymond would never allow that.
Draymond's not going to be here. Kidding me?
I led you into that one.
Yeah, you got to be here. Here's Bobby Marks on the huge year for Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman.
This is a huge year for Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman, some of the younger players here, that if a player like him leaves, then hopefully Kuminga can step in and, maybe Mooney goes to the power forward or Wiggins does, and you've got Wiseman starting here. So I think that's why this year is huge, because it gives you an insurance policy in case, Draymond does go elsewhere.
They say Moody to the power forward? Is that what I heard?
I don't know. I mean, positionless basketball. You know what? And we talked a little bit about this in the pre-show. I'm worried, Chuck. I'm worried about Kuminga. I'm worried about his development. I'm worried about his growth.
Don't tell that to Devone. Thinks he's going to be a Hall of Famer this year.
I'm going to tell him.
I told him straight up. I said, out of all these guys, I think Wiseman's going to show a ton of growth, because how can he not? I think Moses Moody is the most basketball mature, and just emotionally mature, and every sense of the word mature. He is the most grown up of the three, even though he's the youngest. So I think Moses, in that regard of knowing his role, is really going to help him. And I think Kuminga is the one guy that is going to be the same that we saw last year.
I call him Baby Giannis, right? Obviously, ridiculous athleticism, doesn't have much of a bag. Now you have a team with all that depth, where not enough minutes to go around, and you got to win basketball games. How much time does Steve Kerr want to say, all right, I should probably play JaMychal Green here, but I got to get Kuminga some minutes? It's just not really as much as they want. Here's the thing about the two timelines. There's just no way, I don't think, to have the two timelines, have your core, then have your bench of the vets, and then have your younger guys. There's just not enough minutes to go around to allow all of the young guys to get that development. And I just think, based on position specifically, Kuminga is going to be the odd man out.
I agree, but at the same time disagree with you, because I agree in the fact that, yes, there aren't going to be the minutes to go around in March against the Suns when you're fighting for positioning in the Western Conference Finals. But how many games are there going to be, especially this year, when we learned last year that seeding means nothing, that home court advantage means nothing, that the Warriors can get it done wherever their record takes them? Like, there's going to be at least 15 games this year where it's the JV squad, and Jonathan Kuminga is probably the most polished on the court.
Not if Moses Moody is playing.
Okay, second most polished.
I don't know, man. I maybe I'm underselling.
And maybe polished isn't the word, but I'm just saying,
he's going to have an opportunity to do
get
some
15
things.
shots. Yeah.
Now, is 15 games enough? He's supposed to be. I think what we're going to learn at the end of the season is what type of piece Kuminga is going to be moving forward. Because as much as I sit here and say they're young, they have time, this is a specific situation where not everyone from Kuminga is not going to wake up one day and here are the keys. He's got about, 2 more years? I mean, even if you get rid of Draymond, that doesn't necessarily mean that Kuminga's just going to get all those minutes. He'll get more. I just think he's going to be the most delayed, whatever that means.
He seems like a year 3 jump kind of guy.
Yes, I can definitely see that. And if they but here's the thing. Draymond opts in, unless they ship him, what are you going to do?
Interesting topics. Alan Stiles, good stuff tonight, man.
Thank you, sir.
We didn't have to play the Chuck Wagon.
No Chuck Wagon. Although I know you probably wanted to a little bit.
No, I actually forgot my wallet, so I couldn't have bought anything from the commissary if I wanted to. We're driving home without a wallet. Apple Pay at Taco Bell tonight. Have a great night, everyone. See you next time.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game,